Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Thank you so much for making time to join us. Even as we start out our discussion tonight, we're looking at Raila Odinga. Will he demand for justice or fall for the Kenya Kwanza official opposition bait? We want to get your views and your counsel for Baba as his supporter or as his opposer. Should he fall for the bait or insist on getting justice through getting the Kenyans out and demand what is rightfully theirs? What way will it be? What is your counsel? Let's talk about this. And of course, Kenya Kwanza has also dangled another carrot. They say they're giving scholarship for everybody who attends Jamhuri Day celebration. Question is, withdraw secondary school subsidy and then give scholarship for everybody who attends Jamhuri Day celebration. What's cooking? Let's get down to business and discuss this keenly and soundly. Who is fooling who? Does this government have money or doesn't have money? Why are they playing with Kenyans' minds? Karibuni kila mmoja, na washukuru wote mnaojumuika nasi. Ukitupata tu, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, ili kila mmoja amakinike na siasa zetu, kusiwe na yeyote anaachwa nyuma. Nashukuru tu sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Naomba tukaandamane unyo mpaka tukamalize kipindi kwa pamoja kama tumeelewesha Wakenya. Thank you so much. Kuna Swift Media News, subscribe to Nuru Okanga's channel. Okay, thank you so much. Wale ambao mna subscribe, hakikisha kwamba umesubscribe to Nuru Okanga YouTube channel. Amepeana linki yake hapo. Haya, nashukuru Sera Serange. Hello to you. Thank you so much for kutangulia katika kipindi leo. Asante tu sana. Kuna mtachana tu. Is that the name of somebody? Hi to you. You're saying hi to everyone. Thank you so much. Wataachana tu ni kina nani? Utueleze kwa kina. Mildred Wesonga, karibu kwa show Kitonga. Hi to you. Thank you so much. Oscar Nyamiel, Raila is cheating. We need development. Development is no substitute for justice, and it can never be given at the expense of justice. Without justice, the development you have is fake. So any person promising you a development on the premise of injustice and corruption and cheating, you are lying to yourself, Bwana Oscar. If we don't get it right, it will be wrong all through. It doesn't matter how long we do it and where we do it. We must start right, keep it right until the last minute for us to be right altogether. And what you're looking at is not what to get right now, is which kind of country will we leave behind for our children and our children's children. A corrupt country, a country where no law works, a country where those that whoever have get their way and the rest follow through as squatters. Those are the questions that we are raising right now, and we need to get right answers. Any person telling you development, we have development secured in the constitution through devolution. There is no part of this country that is not entitled to the cake of development. As long as the 2010 constitution remains in place, every place in this particular country is entitled to development, and nobody gives development anymore according to political inclination or political sycophants. So tutoke katika katiba iliyoisha, tuanze kuishi katika katiba ya sasa ambayo kila Mkenya ana haki ya kupata maendeleo hata akiwa katika chama kisichokuwa kinachotawala. Eric Ondiek Nyamwaro, hey to you. Boss Lady, hi to you, thank you so much. Fatuma Abdullahi Muhammad, hi to you, thank you so much. Innocent Olekuta DP 2044, thank you so much. You are tuned in. Simiyu Isaac Donda, where I'm Donda, watching from Kitale. My opinion is let Raila decide to go back to the street. Okay, thank you so much. Christine Bulinda, hello to you, thank you so much. Nani huyu? Kevin Juma, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani huyu? Wato, hi to you. Thank you so much. Dominic Yego, Raila ni ponoko sana, shauri yako. Okay, kuna nani? Kari Ngashi, you are welcome. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. We're glad you are following from wherever you are. Let us get talking. Raila Odinga, demand for justice or fall for the official opposition bait. Kenya Kwanza is dangling a carrot that they can change the constitution, even against the constitution, to create room for the official opposition and thereby give Baba an office and probably get him off the street and discuss whatever issues he has through parliament. Is that what you support? We have divided opinion on this. So let everybody come out and advise Baba which way forward. Do we continue with a pushback, or do we fall for the official opposition seat and forget about the injustices vested on Kenyan people for waking up early, go and vote, yet another person decides who wins and who loses? The opinions of Kenyans are thrown in the dustbin. Naomba tukaambiane ukweli kila mmoja. Kuna leo Nyabaya, hello everyone, want money. Okay. Thank you so much. I say let Ruto stop conflict between the left and the right mind. Good advice. Thank you so much. All the best as you go for your appointment. We will link up later on. Boss Lady, Kenya Kwanza are daydreamers. I agree with you. Naomba tujikajadili kwa pamoja. Karibu kila mmoja, karibisha wawili watatu. Usisahau kwamba tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli unakidhiri wakati tunaendelea na kipindi cha leo. Sisi kile tunataka ni ukweli, tunataka haki kwa kila Mkenya, kwa sababu kuhujumiwa kwa Mkenya mmoja ni kuhujumiwa kwa Wakenya wote. Na wakati tunaruhusu maovu kufanya nini, kukidhiri bila kuzuiliwa, basi tunapeana nchi yetu kutawaliwa visivyo. Let's get serious and do what is required. Oh my God, what is this? I will not say that. I will not read that. All the same. Let's listen out to this video even as we await. Those of you wale mnakuja studio, tafadhali harakisheni. Usifungiwe nje ukasema umekuja imejaa. Tunakupatia muda ukue wa kwanza kuchangia katika mjadala wa leo. Is it demand for justice or fall for the bait of official opposition and forget everything? Naomba wote changie masuala haya kwa kina.
Kitu hapa tumefanya mpango ya kujenga reli kutoka Lamu kupitia hapa Hola kuingia Garissa, alafu yende mpaka huko Isiolo. Kutoka Isiolo pale inapanda moja, naenda mpaka Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, ingine naipanda hii mpaka Juba, Sudan Kusini. Hiyo ni phase 1. Phase 2 inatoka Juba inaingia mali inaitwa Bangi, Central African Republic, inaingia Cameroon mpaka bandari ya Cameroon inaitwa Kribi. Tutakuwa na daraja ya reli ambayo inaunganisha bahari ya Atlantiki na bahari ya Hindi. Sasa bidhaa magari ilikuwa inatoka pande ile inapita hapa inaenda mpaka Lamu. Inatoka Lamu inapita hapa na kwenda kule juu. Lakini sasa hapa Mtanarima mpaka tuwe na bidhaa ambayo gari ya moshi itakuwa na beba kutoka hapa. Soko itapatikana tayari. Lakini kama soko hiko na hakuna bidhaa ya kuuza, si kazi bure hiyo. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuambia nyinyi kwamba sisi tuko na mpango. Hata kama sasa mambo yenu imekuwa na vile imekuwa, lakini hiyo ni kazi ya shetani, na hakika Mungu atafanya kazi yake. Tuna hakika ya kwamba Mungu atafanya kazi yake, na hii mpango itakamilika. Wakati hii mimi niko tayari kufanya na nyinyi kazi. Naenda sasa Amerikani. Kuna mkutano mkubwa wiki ijayo kule Amerika ambayo imeandaliwa na rais wa Amerika Joe Biden, inaitwa USA Africa Summit. Amelika rais wa Afrika 49 wanakwenda kufanya kazi kuongea juu ya mambo ya uhusiano baina ya Marekani na Afrika. Na mimi nimealikwa kama AU Special Representative on Infrastructure. Naenda kuongea na marais pale na wafanyabiashara juu ya investment opportunities in Africa katika eneo ya miundo msingi na eneo hizi zingine yote. Kwa sababu mimi naenda, nitatoka kesho kwenda huko. Hiyo nikiwa sasa hapa niseme ya kwamba ile mkutano tungekuwa naye Nairobi siku ya Jumatatu imehairishwa kwa sababu mimi sitakuweko. Hiyo ndio sababu.
Okay, karibu kila mmoja. Tunawashukuru tu sana kwa kujiunga nasi katika kipindi cha leo tunavyoangazia Raila Odinga. Will he continue to demand for justice or fall for the official opposition bait and forget everything else? Hiyo ndio masuala tunachangia, na tungependa kupata ushauri wako wa kina na wa kweli kwa masuala haya. Niko naye Kevin Juma hapa. Kevin, vipi? Kevin, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Poa sana.
Aha. Namna gani huko?
Tuko salama.
Yes, haya maswala wewe unaionaje?
Kuhusiana na mambo ya kwanza, wacha tuangazie mambo ya Ruto kusema atapatia kila Mkenya scholarship ya kwenda university sini Arizona. I think hiyo ni kuchezea Wakenya akili, kwa sababu scholarship how tuseme watu wameenda, unajua capacity ya Nyayo, kila mtu ameingia. Strategy gani watatumia ili wapatie kila mtu, na wale Wakenya wenye hawataenda hao si Wakenya ama hawatapata huduma kwa serikali? Ama hapo ndio sielewi.
Nauliza swali. Hiyo ni swali ambalo Kenya Kwanza peke yao wanaweza kujibu, kwa sababu wamesema kila mtu ambaye atakwenda katika Jamhuri Day celebration atapewa scholarship. Au anataka kusoma, hataki kusoma, iko scholarship wa kuhudhuria Jamhuri Day celebration. Sasa niwaambie, inawezekana kweli?
Kenye ilikuwa inanishangaza sana, president mwenyewe Ruto mwenyewe anasema hawahitaji pepa zozote, bora unajua Kiswahili, unaweza ongea Kizungu, unasoma. Sasa sijui hizo ni courses gani? Sasa ndio hapo ndio sielewi.
So imetoka kazi ni kazi, sasa imekuwa kusoma karatasi ni karatasi.
Karatasi ni karatasi.
From kazi ni kazi, sasa imekuwa lugha ni lugha. Bora unachapa Kizungu na Kiswahili kuja usome.
So I just think Kenya Kwanza hawajajielewa na wajajua kwanza wako serikalini, hao ndio serikali na wanafaa wafanyie Wakenya. Election iliisha, saa hizi si saa za kampeni. Hao ndio nasema election iliisha, Wakenya wanataka kazi. Na saa hizi kupiga kifua kusema eti Raila hivi
Bwana Kevin, inaonekana mitandao yako imekwama. Okay, kuna hitilafu fulani hapo, inaonekana Kevin hapatikani, lakini nawashukuru wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu, usitazame peke yako. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unasambaza habari kwamba tuko hapa na tunajadili masuala ya siasa zetu, ili kila Mkenya amakinike, kusikuwe na yeyote atakayesalia nyuma kwa mambo yanavyoendelea katika nchi hii. Tunazungumza kuhusu masuala ya scholarship. Wanasema ukifika Nyayo Stadium hivi tu katika sherehe za Jamhuri Day unapewa scholarship papo hapo. Masomo utakayosoma hiyo utafikiria baadaye, shule utafikiria baadaye, lakini scholarship ipo. Swali letu ni kwamba kama hakuna hela ya kulipia, ya kusaidia wazazi kulipa school fees ya secondary education, itakuwaje kuna scholarship ya kupeleka kila mtu atakayehudhuria Jamhuri Day kwa course, ICT course? Ni nini kinachoendelea na Kenya Kwanza? Ni kuchezea akili za Wakenya ama ni nini kinachowachanganya? Mbona wanataka kutumia lugha ambayo haifai katika kuhadaa Wakenya ili waone tu watu wamehudhuria mikutano yao? Wewe unaona kuna ukweli katika hii maneno ya scholarship ama kuna nini? Tuambie. Karibu kila mmoja. Wale ambao mnataka kuingia studio, the link is in the link is already in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the what is it called? As well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to talk.
Of the proposed office of the leader of official opposition if an amendment to the Constitution sails through. A draft Constitution amendment bill proposes an alteration to Article 92 of the country's supreme law to create the offices of official leader of opposition and a deputy nominated by the party or coalition of parties that garners the second highest number of votes in a presidential contest. As Francis Gashuri reports, the draft draft bill proposes a list of functions for the office holder, some similar to those of the president, including being a symbol of national unity and addressing Parliament at least once a year.
The Constitution enacted in 2010 drew the curtains on the position of official leader of opposition and assigned Parliament and other independent bodies the task of keeping in check the government of the day. 12 years later, the clamor for constitutional changes is on to, among other things, reintroduce the office of official leader of opposition. President William Ruto, in a memorandum dated 9th of December 2022, addressed to the speakers of the two chambers of Parliament, the National Assembly and the Senate, proposed amendments to the Constitution to establish the office of Leader of Opposition 4 months after the State House contest. Some constituent parties in the opposition team Azimio la Umoja Coalition Party are also working on a bill seeking to amend Article 92 of the Constitution to create the offices of official leader of opposition and a deputy. In the draft bill seen by Citizen TV, the proposed official leader of opposition shall be nominated by a political party or coalition of parties that garnered the second highest number of votes in the presidential election. The deputy leader of opposition in the proposed bill will also be appointed in a similar fashion, including the nominating party being required to obtain at least 25% of all members of the National Assembly. The opposition chief shall, if the bill sails through, assume office from the date the new president is sworn in, with the term ending after a subsequent presidential election. Like the head of state, the proposed leader of opposition shall be immune from prosecution during his or her tenure of office. President Ruto, in his proposal to establish the office of official leader of opposition, has not identified the functions that will be assigned to the office holder. The Azimio draft bill proposes a list of functions for the opposition leader, top among them being a symbol of national unity and ensuring transparency and accountability in government. The opposition chief will also be tasked with the responsibility of scrutinizing, criticizing and making suggestions to improve legislation, policies and financial proposals by the government. The office holder will also be required to survey, appraise and criticize the government in its administration, ventilating citizen grievances, examining government expenditure and probing public accounts, as well as seeking information and clarification from the government on its policies and directives will also be functions of the official leader of opposition. To ensure transparency in appointment of commissioners and members of independent bodies, the bill proposes that the opposition leader appoints a representative to select committees recruiting such commissioners. Just like the president, the bill proposes that the opposition leader address a special sitting of parliament once every year or any other time and submit a report for debate by lawmakers on all measures taken and progress made in holding the government to account on matters governance. The bill proposes that the opposition leader's office be funded from the exchequer and have powers to mobilize funds from other sources including donor agencies. With Parliament on recess until February next year, the proposed creation of official leader of opposition remains in the air, pending the formal tabling of a constitutional amendment bill. Francis Gashuri, Citizen TV.
Karibu bwana Kevin, how are you?
Okay. Nilikuwa nimepotea kidogo, pole sana.
Neti ilikata wewe. Karibu.
Asante. Tulikuwa tunaongelea juu ya saizi scholarship, yes. So Wakenya tusichukuliwe kama wajinga. Saizi tunataka kazi, tulipromisiwa kazi. Unaona sasa hii internet inanisumbua. Mr. Ruto alisema akiingia internet tutaserve bure, itakuwa kwa mlango. So tuko na shida. Kuna shida mahali.
Okay, sawa. Thank you. Now, if you are done, we bring in Rhoda. Dada Roda, vipi?
Poa sana. How are you?
You're good, you're
Kevin
good.
Juma. Yeah. I just want to say that I pray to God that really I I don't know what Ruto is doing. I don't know what Ruto thinking about us. How can he can help people with the scholarship, and some people they don't have food. Like tomorrow people are celebrating Jamhuri, they don't have food. Some people they don't have money for living, and then he's talk about scholarship. So I feel this government they have like little bit proud like them. Unajua kuna vitu inasemanga mtu akishiba funika tubo, yani wao wanafikiri the same thing, wanakaa maisha hiyo wanakaa the Kenya kuisha wa kwanza, what they thought every Kenyan citizen anakaa maisha hiyo wanakaa. They think about themselves. They don't care about other people. Unfortunately, it's very sad. One thing, Lord Ruto, he decided not to be open up, to understand people. He doesn't care. Only going around and around from Monday to Friday. He's in the TV. From Monday, Sunday on church, siasa, kanisa. Hata mimi I'm so tired with these churches, Ruto, go. This church, they usually have a tent church. They don't have their specific place, like the name of the church, like Deliverance Church, Presbyterian Church, like Redeemed Church. They don't have the name. So I'm wondering which kind of churches, instead of they go to church to worship God with the truth and spirit, to cry for him, to ask God to give them wisdom, how can I rule Kenya? Their problem is to do siasa kanisa. It's really hurt me all the time. Kama leo nimesikia Rigiji akiongea about kuna watu wa Jubilee wengine wamesha ingia chama hiyo ya Ruto. Sijui wametoka Jubilee wameenda UDA, alikuwa gavana Kimemia na wengine. Mimi nikashidwaje, alafu Rigiji akadanganyana akasema ati walikuwa wanaogopa hiyo government ingine. Sasa alikuwa anaogopa Ruto Uhuru yani wanaongea vitu si za ukweli na ni kanisa. Mimi hii kanisa yao, kwa nini wanadanganyana? Wajui Kenya is ruled by the multiple party. Kenya is 2010 we vote for multiple party. I remember my sister was calling me, why we are going to change a new constitutions. Nikamwambia hiyo ni nini? Sikuwa najua ni nini. Akaniambia tunataka kuna watu wanapigana. Wakaniambia kama watu kama Bishop Margaret Wajiro nini, yani watu wale wanapigana na hiyo katiba mpya. Mimi nikamwambia if it's going to bring the fruit, it's better go and vote yes. And I was so proud because Raila Odinga was the first person to vote that katiba. If we don't have a katiba, I'm telling you, we could not have a multiple party. Kenya is a democracy country. Sasa mimi nikashidwaje, huyu walikuwa na chama za Jubilee, wanawezaje ogopa nani wanawezaje ogopa Uhuru nani Kenya? Everybody have right to have our own party. Everybody you can be yourself, nobody force you. Why he is buying people? That is not good. And some people they don't have food, so those people they are joining him for the money. Then they don't care about Kenya. They are selfish. They focus about their stomach to be food, but they don't care about others. Why can't they give chance? Those people they were working the current government, and now they didn't win for the governor. They need to seek another job. Why is it they must be going to the Ruto? If Ruto have a heart for the Kenya, people they don't need to join his party. He can give job without, if you have a heart, because even the current government of Uhuru, some people they were joining his party. Watu walikuwa wananini hakuwa anajua ati kama watu kama Masira Mudavadi walikuwa na chama zao za NC, people kama Wachagula wana chama chake za Ford Kenya. Hakuwa na wabeni masi munifuate ati mkuu Jubilee nimpatie kazi. Si Wachagula alikuwa na senator wa Bungoma. Na huyo Musa Mudavadi alikuwa anafanya biashara zake kwa sababu amekuwa serikali, akona biashara, hakuna force watu. Why do we have this kind of Kenya politicians? People they are forcing, people are dominating other people. That is not love. That is not that is not Christianity we learn. Christianity is love and respect. Love one another. People they don't need to buy. It's like those days more. More believe Kanu. It's power. He believe party have a power. Party is just a name. We all remain all Kenya, no matter the party you belong. We remain of Kenya, but because we believe a matter, it's not only in Kenya, whole world. Every country they have their own parties, and that is according to the, I don't know, according to the whole world. And hakuna mtu kama mimi naonanga huku, mimi sijai prime minister wa huku akinunua watu wa chama zingine kuja munijoin, anakuanga na respect oppositions, kwa sababu party za huku wanakuanga wanaangalia what is meaning of your party ideology. What are you going to fight if your opposition leader? Are you going to fight for a hospital to, when you go to the hospital you'll be treated the same? That's the way there's some parties for the media, for the climate change, and the prime minister respect other party because it's a country ruled by the law. So something Kenya is remaining is a law. When Kenya will respect, when Ruto will respect our law and our democracy, because democracy, even people who are another party, NC, they can go state house. If people from state Jubilee, they can visit state house. It's not say that it watatoka hiyo chama atuna wanunua pesa. It doesn't work like that. Alafu mimi kitu ile mimi naomba Mungu Baba asitikie kuwa na hiyo ofisi ya opposition. Sisi tuko side yake na tutamsupport. Mungu awezi achilia Raila akose pesa za kufanya hiyo opposition. Tuko side yake na tutamsupport kile kitu mtu ako nayo dogo. Hiyo chama, hiyo timu yetu ya Azimio iendelee. Lakini mimi naomba Baba asitikie atekuwekea ofisi. Asitikie, beta akae tu hivyo tu ako. Lakini asitikie, atufaitie yeye akiwa nje ya serikali, atufaitie. Kwa sababu serikali inataka unaona kama Ruto anajifanya kama ni opposition, anaambia Raila ati anawana to correct. You don't need to tell our opposition to correct you. Raila is somebody who are born with oppositions. Always niambia ati ni correct. That means you are praying with our country. That's you are praying with the Kenyans. Wezi ambia ati Raila ati Ruto Raila kucorrect. Raila ni mtu very ni mtu amepatiwa wisdom, ni mtu anakopa Mungu, ni mtu very kind. Raila ni mtu very kind. If people they understand who is Raila, Raila he is very kind. Na ni mtu anajirudia. Na ni mtu wa ukweli. Ni mtu anapenda wa Kenya. Huyo si mtu wa kuambiwa. Yeye anafanya vile roho yake inamwambia. Kwa sababu ni man of integrity. Na mimi naomba Mungu asipatiwe hiyo ofisi. Tupigie akiwa nje. Kama siku ya Moi tuko na nini. By the way, even constitution hatuna nini opposition, lakini ni must atufaitie kwa sababu he care about Kenyans. So I could like Baba akae out, tutamsupport. Kile mtu akona dogo tutamsupport. Hiyo timu yetu ya Azimio iendelee. Na watu wa Jubilee wakiwa wanataka kutoka watoke, hatuna shida. Sisi we are still believe Baba is our dawn. We will continue following him because mimi najua Baba is my president, ni mtu mimi na trust, ni mtu mimi najua ni yeye akiongea kitu dunia zima inasikia. Ni mtu anasema tude huko. Sasa si mtu ni mtu very educated, ni mtu ameenda kusoma university, yani ni mtu very old man, is somebody have a lot of experience in life. Si mtu ovyo atanaambia watoto wakuje watu wachukue scholarship. Ndio hawezi ambia vitu kama hizo. Angekuwa president alikuwa ametuambia kila mtoto apate 6,000. Hata yangeingia kwa serikali tukimpatia 100 days vile walikuwa wamepromise na Madhakarua. That's the way we believe, kwa sababu walikuwa natuambia we will believe wale wajiwezi tutawasaidia. That's the way he said. Wale wajiwezi. Na Raila Ruto hata hajui watu wa Kenya wajiwezi. Kuna mama wengine Kenya hawajiwezi. A lot of disability mothers hawajiwezi. Na he cannot think about those kind of people. Yani Kenya kuisha is only their stomach, nothing else. Yani yani wakae maisha mazuri, nyumba nzuri, wao enjoy life, lakini watu wale wajiwezi wanateseka, na wale wazee wanapataka pesa kwa serikali hawapati, watu wale waviwete hapati pesa. That is not fair. Unfortunately, that's not fair. That's not fair. We must stand for our country. Tukiwa opposition, mimi I'm ready to be opposition to fight for Kenyan. Thank you.
Asante Roda, we appreciate that, na ni muhimu kusimama ngangari kuhakikisha kwamba tunasimamia haki. Kuna hao ambao wanateta kwa comment section, ningependa ku address kwanza ndio tuendelee. Kuna nani huyu nimtafute, anaitwa Fred Eric Sags. Ever biased Mtembei TV after dining with the president. We don't get bribed. We do our job and we do it professionally. So eating with the president, shaking the hand of the president does not change the truth that we stand for. So kama ulifikiria kwamba kwenda kuongea mbele ya president na kushake hand na president itabadilisha msimamo wetu na kusimama na ukweli na Wakenya, umekosea. Wewe ndio uko quick to be bribed, go and collect the bribe and keep quiet. As for us, we insist on what is right. Nani huyu mwingine anaitwa nane Bernard, you are a big failure. You only bring on board kuzimia psychophants. Sasa huyu Roda anasema nini hata haeleweki. Hot air. Ana Maina, inaonekana uko mahali ambapo upafai. Link ya kuingia studio inakuwa shared in public. Wale watu wanakuja hapa, hakuna mtu namtumia barua kuambia kuja studio. Wewe umeogopa kuja studio, unaandika mambo ya hapo na big failure, big failure. What are you doing here and then? Okay, before I started this show, what were you doing? Take your time before you begin to call people names. If you have nothing else to do, don't do it here. That's very important. Now we are talking about the pursuit for justice and the bribe approach that Kenya Kwanza is offering. Everybody knows that Kenya Kwanza is buying support from whatever quarters, and they want to use those bought support to silence the voice of agitating for what is just and what is right for all Kenyans. If we fall for that, we are doomed. We must all stand for what is right. Na wale ambao wanaona kwamba mkishapewa mkate mnyamaze, mtakula mkate milele, basi mmechagua hiyo. Lakini sisi tunataka nchi ya haki, tunataka nchi ambayo watoto wetu na watoto wa watoto wetu wataishi kwa haki, sio kwa kubembeleza ama kwa kuombaomba. So kuna wale ambao washaogopa, kuna wale ambao wanaona ukishapewa mkate imetosha. It is not that way. There is something you do for the country that you may not get anything in return, but you will go into history books that you stood for what is right, and that what is right safeguarded many lives after you. And that's what we are talking about. So if you people are so prone into mmepewa check kidogo mnyamaze, mmepewa cheo kidogo mnyamaze, mmepewa ofisi kidogo mnyamaze, hiyo ndio njia moja ya kuharibu nchi. Na nchi imeharibika, we'll be celebrating 60 years of independence kwa watu wa aina hiyo, wale ambao wakishahongwa wananyamaza, wakishanunuliwa wananyamaza. Maovu yanaendelea tu, lakini hawasemi chochote. Na hiyo ndio style ya uongozi ambao tumeona Kenya Kwanza ikileta. So nimeambiwa leo Registrar of Political Parties amesema hakuna mtu ametoka Azimio officially. Kwa hivyo kulingana na hii hesabu ya Registrar of Political Parties, the majority party is still Azimio. But because some people were given a carrot, they swallowed the carrot, they crossed the floor. But they don't have enough to go back to wananchi and seek fresh mandate. They still want to maneuver around the law and look for the weak part of the law and use it to justify their wickedness. I believe we can stand for what is right until we get it. And the only way we secure the future is insisting on what is just, insisting on what is right. And so hiyo kitu wanasema ya opposition leader, ikama ni lazima iwepo, basi wananchi waamue. Wananchi waamue, si eti bunge, wananchi waamue. Kuna sections za constitution ambazo haziwezi badilishwa bila referendum. Na referendum inamaanisha wananchi wataenda kuexpress their opinion on the changes that are proposed of the constitution. So if Kenya Kwanza wants to go and maneuver, watumie wajumbe, wanunue wale wanaweza, and then be able to change the constitution without the participation of wananchi, then that particular clause will end up being unconstitutional. And right now we are dealing with CDF being unconstitutional, the other secretaries being unconstitutional. You still want to add more unconstitutional things in the constitution. I think we need to wake up and realize that it is too late in the day to play games. Kenya 254, I say James Orengo said the government its own people, and it came to pass. Never take a word from Orengo rightly. I don't know what you mean by that, but we know you as a compromised person. You fall for what is available, not fight for what is right. And so if that is your attitude, then you can dance with the backsliders. If Orengo goes to dance for the status quo, he has fallen. Everything he has struggled for, his name in history will be expunged if he falls to be a compromiser now, other than stand for what is just for Kenyans. His investment and his struggle into a better Kenya, he has thrown it if he goes for what you're suggesting. In my opinion, tunasimamia haki mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Na baba amesema akirudi, tunaendelea mahali tuliachia. So hao wengine na mipango yao ya ofisi sijui ya nani, hiyo ni mipango yao. Sisi mipango yetu inaendelea kama vile tulipanga. From Kamkunji tutaendelea na program. Wala ambao wanaona jikoni imeshika moto sana, watoke. Tuna wapishi wa kutosha ambao watapika chakula ya Kenya kula. Asante sana kwa wale ambao mnakaribishana, tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. Asante sana tunapoendelea na mjadala wa leo. Naomba kumkaribisha Kiptum aseme mawili matatu tukisonga mbele. Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Habari yako Bernard?
Salama, vipi lakini?
Happy Jamhuri.
Happy Jamhuri Day. Shafika kweli? Iko njiani?
Yeah, we have 18 minutes to go. Yeah. Habari ya Kevin Juma, Akri Dunganyi. Asanteni sana. So mimi nilikuwa tu ni kuwawish happy Jamhuri. I'm in Kenya. And the reason why I came here is I was going through what Atiende Omolo was saying about what you, Bernard, was saying. And I was, what really made me join Mutembei TV is I saw Ajab TV director and YouTube director, Ajab, and Mutembei himself in the ICC. And I was so impressed by their presentations, especially the capability of giving the youth millions and millions of jobs if the president will do something that they have suggested. So, and I think that is the country we want. We need a listening president. And after listening, we want to see what he's going to do, especially of those suggestions that we got. And I think that is my views today. I'm happy. I feel at home. And as I would tell you last time, I'm patriotic. Any government to succeed needs to be really, really being pushed to be held accountable. They need too much noise. And I think, Bernard, you're doing a very good job, and keep it up. The
Sasa
president,
nauliza scholarship unaendea ama uendei? Scholarship unaendea ama uendei?
Sasa hiyo iko chini sana yangu, lakini I'm encouraging a lot of youth to go for it.
Umesema mtu yeyote tu akifika Nyayo Stadium anapewa. So usitoe kwa list.
I'm not in Nairobi.
But, okay, sawa sawa. Asante sana. Tunashukuru kwa
mchango wako. But a very good thing.
It's well, yeah. It's well. Thank you. Let's keep the conversation going and wish you all the best. Tuendelee kufanya kazi ambayo tumeitiwa, ambayo ni kuhakikisha kwamba haki kwa kila Mkenya inatendeka kwa serikali yeyote ile na kwa mtu yeyote yule. The leadership that, or rather the government doing something for people as a favor, okay? That ought not to be the case. The government has a responsibility of taking care of each and every Kenyan, whether the Kenyan supports them or not. So the reason why State House ni nyumba ambayo ni ya Kenya, title deed inasoma Republic of Kenya, meaning every Kenyan has a right to that house. So the occupant of that house needs to take care of each and every Kenyan. So kuna dhana mbili hapa ambapo wanasiasa wengine bado wanafikiria kwamba serikali itawafanyia vitu kwa sababu hao ni wazuri kwa serikali na wengine ni wabaya kwa serikali. Hiyo ndio dhana ya KANU, okay? Jako siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Lakini sasa hivi mambo yamebadilika. From 2010, you are entitled to development, whether you are pro-government or anti-government. So wale wanasiasa ambao wanavuka sakafu ili waende kuleta maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo wanaleta, walienda tu kulisha tumbo zao, wakimaliza kushiba watarudi kuambia walienda wakajaribu wakashindwa. Kila maendeleo is catered for in the constitution. Usikubali kudanganywa kwamba ukicheza ngoma ya Kenya Kwanza utapata maendeleo. Usipocheza ngoma ya Kenya Kwanza hutapata maendeleo. Maendeleo inapitia devolution na inafika kwa kila kijiji. Kama governor wako hafanyi kazi, shida ni wewe. Kwa nini ulimchagua? Na MCAs wale ambao mlichagua, kama hawafanyi governor afanye kazi, hao pia wachape viboko. Thank you everybody. Naomba tusonge mbele. Tunacheza video moja tu alafu tumlete Agri then Sharon. Tegea hapo hapo, usiende mahali. Tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili tukatekeleze majukumu yetu kama wa Kenya. Listen out to this video as we proceed with the conversation. Thank you so much.
Hardware suffers. When a country is beautiful and the thinking of the country is not right, the resources of the country are always at stake. Our business, therefore, is firstly to change the software, the quality of thinking. I don't care what you call it. You can call it motivational speaking, you can call it wafflers and talkers who have no solutions. But what solution can I give you when you can't think right? If right now I give you 10 million US dollars, is it not true that in the next 5-6 days, your house will be full of things? Will you even think of opening and starting a business? No, because the African mind thinks that money is equivalent to expenses and buy it. So our job as forerunners right now, it is to rewire the thinking of the African children. That's not motivation as far as I'm concerned. If I want to do motivation, I'll be saying, I receive. Say I receive in Jesus' mighty name. Then you say I'm motivating you to go and sit in front of a pastor and think that God can bless you when you don't have the means of land and resources. So this is not motivation. We are calling for a change of mindset, change of government systems. We don't be changing foxes with hyenas here. just changing leaders, but the system remains the same. Bureaucracy, red taping, bottlenecking, policies that deliberately exclude the Africans from participating in the economy. Right now, if you are found holding a gold in your hand or holding diamonds in your hand, will you not be arrested? Why? Because the policy says you must have a license to hold it. Who writes the policy? It is the white man who wrote it. So that black people cannot access the resources. So when was this written? Oh, it's the legislation of 1942. Were you in power, you UNDP or ZANU-PF or ANC? Were you there when this policy was approved? No, we just found it there. Then why are you sitting in the government office approving a policy which was deliberately designed to exclude you from your own people? You can't use African medicines. Why? Because there's a policy that was written in 1956. Hell no. Where were you in 1956 as a ruling party? So we need politicians that are mentally and politically circumcised to understand that they've now become custodians, Uncle Toms.
Asante kila mmoja, tafadhali tumkaribishe Agri atoe mawili matatu tukisonga mbele.
Bernard, Kevin, Kiptum, Sharon, Nabii, mjambo?
Hatujambo, vipi?
Ya, salama sana, labda nyinyi?
Tuko poa, endelea.
The first thing. Secondly, I would like to contribute moja mbili, ingawaje it might not be touching on the video you have just played, but kuna mambo mengi sana yananiuma as regarding to our country Kenya. Elections tulifanya tukamaliza. What happened. So hakuna kitu tungefanya. But as I stand to live, I'm still a bitter man with what happened. And ukweli wa mambo, from that time, I don't watch Kenyan news. And I don't intend to. Labda sasa mtembei, I've been following what you have been airing. And nafurahi sana kuwa associated na Mtembei TV because people who are deliberating on issues wanaonyesha maturity, a lot of maturity in the show. And nafurahi sana. Secondly, about elections. When I wasn't even contemplating to withdraw from my IBC or delete my jina kutoka from the IBC kabisa, because I don't see the need of voting. I don't know kama watu wengine wanasikia vile mimi nasikia, because if I vote and my vote doesn't count, then it has no meaning for me voting. Afadhali if you vote, atushindwe on the fair ground is fine. But sasa, you just see somebody just picking anything, everything, na huna kitu utafanya. I think deliberations ile tumekuwa na from the time tumekuwa na multi-party, nimekuwa nikiyatazama, and hakuna, tangu nichukue ID, hakuna wakati nimekosa kupiga kura. And ile kura ile nilipiga nikasikia my vote really counted is when we elected Kibaki for the first time. From that time, hakuna kitu nimekuwa nikiona. In fact, you just wake up very early in the morning, you go vote, alafu mwisho unaenda kule vile kunaelekea. And as I was watching today, kuonyesha that even one of the commissioners, Raila Odinga, has been hurt. You look at it, unashindwa sasa Kenya tuko wapi? I wanted really people to go to Jacaranda, lakini haijawezeshwa. But naomba baba maybe akirudi, at least he should do something. Some of us are really hurting Bernard, and kama kutakuwa na mtu aseme watu watoke kwa hiyo IEBC register tu wawachie, is better. Wabaki na hiyo IEBC, we can look for our body, electoral body ile inaweza manage vitu vile zinastahili. But for this one, look at those people who are being persecuted, those people who fought for fairness, and those people who managed the theft. They wanakuwa praised, in fact, wanakuwa rewarded na so many goodies. So, nataka nisikiza show kwanza, I'll come back. Wacha niwachie hapo kwanza wenzangu waendelee kuongea, but Bernard, I'm still bitter.
It's okay, agree. It's okay, agree. We get you and we understand
Okay.
you very well.
Okay.
You are...
Wacha nisikie wenzangu, then I'll come back.
So, thank you so much. And you need to work on your audio. It's a bit low. So the listeners are complaining you need to raise your voice. So as you recess, work on your volume of your audio so that you can be heard without straining. But the point is made. Thank you very much. We are in this together, and we believe that we will sail through as successfully as we agitate for what is right. This country has seen so many things, has suffered many things. We have a very dark history of losses after losses, pain after pain. We are not the first ones to be pained, and probably we are not the last ones. And so we work out everything to see to it that we can stop the pain by ensuring that whatever we suffered does not recur again in the future. And that is one of the reasons why we are talking, because from the look of things and the framework that Kenya Kwanza is beginning, they are working, it shows that they are hell bent to repeat what happened again. And so for us to stop that, we need to arm ourselves in terms of right information and right spirit in resisting what is wrong and insisting on what is right until it is done. So thank you very much, Bonagri, and thank you everybody who is following. Please, let's keep inviting each other. This is a Kenyan conversation looking at our politics and the right response to the same. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Sharon Wafula. How are you, Sharon?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Karibu sana.
Yeah, asante sana. Ninashukuru sana Bernard na Kevin na wasalimu sana Cheptu, Agri. Mimi niko Saudi Arabia. I'm watching you live from Saudi Arabia na nimefurahia sana hii mjadala ambao mko nayo. Imenijenga mpaka ikabidi niingie. Vile Agri anasema, surely I still have pain in my heart. Yani it's really hurting me. Yani nikikumbuka kile kilifanyika siku ya election, vile Agri anasema huwa hawachi TV, mimi surely niliwacha kuwatch TV kwa sababu ya kile kilifanyika. Ni kitu ambacho inauma sana. Alafu serikali yenyewe wamechukua, lakini bado they are still on campaign. Why? Badala wafanyie wananchi kazi yenye walikuwa na wapromise ya kwamba watawafanyia, bado wanazidi tu wana campaign. So kila ambacho kimefanyika ndio sababu mnaona baba amekatishwa kesho kwa sababu ya kuhudhuria hiyo mkutano ya Jacaranda. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo ilimepangwa. Ni kitu ambayo imepangwa William Samoei Ruto na serikali ya Marekani. Kwa sababu William Ruto na serikali ya Marekani wako kimoja. Sasa walipanga ili wakaweze kuharibu hiyo mkutano ya Jacaranda, kwa sababu wanajua saizi watu wa Kenya wako na imani na mzee, wako na imani na baba, ambapo waamuzi angekanyaka kwa hiyo kiwanja kesho, hakuna mtu angekanyaka kiwanja ambacho William Samoei Ruto atakuwa. Na wametumia hiyo mbinu ya kudanganya watu ati watawapatia scholarship. Tusidanganywe Wakenya tusidanganywe. Wengine tumetoka Kenya tumekuja Saudi Arabia kutesekea huku kwa sababu ya maisha ambayo inaendelea katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tumeacha watoto, tumeacha wazee, tumeacha familia zetu, lakini hakuna changes yoyote ambayo hata kama president anaambiwa kila siku, haya maneno inaongelewa kila siku kwa social media, lakini hakuna kitu moja ambayo imechukua hatua ya kuweza kubadilisha na kusikiza maoni ya Wakenya. Kumaanisha nini? Already Kenya yetu imesama. Kenya imesama, na kutoka kwa hiyo shimo yenye Kenya imezamia ndani itakuwa shida sana. Na tunapoendelea kusikiza vile watu wanalalamika, uliona hiyo juzi wasewa watu wakipiga makelele kule mahali kulikuwa na mkutano, wanalia baba tusaidie, na ni wale watu wa bodaboda wenye rais alikuwa anasema akichukua ushukani atasaidia watu wa bodaboda, atasaidia mama mboga, atasaidia watu wa vijana. Sasa kama umenyang'anywa kazi kwa vijana, hiyo kazi mtaani hakuna, bodaboda hawasaidiwi, na hiyo scholarship kumaanisha wale wenye wanatakikana kupewa scholarship ndio pekee yao wanafaa kuingia katika kile kiwanjani, waende wakasikize Kenya rais atawaambia. Kwa sababu sasa mtu kama mimi niko na mtoto anaingia form 1 next year, nitaenda kwa hiyo kiwanja kufanya nini? Na sitapewa scholarship ya secondary. Kiingia kwa hiyo kiwanja nitaenda kufanya nini? Yani wamekosa strategy yenye wanafaa kutumia ndio washike watu. Sasa saa hizi ni kuropoka tu, kile wanafikiria ni kuropoka tu. Yani wamekosa msimamo, wamekosa mwelekeo ya kuendesha katika hii nchi yetu ya Kenya, wamekosa mwelekeo. Mpaka sasa tunapanga tunarudi Kenya. Tukirudi Kenya tutakuja kuishi vipi? Tulichomoka tukafikiria tutafute ile kidogo ambayo iko nje, tukuje tushikane. Tukipata ile kidogo turudi Kenya, tukuje tujue venye maisha itaendelea. Sasa itabidi tukuje Kenya tena turudi huku Saudi Arabia, tukuje tuteseke kwa sababu maisha imeendelea kukua mbaya zaidi. Maisha ni mabaya mahali penye naelekea. Mimi nilikataa TV sitawoji, sasa mimi huwa nawochi tu hizi za social media, hizi Mtembei TV, Swift Media, YouTube. Siwezi nikawochi TV ati naangalia president yako kwa screen anaongea. Ninasikia hasira, angekuwa karibu hata ningemfanyia kitu. But nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu baba na yeye amekuwa mkakamafu, anatutia nguvu kila wakati, anakuja kwa social media, anakuja anatutia nguvu. Yani inaonyesha ya kwamba huyo mtu kama angechukua kiti akuwe president wa nchi yetu ya Kenya, kuna mahali penye tungeelekea, mahali ambapo saizi hata watu hawangekuwa nalia. Unawezaje nyang'anya watu CDF, unyang'anye watu kazi mtaani, alafu unawaambia unawapea scholarship? Pesa imetoka wapi ya kupeana scholarship kwa mtu yote mwenye atakayeingia katika hiyo kiwanja? Itatoka wapi? Watu wanakufa njaa, watu hawana kazi, yani Kenya imechanganyikiwa, iko confused kutoka yani tangu hiyo siku hiyo uchaguzi ifanyike, Kenya imechanganyikiwa. So sisi tuko tu hapa, kama sio nyinyi hatuwezi ongea, kwa sababu utaongea uambie nini? Wanaambiwa, lakini hakuna kitu, hawachukui hatua yoyote ya kusaidia Wakenya. Asante sana Bernard kwa kuleta hiyo mjadala. Mahali penye rais yako inafaa ingie Mtembei TV, kuchanuliwa kabisa, kwa sababu inaonekana amelala mahali penye yako, anaendeshwa na watu kama, yani anapelekwa tu na wale watu wako na wao, ni kama ati mtu anatoka Azimio aingie Kenya Kwanza ati anakuja kuleta manufaa. Hakuna manufaa yenye anaenda, huyo mtu amepeleka tumbo yake hapo. 5 years ikiisha, huyu mtu hakuna kitu atakuwa amefanyia Wakenya, yeye atakuwa amepora zake hapo hivyo, na hiyo serikali imeenda hapo kupora, si ati kuna kitu kingine imeenda kufanya, imeenda kupora. Na kama ninawadanganya, ngojea 5 years iishe, watu wangu. Asante sana, wacha pia mimi nikae hapa nisikize maoni ya watu wengine na tusaidie kujengana.
Okay, asante Sharon, we appreciate that. Tunashukuru kwamba tuna nafasi ya kusema na tunaamini kwamba tutasikizwa na tutasikika, kama sio leo siku moja, na lazima tuweke hiyo tumaini la kuamini kwamba mambo yatabadilika na yatabadilika kwa wema wetu. The struggle is never easy and change never comes easy, but it finally comes. One thing we need to guarantee for this country is fairness and freedom for all. This country must belong to every Kenyan. Hii story ya wachache wa kuchukua nchi, kuteka nyara nchi na kusema nchi ni yao, sisi wengine ni squatters, hiyo upumbavu mpaka ifike mwisho. We must come to a place whereby we are sure that the country is safe in the hands of any Kenyan, not special Kenyans, not chosen few, any Kenyan. And for that to be established, we need to break all these walls that are being built right now, the political walls, and then the political sycophants. We have grown so much into political sycophants that we have suspended our reasoning. So there are people who have refused to think completely. When you tell them right and wrong, they don't want, because if they talk right and wrong, it does not favor their political grouping. And so they would push their political agenda even if it's wrong. Now that is the height of sycophancy. That somebody is proposing something that is going to kill you, but you still support it because it is from your political party. That is evil. And so as Kenyans, let's not suspend our reasoning and suspend our thinking. We do away with common sense. Common sense. Simply because it goes against your political party. Hapana, tuambiane ukweli, tufanye yale ya kweli. Na kumbuka, kile tunachosema hapa kinaweza kosa kusaidia kizazi hiki, lakini vizazi vijavyo vipate nchi ambayo ni bora kuliko sisi. Our forefathers who went in the bush to fight, they never lived to enjoy the fruits of independence. But we are enjoying the fruits of independence. Why? They believed that Kenya can be free and our children will not live as slaves. What conviction do we have in our hearts about our children and our children's children that will make us insist on doing elections the right way, dealing with judicial cases the right way, establishing education system the right way, health sector the right way? Because with the future where we are going, we need to be sure of tomorrow than we are right now. If that is not the driving force, then we are doing the wrong thing and we need to change for that matter. So I want to appreciate everybody who is coming through as we continue with the conversation. Kuna nani huyu George Turanira, kuna kitu makosa na configuration ya gadget yako. We can't add you to the studio. If you're able to get me, please leave, and when you come in, just allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio. Don't direct it, allow it to have the control. If you deny one control, you will not be well configured, and therefore, even if we add you to the screen, you will not be able to converse. So please, if you're able to get me, correct that. George Turanira, unaingia kutoka YouTube. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba StreamYard configures for you the camera as well as the audio. Failure to which itakuwa ngoma wewe kuingia studio na uweze kuchangia mjadala wa leo. Asante sana. Tutazungumza kuhusu Raila Odinga, demand for justice or fall for the official opposition bait by Kenya Kwanza. Swala nyeti hapo. Alafu kuna give ICT scholarship, withdraw secondary school subsidy. The irony of Kenya Kwanza, the paradox of Kenya Kwanza. Let's look at this keenly. Do we really have scholarships? Or it is just another bait to get people to go to Nyayo Stadium? Haya, tumsikilize nabii wa kweli, alafu tusonge mbele. Nabii vipi?
Po, how are you panelists? Muko salama? Naona mmeko gangari.
Tumejaajaa hapa, tunasubiri ujumbe.
Asante, mi niko na ujumbe kutoka kwa ground. Unajua ground ndio inasema. You know, I feel the people who feel the pain because in Kenya your vote, ati vote peke yake. I think it's it's a country whereby it's ruled by one day, I think the former Chief Justice Mutunga said, is a budgetary economy, where it is ruled by people who have the means, yeah, people who have the ways. So as we wake up, go vote, but what matters is not the voter, is the person who is counting the vote. And again, he is told he is a hero, he is good. Now the ones that were questioning the process want to be arrested, and they are being harassed. Wengine wamenyang'anywa mapolisi. It is a sad situation in Kenya. Very sad. Yeah, because hii country, I think, without any way of means, kwa sababu me, I'm from Central Province, and you know what we have found out is that Central Province ukiwapatia Mungu sana, you know, wewe ni mtu ya Mungu, Bwana Bernard, I think Central Province, they don't need development. Hawapendi maendeleo. Kama huko walikuwa Nyandarua hakuna barabara, but wakiwapelekea Bwana asifiwe, wapatie Psalms 23 verses 2 or something, kwamba Mungu atainua mnyonge kutoka chini ampeleke mahali juu. I think they can live with hope, because me, I'm imagining that the Thanksgiving that the president is taking in Mount Kenya, there are so many. Each and every Sunday is a political Thanksgiving come spirituality, which we are wondering as a people of Kenya, what is all this? Because when you are the president, you know, I have always told people, we were not looking for a bishop to be the president of Kenya. We were looking for a policy maker. Mtu ambaye atakaa kwa ofisi aangalie, how do I help the majority of Kenyans who are suffering? Like Sharon, who is in abroad. People who want policies that are making sense. Bible is good. I am a Christian. I will be in heaven. In fact, I might be the person who will be guiding people on where to be living. But that aside, we have a life to live here on earth. And this life demands the president to sit down and look at the matters affecting Kenya. Today, they have increased even electricity. Yes? But what are we hearing from our deputy president and president? Hey, we are giving scholarship. We are giving me. Kwanza hii issue of scholarship, Bernard. I don't know whether it is a long word he used in that speech, because my definition of scholarship, it is a prolonged period of sponsorship to a particular course. So me, I am not understanding how you're going to graduate after going to that event, you know, because kila mtu atapata scholarship. What about if you are, come for example, hii ni jamhuri day ama ni madaraka day? You know, I'm even losing what we are celebrating. Whatever we are celebrating inataka masujaa wazee wa 1960 wakuja watuambie hadithi za siku hizo. Sasa huyo mtu ana graduate na IT, impeleke wapi? Are we sick in this country? Ama ni mental problem we have and we are not talking, because it's getting worse. I think everybody should sit down, kneel down and pray for the president of the Republic of Kenya, because these things are getting out of hand. In fact, I've lost track of the promises that he has made. In Turkana, he said he is going to build 1,000 dams. Yeah. Today he was in Nyandaro. I think he told them, I don't know, he'll build what. So we are really wondering. I wish they kept quiet like Kibaki. Walisema walikuwa wanataka kuwa kama Kibaki, kurudisha sijui economy irudi wapi, koso mingi, vitu mingi ambazo Kibaki yako anapayuka. Tulikuwa tunasikia tu ala, kumbe hii barabara imeanza kupanuliwa. Ala, kumbe watu wanaenda shule free. That is the kind of leadership we desire in Kenya. This is not like Kenya, I'm telling you. Every time I wake up each and every morning and watch the news, naona ni kama naota ndoto. Yeah, me, I try to watch the news and like Agre. Me, I try to watch because I think it's comedy. Inatakanga, ukitaka kusikia mzuri bwana Agre na Sharon, unakuwa na popcorn mingi, popcorns. They are very nice. so that ukiona visanga na vipindiree wewe unapenda unafurahia movie, because this is a roller coaster government. Hatujui tutaanguka wapi mwishowe, but I can tell you with the speed that they are digging themselves the hole, we might not even finish this 5 years. So personally, I am dismayed. I'm actually where I'm seated. I'm waiting. I'm actually waiting for the disaster to happen, because this is a disaster. Hustler Fund is a disaster. All these tunasikia sijui scholarship is a disaster. All these the cabinet itself is a disaster. The policies they are talking about is a disaster. GMO is a disaster. I mean, is a disaster. Kama if this is 3 months, me imagining in 1 year tutakuwa wapi wadau? Kwa hivyo kwa maoni yangu I think and we should thank God for Raila Odinga, because you can imagine hiyo mkutano ya Raila Odinga is not going to be there because he's not around. What if he's never around for us? This is a man who we should pray for God to give him peace, because watu wengi ni waoga wengine, and you know the funny thing, wengi wamerudi kama wakina Aturi, because you know sijui Bernard wewe ni Muluya wapi, because nasikia ukipatiwa ugali kaugali na kachai mzuri every day, you can turn tune within seconds, because it's unfortunate that the leaders are selling their stomachs and leaving the people. The good thing is that the people are not following them, because the third month of this government, my brothers and sisters, it is one of the most unpopular governments I think in Africa. People don't want to listen, and you will see what will happen tomorrow. Unless people wakuja na mabasi na maroli, nobody can go and listen to those things. People want their life subsidies. People want to take people to your kid to school, to have food. Si story sijui na IT na nini na sijui mental na sijui what. Yeah, we want real results. Yeah, life is becoming very expensive. It seems this government was not even ready to govern, and that is why they are giving us so many stories. Gachagua reminds us on deep state. He is always on Kibicho, Kitao, sijui nini. All those stories are not helping this country. So, brothers, don't worry. This thing is what we call, unajua kitu inaitwa self detonation. It will detonate itself very soon. Mimi naangalia viongozi wa serikali na nasema hawa, it's not very far before they detonate, and we are worried what happened. But for me, the people who love Kenya, people who hate corruption, people who hate kind of leadership that we see today, they should stand firm. Don't be dismayed. Don't lose hope. Yeah, there is a reason why God allowed this government to come. Maybe to teach us on what never to do again. You know, sometimes God wants to teach you the hard way, and the hard way is I'll put somebody there so that you understand things are not always the way they are, and next time you make the right decision. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Nabii, tunashukuru kwa ujumbe huo na tunaamini kwamba Wakenya wanakupata kwa njia safi na wanaelewa ujumbe, kwa sababu ni wajibu wa kila mmoja wetu kuhakikisha kwamba hatuishi tu bali tunatengeneza maisha ya baadaye kuwa bora. Na hiyo ndio sababu ya mjadala huu na mijadala yote ambayo tunafanya hapa, kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli unakithiri katika nchi yetu. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. We cannot let the country be governed by corruption, be governed by cheating, by twisting the truth, and still retain that country. Will be messing up big time. So please, let's ensure that we do what is required. I want to appreciate everybody as we continue with the discussion on the comment section. Please let us ensure that we respect each other. Those people who come here and begin to insult people, please, if you spot one of them, let me know so that we deal with them right away, because we don't want this channel to be polluted with people who have no manners, who wants to call people names simply because they have no point. Kama huna point, huna point. Insulting me will not be the point. What we are discussing is very important. Tunaangalia masuala ya opposition office. Is it a bait wengi wanafikiria is a bait and it's a bribe so that Baba can get off the street and sit inside and discuss matters from inside, because being on the street is too dangerous. Are we going to encourage Baba to take the office, or we want him to keep off that office? He has his office with with the Kenyan people, and he works better with the Kenyan people. Let him do his job from his office that he already has until we deliver this country completely from the mess where it is. Haya ndio masuala tunaangalia kwa kina, alafu hii Kenya Kwanza inatuambia iko na scholarship wakati ime-withdraw pesa ya wazee, ime-withdraw kazi mtaani, ime-withdraw subsidy ya chakula, subsidy ya petrol, subsidy ya masomo, lakini wako na scholarship kupatia watu kwa kuhudhuria Jamhuri Day. What a country. What a government that it can reward you for attending a Jamhuri Day. But deny you to afford food, deny you to afford education, deny you to afford transport, but reward you for Jamhuri Day attendance. Kenya Kwanza, kama Mungu atachelewa kwa laani, nitamsaidia. Naomba, ilikuwa ni zamu ya nani? Ni zamu ya Wangira. Kulikuwa na mtu in between, but waacha Wangira aje kwanza. Sharon, ulikuwa nasemaje wewe? You seem to be burning with something to say.
Hata mimi naweza kusaidia kuwachoma.
Wachia tu hapo Sharon. Asante. Let's go on. Mr. Wangira, karibu. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. Bernard, I'm just watching what is going on in this country. And it's only today that I was asking myself, Bernard, you remember in the 60s, we used to have mothers who were naming their kids after leaders, because you could find a person named Kwame, you could find a person named Lumumba, there were people named Nyerere, I think there were people also named Kenyatta. I wonder why our mothers are no longer naming their kids after our leaders. Bernard, what could be the reason? That's just a food for thought, Bernard. Today, we are living in funny times, Bernard. Oh, I've just watched a clip where the president was addressing some young people, and I picked him something. He talked of people who will be attending tomorrow's celebration at the Nyayo National Stadium, that everybody, irrespective of his standard of education, will walk out with a scholarship, Bernard. Oh, because it was a short clip that I watched, just a short clip. I think I watched it on Mutembei here, Bernard. It must have been on Mutembei, I believe. And then when I heard him say that everybody who goes there will walk out with a scholarship, first thing that I wanted to know was whether everybody who will be walking into the Nyayo National Stadium tomorrow will get registered. That's one thing that I want to know. Are they going to register everybody that will walk into the Nyayo National Stadium tomorrow, so that they are sure that when they walk out with a scholarship? And secondly, he was talking about a university, I can't remember the name, that will be offering those scholarships. Assuming that only 5,000 people will walk into Nyayo National Stadium tomorrow, is that university capable of issuing scholarship to the entire 5,000 people who will walk into the Nyayo National Stadium, Bernard? Bernard, what is going on in this country? Have we attained a level where we are now putting a cart before the horse? What's really happening, Bernard? I listen to my president at times, and the other time, they were saying that let me not just talk about it, but let me just dwell on the topic of the day.
Mr. Wangira, point of information. Point of information. Every citizen who will come to Nyayo Stadium tomorrow will go back with a course paid by the University of Arizona.
Or the University of,
President,
is it a course paid or course paid and scholarship? What is the difference? You know, a course could be in form of a scholarship. What's the difference? Huh? Eh? Anyway, that's what I have.
so if you're taking ICT, yeah, carry on, Mr. Wangira.
Okay, thank you. So let us call it a course that everybody will walk into the Nyayo National Stadium tomorrow, will walk out with a course sponsored from the Arizona University. So I'm just trying to imagine that if there will be 5,000 people, 10,000 people will be walking into Nyayo National Stadium, are they going to be registered as they walk into Nyayo National Stadium so that you are sure that you'll walk out with that paid course? Secondly, is Arizona University capable of paying for, whether it's an online course, whatever it is it capable of paying the cost for the entire crowd that will be at the Nyayo National Stadium tomorrow? And then he talked of irrespective of your standard of education. So today it does not matter whether you are class 1 or a PhD guy, everybody will qualify for that course to be sponsored for. Bernard, that's what I'm talking about, placing the cart before the horse, Bernard. Because, you know, the bigger issue today, the first thing today, Bernard, in this country is poverty. And the poverty has come in because of the cost of food, Bernard. Food has become expensive. So most people don't see courses. Most people now need food, Bernard. Because I remember there are times, there are many Bible colleges. I remember that even in my neighborhood where there was a church college that was offering people free Bible classes, and you know, not many of them were taking interest in it because of the circumstances in which you are living in. Because somebody will ask you that, how will I go? Then I'll come back and my kids want to eat. So the key issue here is, you know, the cost of living. The president should be telling us how he's going to lower the cost of living. And again, I read a piece yesterday where somebody was saying that, you know, Kenyans have not felt the real, what they call character development. That come January, that's when they will feel the character development, because CDF has issues, and you know there's no subsidy on education, and you know the cost of living has gone up. Then they were asking how many are going to afford to pay education for their kids from their own pockets. Then. So, you know, we are in such a dilemma that, you know, as much as the president is trying to talk Kenya, but, you know, things are not as easy as he wants them to look like. You know, he's talking about IT. He was talking, you know, the other time it was about hustler. Many people have taken 500. I don't know how many have paid back. Now it's about everybody getting an IT or whatever course he talked about today. Then from there, I don't know what step we'll be moving to, Bernard. So, you know, it does not give us the real faith and the real hope that we expected to get from the Kenya Kwanza government. Bernard, the other issue is the issue of the office of leader of opposition, Bernard. Bernard, when I think that when the court, I think it was the High Court, when the High Court declared BBI illegal, President Uhuru Kenyatta, then as the President of the Republic of Kenya, said that, you know, there were many people who were against BBI, and, you know, it was about Vitina. And, you know, it was not entirely about the legal issue. It was entirely about the political question. And there were people who did not want BBI for political reasons. And I remember him saying that BBI was only a dream deferred. And, you know, President Uhuru Kenyatta is being vindicated because now we are seeing that perhaps BBI was a dream deferred. And, you know, I'm wondering, we are not even 100 days since President William Samoei Ruto was sworn in. And I'm wondering, what has he seen so good in the office of the leader of opposition that he didn't see when he was deputy president at the time when he was proposing the BBI? Bernard, what has really changed? And, you know, I also don't like his strategy, because I read the memorandum that he wrote to the two speakers of the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate. I read I read the memorandum. So he's saying that he does not want us to take the referendum route, which means he's expecting Parliament to amend the constitution and enact office of the leader of opposition into our 2010 constitution, Bernard. And to some of us who have really analyzed this constitution, and the office of the leader of opposition will affect the structure. It will affect the structure of Parliament. Because we are talking, you need to have a leader of the leader of official opposition to take the place of what we presently have. Presently we have we have the majority and the minority, the leader of the majority and the leader of the minority side in Parliament. And if you bring in the leader of official opposition, that means that the structure of Parliament will be affected. And you're giving him mandate, including mandates of even addressing Parliament perhaps once in a year or twice in a year. That will affect the structure of Parliament. So my question would be, how does President William Ruto expect to have us attain the office of leader of official opposition without us going to the referendum? Because Bernard is, people are taking it slightly. Because if it can succeed to have the office of leader of official opposition enacted without us going through the referendum, what else can he do without taking the people of Kenya to the referendum? That will be the question. Because this is a protected constitution, there are protected chapters in this constitution where whenever you want to touch any of them, or whenever you want to touch any principles that pertain to them, you must go to the referendum. And here he's saying that, he does not want us to go to the referendum. He wants Parliament to undertake that particular duty. So if he can have a particular article of this constitution that is a protected article that needs us to go to the referendum enacted through Parliament without coming through the referendum, then what else can he do without coming to the referendum, Bernard? These are questions that we should start asking ourselves, Bernard. And we should start asking ourselves this question. Remember that it was only the other time when there were people who were proposing that, Bernard, that we do away with the two-term limit for president. You remember? There was that talk of doing away with the two-term limit of the president. And here we are. We are being told that we should have the office of the leader of the opposition without going through the referendum, Bernard. What does it tell us? Some of us who are students of history, we read always. And, in Uganda, it also started like that. Let us amend this, let us amend that. And it reached a point where now President Museveni, ensured that, the term limits were removed. So we don't want to give the president in Kenya a leeway of proposing whatever he wants to propose and determining how it should be done, Bernard. The constitution is clear on how we can amend the constitution of Kenya. It's not up to the president to determine how we should amend this particular constitution. So let us amend any particular provision of this constitution as provided for by the constitution, not by how somebody feels we should do it. Finally, just as I finished today, I watched briefly the news today. Finally, I watched, and I listened to the deputy president. He's still calling Raila Odinga kitandawili, and he was telling people in Mount Kenya that in Mount Kenya, if anybody expects to find somebody to throw stones, he can't find any in Mount Kenya. I heard him say talk something about that, Bernard. So first, the deputy president needs to recognize that we are past 90 days after we concluded our elections. So it's about the government of Kenya delivering to the people of Kenya. It's no longer about Ule Mzee wa Kitandawili. He was telling these people that they should now come home. I don't know which home he wants them to come, Bernard. Because you don't expect a community of 10 million people to think the same. You want them to think the same, Bernard. They are not a computer software that thinks in the same manner, Bernard. So I listened to him and I said, in the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, Kenyans made a mistake. He was not the right person to have become the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya because, he's still fighting small wars when there are bigger issues to be dealt with in Kenya, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that a good observation and analysis in relation to our constitution and how it should be amended. On Gachagua, the deputy president, there are only two words that explains the difference between a nationalist and an opportunist. The nationalist will go for the whole nation. The opportunist will use the nation to fulfill his personal agenda. And that spells why we are where we are. There are still people who think that going to Mount Kenya is going home. They have never been Kenyan enough to feel at home in any part of Kenya. They still pull everything to work together according to their village mentality. It is a sad reality that those particular people are given opportunity to serve on the national table. Very unfortunate. Naomba tumsikilize Fred. Okay, kabla ya Fred, let me just play this chat. I want to say one thing about the chat, and then this is a chat I've been sent about people's opinion on the direction the country is taking. Okay, I hope it will be able to magnify enough for everybody to see, but I will help. Even if you're not seeing it, you will those of you on the big screen, I think you will see it, but let me read it from this end. This is responses of citizens when asked if their country is heading in the right direction in a survey. Is my country heading in the right direction? Okay. We have different nations that have given, citizens have given their responses. Rwanda, 60% say yes, is headed in the right direction. Ghana, 56%, they say yes, is headed in the right direction. Uganda, 38%, they say yes, is headed in the right direction. Mozambique, 34%, they say yes, is headed in the right direction. And then we have Gabon, 31% say yes, is headed in the right direction. DRC Congo, 28%, they say headed in the right direction. South Africa, 28%, they say is headed in the right direction. There is, they think this is Congo Brazzaville, they say 25% wanasema is headed in the right direction. Angola, 24% wanasema is headed in the right direction. Ethiopia, 23% wanasema is headed in the right direction. Sudan, 22%, they say is headed in the right direction. Malawi, 19%, they say is headed in the right direction. The reason I brought this is because of Kenya. According to this survey, Kenya says it's only 16% of Kenya say is headed in the right direction. And the last on the list is Zambia. 10% say they are headed in the right direction. So we come number 2 from the bottom on whether we're going the right direction or not. Bwana Fred, karibu.
Jambo Mtembei, how are you?
Niko salama, namna gani lakini?
Mzuri sana, asante sana. I'm calling from Kentucky, USA. First of all, let me congratulate you today for seeing you through the youth entrepreneurship, I think innovation at the KICC. At least the youths are watch that, and they saw that we are on the right tracks. So at least I realized that you are a hustler.
No.
So it started from far.
Wewe Fred, wacha hiyo maneno.
Umetoka mbali, lakini wacha kulima zaidi. Although today nilisikia umesema kwamba umekuwa ukimlima, which is actually right. but it's the way to go. That is politics, and it's the way of life. Now, first of all, I'm the person who wrote in that in the comment section about the biasness in the unit in your TV, and I had a reason, because sometimes back I came there and I just commented something. I think it was during the electioneering period. Nilipigwa viboko kweli kweli mpaka nikatoroka. I just commented something about the Kenyan political landscape, and at least I was lying on the Kenya Kwanza side, of course, but vile nilimwa nikatoroka nikaogopa, so that's why I was a bit hesitant today. Nikasema leo acha ningie kwa hii mtembeni niwasalimie niwajulie hali. Suffice to say, I just want to dwell on the issue at hand today, the one you're discussing about the Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga. To this end, I believe nobody doesn't know what he has done for our country. That is an enigma. We call him enigma, and he's a person that we look forward to, because he's the democracy, he's behind the democracy of the Republic of Kenya, not just in Kenya but also in Africa, and we must applaud him for that. However, I think I will not agree with Wangira a bit and the other lady who talked previously, because when this government is initiating the office of the opposition, that is, they want to fund that office, I think they are trying to have a structured way of opposition. Right now, the Prime Minister is not funded, or the Azimio team, they are not funded. So when we'll have this bill, I believe that they will have a structured way whereby, as I was saying in the comment section, we might not be having Raila Odinga tomorrow. Today we have him. He's vibrant, he's vigorous in fighting for the championing for these rights. But what about in future? We need somebody who is probably will have a structured way of doing these things. Who will be criticizing the government. We need some people who will be criticizing the government in a structured manner, the way the president has just been saying every day. Yes, mtuchape, mtukosoe, hatukatai hata leo vile amesema mtukosoe. Tell us where we have gone wrong, and we'll be able to correct. That is the way we are supposed to go. That is the democratic space that is required for the opposition. Even here in the US, that's what is happening. At least they have the opposition, and the opposition is also funded, I believe so. So for me, I think it is the right thing, because right now we have the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, who is chummed, probably akona funds za kuweza fight back. But what about in future, when we don't have somebody with the same energy? So let us accept this and fund them, provide that bill provide that law in our constitution, so that in future we might have a structured way of doing this. At least this is progressive. We are developing our democracy. Yeah. Yesterday I was watching this movie by Will Smith about emancipation. It's a new movie that is now in the market. The Americans have come from very, very far, from the slavery period up to here, where they are. It's because of those processes. And if we don't have structured ways of doing things, I believe we will not go very fast. So let us have a structured way of doing things. And in that manner, I believe that at least we'll be holding these people responsible. As you've heard the president say today, we are not against the opposition. We want them to criticize us in a structured manner. That's what I'm just trying to say. So let us allow them. Let's give them space. Let us give them space in a manner that everybody is in agreement with them. Because if you are saying that we are going to the streets, I don't think that is the right way of doing these things. Kenya's democracy has matured exponentially. So the way I see is that if we are able to critique the government in a manner that it's in a democratic space, in a democratic way, I think that is the way to go. Otherwise, for the issue of how the people are feeling about the country, that is global. If you even if you come to America right now and rate and ask them if they are feeling that what they are feeling about the country, most of them will tell you they are not going the right direction. Yes, because we know the vagaries of COVID-19, the Ukraine and Russian war. It has really devastated the global world. That's the world. So you can imagine that is where we are coming from. So especially the pandemic. I must say that when you're talking about the pandemic, I must say it has actually, we can call it an equalizer because it has equalized us, all of us, because everybody's feeling the effect. Even the first world countries like this one, like America, they are feeling the pinch. So what about us, whereby we are still living in that poverty level? You can imagine where we are. So everybody's feeling the pinch. So those I understand where they're coming from, but at least we must also be positive about the way we go. Because if we critique the government and we critique our own country every now and then, we must also give them an opportunity to flourish, and also that environment, the political environment, to flourish and also to work. Otherwise, if we continue criticizing them every now and then, I don't think that will be the right thing. Like right
Fred,
now,
Fred,
yes, yes.
you Kenya Kwanza supporters, you're very interesting people.
Mm-hmm.
One, you're saying you need the opposition in order to work.
Exactly.
Fred, I'm sure you've been to a class. You sound somebody who has been to school. If you find students who say that they need a class monitor in order to read, are they proper students? I don't think so. And from the fact that it is the government that is asking for opposition, are you not seeing that being out of order? Secondly, going on the street, demonstrating, picketing, civil disobedience, all of them are already factored in the constitution. There is nothing unconstitutional about it. As long as the Kenyan people are not satisfied with the way the government is performing, they are supposed to take on the street, led by Raila Odinga or any other person, even me. You get that? So there is nothing unconstitutional about going to the street. The 2010 constitution factors that, and we should get that clear.
Okay.
Structured way of engaging which opposition. We have
Exactly.
God,
Exactly.
yeah. There is no opposition in the 2010 constitution. Let's
Exactly.
start there.
I'm getting.
So we need
getting
to
where.
create it first. Okay. How do we create it? By parliament changing the constitution and then create that office, which is going to destabilize other parts of the constitution. Eventually, we are going to end up with a constitution that is ungovernable.
Exactly. Let me just explain something a bit. You know, even the Democrats, the way I said, it's a process. It's a process. Even the way he's saying we cannot go to the streets because there's a process of going to the streets, even if it is anchored in the constitution. Yes, we at the end, that is the end result. If in case we have not, we must exploit all these other avenues. So before us going to the street, which you know it's going to bring us back, it is going to be a setback. Why don't you exploit all these other processes first? That's what I'm trying to say. The same way to this, even the process right now they're talking, we want to anchor that in the constitution, but you're not going to say it's going to be in the constitution. No, tomorrow. It's a process that has just started. And by the way, I'm very sure this thing was in BBI. They wanted the
Yeah,
opposition, the office of
in
the
fact,
opposition.
that BBI is the reason why we look at the whole thing as suspect, because the people who vehemently opposed the BBI, the reason why we don't have the BBI is one William Ruto, no other person. The reason we don't have the BBI is one William Ruto. How come before 100 days in office, he now wants the BBI that he vehemently resisted, fought, campaigned against, broke ranks with his boss just to oppose the BBI. Then he turns around and say now BBI is good.
Okay, Mtembe, let me just defend him on that. I don't remember hearing the president, now he was the deputy president then, being against the BBI. He just said it was the right time. It was not the right time. Actually, you remember the bombers of Kenya speech. He said, can we think about it? There are processes. You know, I'm not against it, but right now, there are other things which are very, very important at the particular. And by the way, Mtembe, just imagine, the way you can remember what COVID did to our economy.
So
Yeah? You can remember what the COVID did to our economy. At that particular time, it was
Bernard, let
about
me say
reviving the
something.
economy. It was
Fred,
not about
order.
the BBI. Yeah,
Fred,
I get
so you
me.
want to tell me,
Yes.
that right now the BBI is very, very important. It cannot wait. It cannot wait for the food security problem. It cannot wait for the famine. It cannot wait for education. It cannot wait for all these things Kenyans are suffering. It is now a priority right now
Okay, let
because
me say,
William Ruto wants it.
okay. If I've heard him well, I believe this is just being taken to Parliament for amendments. It is not bringing it through a referendum, which is a costly affair. If I heard them
That
well.
is fake. That is fake.
If that
He is trying to defeat justice by or ignoring the requirement of the law. You
No, you
don't
see now you're
adjust
being
the structure of
pessimistic.
governance without referendum. It is unconstitutional.
But
So what he wants is to take us through a process that is going to be thrown and named as unconstitutional eventually. Okay, let's hear Wangira first. Wangira.
Bernard, my brother Fred, you know, first he makes me laugh because he purports that President William Ruto claimed that it was not the right time for us to have BBI. So I wonder who determines what the right time is. That is just by the way. Then, you know, he's arguing on the issue of the office of the leader of opposition. Bernard, I've told you that the office of the leader of opposition will touch on what we call the functions of parliament. And if it touches on the functions of the parliament, we must go to the referendum. Because the parliament, as is today structured, Bernard, we start on Article 107, Bernard, that creates the offices of the speakers. Then we come to the party to the party leadership in parliament. Because today, as we stand, Bernard, there's nothing like opposition in Kenya. The word opposition in Kenya is in the mind of the president himself. But as far as the constitution is concerned, there is nothing like opposition. What we have is what we call the majority side and the minority side. So the majority side and the minority side in parliament are both supposed to check the executive. They are supposed to check the executive headed by the president. You know, they are not supposed to be part of the presidency. You know, that's something that people are not ready to admit. And because of the bad manners that we are used to, people who belong to the president's party, when they're elected to parliament, they assume that they are part of the presidency. They are not part of the presidency. So this is what I was telling you, Bernard. If you are going to create the office of the official leader of opposition, office of the official leader of opposition, without amending Article 108 of the Kenyan Constitution, Bernard, you're going to create a contradiction here, Bernard, because already the Constitution, you know, takes care of the majority and the minority side, Bernard, in the name of either the majority leader or the minority leader. That's what the Constitution today says under Article 108. So if you want to create anything else, it means that you must amend Article 108, then remove that the office of the leader of the minority and make it the office of the official leader of opposition. That's the only way you can do it. Not in the manner that I saw President William Ruto propose to the two speakers of the parliament, where they want to insert somewhere in between the constitution an office called the office of the leader of the opposition, without taking care of the functions of parliament here. Because if you put it in the manner that you're putting it, we are likely to have two leaders here, Bernard, because there is this assumption that, Bernard, that always the government of the day, when I talk of the government, the executive, there is always an assumption that the executive will always produce the majority in parliament, which is not true. We even know that Azimio was the majority. This time it was the majority in parliament. They just played tricks. But if we go, even the Judicial political parties wrote to endorse Azimio as the majority party, which means Kenya Kwanza was on the minority. So, Bernard, if you want to play it in the manner that they want to play it, that you want to insert, you want to insert some leader of the opposition without amending Article 108, I just don't see how it will work, because you'll end up in a situation where now you are on the minority, and when you're on the minority, and then in between the pages of the Constitution, you have another office of the leader of the official opposition who is supposed to be checking the government. Then there is a contradiction there. And that's why we are saying that you must align it. We agree on what we want. If we want to do away with the office of the leader of the minority and the office of the leader of the majority, and create the office of the leader of the opposition, let us do so by amending Article 108 of the Constitution, but not in the manner that the president is proposing, that we just insert another office called the office of the leader of opposition, without having the real checks and balances, and without knowing how that office will function with Parliament, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Wangira. Quickly, before I say something on that, I agree. Your gadget is not well configured, so we cannot add you back on the screen. You need to leave fast. If you're able to get me, you need to leave fast and then get back rightly. If you don't allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio, hutaweza kuongeza kwa screen, na hata ukiongeza hutaweza kuchangia. Mr. Wangira, I think you remember what happened in 2007 when there was a creation of the office of the Prime Minister by Parliament that made a Prime Minister that had no power. Okay, he had an office and he was to supervise the government ministers, nothing else. I now begin to see the reason why BBI was opposed vehemently, because it will have created constitutional offices that people will assume without owing anybody any thank you. Okay, so it was opposed. There is Anna Maina here saying that it is not Ruto who opposed the BBI or stopped the BBI, it is the courts. Anne, I think you are being introduced to blogging, okay? In blogging business, you need some little sense in ensuring that you follow the case conclusively, okay? Who took the case to court? Who sponsored those who took the case to court? The timing of taking the case to court was all calculated. And who was the first person to Twitter that God has stopped the BBI? It was one William Ruto. So usituchukulie kana kwamba sisi ni watoto hapa. Tunaangalia mambo vile yanakuja na vile yalianza, nani alikuwa wa kwanza kusherekea, nani ametumia hiyo kucampaign throughout. Ati Mungu alisimamisha BBI. So nataka nabii William Ruto atuambie Mungu ameruhusu BBI this time round kwa sababu alipinga, then saa hii aliifungulia lini na ameifungulia ifanye nini? They want to create an insignificant office so that they can belittle the cloud of one Raila Odinga, from him being the nationalist that he is, commanding the majority of the nation, into one small kiosk where they want to be sending him memos. That is not going to work. Let William Ruto open up the debate on the BBI. Let there be public participation. Let's go to the referendum. Let's ventilate on the same, because the Supreme Court gave green light to the BBI. Of all the 7 things taken, 5 were authorized by the Supreme Court. Only 2 were problem that needed to be corrected. So it is picking the BBI and pumping life into it, not a matter of introducing an office called a leader of opposition in a government that is pure president. If you're going
And
to have
Bernard,
official opposition, then we have to structure the government structure. We need to have what is called a hybrid government, which has
and
both
Ben,
parliamentary and presidential. And that is, it has dire consequences on the constitution. It is not something that you pass in the afternoon like they want to chase away Cherera, so they go and meet in the morning. Then they send one kangaroo committee. They tell the kangaroo committee what to do. The kangaroo committee does exactly what is been told to do. They constitute a tribunal to do exactly what they want them to do. Hiyo enzi iliisha na Moi. Hatuwezi kurudi huko. Hatuwezi kurudi huko. So wale ambao wanataka kurudi huko mtaenda peke yetu. Misri sisi haturudi.
and Bernard, just to before you usher in the next panelist, Bernard, I'm just wondering, just the way you're wondering on why President William Ruto is so much concerned about the office of the leader of opposition, instead of being concerned about the office of Prime Minister, where we have a downgraded office today in the name of Prime Cabinet Secretary. I hope that he could have used this particular opportunity to upgrade this office so that Musalia Mudavadi can become the full Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. You know, I'm wondering. I don't know whether you are seeing the sense that I'm also seeing.
I did, and that's where my wonder is. If there is any place that needs to be legitimized, is the way Kenya Kwanza is constituted in its cabinet. They have a prime cabinet that is not supported by the constitution. That should be the first amendment in parliament, not the opposition that is on the street. Why do they want to organize the people on the street when they have not organized the cabinet they have inside? Wanajaribu kucheza na sisi. Hey. Thank you. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Kuna mtu ameni accuse hapa akisema nilisoma hiyo chat kama politician. I read the positive side and left the negative side. Just now to zero in on Kenya, if 16% say Kenya is going in the right direction, it means 84% of Kenyans think the country is going in the wrong direction. Now, wrong direction, like Fred was trying to justify, it means the leadership is leading the country in the wrong direction. It is not that the country has more problems, has COVID, and has joblessness. No. The way those factors are being addressed. Are Kenyans satisfied that the president and his team are providing solution to their problems? 84% say no. They are headed in the wrong direction. And probably that is why he doesn't want a referendum, because you will get 84% people saying no. That is just my wild guess. I'm not saying that's a fact. So Fred, unasemaje? Half a minute tumsikilize Mama Mary.
Nasema kwamba kwanza ukisema economy inaharibika ama political environment is not good, I believe that all these other factors have a rippling effect. Wakati chakula iko bei iko juu, wakati watoto waendi shule, it will have an effect also on the political aspect, and also it will also culminate into every overall perspective whereby they will be saying the country is not going is not leading to the right direction. That's what I will just try to say. So all these things zote huwa zinakuwa na rippling effect. So lastly, ndio niwaache because I'm also heading hapa kwetu ni kuhustle pia. And happy Jamhuri, najua mtakuwa na Jamhuri njema.
Yeah, you can't go, Fred. I came in because of you. You cannot go.
Why, my brother Robert?
Fred, hold on. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll wait for him.
Without prior. So I want you to remain there until Robert makes his submission.
Okay.
Tumsikilize Mama Mary quickly, alafu tutapatia Robert ndio aruhusu uende, kwa sababu kuna maswali unapaswa kujibu. Thank you. Mama Mary, karibu.
Habari zenu, nawasalimia wote. Nasikiliza, nimesikia yote wale wameongea, lakini nimeona nijibu Sharon na nimwambie jikaze tu dada yangu pahali huko. Hata sisi ni hivyo tu, tulikuwa tunalia, tunataka kurudi nyumbani, tuende tukawe na jamii zetu so that we can live in our country, but it never happened. But it was a sad day and we will never forget. But we are still fighting and we are keeping up and we will get to the end. Nataka kusema kuna jambo ambalo Fred amesema hapo ati it's a process. Hiyo process ninashindwa itakuja lini ikiwa hata process ya chakula cha watu ambao wanakufa because of hunger haijafika. And with all things that Ruto is trying to do, if it is processed, then we will finish even maybe a century before they get finished. He has a lot to do, what he has ever said in his mouth, and he's trying to add more and more. And I pray that Baba ampe nguvu, na hiyo sitawahi kusahau kusema Baba apate nguvu kutoka kwa Mungu, aendelee hivyo hivyo. Nilimuona ako imara na bado anatetea wananchi, na hiyo ofisi anakuwa promised. Let's forget about it. Let him fight the way he is fighting without getting involved to this dirty game ambayo anataka kuingizwa hapo, afinywe ndio amalizwe. Sisi hatutaki amalizwe kwa sababu yeye ndio mwongozo wetu, and we want to click on him because he has the idea and he knows how to do it, and we pray for his health and continue the way he is doing it. Ruto angekuwa already amefanya hiyo process ya chakula watu waache kukufa, so that those process that he is doing, they are not even welcomed at this time, because he is dealing with so many processes that will never be accomplished. So we are praying that we stand firm, Kenyans, and ask for our rights, because it never happened what we were looking for and what we had won and what belonged to us. Kenyans, we were abused, insulted in many ways by the few. Hiyo namba ambayo Ruto is trying to recruit, hao watu wote ambao wanafuruta huko, anawapea pesa, he is trying to make his numbers rise, because he wants, when he says something in the parliament that I want to propose this, he has numbers. So the minority will be just being livestock, because they will do nothing, they will change nothing, and they will be just sitting back being ashamed because they will not be able to change anything. But Ruto, trying to recruit all these people to his side, he is making his way, and he wants to put us Kenyans down so that we don't have anything to say. He will be the ruler for whatever time he wants. Please, Kenyans, watch that. Don't relent. We are heading in a very bad situation that he is trying to build his way to get to his ruling capacity, of which he wants to see us just being useless wherever we are. We are watching. Kenyans, don't sleep. The other point is that why is Ruto giving people incentives to do the right thing? Why is he giving people money to do the right thing? We Kenyans, we don't want money. We want to do the right thing for our country. We want freedom, and we want to live in a liberty country, celebrating our life in Kenya. Incentives hizo watu wanaambiwa we are going to get scholarship. How many people are going to get those scholarships? Why should we be told this scholarship so that we can go for a meeting? We should go there willingly. We should not be told that this is what you're going to get when you go there. It's not a foreign country. This is our country. So let's not sell our country because of somebody talking. We have seen his directions. Yes. We have seen what he wants to do. We have seen his evil mind that he wants to cultivate, yes, and make us slaves of our own country. We don't want to do that. We don't want to accept that. The other point is that the KK who comes here on the forum, it's good they are coming and they are telling us what is in their mind. And it is good for us because we understand where they are going and what they are talking and what their mind is thinking. It's good when we hear them and then we can be alert. We can understand them and know what they are planning. So it is always good to know your enemy so that you can be able to defend yourself. So our country is being taken over by those people who don't care because what they mind is their own pockets. If you look at Atwoli, I was very ashamed when I saw Atwoli and other big men, people who had spoken in big congregation, big place, where many people were watching. And this man, he has retaliated. He has changed from Kateni Miti Sugoi, Sasa Kateni Miti Bondo. Whom does he think he is? Is he the one who is planting these trees? He should leave Kenyans alone to make their own decision. And we are praying that these people face their wrath while they are still here so that they can be ashamed. Because we are not children. We are people who have brain, who thinks right, and we don't want to be ruled by people who are just after their own skin, thinking about us nothing. Kenyans, let's not relent. I feel very, very much offended. I am one of the Kenyans who is really in love of my country. And when I see those people, they are not young men, they are old men, driving us crazy because of talking today this and tomorrow they say this. Surely, in front of the camera, what do you think you are doing? Yeah. Why do you want us to listen to you when you are lying? When you are talking two mouths at the same time? Please, Kenyans, let's wake up. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. We appreciate your submission and the sad reality of this country that we no longer have people who are willing to go to the cross to save many. They will save their skin at whatever cost, even if it means selling the country. It's a very, very sad state of affairs. It really pains me that hakuna mtu wa kusimamia kitu, yaani hakuna mtu wa kujitolea mhanga aseme kama imekuja kwa inji lazima tutetee inji. Everybody goes to their cocoon and begin to safeguard their safety, safeguard their skin, safeguard their money, safeguard their wealth. May God help this country. Roba, I want to give to Roba so that he can clear with Fred, and then Fred can respond before he leaves. Roba, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, everybody. Sharon, seat creator, Mel, Fred, Wangira. Thank you to see Mr. Wangira again. I mean, we have been here, I don't know, I mean, almost 1 year now. Yeah, so thank you. Let me just say, first of all, who you are told, what you siap. Yeah, I work a meet you kwaka chinyong. Who cares? We are tired of him. You can't just change it like every time you change it like a chameleon just because it's something to suit you. Who cares about him anymore? Yeah, he's a liar. We don't care about him. He doesn't have, he's not even credible right now. Just so, let me just say this. Kwani, tuseme ukweli, where are we headed to Kenya, jamani? So people like Fred who comes here, wanaanza kutuambia mambo ya COVID and other things, that unajua that's what the issue is. My question is, you cannot compare a country like Kenya where we have 70-something% unemployment, and USA 3%. Ndio tuambie tuko vizuri? No, I disagree with you, Mr. Freddy. You are the people who supported Ruto. It's high time for you guys to come forward and say things are not working. The one thing I want Bernard, your graph will work about the last two countries. What they have in common. We have Kenya and below that Zambia. They just came from election. Zambia had election for some months, and before, yeah, I think the president, I don't know his name, it's a fun name there. He came to power. Then from now, Kenya, we also had elections. So which tells me people at some country, maybe the way they wanted the election to go, or maybe the way when these people came in, they said they want to do this and that. Okay, it's a couple of months, but what people like Ruto are doing right now, it's really disgusting. I mean, so you are coming to tell us the office of opposition. Who cares about the office of the opposition right now? When opposition belongs to who? Raila? Why can't this opposition work equate what some people in the central were currently in peer? No, I'm just getting warm up. We don't want that. They are right people. We have the right people in our country. We have the right people in Central. We have people in Nyanza. We have the right people everywhere. The problem is the cartels who have come forward and ruling our country. And that's where the problem is. So Ruto never won an election. Even though Fred can say Ruto won an election, he never won. Yeah? It's the cartels who won the election. We respect him as the president. He was shown in. We respect the constitution. And we had to move on. But what he did, or what he has done, and answer kuchokosa papa. Because, because he thinks he needs somebody to blame on. When they fail, sasa wanataka mtu mwenye to blame. And now that's why they are becoming like putting Raila's name. Now they want to create that obvious. They want to do what? But here, what I'm requesting the president to do, the first thing the president has to do, he has to answer some of our questions we want to ask him. Why did he elect a tribal Rita, who's our vice president? The vice president is a tribal leader. The vice president is somebody who thinks everybody should be that Mount Kenya is Kenya. And that's wrong. Just look what he has done since he came in. Kila kitu huko, kila kitu huko, kila kitu huko. 90% of Sundays, where has Ruto gone? He has gone to the mountain, which is not bad. But he has a problem. I went to school. I went to school around high school. I know Kiambu. I know places in Central Province. They are nice, nice people. But the vice president is playing wrong games. You have to treat other Kenyans the same way we expect. We are a country. We are not a tribal. He may think that he's a president of Kikuyu. I'm sorry. Yeah? So how comes? And everything Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya, every Sunday. Every what? Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya. And he's giving people, some of these politicians from Mount Kenya until the end of December, waenda pande yake, ama sivyo, you know what? This is getting ugly. This is getting out of control. There's some people like me who give them, let's say, who give them space and say, hey, can you just do the right thing for the people? Can you at least once do the right thing? Or what we are getting is just all these things. The country is out of control right now. The crime is going up. Let me tell you guys, in any country, where the unemployment is like the way it is in Kenya, we are not going to succeed. These people, if they wanted people to like them, or they wanted people to at least listen to them, they could have gone back and say, what can we do? At the end of the day, what is needed in Kenya is jobs, jobs, jobs. And these jobs cannot be found in our public sector where it looks like everybody, that's where it's running to, because wanataka kwenda kuiba too. That's what they want. They should tell us how they want to create private jobs, private sector. That's the most important thing, private sector. We will talk about it tomorrow, yesterday, the day after. Kama hakuna kazi Kenya, those people should not even serve to be on the government. This thing of is telling people, if you go to attend their meeting, maybe tomorrow, you get a credit for Arizona University. Wait a minute. Is it a 3-unit credit? Is it a course? Is it a scholarship? Maybe people, they don't even know what they are talking about. And that's how stupid we are as Kenyans. Because mtu anatuambia tu kadogo, mtu nakimbia. At the end of the day, kama hii walikimbia hii mambo ya wanaita fund, Asra fund. And people were disappointed. And now they are telling you, oh, you come, we give you a scholarship. Now, people are saying it's not a scholarship, it's a course. A course with just 3 units. First of all, your course, can you transfer those units to another college? First the Arizona University is it accredited? I mean, that college. I mean, there are some things here we need to ask ourselves. There's one thing, Bernard, if you remember from yesterday, we were here, we discussed it, we came and we agreed. What we agreed was Kenya has a wrong way to go. We don't believe in one another. Simply because since independence, since there's some games which have been played since independence, more especially against Raila. And that's the truth. Now, another game is being played. Remember, the opposition here. If you see this, it's a game. It's a game. You know what they are trying to tell us? Opposition belongs to Nyanza or belongs to Raila, but presidency and other things belongs to 2 tribes. I'm not a tribalist. You know that. I'm not. But hii watu ambao wako ofisi sasa, those are tribal leaders. Sio, they are not national leaders. They are tribal leaders. Angalia even secretaries William Ruto aliweka. Anaweka tu watu wake. Mchana. And nobody's just asking. Yeah? And now we know what the first president's done. We have to get it right, my people. We have to get it right. I don't care whoever comes to office, but as long as you come and do the right thing, and maybe like you improve economy, I will not see you as what tribe you come from. But now, some of us, we are being suspicious. Nikama hii game is being played for 60 years now. When they are exchanging, wanapeana kichiti, waenda juu, kuja chini. Na hapa, that's what they are doing. And I think that's what they have in mind. But it is going to exploit. It means maybe before 2027 or after that or before that, it's going to exploit. But people like Fred who come here, who promote such things, we should tell us more information. We are ready to criticize this government as long as they are doing the wrong thing. The idea of saying you have to give them time, they have had enough time. At least we could have seen them do something on the serving people, do something on the food sector, do something. But hii mambo ya kwenda hapa kila saa, how many times Ruto ametravel jamani? Yeah? He's governing us from kutoka kwa ndege. Yeah? Imagine how many countries Ruto has gone since he became. It's not even August, imekwisha tu juicy elections. Ruto already, he has traveled almost 10 countries. And now they want to tell us, oh, another thing is to save money is people traveling. Ani waongo bana. Ani waongo. But at the end of the day, Ruto never won an election. His vice president is a tribalist. He should not even be a vice president. We should not even call him a vice president. We should call him a vice president of a particular community. But the community, which I know there are nice people from there, and we cannot just treat them because of him. But this idea of just saying, warning people, you have to go this way. You know, it's this one. We are above that. This here, Uganda, Tanzania, and other countries are surrounding us. Our democracy has grown a little bit. We have that space. And going forward, man, what I want is, and what I want to hear everybody, 2027. 2027. Wameanza kuzungumza sahii 2027. I wish 2027, 4 or 5 years from now, it's going to be somebody else other than Ruto and his Gachawa. I hope so. But I can't talk 2027 when people are suffering right now. Let's talk about what's happening right now. So Freddie, stop telling us, see, Mama, compare some countries and us, our employment, and unemployment ya Kenya iko 70s, na hiyo US ulisema iko 3%. Okay? You cannot compare the income hapa. Some of us where we work hapo. Mahali mnatafuta watu, hakuna watu wa kufanya kazi. In Kenya, people are suffering. People want to work, but there are no jobs. That's the difference right there. And we have to change it. We have to change our country to be a working country. Thank you, Bernard. I look forward, but Fred ndiye ametoka kwa screen sasa, anajiweka huko. That's fine. If he has a question, he can ask me, but at the same time, let's criticize a government which is not working like Ruto. Ruto, I hope where he is a wrong man in our country. He never won, he knows that, but he's the president right now. But at the same time, it's time we want them to work for the people, not kutuambia mambo ya uchinga every night, every morning. Hatutaki hiyo na corruption iende kabisa. Thank you. I look forward just listening.
Okay, thank you, Roba. Fred, do you want to respond? In a minute?
Asante sana. Let me respond first of all to Mary. First of all, I want to just appreciate the fact that our country is peaceful. Number two, let us not so much trust these politicians. All of them are hypocrites, by the way. They are political hypocrites. It's political hypocrisy. So even Atwoli, Vinyamifanya, that's normal in our Kenyan politics. That's what we have been crying about, political hygiene. We want to clean our politics. We want our the youth to come over so that they can take over from these leaders.
Fred,
actually, it's hypocrisy. Yes?
That is not normal. That's not normal.
That's
you
what
are
I'm saying currently.
What is wrong. When an elder misbehaves, he needs to be told he's misbehaving. He's behaving unbecomingly. You cannot say it is normal.
But Mutembe, tell me, show me one politician when you are honest, and then I'll show you the way to heaven.
Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga.
Okay, probably you'll talk like that in your line, but somebody else will not agree with you. That's what I'm trying to say.
My friend, you just contradicted yourself.
No. I'm just saying.
About somebody else.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just saying that. So let's respect each other's opinion. I think Mutembe,
no,
I think one of the problems.
Order.
There's this thing some ETA people think that Raila, you guys, Raila brought democracy in our country. Raila brought all the freedom we have right now, which cannot be enjoyed in other countries, surrounding countries. And we keep on saying, the mentality ambayo some of you have created because of you hate him because of his politics, unajua nini? You are liars because you pretend. You know the truth. You know the truth. Without Raila, Kenya would not be where it is right now. Without Raila, we could be, even some of us wouldn't have this kind of freedom. And then pretend that somebody else can say something. Nyinyi ndio waongo na nyinyi ndio we curse you. We curse you. Raila.
Robert, take it easy. Thank you.
Okay, Bernard.
Fred, before you respond, I want us to clear. I want us to communicate to our audience.
Exactly.
Okay? Mm-hmm. There is what is right and there is what is wrong.
Exactly.
Isn't it?
Yes.
And if we teach what is wrong or recommend what is wrong, we are teaching the younger generation that it doesn't matter to be right. Do you agree that way?
Mm-hmm.
Hey. So if you tell us it doesn't matter, all politicians are hypocrites, they pretend, so Atwoli is justified in what he's doing, what you're simply saying that your son and your daughter should follow into those same steps, that you don't need to expect them to do the right thing or follow the right thing. because everybody's a hypocrite. Is that where you stand?
No, what I'm saying is this, Bernard. I'm trying to say this, that our political platform, that is the environment, it's toxic. That one you have to agree with that. Look at Roba the other day was supporting Atwoli so much when he was with Raila. Right now, look at the way they are abusing Atwoli. And it's not just something that it has happened yesterday, it has been there. That's why I'm not supporting that. I'm supporting a fact that we need to clean our political environment. We need political hygiene in our country. I agree with Mary.
You
I
are
understand Mary's
justifying the
predicament.
process.
Listen, I understand Mary's predicament.
Goja
Mary
friend,
is actually
we are not pinpointing on Atwoli because he changed his allegiance or he changed
I'm
political
not just talking
party.
about Atwoli. I'm not just talking
Is
about Atwoli. I'm talking about
misbehaving as
everybody.
an elder. It is expected of him to provide leadership. He is not providing leadership. He has fallen.
Exactly.
If he was in our church, tukesema ame backslide.
Exactly. And that's why I'm saying the political environment is toxic. It's not the right environment for us. Look at the youths right now. What are they looking upon right now at those people? Imagine ukiangalia saizi wanasikia kulia because that is Atwoli was the other day was telling us Ruto to cut a meet. The way just Mary saying to cut a meet. He was just, in fact, angeongea upande ile Roba, the people were shouting so much na kusema makofi kwa Atwoli. Right now ameingia upande ile ingine, we want to fight. So what am I saying? I'm trying to say that we need a change, a paradigm shift in our political arena. And this is now people like you, we need actually to come open because you are the youths, you are the people who are actually in the right direction to do that by bringing such a platform like this one today, so that we can air our views without critiquing, without abusing each other, without hyping our feelings, without hyping our emotions. So that at the end of it all, we are able to understand each other. We are speaking on the
want to
same
set
wavelength.
standing orders for us, huh?
Yes. So what am I saying? What am I saying, Bernard?
Goja Fred.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bernard,
Please, I want us order
just 1 minute,
everybody.
just
Order
please.
everybody. Hey, tafadhali sasa meanza kudini, nitaanza kutumia quarantine. Nilikuwa nimefunga quarantine kabisa. Please msifanye nitafute ufunguo wa quarantine. Nabii, mute your mic kwanza, I'll come to you. Thank you. Fred, we need to clear the air, okay? The air is, if we are for a better Kenya, it must be governed rightly, okay? And if somebody goes wrong from that right governance, he should be named and shamed. Not because he changed the political party, but because what he is doing is a wrong thing based on different values. Let's say me as a lawyer, our lawyer elders are not supposed to behave like Atwoli is behaving. So if this is 2020 what? This is 2022. Now it is fortunate that he has misbehaved when 2022 is ending. So in 2024, okay, during the circumcision ceremony of August, there will be a song singing Atwoli for misbehaving. That's how the Luo community disciplined those who misbehave in the society. They sang you through the community that you are a disgrace to eldership. So in 2024, there will be a song castigating Atwoli for his misbehavior. Why? We don't want our children to walk in the same footsteps. And that's where I want you to be. The problem with you is that you want to justify what is wrong and look a landing place for what is unacceptable. That way, we will not be leading the country. We'll be cultivating evil, and eventually evil will multiply and swallow us up. I don't know if you get my point.
I really get you very well, Bernard. But what I'm trying to say is this. The way you are just, we are criticizing right now Atwoli, there are some people who are now celebrating on the other side. That one is given, and that one is a fact. Number two, the president is the president of the Republic of Kenya. He's not a president of the of Kenya Kwanza. He's a president of the Kenyan government, all of us are included. In fact, the fact that
How about
even
the
Roba
vice president? Is he
is
the
not
vice president
accepting that
of
he's the
Kenya?
president.
Is
Yes,
the
he's
vice
the
president
president.
the vice president of Kenya, or vice
Okay,
president of Mount Kenya?
order both of you. Order both of you. You are losing the debate.
Yeah, we are
Let
losing
us
the debate. Let me go back.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's do this. Fred,
Yes.
Goja Kwanza, Fred, please. Thank you. We have made even Nani to go before he made his submission. We need everybody to get an opportunity. Let's not have to and fro
Exactly.
over what we all know that is right and is wrong. Uh, Castigating Atwoli and any other person is not because he's associating with William Ruto, but he is what? Recanting his stand and behaving like a child. And he has not given us justifiable reason. Raila said we are not going to Jacaranda because he has been called for a special meeting in America. The time he was announcing Jacaranda, that meeting was yet to be confirmed. But after it was confirmed, we had to cancel the Jacaranda meeting. That is understandable. Okay, we know he's not running away like the bloggers, UDA bloggers, wants us to believe. And Raila has never been a coward. He has never run away from any government, even the government that wanted to kill him. So let's remain on the right side, not confuse people. Mary, what are you saying? I give you half a minute, please. Nataka tusonge mbele.
Okay, I just wanted to point one thing to Fred. Fred, I think you saw the chart which was brought there by Bernard, and you saw how the country has conveyed their feeling about their country. What number did we get for Kenya?
I saw 16.
Only 16% say we are going the right direction. 84% say we are in the wrong direction.
And why I'm saying so, Atwoli is included in those people who are taking us in the wrong direction. He ought to have stand on his feet with the words that he said and remain that way if he was one of the patriotic of our country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. I want to play a video then nilete Nabii. Nabii, najua nilikupromise subiri hapo hapo. Mimi hapana sahau. Mimi nakumbuka. So relax hapo hapo. I want to play a video, then you will come in. I also want to thank those of you who are supporting our program. I have that team that supports me to keep this program running. Please, let's keep sending in our contributions as we proceed with the discussion. The normal way we do, everybody sends what they can send. Share the number in the comment section. Please, let's do so that we are able to keep this show running. This is specifically for this particular show. The other shows are taken care of. Others are saying that we should stream live the Jamhuri Day. Of course, definitely there will be a feed for Mtembei TV. Will be live, and you will be able to follow the proceedings right from where you are on this particular channel. Mtembei TV is vast in the sense that we are able to go live in different dimension. That is, we'll have a feed for Jamhuri Day, we'll have another feed for something else. So you natafuta tu ya Jamhuri Day, unaiwatch kama unataka kuwatch Jamhuri Day. Asante. Let's get this video quickly, and then Nabii takes it as we move with the conversation. Thank you very much.
Collaboration with Arizona University is going, I think they are somewhere. Thunderbird University, in collaboration with Arizona University, is going to give us opportunities to train. And tomorrow, every citizen who will come to Nyayo Stadium, you will go back with a course paid for by the University of Arizona. You would otherwise You would otherwise pay $1,000, which is like 100,000 shillings, but you will go home tomorrow with a 16-unit course that you can learn, close your gaps, and be able, and you don't need any prior knowledge, and you don't need, there are no entry requirements, so long as you can read English or Kiswahili for that matter, and you can be able to train. And those are the kind of opportunities we are looking for with MasterCard, with Microsoft, and all the other tech companies that are present here. And I want to say, those are the opportunities that inspired me to make this Jamhuri a tech and innovation and technology Jamhuri, because
Okay, Nabii ulikuwa unasemaje?
Mimi unajua nilikuwa nasikiza, I usually listen from the background sometimes nikitoa my submission because I like people getting an opportunity, but when Fred Eric Sang came, I think I was he smoked me out. He smoked me out because I wondered he wants to justify some things and try to defend his it's called a reverse psychology kind of an argument where you say kila mtu ni mbaya, so we have no alternative, we should stoop this low, and you know, it is weird. I don't know whether he's in Kenya, but in Europe, for example, in UK, Boris Johnson resigned because of issues to do with the COVID, contravening COVID rules, regulation. Imagine. And you cannot say that Kenya, we do not have honest politicians. Martha Karua is a honest politician. Yeah. People like even the gays who are there and Shikuku were very honest. What we have done now, we have stooped so low to a point that you can imagine we are being told we are going to graduate tomorrow from Arizona, sijui what. Because we have come to a point whereby we are glorifying corruption because nobody is not corrupt. We are glorifying evil because nobody is not evil. It is becoming a laughing stock. Kenya is becoming a laughing stock of the world. Imagine people like Waitito are the heads sijui of rivers. Yeah? Kenya Meat Commission imetolewa wapi? Yeah? Mtu kama mtu mwingine another that alikuwa anauza pombe fake huku Thika. Yeah? He's now the head sijui of what? I mean, we are pardoning corrupt people. Billions of shillings that were supposed to be channeled to the taxpayers, watu wamesamehewa. All of a sudden freedom has come. We have stooped so low, and let us not justify evil and corruption because nobody is not corrupt. That is not the way it's supposed to be. Kwa hivyo Bernard, hiyo imenikwaza as an individual because I know we are not having a shortage of good people in Kenya.
Thank you. I think that's clear enough. Fred, you can't stay behind the curtain. It's against our standing orders. If you must go, you just leave. Because when you leave, you stay behind the curtain, you spoil the video. That is, the video has a blank person. And then there are people who don't participate in the live show, but they watch the show when it's finished. So we discouraged that hiding behind the curtain so that we leave a quality video. Our grandchildren and great-grandchildren will come and watch and learn one or two things that we knew that they thought we did not know. All the same, thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Moses. Moses. Yes, na unaficha hii. Sorry, unaficha sura ile Museveni asikuone?
Hapana. We don't fear such. We don't fear thugs.
Asante. So tokelezea Ngara, onekana.
Yeah, can say hi to everyone. Fred, Mary, Roba, Ellie, and Bernard Yosef. So, Bernard, before you proceed, I saw something trending somewhere, and try to make it clear for me. I heard someone talking about Mutembei TV. Is it this one, or he was meaning different TV?
Yes, it is this one. That's our boss. That's the CEO of Mtembe TV.
Bernard, wewe? Haya, sawa basi. Lakini I saw some secrets going behind this. It's okay. Let's move
No,
on
no,
as
no,
long
no,
as
forget that.
I was even
Forget that.
I was
Our
even
boss.
worried.
Sorry. Let me just clarify. Our boss is okay. Yeah. From this is our personal sharing. He has political
No.
ambitions. He's
All right.
warming up to run for political seat in the near future. So you should
It's okay. No
differentiate
problem.
doing business or playing politics. But he
All
was
right. No
invited
problem.
to the
That's
meeting
why.
specifically because of the performance of Mtembe TV online. Thank you.
Yeah. That's why I was worried that maybe today we shall not be here. But yeah, it's okay. So Bernard, for me, I will start with the. I'm hearing this Ruto and his government they have again started talking about BBI, and he is giving the reason why. You know, people should know is having his hidden interest. He's pushing his own agenda because this BBI was here, and he was the person. He was the key in making it fail, and he did it successfully. Now I'm hearing him again for sure. Even though you fool people around, people should ask themselves what has changed now. What reason is he giving? Or maybe it's not what he's meaning. Because he was against, he talked a lot of words, these people are like this, they are creating their dynasty, sijui what mean. Now I'm hearing, I saw a poem of a letter to Parliament and the speakers of Parliament, I think, and Senate. So what has changed? So as citizens, I think this is the time to ask such leaders questions, apart from being there to becoming beggars, requesting handouts and what. This country belongs to all Kenyans, and if Kenyans allow this to go ahead within a short period of time, because I'm one person who believes that this president of Kenya, it's like it has reached the extent of doubting each and every steps that he takes. It's like whatever he calculates, there is something wrong behind it, but it's just in the curtains. It's not just open. Because if you are the one who has been here opposing BBI program, they explain everything and they stood and say, no, this cannot happen. And you told the Kenyans each and everything that the reasons why you believe that it's not good for the country. Now what has changed? And that one, I leave it there. Secondly, this Mzee Atwoli and Peter, this was of that kind of Atwoli. People who are like chameleons, when they are in greens, they become green. When they are in dark, they become like brown. At his age, if it is money, he has made it. Because I was told that most of governments that have been in Kenya, at least at all, has been part of it. So if it is money, and at his age, why don't you stand and give yourself respect? At this time, I don't think at all he should be the one looking for money. He should now look for start to at least look for legacy. You must look for legacy. You have to develop your legacy, not just after money. You are like these students who are from universities who are just on zero ground, just looking for survival at his age. And you find him talking without even is at all is shaming. We have a say in our country that being elderly, that's knowledge, but we have changed the scenario now. You can be elderly with knowledge if at all in your youth age you had that knowledge. But if you had nothing, you can never get it, even though you get old. Because someone like Atwoli, what is he looking for? Is he poor? Is he someone whom you think that he cannot manage to live without being in government? When, if at all, the government is taking the country to sink, you want a country to. It's like they have reached the extent of saying that now for us we have grown old, we don't care about which direction does the country take. It is up to them whether it sinks with us or what. We don't care. Let's eat whatever we can. That is too bad for a person like Atoli. I used to respect him, and he's giving the way. Sometimes I think he's not the one. Then people, history is good. It's a good judge. With the time, people will judge, history will judge them. But I also had these issues of Bernard there. We are talking about the opposition office and what is what. I think in Kenya there is. If I was part of that government, the things that citizens that are going through, people are hustling, they are suffering because of the living is becoming expensive, they can't afford to live. But they are wasting time on such useless things. I can call them useless. Ruto was here talking about BBI that, instead of looking for, at least you should solve Kenyan's problems, the BBI is not one of them, their living is this. Now he's here turning like a snake. Is now, maybe someone should explain to me, maybe I got it wrong. Because it's like a dream to me. Okay, let him come out clearly and explain. Why does he think that now it is the right time? Is Kenya now stable? If I may ask, does it, on his view, maybe Kenya is now stable? It's competing in those world, first-class world countries, maybe. Now he's creating. I heard them talking about opposition office. This thing in our country, we have it, Bernard. I can tell you, if you don't know the use of it, they want to bring all opposition to put them there. Then they will fund them. Then they will make them mute. They will pour money there such that when someone reaches there, will be very comfortable, even though they see someone is on a citizen's neck, cutting your neck or head off. They don't talk so long as they are comfortable. They think about allowances, tours, and what. So this thing is not good. To me, I will submit by saying, when I see this William Ruto, whatever plan he takes, it is not good for the country. There is something bad behind it. Because they have been here saying, oh, we don't want handshake and what and what. What is the difference between handshake and office? Creating office, you are going to fund it. You are making it official to cross-check you willingly, and you are going to fund them such that you make them strong. There is something wrong. There is something fishy somewhere, of which we don't know, but with the time, it will come it will come to be known. So that is it for me for now. But Bernard, my brother, there is something wrong with this government. I think they are planning maybe to sell Kenya. I don't know, because each and every day they are doing wrong after wrong, wrong after. There is nothing correct I've seen here. They are talking about bursaries and what. Why should you take bursaries to like a public function? Is this like? But there are some my like I would say my brothers and sisters on this platform. I will just summarize with this. We should, because if you may ask someone, I always, even though I'm not on the platform, I always watch. But if find people are very proud of this government. If I may ask one of them, what is that making them proud of this government? What are they benefiting? Are they? What is that this government is making Kenya to be like, to look like they are progressing that we don't see? At least they should come out and tell us that because of A, B, C, D, and C, I'm standing with this government because of this. I support this government because of this. We should leave this issue of supporting someone because we are from the same direction. Because I love, no, let's support. This is a government. You were elected in the office to serve the country, to make a country progress, not just coming here making siyasa after siyasa, promise after, moreover, empty promises. You understand? So I pity some of youth and men here on this platform, yet you are real citizen, you are Kenyan, and you don't care about your country. All you care about is some individuals who are. But everything has its consequences with the time. Thank you, Bernard, for now.
Okay, thank you, Moses. We appreciate that. Those soul-searching questions which Kenyans need to come to terms with. It is said that I think in the Bible, Galatians chapter 6, I think verse 7, it says, "Do not be deceived. Whatsoever a man sows, the same he shall reap." He said, "Those that sowed the flesh, they shall reap destruction, but they that sowed the spirit, they shall reap life eternal." It appears to me that Dr. Ruto has got himself into the place where he was pushing Uhuru Kenyatta too when he was deputy president. And he accused Uhuru Kenyatta for not caring about the masses. He accused Uhuru Kenyatta for not knowing how to sleep hungry, not knowing how watu walizaliwa State House walikula mkate ya Blue Band, hawajui kuwa hustler, hawajui kulala njaa. All those accusations are now coming alive. But now on the issue of official opposition, if there was any outcry that William Ruto and team gave to Kenyans is that when huyu mtu alikuja akasambaratisha serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta, akawapatia BBI, ikamaliza pesa yote, huyu mtu hafai kuwa karibu na serikali. Unataka haribu serikali yetu bila aliharibu ya Uhuru Kenyatta? Sasa ndio mimi nashindwa, mbona sasa huyu mtu tena anatafutwa aletwe ndio akuwe tena sababu ya kutofanya kazi? Si William Ruto na timu yake wafanye tu kazi, waachane na baba afanye kazi yake. Na baba sisi tumemwajiri kama Wakenya, amejitolea kututumikia sisi kama Wakenya, kututetea, hajatutumia bili yeyote tumlipe, lakini amefanya yaliyo ya haki kwa nchi hii. Why are they poking their nose into the opposition leadership when they have their own leadership to constitute and make the government run? What is so important with the opposition office? Huo uongo lazima ushughulikiwe, tusijidanganye hapa. Okay, naomba, I think I'll play a video. There is a sensitive video I'm supposed to play, but I must get approval. Atione tucheze hii kwanza. Kuna hii nyingine, niko na video kama mbili hivi ambazo ni hatari kiasi. Let's listen to this first and then we can bring Eli to...
Sanity of the highest order. Every time an African leader has tried to do what's best for their country, they were assassinated. Majority of them aided by France. We know of one particular story that had we not known about it, it would have been, oh, there we go again, the Africans. In about 25 years ago, a group of young, rich white kids were having fun in Cape Town. They found out that there was oil in Equatorial Guinea that just been discovered and they wanted it. So they set out a plan to have a coup in Equatorial Guinea. So while the Guineans are busy fighting a civil war, they will be siphoning the oil. But they made one mistake. There were two planes. One was to leave South Africa, stop in Zimbabwe, pick up more ammunition on their way to hunt in Equatorial Guinea. Another plane was taking off in the Caribbean that had this puppet diaspora who was supposed to be the next president. Mugabe wondered why such young people needed such powerful ammunition to go hunt in Equatorial Guinea. In doing his research further, he found out that this was a coup in the making. He allowed them to land in Zimbabwe. They loaded their plane, and just before takeoff, they were all arrested. The ringleader of that group was none other than the son of the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Margaret Thatcher. She had to fly to Zimbabwe and paid handsomely to get her son out. The last one of those prisoners left Zimbabwe about 6-7 years ago. Had these young people succeeded, it would have been another coup. There you go, the Africans again.
Okay, thank you everyone. We'll be sharing that in bits so that we save on the time. But asante sana, all of you that are participating into our program. Thank you for your contribution to support the program and also continued contributing your ideas towards the program. Please, especially in the comment section, kumbuka liandikwalo ndilo lidumulo. Every comment you write, it will be there permanently until we take it down. So please, let's add value to the debate by debating within the boundaries of the debate and contributing to a better Kenya. Let's share our sense that will make Kenya a great place. Asante sana. Eli, karibu.
Thanks, Bernard. I'm looking at the names here. Can't see properly. Moses, Mary, Wainaina, Fred. Hey, need my glasses. It's even worse. And Benson. Thank you, Bernard. Hello, everyone. This is an interesting topic about creating a leader of opposition and you know, trying to undermine the resolve of Kenyans that continue to undermine people by suggesting that they don't know what happened during the elections. So this has been a long history since the post-Moi transition, and it will continue. I would like to say that if at all Azimio or whoever wants to go ahead with such a thing on the table, I would suggest that Kalonzo Musyoka becomes the bait for Ruto. I think personally, I believe that Raila should take a step back because we have seen that they will not allow this man to take over as the president, even though he has the majority of votes. And in the opposition benches, it's not going to look any good either, at least for the people who voted for him. There has to be a closure, and I think the best way is to find a person who can do this without baggage, because the baggage that Raila Odinga is facing is it's manufactured by the people who are in power at the moment, and we know what they're doing. So it would be a waste of time. If I was if I was Raila Odinga, I would be concentrating on the job at the AU and probably even lobbying for UN Secretary General or something in the future, if that's what he's interested in. Otherwise, I would just give up on Kenyan politics because he has done enough. And I think people will not appreciate, even if he continues fighting for justice in the country, they will still taunt him. Honestly, I don't think that Raila Odinga should be continuing with this project. I think it's time for Kalonzo Musyoka or anybody else within the structures of Azimio who has some charismatic following and even quiet, soft following, but can deal with this illegal regime of Ruto fair and square. That's just my suggestion, number one. And it might not be popular, but it's just what I feel. Number two, you see, the opposition politics has been there in Africa, and it's not been. We don't have a rosy picture about this because there's always a clampdown on who is in the opposition in whichever country. Post-independence, there was maybe, apart from Mauritius, Gambia, and Botswana, the rest of Africa at some stage settled for a one-party system. And until maybe a few years ago, most of Africa, and of course countries like Tanzania are still being, people are saying that it's not really a multi-party system. There is that kind of discussion. But in terms of the history of elections in Africa and the politics and arms of government like parliament, the person who or the persons who are in the opposition are not taken very seriously by the persons who are running the country. So if this is going to change, I'm interested to know why it is the person who stole the elections who wants to introduce this cap in the law of a leader of an official leader of opposition, the same man who bitterly contested anything to do with changing the constitution, mpaka that court of Koome gave them, the victory before the elections against BBI. I don't understand what's going on with that because it looks selfish because he kind of whipped the crowd. He told Kenyan people that this was nonsense, and now he's doing the opposite. And he has been known to do this before, and he's going to use all the bullet points of BBI effectively. So something has to give way, but I think that it's time now for Mr. Odinga to really consider his position, because this is just going to create drama, bin drama. But if we have someone like Kalonzo who did very well during the elections in terms of the huge support he brought to the Raila Karua ticket. I think it's just about time that this should happen. Those are my comments for now. I hope that it doesn't put people in the wrong kind of position what I'm saying about the politics of the opposition in Kenya. And by the way, the opposition is not just the leading party or the leading coalition. There are people who are in small parties who are opposing governments, but they're being given news blackout because they're seen as nobodies, So there's a lot of opposition, but they're not given the media limelight. So I think that's part of the problem. Otherwise, I don't see any benefit in creating the official opposition office, especially if it's not in parliament. It's rubbish. There'll be parks there and nothing else. So, but in terms of restructuring the opposition, I think Kalonzo Musyoka should start getting serious now, or somebody else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eli, for that submission. And probably I would say that William Ruto is looking for an opportunity. Sorry, William Ruto is looking for an opportunity to say, I made him president, I made him prime minister, I've now made him opposition leader. So you can't be anything in this country except Dr. Ruto makes you. But all in all, let's keep talking. Wana Benson.
Hello, Mutembei and the team.
Hello to you. Good to see you. Long time.
Good to see you, Bernard. I was wondering what happened. I couldn't see the link for many weeks.
Many weeks?
Yeah.
You had unsubscribed, probably.
Maybe. Good to see everyone. Good to see Fred, Mary, Moses, Nifa, and Eddie. Okay, let me start off with you can see the agenda here. Let me start off with the office of the opposition office being funded by the government. I think the elephant in the room is to ask ourselves, after a cycle of general polls, what do you do with the person who gathered? We are in a situation in a country where the country is split into two. You have somebody who wins with less than 500,000. We have seen this cycle the last 3-4 elections since 2007. Very heavy contested polls. The difference between the president and the opposition and the number two is always less than a million. Be it during Kibaki, be it during Uhuru, and now we have seen with Ruto, you're not even very sure who won. So I think the question, the national discourse here is, what are we supposed to do with this person? Assuming the elections were right, what are we supposed to do with somebody who gathered 6.9 million votes? What role should they play in the development discourse, and how should we facilitate their role within the political and the development discourse? So I think if we remove individuals, if we remove the name Ruto and we remove the name Raila and remove Kalonzo and all these people, then we might have a better discussion on how to deal with the people who are so-called opposition. And you will agree with me, developed democracies have space for people who are so-called opposition inside the parliament and outside the parliament. We know how Republicans and the Democrats are funded differently. I know we started this discourse when we started funding political parties, but Kenya, the political parties funding ended up being individual funding because parties are owned by individuals. So it was an attempt. We had this discussion 10 years ago when we had when we were trying to fund political parties, but the political party funds have ended up being what Murade and Akina Tuju and others have been using as personal resources. So I think it's a good discourse. It might not target Ruto or Raila or whatever, but it's a good discourse to have. Number two, I think political class have also realized that today you are in government, tomorrow you are out in the cold. So there are also other young people who are looking at being the opposition leader. It doesn't have to be Raila. It can be another young man. It can be Ruto in the next 5 years. It can be Rigji out there. So I think the discourse is right at this time if we remove individuals. And unfortunately, these were some of the things that Ruto went against during the BBI. So again, I think he is implementing the BBI one cross at a time, and maybe finally we'll have the whole BBI being implemented in the next 3 years. And that is politics. You play politics that helps you to get to power. Number two is the issue of ICT and the ICT training. I followed the discussion around the ICT training and I've seen the statements around anyone who will attend tomorrow's event, they will get a sponsorship or they'll get a graduation. But let me give you context of this. And many years ago, when I was working for Save the Children, I did work with the MasterCard Foundation for some time on financial inclusion. So the project that the president was talking about, and it was launched somewhere on Thursday at Kabete, I think Kabete Technical, is called the Digital Enablement Project. It is actually funded by MasterCard, ABSA, and I think 10 foundations. And basically, it's about financial inclusion for young people and the ICT and how we can train young people to use ICT as platforms. So these groups, and everyone can Google the ICT enabling project by all these big financial foundations. So they want to train young people on how to use digital platforms to get into employment and all that. And I'm happy that the Mutembe'i was actually a perfect example of a digital enablement. And what Ruto was saying is that we shall get these young people, 10,000 of them, involved. If they go to CASA, the recruitment will happen at that point. So I think that's a great stride towards getting employment to young people through digital superhighway. And one of the manifesto in this government is creating employment through digital superhighway and creating ICT as a key sector within the government. The other thing is about withdrawal of secondary school subsidy. I think the subsidy, the secondary school subsidy was based on the school calendar. Next year we have 37 weeks calendar. Last year we had 27, 28. So basically, the subsidy was based on the school calendar. So you know the year 2022 for school started in April. So the subsidy that people enjoyed was actually based on a shorter year because of the COVID. So basically, this is the normal. We are back to the normal school calendar, the normal school fees payment. We know schools are struggling, having been in boards of schools and being chair of several schools. I know how schools are struggling. We also need to have a very candid discussion about education financing in Kenya, be it at secondary school level, be it at the tertiary level. I'm of opinion that we should move towards universal basic education, which includes secondary education. Instead of fragmenting money into different bursaries and sponsorship, we should actually deal with the universal basic education. Kuna haja ya kuweka pesa kwa CDF, kuweka pesa kwa county, kuweka pesa kwa presidential bursary fund. We should consolidate all this funding to ensure that we are moving towards universal basic education, which is actually considered as a basic human right. So that's where we should be moving as a country. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Mbuthia. I have one or two things to raise with you, but hold on. Bill Dad, if you're able to get me, your connection is not right. You will need to organize it first before you can be added to the screen. Utatoka kwanza, alafu ukiingia hakikisha kwamba StreamYard ndiyo inakutengenezea kamera na audio. Don't control it, allow it, and you will be fit to make your submission. Now, Mr. Mbuthia, if there is scholarship that is given by MasterCard or whatever, and is given to a country like Kenya, should it be given as an incentive for people to attend Jamhuri Day celebration? And if people come to Jamhuri Day celebration, how do we know who has come, why they have come, and they are going with scholarship? I mean, this Kenya Kwanza government, even Moi was not working like this. What is happening? Next,
Okay.
about the subsidy of secondary school education. There was the COVID subsidy. That one is different, but there has been a perpetual subsidy for the secondary school education even before COVID. Okay, where the government has been helping the parent pay, like national schools. The cost of per term had gone to up to 100,000 or something, and then because of that, the government intervened and took part of that 100,000 so that the parent pays this amount, and then the other percentage is paid by the government to ease the burden on the parent. Now, when that is withdrawn, okay, it means the parent will have to foot their 100,000+ starting January. All right. So this is not COVID. This is not about COVID. This has been the norm. In fact, when the Jubilee government came in and they were insisting on 100% transition from primary to secondary, okay, one of the things they made possible was that aspect of subsidizing the secondary school education. So why are you making this a COVID calendar issue when you have been a board of governor? You know what I'm talking about.
Let me inform you because that's a misinformation. The the government subsidy, the cost of a secondary school to date in Kenya, a boarding secondary school, is 67,000. The government subsidized to gives every child in secondary school in Kenya enjoys 22,000 shilling given directly to school from the government. 22,000. The current school fees, this year's school fees, was capped at 45,000 shilling. So that the parents pay 45, the government pay 22. If you go to the government books of every school, every child, be it a day school, be it a boarding, the government will directly remit 22,000 from 67 to 22. So the parent is supposed to pay 45. Next year, because we are going to a longer calendar, there was a subsidy of 8,000. So we are going back to 52,000 instead of 45. So basically, the subsidy was 8,000 for boarding. Actually, this is for boarding. We were paying 45. Next year, we are paying 52. That is where the calendar comes in, because you have a longer year, you are going to pay 52 instead of 45. So I have answered your question. The subsidy still remain. Every child is still going to enjoy 22,000. Every child, day school, boarding, but there is a difference of 8,000 which have been added from 45 to 52 to cover the longer year. The other issue is the issue of Jamhuri and Mandalaka and how the Kenya Kwanza want to organize. I think there was an announcement that the public we spend 200 million every public holiday. This is for information. 200 million is spent either during Madaraka, during Jamhuri, or during Mashujaa. Every single holiday that we organize either at Nyayo or wherever. Going forward, what the president have told us, that we are going to create thematic celebrations. It will be innovation. It will be more of trade fair. We are going to change how business have been done since the time of Nyayo, the one you are referring to. Instead of going to Jamhuri to eat mchere na nyama ile ya Gachagua, this tomorrow it will be ICT-based thematic celebration, kind of trade fair where people showcase how ICT and innovation have impacted on their lives. And that will be going for the next 5 years. Come June next year, pick another theme about women empowerment and showcase how we are doing it. So it is totally different. Why this discourse is very important in Kenya at this point is the question, for how long do we want to celebrate Mashujaa with the kind of budget we see? Why can't we make it more innovative and more themed so that it can also that amount can make sense rather than having army and all these things? We can't do that forever as a growing country. So I think there's also a discussion around how those traditional marked days will be celebrated going forward, and that's why how the digital enablement project will be a unique celebration, and that's how the comments came in. Thank you.
So, Manambudia, if that is the case, couldn't that be defeating the purpose of the celebrations? Uh, don't forget that we have the agricultural what are they called, shows that people showcase what they are doing and all that. Why would a government want to interfere with a historical celebration like Jamhuri Day that needs to keep the dream of a free Kenya and how Kenya became free alive to the people that were not part of the struggle or who had never, who can only imagine what happened because they were not there. Wouldn't turning that day into innovation or women affair or men affair, wouldn't that be abusing of the celebration in the first place?
Let me tell you, I'm inviting you. I think what the government is saying, inviting you into the discourse of the next generation. The discourse of the next generation is Jamhuri for the last 30, 40 years. We have been celebrating every year, spending 300 million to bring the Mau Mau guys. They are almost, our grandfather from Mount Kenya, they are all what the karibu wameisha sasa, wale walikuwa kwa Mau Mau. So moving forward, how do we want to celebrate Jamhuri? Do we want to spend 300 million every year to create a celebration around the Mau Mau? Is that how we look at? Is that how American who have enjoyed 400 years? I'm in Arizona. 2 weeks ago we celebrated Thanksgiving. We know how Thanksgiving holiday came about. It is almost like our Jamhuri. It was a native versus the guys who took over, the colonizers. So I'm very sure you don't want us to have a Mau Mau celebration for the rest of our lives. So it is a national discourse.
You are saying that the younger generation have no business interacting with their past to know their roots.
They have
place value on the kind of country they have. And then what is Kenya Kwanza in looking at everything from monetary point of view?
They have an opportunity to look at the history. They have an opportunity to enable our historical sites. We have an opportunity to study these things in schools. We have an opportunity to create these moments for young people through cultural days and all that. What I'm inviting you is a discussion around 300 million every year to celebrate Mau Mau and Jamhuri. To read a speech by the president for 2 hours, just sit there 2 hours, we go home, and have the military showcase their role. I think the next heroes are the Mutembeis and others, and I think that's what we saw when we were launching the project, because those are the next generation of heroes. While we are still remembering the Kemadis and others, we also want to invite ourselves and to be more pragmatic as we approach the future. And that is what the next 5 years will look like in terms of a national celebration, look back, but also look at where we are going to future. We are talking about Jamhuri, who are the next generation Kemadis. They are the people like you who have opened this.
Wanambudia, you are advocating for replacement theology. If you are in the church, I'll call that replacement theology. You want us to replace Kimathi, replace Jaramogi, replace Ochieng Aneko, replace all the freedom fighters with Mutembeis and the wherever Eric Omondis and this other Churchill. I mean, eventually, what will we end up with?
We'll end up with
doesn't have a starting point.
We'll end up with the memories, but we'll also end up with future.
Wanambothia, I come from a community that celebrate their departed fathers. Okay, and the whatever that is spent in the celebration, it's in honor of the people that we are honoring. It is never an expenditure of viewed as or seen as a loss. It is if we have an appreciation of our founding fathers, then we will remember them in this way and probably support their families and give them honor. It is part and parcel of our national responsibility. It is, in fact, it is budgeted for. So we cannot say that we are going to to make that celebration be phased out because we want to create new heroes. The Mtembeis will be celebrated in the future as they look back in, let's say, the millennials. Okay, the innovations that took place in, let's say, in the 90s and the millennials, that is has its place. It cannot be used as a replacement of any other person because our history needs to be dated from when it began to where it is and to the future where it's going. So if you're saying 300 million is too much and it should now be diverted into innovation and the rest, I think there is something cooking here. Somebody is afraid of the history he wants to bury so that it doesn't resurface again. And that way we are going to be Mwachamila ni mtumwa. We're going to be the slaves of the rest of the world because we don't have our own origin. We don't have our own roots. Is that what Kenya Kwanza stands for?
I don't think, well, I don't think that's what we are saying. Jamhuri still remains Jamhuri. We shall be every celebration will be themed to also look at how far we have come.
Thank you, Bwana Mbuthia. I think it is clear that Kenya Kwanza doesn't have any program for this country. It wants to ride on the existing programs and turn them into their own. And that disturbs me a lot. It disturbs me a lot
Excuse me, kuna kitu nataka kuambia.
that the whole government is
Excuse
in
me, please. I
existence
just want
but
to say,
has zero
please.
plan for the country. It wants to ride on everything that exists. Go and relaunch a road that had been launched. Go and clean a river. I mean, Kenya Kwanza, you're going to disturb us, but will eventually disturb you. Rhoda, what are you saying?
Yeah, I want to say, you know, this team ya kina Benson Buthe ni wote walikuwa nasema hatupangui ngwi. Si ndio mlikuwa mnasema? Hatupangui ngwi. Hiyo hampagui ngwi. Si mnaona vile mnafanya? Mkaacha mtoto. There is no stupid tribe like Kikuyu. Stupid people. Instead of we come together.
Rhoda, take
That's
it easy.
what I want. Mimi nataka tukuje pamoja, makabila wote. We need to be honest each other here. We speak the truth because we can be together, all community. We must come together. We can defeat the enemy. Lakini msema tupangui ngui na maringo, hai mnajiona vile mlipelekwa. Mlikuwa mnadhani mnacheza mchezo wa ujinga. The Bible says, my people, they lost lack of knowledge. If you have knowledge, you could not be the way you are. Lakini ujinga wenu, mnafikiri nyinyi ni wa clever. Mimi natukanana kila siku. Mimi ni Mkikuyu lakini natukanana na kabila yangu. They are very stupid. We must come together, we defeat the enemy. Ruto ni president wa makabila zote, si wa Kikuyu. All 42 tribes. Watani kumblock. Don't try, Ruto, don't stop. Don't, Ruto, stop to let this Wakikuyu to block. Ruto ni bring our tribe together. We are all family. We are all Kenyan citizens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There is Geoffrey Ruto anasema, Bernard, let's celebrate innovation. This is what the future is. We can't be reliant on the foreign technology. We have to invent our own. We have Jomo Kenyatta University of what? Agriculture and Technology. Do you know the person who founded that university? was Mzee Arap Moi. In which year? You know the year. It has been longer than even the discovery of Microsoft. So the celebration of innovation can have its own calendar, its own program. It doesn't have to be mixed with the history of the country and the commemoration of the independence of this great country. Kenya Kwanza is out to replace our history with things that don't matter so that we can continue following them into the era, and we will not follow them into the era. Wale watu hawana agenda, watatumia agenda ya wengine kutekeleza mambo yao, na hiyo haikubaliki. Tuheshimu wazee waliotutangulia, tuwapatie siku yao, tuwaheshimu, tuheshimu familia zao. Let's honor their families, let's honor whatever they have contributed, and the best gift to give to them is to make Kenya better the way they envisioned it at the start, so that Kina Kimathi and the rest of the people in their grave, they can look out and say it was worth it dying the death we died, because we achieved to get a country that is unified, a country that is progressive, a country that is taking care of its children and its children's children. But if you want to replace the honor of those elders by calling them now is innovation, ai, kuna ngoma hapo. Eli, unasemaje?
I was just wondering why Benson is shooting himself on the foot there, because we know very well when this Ruto guy was campaigning the last 5 years, 4 or 5 years, he kept on drumming the message that he has no time for history. Ati yule jamaa wa vitendawili anatufundisha historia, we don't want history. In fact, to the extent that he was even suggesting that history classes should be abolished. I remember one of the rallies, he actually said that. And Benson, you have told us that going forward in the next 5 years, this is the kind of Jamhuri or any other serious calendar dates should be celebrated through this kind of notion of digital economy and stuff like that. There is a department or ICT ministry that deals with those kind of things. There are companies that deal with those things, and there are Kenyans in the private sector dealing with those things. Nobody needs to showcase these things on 12th of December so they can prove a point. This same guy who promised laptops for children, for school children, you remember that? Were you not around in 2013? Yeah? And they were taunting the people on the other side, saying that they were Vasco da Gamas, as opposed to their team, which was digital savvy and not backward. Or what was the word? There was a word they were using there analog. That
Analog.
the rest of the country was analog. So this guy that you're praising here, you're praising him, but you're doing it kichini chini hapo tunaona. Bana, stop it.
Okay, thank you, Eli. And I want, as we make progress, please let's ensure that we add value to the debate by sharing information that is valid, necessary, and it helps the people that come to watch this show when we are done. Please, let's not contribute to the propaganda and the deviation that is rampant. One of the things I endeavor to ensure that is in place in this particular show is for it to be credible, in the sense that mtu anaweza kuifanya point of reference, anaweza kuja kukagua, ajue ni nini tumesema na apate kitu cha kumsaidia. I'm old school. I'm old school. We are the people who used to read newspaper to improve our grammar. But today you can't read newspaper to improve grammar, because the grammar written there doesn't meet any grammar or laws. It is nonsense. Now, I believe in one of the purpose of mass broadcast is to educate. And for us to educate is to give right information so that students can also learn from us whatever they don't know by just watching the show. But if we're here and sharing propaganda, sharing whatever psychophants information, we are helping the generation lose its grip on what is right. One of the things that disturbs me a lot is when advertisements nowadays are done in no language. I mean, you can't learn nothing from it. It is not English, it is not Swahili, it is not even Sheng, because what is now going on is more complicated than Sheng. But since it is selling, everybody's buying into it. I don't want us to be part of what deviates people from what is right. So please, tujaribu kuhakikisha kwamba ile information tunapeana is reliable. Mwanafunzi anaweza kuandika kwa mtihani na apite mtihani. Si ati tumchanganye tena aanze kuanguka mtihani. Kuna mtu was sharing a joke on I think on Facebook. He said mtoto wangu ni mjinga sana. Nilimsaidia kufanya homework juzi na ameanguka kila kitu. So so the joke is ni yeye alimsaidia kufanya homework, mtoto ameanguka kila kitu, na badala ya aone yeye ndo alimwangusha ama alimmislead mtoto, analaumu mtoto kwa kuanguka kila kitu. All the same, naomba tumsikilize Nifa alafu tusonge mbele. Nifa, how are you?
I'm fine, Bernard, and I would like to say hello to everybody. I think yesterday, I've been listening to you guys since 3 months ago when I go to work, because my time actually right now is midnight. I'm based in Switzerland, and I should thank all of you for the work that you're doing. And yesterday was my first time, because I said, let me try to get inside so that I can also contribute something with the kina T-Stone, kina Mise, yeah. And just to waste time, I don't want to waste time, because I just want to say something and then after I'll go to sleep, because in 15 minutes it's 1 past, people are sleeping. I just wanted to say something about what Bernard said about this information sharing and what's going on in our country. Just to say about my history a little bit. I'm also into this innovation, and I'm mentoring South Africans with Swiss here in Switzerland, to be honest. And I said yesterday too, I won't share that much. In Switzerland we speak French and German and Swiss German. I just wanted to say, even the way they are talking, our leaders or Kenyan leaders are talking about innovation, it's really, really out of way. They're just talking how our kids or how our youngsters are going to do innovation, because innovation is something whereby even online, during COVID, we were doing it online, 2020. You understand? But we started it, these first world countries, they started it long time ago, whereby countries can exchange, like Kenya and whatever. And that's the first time that I heard about 2019, I heard about this concert city in Nairobi. Now, I was wondering, when they were talking about the scholarship, everybody's going to walk away with scholarship. What about these older people? Because older people are not into innovation, to be honest. People like our baboos, you understand? How, a 91-year-old, how is he going to do the innovation? To be honest, to talk about Mr. I don't know your name. When you are talking, I don't know if you're a spokesman for the government. I don't understand how it's going to work. And innovation is not something whereby, they can be mentored even at the university level, even secondary, because to innovate, it doesn't need, it's uyo mwanafunzi has to come with the skill. what he's going to invent. For example, like the Kenyan university student who did it with M-Pesa. And M-Pesa, kudos to Kenya University. But at the same time, Kenyans don't have IP. They don't have IP whereby those students who innovate the stuff to take it another level, or validate to other countries to sell, marketing and all that. So I'm wondering how are they just jumping to one place to the other? Because yesterday I heard that they're going to invite the Google masters, the Facebook and whatever. So are they the ones to come and celebrate actually Jamhuri? And they're talking about now the 300 million, which Jamhuri is a Kenyan, like other countries, they are also celebrating. Even here in Switzerland, we celebrate too. 1st of August. America, they celebrate too. You understand? But if they want to cut the budget, they can cut their budget. They say, okay, we have this 300 million, whereby these big people, after they finish the ceremony, and even the president can speak at the not White House, at State House online. People can be watching, because we can watch, even us overseas, we can also watch and follow up with the, and that's also innovation. People don't have to go to the stadium and all these, like, for example, Labour Party, whoever, have to stand there and speak and give the speeches. This is a lot of work. You understand? If Kenya people are struggling, why can't they just say, okay, the 300 million or whatever? Because not everybody goes to the State House and eat. Even some people who come to the stadium, they are not given even, just water, bottle of water or bread. It's not normal. What our African people or leaders are doing, it's just not normal. It's, out of whatever. And Bernard and plus the others who are there, I spoke yesterday and I say, actually, they're saying they are praising God. I don't know how many types of God we have. Others are praising. You understand? It is just, you blinding people totally, and every day you woke up, every day there's something, every day there's something, every day they have these news. Now I've talked about that innovation. Bernard and the others, I will show you how to innovate even online. And we can also partner with the US, with the China, with the South Africans. I am mentoring 15 South Africans, and I'm a Kenyan woman. How does it happen? How comes the Swiss white man can give me mandate? I've been to South Africa so many times until 2020, 2021, when the outbreak of COVID came, because it was a lockdown everywhere. We could not travel. But now things, young people, Bernard, like 20, 25, South Africans, they have their own companies. And some of them, it's not even to innovate. You don't need a degree, a master's degree, or a PhD. You can come with your innovation. And so now the Kenyan leaders are talking about innovation. They don't know what's going on. They don't know. They're behind the bars. You understand? I'm not saying Kenyans like you. I'm talking about our leaders. Now, to talk about again, I'm just finishing, Bernard. To talk about this kind of school subsidies, and even at the same time, what I wanted to say is, even primary, even secondary, they can get, or I can, not to send to the government. I need a platform like you guys, so that I can show you and I can include you when we are doing our stuff, wherever you are, because it's online, so that you can see how you can mentor. You can mentor these young people. Because check this out. When you innovate something, and then you come up with a product which attracts the other countries, European or whatever, you understand, other, even Asia, even in India. So how are you going to take your product? How is the government going to help you, or African governments? You need to showcase and come to this. And even innovation, it's going all over, whereby even at the UN also, they normally bring, they want the intake from other countries, whereby it can be agriculture, it can be science, it can be anything, you understand? It can be even for example, on the terms of internet, you understand? And so that when you invent, after inventing, and then, so for example, person like us, we mentoring you, we discover you, and then you come for the lessons here. Either it could be even in America, or it could be here. It could be here in Europe, so that they can really take you to another level and also push you, and you showcase. And showcasing, how they going to showcase in a stadium? Who's going to buy that? Who's going to buy that? If the investors, where are the investors going to buy that? People who have 2.4 billion like Mudavadi, are they going to buy the innovation? No, they're not going to buy. So that's what I'm saying. It's totally, completely. So this thing they're saying, oh, they're going to cut the 300 million budget, because it's not something which can be done for one day. It's not something being done on one day. It's, you need to have the courses, like you being taught how to do your marketing, how to be a CEO, you understand? And you go through the whatever. And that's how, when South Africans, they come to Switzerland, we take them to various universities like science. It depends, your innovation is in science, or it's in just technology, like for example, maybe water, or maybe for example, electricity, or for example, maybe climate change. Me, I've done even one of my innovator from South Africa, a young lady, 25, 2019. She won the UN Women in Nairobi. And she was my mentor. She won like 2 million. And I will send to you, Bernard, everything, so that you can follow up and you can whatever the other. So it pains me when they talk about all this. And just to finish up, with this, the new, where the president, or you call it Mr. Ruto or William, I've never seen him, so him, he's the one to propose to the government. He's Mr. President. At the same time, he's everywhere. He goes everywhere. So he's a one-man show. One-man show means he has his CS, to be honest, who are the waziris, and the waziris, they are doing nothing. Now the PS also, he has the PS also, but they're doing nothing. So he is like, I saw the launching of Hustlers Fund. Now, I'm asking, is the Hustlers Fund what, when they were campaigning, they said, this is what, with the border thing and Mama Mboga. So all of a sudden, Mama Mboga is not saying about Mama Mboga anymore. It's finished. He's not talking about the border. It's finished. So he's only loitering around with a Mrs. said to me yesterday, Mr. President has to go everywhere. That's true. Mr. President has to go everywhere. But Mr. President has the waziris. The waziris, what's the work of waziris? So they're just getting the salaries for nothing. We need to think, Africa, you need to wake up. And Kenya, as a good country, going down like this, in East Africa, Kenya was the pillar. You understand? And Kenya is going down like this. It's really shameful because of the leaders. And the way I always hear Bernard say, we need to do something. Yes, we need to do something. Who has to do something? It's us. As the young generation, for our descendants we need to do something. We need to give our voices. We need to, and I'm not going to give all the plan that we're going to do. When you do something does not mean you have to, yes, you can protest. And protesting is not a bad thing. You can protest peacefully. I can give you guys example. What happened to George Floyd? Did you guys saw George Floyd? And it was locked down. How did we manage? I protested in 4 cities. We protested in Geneva City, where the UN is. We protested in Zurich. We protested in Lausanne. I have the clips I can show you. And it was not only Africans, we were also with white folks and young people. Because we said no. Everybody said such a thing cannot happen. You understand? Because they're human beings. So if the whole world, we could protest because of George Floyd, why not? What's going on in Kenya? Why not? We cannot do that slowly. People should not be afraid, oh, they're going to tear us. Nowadays, we don't have to go and loiter in other shops and spoil and fight. We can write at the placard, we said, enough is enough. We protest. Whoever wants to shoot, let him shoot. Let him shoot. So we will see, because human rights are also watching. Of course, we don't have to use abusive language and speak. We say, no, enough is enough. You promised us like this. It's not coming. You understand? And we don't have a way forward to go. We don't know what to do. There's this or the GMOs coming. And just to talk also about the GMOs, is really Kenya as a country. There are other countries, small like Togo, Chad. They just saw Kenya. He has to come. Mr. Bill Gates has to come to Kenya. After COVID, they talked about they want to reduce human beings on earth. So they only sing Kenya because Kenya is the only now. They realize Kenya is the only country whereby they can come and swing like that. And our puppets, they're saying, yes, it's good. They were talking about, we are not going to, we have debt. We have debt. So if you have debt, why are you taking 92 million and then you're taking from every place that you go as Mr. President, you're taking, what are you doing with this money? If I saw this week, I think you guys know, even Bernard, I saw in Mombasa, the doctors have not been paid for 2 months. Kakamega Referral Hospital, they don't have funds to continue with the hospital. Why he cannot help Kakamega Referral Hospital as the only Western hospital over there? Why he cannot do that? Where is the money going? Or the others, Azimio, or they're saying we are oversight. Why they cannot say, okay, like in US? In US, when they're going to have a talk with another country, they can say, okay, this is the plan. They have to execute the plan to the wananchi of that country, and they follow up. This is what we've spoken with Mr. So-and-so from this country. Why they cannot? And then after, alipewa pesa, hiyo pesa inafanya kitu gani? Kuna uchawi gani kwa hiyo state house ya Kenya? People, now I saw Atuoli is like, oh, we have to support because I'm a labor. If you're a labor, you don't have to bow down to Mr. President. You can still be labor. We have big labors here in Europe too, but they don't bow down to the presidents. You understand? I've never seen such a thing. And then Mudavadi, the other puppet, saying, oh, so he has amekubali 2027 tayari tukue nyuma ya William Ruto. Surely, really? So, you understand? Young people like you, like us, are the ones we have to not to fight, not to speak abusive languages to them, but just say, no, enough is enough. That's what we are saying. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya will go down more than Zimbabwe. Na itakuwa ni aibu. Unajua kama nchi imeenda chini, kurudi juu, angalia ni Greece, kurudi inakuwa ni shida. Just to be honest, wale ambao wanaishi nje, unajua, hii kuchukua pesa, na hiyo hasla, unapatia mtu pesa, ndio unaweza ukasaidia, ndio kama mna pesa ya kutosha, mnajua, peaneni pesa. Lakini hiyo pesa, mtu gani? Kuku peke yake hata huwezi kununua, ile kuku jogoo huwezi kununua hata 500. Sasa hiyo pesa alafu watu wanarudisha after 2 weeks. So, sasa watu watatoa wapi hiyo pesa kurudisha 2 weeks? To be honest, jameni, kuchekelea wengine si mzuri. Unajua kama we ni rais, ndio umetumia mabao, umechukua uraisi, lakini ujue kichapo kitakuja. na kichapo siku ile kitakuja. Mliona vile Sri Lanka ilikuwa. Sri Lanka walichoka, na Sri Lanka pia wanasaidiwa na nchi za nje, wanasaidiwa manake wanasema sisi tumechoka, tunasaidia watu wetu. Unajua, at least ukijitolea unasema shida zako kwa mtu mwenye unaishi naye. Huku kuna Canada, kuna Amerika, kuna Australia, tunasema tumechoka. Tunasema tumechoka sisi, hata sisi wenye tunaishi nje tunasaidia. Tukituma pesa nyumbani, pesa inazana. Hiyo remittance yenyewe tunatuma inaenda wapi? Sisi tunauliza inaenda wapi? Unajua, unauliza kwa uzuri. Hata mimi akikuja, mimi naweza nikauliza ile pesa yenye sisi tunatuma huwa inaenda wapi? Hebu tupatie hesabu, ni hivi na hivi na hivi, because you have a treasurer, ati sijui inaitwaje huyo nini wa mwenye ana manage finance ya serikali, sijui anaitwa nani. So it has to be systematic. Si ati mnalia mnasema tu nani aliacha, tulichukua sijui depilated whatever. Mwingine anasema kila siku, mwingine anasema tuliteswa, tulitolewa nguo mbele ya watoto wetu, mlitaka kuwa wakubwa, mlitaka kulead the country, basi nyinyi fanyeni kazi. Na msipofanya kazi mambo yatakuwa mabaya. Na mambo yakiwa mabaya, mtaona Kenya soon itakuwa refugee country. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kuambia, na nitawaacha muendelee na mkutano kwa ajili mimi naenda kulala. Nitaamka asubuhi najua nitapata kama wengine wako, alafu nitawasalimia alafu kuishi. Mungu awabariki. Leo ni Jumapili na kesho wenye wako Kenya mnaenda kusherekea hiyo at innovation. Tutaona vile innovation yao itakuwa, but ni sawa sawa tu.
So thank you Nifa, we appreciate that, and I believe we'll engage further. There is a private chat on your side of the screen. You can drop your WhatsApp number there, and then we can link up for further engagement in terms of how we can engage with the mentorship classes for those people who need innovation, or if there's a
And I
question on
need
that.
all those people who are there, hata wenye wanapinga Azimio, wenye wako Kenya Kwanza Azimio, because itasaidia more or less. Lakini tuchaguaneni, nitawaonyesha kila kitu. Tukifanya mimi nitakuwa nawaweka ndani, hakuna shida, hakuna hata ndururu mtalipa hata chochote, mimi nawaambia. Unajua, Mungu atawabariki.
Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Kwaherini.
Let's pick up later. Asante sana.
So I'm going out, natoka nje.
Asante. Link up later. Okay. Thank you everybody. That was a good one, and I believe we are growing, and as a country we need to be more concerned when we hear that kind of observation of the state of our country. Remember the survey I read out, 84% of Kenyans think the country is headed in the wrong direction, and they are not far from the truth. So let us wake up and realize this in good time so that we can save the day before it is too late. Ningependa tu kuwashukuru wote ambao mmeendelea kusupport Mtembei TV na kuendelea kufuata matangazo yetu. Naamini mnafaidika katika kufuata hayo matangazo, na ningependa kuanza kuwaaga kwa sababu shule ya usiku imeanza kuanza saa hii. Naona Stone PK amefika, Bwana Mulumbu amefika, na Mato Nabii mwenyewe yuko around the corner. So kile mtatafuta ni Julia yule afisa wa kuongeza watu, na mimi mniachilie niende. Nimekuwa hapa 4 hours now, and it's because I started the show a bit late, but we are doing well. Alafu wale watu wa kutuma sadaka, nimepokea sadaka kama ya watu 4 hivi, so naomba wengine wote tafadhali tujitahidi. Let's send that support for the show so that we can sort out this wifi ya manenos and tokens, ili anytime we need the show you will be having the show on. Failure to which ikituzidi sasa, si ndio hivyo, tuna surrender, and of course you know that you will not get it is not easy to build up another show like this. I'm happy. Julia is already here. Thank you. So kama hakuna swali kwangu, naomba ning'atuke. Kama kuna swali kwangu, uliza saa hii. Mimi naanza kung'atuka. Chairman atakuwa Stony PK while Mato is on his way. Julia is already here. And then tuendelee. So is there any question? Matter arising? Okay, no matter arising. Yes, Stony PK.
Kwanza ni kusalimu Bernard, thank you for the good job, and then it's true you need to also go and have your break. Swali ni one, msururu unaendaje? And then hilo lingine of course la pili, nimeona huyo dada tulikuwa naye jana na she was to give her contact, lakini naona ameng'atuka, amesahau. I'm sure tutampatana na yeye jioni. Unajua hii night school inaenda mpaka morning, so she's very resourceful, and because I know her from some other whatever, when she mentioned some of the things she's doing, I am privy to that, and I think it's something that we can make use of, just like what we say Mtembe is supposed to bring people together in a good way, and also, you know, tap whatever opportunities there are, only that we are worried that with all these opportunities, this country is headed very wrong direction. Thank you Bernard. So msururu utaendaje?
So mkururo, asante Stony PK. Mkururo ni hivi, ni Mulumbu na wewe ambao mjachangia. Moses amechangia at least mara moja, Mama Mary at least mara moja, Eli mara mbili hivi. So chungana na yeye sana. Alafu wengine wakija uwapange, hata kama wapangwingwi, waambie hapa tunapanga watu ndio show ishike vizuri. The details on how to send your support is already in the comment section, and it's in the private chat for sharing later on in case kuna mtu ataulizia. Stony PK, you can get it from the private chat and just share it out. And then I want to appreciate everybody for your continued support. Let's do this again. Tuonane baadaye. So karibisha mzee Mlumbu alafu tusonge.
Haya bwana Mlumbu, karibu sana ndugu yangu. Siku nyingi, salamu nyingi ndizo hizo, na kuona uko katika majukumu, lakini wewe ni mjakazi. Nakupa usukani, ushikilie, utueleze mambo yanaendaje.
Kwa saa hii bado niko kwa barabara, nataka kufanya kitu kingine hapa haraka haraka. Sasa maybe the other person continue, nitakuja kwa nimemalizana naye.
Haya, asante. Sawa bwana Mlumbu. Haya basi, sasa tapatia bwana Moses. Una jambo? Unaona mkono?
Yes, Mr. Stone, how are you? Hope you're fine.
I'm good, bro. I'm good, brother.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you found some people that are liquid already. But it's good to see you again.
Bwana Mulumbu, hebu tu mute. Mr. Mulumbu, can you mute, please? Thank you.
For me, I'm happy today. I saw Bernard reading someone called the Ruto in the comments. Maybe if I'm not mistaken, he's the one. He has been giving us very negative messages all the time. But today, at least, he has started saying the truth. He is now at least giving some positivity to us, and that is good to see people at least becoming to know what is right at the right time. Another thing.
Sorry. Hang on a minute. What is the problem with what I said today or yesterday?
For you?
Eli, have you been mentioned? No. Or did I hear Moses mentioned Geoffrey? Is it Geoffrey you mentioned?
No, I mentioned someone called Ruto. He was in the comment.
Oh,
Paul Moses. I thought Moses said Eli.
No. It's somebody else on the comment side there.
Eli, I'm coming to you. There is one thing that I will say that's how I think. You talked about office that in case it is created, Mzee Raila should at least step aside and give it to Kalonzo. Of course, it can be good on the other side, but only if it is good, if he feels it's the right thing to do. You understand? And another thing, Mr. Eli, you talked about stepping down that people will not feel good if at all Baba comes again. Eli, you know very well that in this world, we don't do things to make people happy. People even will feel they will feel bad even though you are doing the right thing. Baba will only step aside if at all he feels that that is the right thing to do. That is when I'll stand with him. But if he feels being there is the right thing to do, it's not all about those who will be happy. People will be happy. Will feel bad even though you are doing something. Have you ever been with, sometimes people behave like animals, If you have ever read goats, you will pull it, you want to take it where it can eat from, but it will not go. But after eating there, we see it will start eating happy. So at times, human beings will behave like that. But still, I believe Baba is okay. Is the only elephant that can say, and people will start shivering, people will start feeling malaria. So concerning this issue of office created, they should give the reason why it is being created. Without a reason, then it's not the way to go. It's not the way to go because we must know the reason why are they creating that office. What is it for? And why are the questions we should ask? Understand? These people are something that they start. It's like they wanted to put an elephant in a plastic bag, but it's becoming big for them. And I have a feeling that they are looking for a reason to blame the side of opposition. Like the way they have been blackmailing them, they came in this our government, they spoiled everything, everything was became, So I think they are looking for a blame. They are saying it's like I said before, they don't have a plan. They don't have any plan to move Kenya forward. They are just gambling each and every day. So Eli Baba is there. If at all he feels it's the right time to give Kenyans, it is good. But it's not all about people who feel happy. No, we don't go like that. Let them feel bad, but once it's the right thing to do, they will appreciate after. We can move on. There is another thing like there is one guy who was I'm not happy that he's out. He was Stone or no. He was called the other guy was who? The one who said he's in Arizona. Is it Arizona? Brothers, when people travel, at
That
least if
was
you have traveled.
Benson Boothia.
Benson, yes. He said he's in Arizona, and I was surprised. If you're in Arizona and you are seeing the government, they are withdrawing something concerning school fees fund for all citizens, those who cannot afford to take their kids to school. At least it has been helping everyone, each and every Kenyan. But you are saying it is okay. You don't see that one as a problem, but you are seeing this so-called, is it bursaries or whatever it is being called. That is the right thing to do. So what are they going to concentrate on tomorrow? Was it going to be, will they concentrate on celebrating Jamhuri Day, or they will be celebrating on, because people's mind will be divided. There are those ones who will be fighting for bursaries if at all they will be there. those one who will be suffering for handouts. If at all the president is there, he's good in giving some handouts, peanuts. So what are Kenyans going to be focus on? Is this not going to create a confusion tomorrow where everyone will be thinking differently? They will not be on the same page, on the same, people, there will be those ones fighting for getting bursaries, as they say. The others will be. Is it a bursaries or someone should correct me? Bursaries or
They are called scholarships.
so scholarships? Oh yeah. So I don't know which one is going to. Anyway, like Bernard said before, there is a confusion somewhere, and I don't know when will it end. But time will tell whether these people they were ready to run this country or they were just planning to do their own things as they think. As a president, you have powers of doing everything in the right time. At least they would have put online such that everyone can apply, and they put some qualifications. If at all you qualify, you go online. Simple as that. But you're putting easy. Maybe tomorrow we shall hear. If they want, in case they want to pass a law, they will say, now we are going for a meeting, let's meet in Uhuru Park, and we are going to pass such and such a law. Maybe that's what next. I believe that's not the way to run government. And from day one, like me, I'm not surprised. I've been one of those people who believe that these so-called pretenders can never run Kenya, can never move Kenya forward. So I think that is my point for now, Mr. Stone. But they are planning how to put their shit on opposition. Once they create that office, everything they'll say, these people they came now, they have confused us, we cannot argue, this one is not running because of ABCD. So they should think twice before they are being trapped. There is something behind that. Thank you, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Moses. Thank you so much for your observation. Yes, I think now that Mlumbu is still on the wheels and is doing something, I may be able to comment a little bit. First of all, I will comment on what really caught my ears wherever I was. I had very, very interesting to the negative, mediocre points that were being unleashed by one so-called staunch supporter of UDA. That was Benson. And I actually had to quickly put on a bigger screen to see whether it is true he was a Kenyan, number one. Because at first I was listening it from my phone, and I was on the road. So I was shocked, and I'm still in shock that we have Kenyans that are thinking that way. And my fellow other Kenyans who are thinking straight, you can see the danger. When we say this country is headed for doom, you can see it outright. I mean, somebody comes on a national TV or rather international TV channel and tells you that to hell with history. Although it was not surprising because that was in the platform of the UDA, yeah, that history is garbage. And Kenyans, unfortunately, were not asking themselves. They just were singing chorus, and this is something that is very, very, very unfortunate. When you are being told usahau yaliyopita, usahau ulikotoka, really, who has ever done that? Even the most advanced nations, that, those that really claim the first world and all that, those of you who have traveled in some of those countries that are advanced, you find them cherishing some things mpaka unauliza ala, Yani, there are people still doing this. Monuments, for example. You see sculptures. You see kila mahali unaenda ni monument, parks, buildings. And I was shocked to learn that the people that really preserve and conserve their history are the first world people who went back home. Here we are told to ati wazungu, the way we talk in a very loose language, that wazungu, they don't dwell on past. Kumbe they are the best in terms of preserving their culture, best in terms of preserving what they value most. That's why you have like the queen system and all that kind of a thing. So it is shocking when somebody says that Kwanzaa, you save money by destroying what has been celebrated, for example, for 50, 40 years. It's ridiculous that the generation now does not really think, or they don't care about what happened. That is like when, one day they will stand and say, all wababa ambao wana miaka 50 kwenda juu waweke kwa makaburi, because you don't want to see old people. You want a nation of young people, innovative, and that is the thinking of this one man I don't like mentioning so much, that is saying he needs to, the globe needs to reduce human population, and there is one area that is very green and ripe for that kind of a thing. I think your guess is as good as mine. This gentleman who is thinking like that, calling himself Kenyan, saying that this thing has only been spending money. So for them, as UDA, their aim is money. Even if they are told to destroy half of the population and they get paid, that's what will happen. And that brings me to one point that I've always said here.
Sorry, if I may add on that one second. Yeah, he talked about that, but because all of us we want development. If you can channel that money, you give us a budget that we have been using, or maybe we assume 10 billion or 10 million shilling, Kenyan shilling, but today we are reducing to 3 million. But the balance 7 million, we are going to channel it in this to help Kenyans in this. With that budget, it is there. No one cares. Everyone will celebrate you. But I believe this Jamhuri, it is having already a budget always. So where is that money going? And what is it going to do? Because I did not hear the president, so-called president, saying that we have been using a lot of money, but now we want to reduce on the cost and what. Then after reducing the cost, where is that money going? Because I believe it is being budgeted, if I'm not wrong. So we don't see a budget of that money. That is what I wanted to ask. In case you can just correct me.
Yeah, thank you, Moses. Yeah, it is true. Whatever the celebrations, whatever the activities, they are budgeted for. And of course, when you come saying you want to reduce, you want to get money from XYZ, and then you pick, the cultural, or rather the historic celebrations of a country. You say that is what you want to get rid of. Is that the way to go? Is that the way to go? Destroying that history, and then in the name of saving. I thought it would be, for example, review the budget. If you think the money or the budget that has been used, and you've been in that government, you've been part of that. If you think the budget was way too high, your first step is to reduce it, make it reasonable according to you. Reduce it by whatever percentage. Remove some of the items that you feel, maybe are not, in tandem with the theme of the day. other than saying there is no need of this, there is no need, we need to go on innovation and all that. Innovation should be another feather on the hat. Create a week, you know, twice a year, for example, a whole week of innovation and all this. Maybe combine with some of these things we do in secondary school and colleges. The week of we used to call it what? Science something, where schools go competing, you know, with the science and the students exhibit their own thing. Make it, combine such a thing and put a week or two of such kind of whatever, you know, and then you do it, for example, at county levels, and then you have a big one culminating at the national level, so that you have the young ones who are coming right from wherever. Innovators they start from very far away, all the way even nursery school. You know, instead of thinking in that way, you are just looking at where you are going to grab money, and you are not telling us where you want to take that money, just as what Moses has said. And then I also tend to think, and I keep on saying, this government is only a government of D's. D, Delta, D, destroy. Anything good, destroy, dissolve, you know, kind of, you go destroying anything that is there, dismantling anything that works in the name that you are reviewing. Kumbe, you are dismantling to steal the money. I thought the option number one, first and foremost, should have been to ensure that the billions that were being stolen, and you are part of that stealing, you get the money back. Give an ultimatum, including yourself, including your deputy. The money that now you were immediately got in was to ensure that that which was stolen is legitimized. You know, any money that was stolen was to legitimize through the law. Then you start telling us now that you have to cancel activities. I mean, these Kenyans, I think, you know, we just should say enough is enough. Tunabebwa ufala sana, tunabebwa ujinga kabisa, you know, because the worst, and I'm happy it's happening. Nataka wa Kenya tufinywe hivyo, so that at least when now we say sasa kiatu kimetufinya tukivue, bas kiatu tutakivua. It's a very good trajectory that, you know, Ruto aendelee tu kutighten, aendelee kutighten. Hivi karibuni mtaambiwa sasa anybody who is married na ana mtoto saa hii atupe huyo bibi, atafute bibi mwingine apate. That is what is going to happen. You will get some of the very ridiculous directives until Kenyans will start wondering, what country is this? Then I also want to comment on the issue of Raila and opposition. I mean, this debate has been brought in again. It's a very stupid debate. Opposition. If Ruto wants opposition, let him create his office and put his own opposition people there. Let him create. Who needs the opposition office? Who? Actually, that's what I want to know. Azimio needs to be Ruto's opposition party. That's the most stupid thing that Azimio will do, and we will dump it. We don't need to oppose Ruto. You don't need to oppose. You oppose a government that is legitimate. Yeah. So by waiting for an office to be, this will be the most ridiculous thing. If Baba accepts this, we dump him as well, because itamaanisha amekwisha. He's become, atakuwa sasa, he will be rag, na atakuwa amekuwa used na Ruto the best. Ruto will have achieved his dream. And because I see Baba is getting old, and I think he has some very mediocre advisors these days around him. He might be, because Baba has been conned in the recent past, and we doubt whether it was his mind. I mean, look at how he was conned at Bomas. Even look at how he was conned the day before. When he was supposed to be pronounced, he was told to lia kwanza, kesho it will be done officially. When we had already prepared the carpet, prepared everything based on the figures that were provided by the IBC before they switched off the TVs. Baba was strict, akaambiwa hapana, tulia, hii kitu utapewa vizuri Bomas. Akaingia box. Kuingia box, what happened? Ruto came with his mongrels, and he's the president today. The next trick is this trip anaenda sijui US Africa summit, whatever. Of what? It's meaningless to Kenya as of today. Today, Kenya has issues. We don't care about Africa. Fix your issues like Kagame. Concentrate, fix Kenya. Fix justice before you go to talk to other. Even Uhuru going to talk to Congo and trying to say that he's moderating sijui peace and all that. Put things straight in your own house. That's what my grandmother used to tell me. Anza na kwako before uende kwa jirani kusema jirani sijui unajua hii boma yako pande hii ng'ombe zinafuja pande yako, ziba iweke in order, then you become now an example or a mentor of the other. Yeah, so let's fix justice in Kenya first. Issue is not opposition office. Issue is not ati Raila apewe ofisi. Of course it will be a bait. Akipewa akubali, then we will know all these years he will waste them, the years that he's been fighting for justice, for the correct systems to happen, so that Kenyans can always have their free and fair election, so that we can have men and women of integrity running off and managing Kenyan affairs. It will all go into waste. I ask once again, even the Azimio people who are there in this government, sincerely, what are they doing there? Unless maybe nimepitwa sikusikia when maybe they reversed and accepted defeat, wakasema walishindwa vihalali, then well, yeah, they can participate in the government. I still insist they should quit. They should leave that opposition office to Ruto. Ruto will get somebody who put his stooge there. Ndio anasema, oh, we have somebody checking the government. Lastly, when it comes to ICT scholarships and all that, I would personally, since yesterday, I don't feel like I need to comment on this, because these are some of the very ridiculous things that are happening in Kenya Kwanza. Very ridiculous that you are inviting people and you are celebrating, then you are saying you will issue scholarships. We will wait and see what that kind of bribery will look like. Kenya Kwanza is known for those kind of things, going kubeba pesa na magunia, they are known to try and buy loyalty in that way. But I'm just cautioning Kenyans, the youth, it is your life and you are being led into slaughterhouse. Munaongozwa kwenda kwa kichinjio. Na muko nusu tayari. Mulianza mlipokubali hasla. Sasa mumeingia muko halfway, kichwa muliingia na kichwa ni miguu tu inaniginia juu. And it is there. It has been proved by the 84% survey. So youth, you don't cry. Tulambe hiyo tulilamba, tulambe hiyo lolo, because we were there singing yellow, singing oh hustler, singing Bwana asifiwe, and that is how it's gonna be. Mutangoja makazi, mutachoka. Mutangoja hizo ma scholarships, ICT scholarships, mutachoka. It is so easy. Scholarships, peleka mashinani. Bwana Ruto, ask us, we give you ways to do things. The best thing you can do is what Azimio had said. Go to the village, revive all the village polytechnic artisans. Kila village kuwe na polytechnic there. And the buildings are there. In fact, they are there, but they are not well equipped. Equip them so that carpenters are from grassroots. Plumbers are from there, tailors and all that. From the village, every ward should have, or even 2-3 wards combined, and then you have a village polytechnic. Weka stima, weka all the machines there, tuma walimu. Go outside the world and look for sponsorship. Then you will have it. When you do scholarship, you do scholarships locally. Mtu ana advance, akimaliza certificate huko grassroots, sasa anaweza panda akuje kwa polytechnic huku, then expand universities also to have some technical, something kama JKU CAT, make it mega, let it have heavy, serious technical campuses all over the country. It is as simple as that, not calling people at Uhuru Park or wherever you will be tomorrow and you pretend to be dishing out papers for scholarship. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and whoever the advisors are, that's mediocre. Okay, yeah. So and you are trying to sugarcoat that when you have already reduced, and or rather you are removing the secondary school subsidy. Sincerely speaking, do these two go together? So mzazi ashindwe kulipa fees, huyu kijana akose kwenda shule. Sasa huyo kijana ndiye atapewa scholarship akiwa form 2 na ameshindwa kwenda form 3. I mean, Kenyans, can we try and really look at this kind of rubbish that is going on around? Let me not talk a lot. I want to invite Ellie or Moses if you have something. And let's thank also those who are on the comment side, making your comment. That's good. They're welcome. But we just tell you to be civil. This is just a discussion. People are entitled to their own opinion. And you are also entitled to your own opinion. You are free to give objective whatever criticism if you like. And no one is kind of forcing people to be in their own space. So thank you very much. Ellie, do you have something?
Thank you very much, Stony, and I really support what you are saying about the state of the country. First, I would like to make my apologies to Moses because I think I misheard what he said earlier. So please accept my apologies. I wanted to speak about the way various forms of opposition or challenging the status quo have failed for the last 10 years. So, for example, the faith-based organizations are dead if they're not, being sycophants, but they're dead. The trade unions are just rubbish. They're dead. The so-called intelligentsia, the scholars and so on, finished. They're just doing their work as they're paid, like being in an auction, just the highest bidder. The politicians in parliament and also in the county assemblies are dead. So my question is, Citizens Assembly, Bunge la Wananchi, the only available strong forum in our communities, in the civic society? NGOs are dead as well. And also, digital media, is this the only chance that we have? If so, because we have to look forward, what is it that is going to happen in the next few months, years? What are we going to do? Because we already know the platforms that are dead. So this is a question that I think every time I come to this forum, I ask myself, what is possible? Because everything seems dead. Even when you look back to the people who were still earning from government but opposing government, people like Maina Kiai, when he was in the Human Rights Commission. We don't have such people anymore. And if we have them, they've already been bought. So I just wonder how this can be solved. Sometimes I hear people online from neighboring countries, applauding Kenyans for, living such a different lifestyle, a political space that is more tolerant, and all these things they say. But truly speaking, they don't know what is happening in Kenya. And I would be the first to put my hand up as well that I don't know what actually is happening in many other African countries apart from what I read in the books. So, for example, I've met many people from West Africa, even people from East Africa, Somalis, praising William Ruto. I mean, they're saying things that they don't know, but they say this is the next big thing for Africa. You know, so I wonder what is it that can be done apart from us doing this forum and the Bunge la Mwananchi. They're very strong. They're very strong, and I like what they're doing. You know, the problem that we have with the judiciary, this has to be watched. Who is going to be the person that is, you know, giving Kenyans insider information before it even lets out? Because most of the ways of opposing government or challenging even this illegal system is there has to be people within government organizations that leak information, because that's how most things work, not just in so-called developed countries, but in most places. So if there is a leakage of information, those sources that can be reliable, I wonder what is happening now, because we know that top to bottom of this so-called government, most of those people that have been appointed have criminal cases, and some have many questions to answer about the way they have been participating in political life or the economic life of Kenya. So I just wonder that vacuum as well. How is it being dealt with or sorted? Because we have it's like what the lady there earlier on said, I think Nifa, that the economy of Kenya will crash worse than Zimbabwe in the next few years. And people come with those statements, and I don't think they're wrong. People feel what is happening, So I saw this woman called, I think, I forget her name now, but she's one of William Ruto's children. She's going around different counties and propagating this thing she calls a foundation. And she was insisting that she is not getting any government logistical support for moving around the country, that all that money is from her pockets, business people, and different allies. So you see, this is happening, but these are the same people who are complaining about a dynasty, or they're in a situation where Kenyans are not even seeing what is happening. I don't care if they're grooming her for whatever electoral position they want to groom her for, but that woman is using taxpayers' resources to fulfill her personal, aims of, like she said when she went to Kibera, I think today or something, that these people of Kibera were never helped before. So she has brought CG 1,400 bags of maize and so on and so forth. So Ruto is using this this person, his daughter, as part of his propaganda item. And the problem is the media is also supporting this, because these are the people that should be given a blackout. The likes of Citizen TV that were able to support Karua and Raila, even Standard, they're afraid. I think these people are the next in line to be dead. there is a lot of things happening, and it's hard to know where wananchi will say enough is enough. It's hard. It's so difficult to know how wananchi can do that, and this is a very big problem. What I hope is that within the next few months, many Kenyans who have borrowed this money from the Hustler Fund are not able to pay it back, despite the fact that their PIN number has been, skimmed off, and their Safaricom whatever numbers can be discontinued, or whatever happens with that situation of paying back the money. If they default, and a big number of Kenyans default, or maybe even if they don't default, but the next big loan that they've been promised in February, they go for that big one, and then they refuse. And when I say big, I don't mean it's that much big. I think it's 50,000 and above or something. I can't remember. Lakini, what I'm saying is there has to be a way of trying to oppose what is happening through a strategy of disobeying this regime and defaulting as part of opposing this regime, because actually that money is not theirs. It's the money of the people. So I just hope that is what happens in the next few months, in a big way. So other than that, Moses was speaking about Raila Odinga, and that he is the one who has to say that he has had enough of this and he wants to exit the stage. And he also said that people might not allow him because people like the fight that he's put on for all these years. What I was suggesting was not according to some of the comments that I saw there in the chat. Some people were furious that I said that Raila should just leave the stage and Kalonzo should take over. What I said was, first, I oppose this idea as created by William Ruto of an official leader of the opposition, because there is something there sinister going on. It's not Ruto who should be up to that, because of his role in bringing down BBI and other things. But number two, if that's what they settled for, the Azimio group, and hopefully Kalonzo Musyoka, if he decides to be the main candidate for the next election, then I think Kalonzo Musyoka should start now. People should think ahead. Of course, we know now, it's been confirmed more than twice, that there is no way that these regimes could give Raila Odinga power even if he won an election, right? It's not going to happen. Let's agree with this. It's not going to happen. They will never accept it. And when people are joking around about the system was still there, strong as ever. So knowing that that's the case, that's the situation, right? Isn't it more practical now that someone like Kalonzo Musyoka or another, I'm not even going to mention Martha Karua because I'll reserve my comments for that for now. But I think that moving forward, Raila Odinga should step back. And I hate to use the word mentor because those people, they can do their own thing as well. But a couple of candidates can prop their names forward, including Kalonzo Musyoka, and start an aggressive, challenging of this illegal regime for the next 4 to 5 years, rather than waiting until the last minute to form some coalitions here and there. And, something big needs to happen now. There should be no waiting for this. There were some candidates that I was also thinking about, but who am I to propose? So I think that, people keep saying that we shouldn't be interested in names or people or personalities. But the fact is, if we don't speak about personalities in these dynamics, what do we speak about? Because we must speak about these people. Of course, even people like Kalonzo and Raila, they're already thinking about those things right now. Raila knows what he has been through, even with his latest partner, Martha Karua. So let Kalonzo Musyoka do it. And if he says no, another person. And then I know, of course, people will say that that's what Ruto wanted, to damage Azimio. No, this is a dynamic, and these things will happen eventually. I don't see Raila Odinga doing this anymore. I think he's had enough. He should really, if he's interested in continuing with public office, if he's not doing the AU stuff, he should put his name forward for Secretary General of the UN. Many former statesmen and women have done that. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Sorry, Ellie. Why am I calling you Jeff? Sorry. Pole sana. I would not want to call you that. I hear you. I feel you. I see your, where you're coming from, and those are all possibilities. But one thing I would want to kind of probably, kind of hang on or touch is where you now say, okay, opposition decides. I don't want to call them opposition because I don't think we have opposition. Where the people who are cheated, that is Azimio, where they would now be thinking of alternative person to lead, or to try and go for that top leadership. I agree with you. A change is as good as rest. Well, yes. But for me, I'm looking at it from a different point of view. If the problem was that we have held elections, we have voted, and Ellie beats Stone PK squarely. We try again, you beat me. Kabisa. Vizuri tu, kura zinahesabiwa, nini, and unashinda. Shinda me again, you shinda me again and again and again. Yeah, it will reach a time when now I would say, hapana, huyu Eli simwezi bana. Let me try Moses. If, and I don't want to use this stupid term at TCG level playing ground. These only nonsense. They are only used in Africa. Africa, we use very mediocre phrases since independence. Oh, level playing ground, sijui nini na nini, upuzi mtupu. What we should be looking for is, one, to fix. And when I say fix, we need to use every other means. I know the lady who was here was saying, oh, the youth, don't quarrel, don't insult, don't do. I said, man, where on earth did you get these things seated? Uliletewa na ice cream kwa kikombe, ukakunywa. Eli, uniambie ndugu yangu, in which part of this world did people just sit Umehold Bible, unasema Bwana asifiwe, unaambiwa haya bwana Stone PK, wewe ndio chairman. Bwana Eli, wewe ndio secretary general. Even the UN seats, people fight for it. People fight. It might not be mangumi ya kutoana damu, but inakuanga ni war. Nation against nation. For them to have Guterres up there. Pana ati unangoja, ati Eli is a very good guy, he's academically straight, he's a doctor, nini, unaletewa hiyo ati inauguration, unaletewa hiyo magauni, unaambua sasa wewe ndio nini. Raila alingoja hivyo. That's why he is where he is today. Alikuwa amedanganywa, anaambiwa mzee sasa watu tumedecide. Kwanza ukisikia unaambiwa watu tumedecide, ask yourself, mumedecide na nani? Raila for the first time alisleki. Na hiyo kusleki is what we need to fix. His last bullet should be to fix justice through hooks or crooks. Uendi kwa mwizi amekuibia ng'ombe, asubuhi unaenda hapo umebeba gazeti na umevaa suti. Na unajua jamaa aliingia kwako na njora na panga na spear, akachukua ng'ombe zako 5. Ukaambua Stone PK ng'ombe zimeonekana wake, alafu unaenda umevaa suti na tai na gazeti. Na unafika hata unaanza kusema good morning Stone. Tafadhali naomba niangalie kama ng'ombe wako, nilisikia ng'ombe wangu ulikuja kwangu ukaochukua, naomba unirejeshe. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. And Ruto knows that very well. He comes from a community that deals with the stealing cows. That was a cultural thing. They believe in stealing. Hakuna mtu atakuletea ng'ombe. Ulikuwa unaambiwa enda ukaibe ng'ombe ndio uoe. So when mnasema Ruto mwizi nini, number one, iko kwa damu. Wizi iko kwa damu. It's part of it. If it's not a criminal, it's a sport. Yeah. So you sit here, tunasema Kalonzo, even Kalonzo can never get that seat. Hata weke nani. The worst mistake that ever happened is to have allowed that 15 pale Bomas. The moment we allowed Ruto to do what he did, that is when Kenya ilifungana. Poop. Story of justice closed. Yeah, as I say, it is a government of destruction, a government of Mutadu. Destroy justice system, finished. Destroy Eli umesema vizuri, civil society destroyed, finished. Okay, legislation, parliament finished. You had named all of them, and that is what now I would say is the sharpness of a crooked leader. Hiyo ndio sasa ni werevu wa mwizi sugu. Those of you who are a little bit older, you know people like Wakenyonga, you know people like Maderi. Waliangaisha serikali. Yani mwizi wa mambavu, mtu mmoja peke yako unaangaisha mambavu, mpaka aliuliwa na mzungu mmoja alikuwa anaitwa, ndiye alikuwa anawaua, alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Shaw. Serikali imeshindwa kabisa. Wakinyonga hako kila mahali, ananyonga watu, anaiba benki, anafanya lolote. Only one guy anakuja smartly, akakuja fire for fire. He never went pleading and going to the press. Wakinyonga tafadhali, tunakuomba usiibe, tafadhali surrender, please do this. Shaw alikuwa anavaa manini zake hapa, guns in his Volvo. He goes hunting you. It's either you get him or he gets you. So, my brother Eli, whether we put Kalonzo, whether we put Nani, until wananchi, and I'm happy, before as I finish, and I'm happy you've said it. Bunge la wananchi, our wananchi now, because the constitution says that the power, and that is very strong, that the power is bestowed in the mwananchi. Sasa mwananchi naye akishakuwa subdued, then Bwana Eli, I'm sorry to say this, I always call it as it is. Mwananchi akishawezwa, na ndio vile inaonekana, manake anawekwa baridi sasa. Mwananchi is being pumped na uoga, anapambiwa na uoga, anapambiwa na bribery. This youth we are talking about, wanapambiwa na njaa. They are going to be weakened. A weak person cannot withstand a canister of tear gas. Hata kama hakuna tear gas, can a weak person chant for 1 hour or march from Uhuru Park to, from, let's say, whatever part of the city, to Uhuru Park or wherever they will be? Can you march for even 1 hour or 30 minutes when you are on an empty stomach? Look at the youth today, the majority. Njaa kabisa, hao wanaitwa hustler. Mtu anaamka asubuhi hakuna chakula. All right? So basically, for me, what I'm advocating is that we fix the electoral system. Iwe justified. We are able to have elections. And this now, the remaining bullet is the one with Mwananchi. And now, because whoever is in the seat cannot accept anything short of himself, then it will be able to, we'll be forced to follow it with all the might that we can. We must kanyanga na nguvu na turudishe, we wrestle it out. And wrestling it out, haitakuwa kukula ice cream na lollipop. It will not be sitting there with smiles. No. It is mapambano. It is mapambano. 2 weeks ago, we saw it in Peru. Okay. A few months ago, we saw it in Sri Lanka. Mwananchi saying enough is enough. And Kenyans, we are not forcing you to do that. If you feel you're comfortable, mambo ni poa. But we will not stop telling you that this is wrong, this is wrong. We will not stop telling you that the money that is being used is being misused. We will not stop telling you that when you legitimize all the thieves, all the money that has been stolen, at sasa hao wananchi wakae nayo ni yao, then that is wrong. When you are being told that you have an ambassador going around the country and is not using government money, is using personal funds, you should question that. Okay? When you are being told that there used to be billions and billions that have been stolen, the Kimorels and all that, you should now also question that. Now that the people are in government, those are the monies that they are supposed to be recalling. Walete hiyo pesa, ije, ili waweze kufanya whatever they want to do, because there is a lot of money out there. I'm happy they are using some of it, because that's what maybe they are using with the so-called ambassador going to tell people that alikuwa na make money na kuuza smokies and those kind of things, right? So basically, yeah, probably that is how things happened. Then, of course, we need also to kind of mourn very seriously and know that Kenyans, you are on your own. As a people, you are on your own. I'm not saying you unite, because we don't want you to unite. Okay? Personally, I'm not calling for you being united, because we need those who are happy with the Ruto to remain, but those who are not happy with the Ruto and who know that what is happening in the country is headed to the doom, yeah, those are the ones that should come up and try to stop that trajectory. Because truly speaking, where we are headed, it's gonna be issues. Eli, you wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was disconnected. There was something wrong with my internet, so I'm sorry about that. Just a quick observation on one or two things. You see, I think, Stoney, the ICC created a precedent that basically interfered with how macho Kenyans can be, especially the political leaders. So that's number one in terms of electoral results, even if we know they're fake. These people are afraid of
Sorry,
this
Moses, can
thing.
you mute, please, before you come in? Moses, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just saying, and this might be, this is not even far-fetched. We know the reality of the ICC, and that most of the political class at the top, when it's election time now, they're afraid of being assertive. And then you have also this kind of alliance, for example, that Raila entered with Martha Karua and Kalonzo. He probably wants to go forward and do the things that people are suggesting he should have done. But for example, I don't think Martha Karua would have gone for that. So this is the problem with coalitions. So there are some practical things that happen or happened. We have to appreciate that. But on the issue of, for example, Bunge la Wananchi as the only, apart from platforms such as this, and Bunge la Wananchi as the only force now in the Kenyan civic space. That one, even them, if they're not careful, they will be swallowed. Because there was a guy called James Maina who was very strong in Bunge la Wananchi back in 2000, 2007, actually from 2004 there, yeah. I knew James Maina in person because I came to Kenya and worked there for 3 years before I came back in 2006. So I knew this character in person. And James Maina, I think now lives in either America or Canada. He was one of the so-called key witnesses of ICC, okay? And he was interviewed and said that he was one of the key Mungiki people who were in State House during, when Uhuru Kenyatta was supposedly meeting Kibaki and the rest, to form a force that would then fight for the rights of the so-called diasporas in Rift Valley that were at that time being attacked. So James Maina, in those ICC and the local interviews by the Kenyan police and so on and so forth, made those serious allegations against Uhuru. Whether they were true or false, I don't know. But what happened after that, he was one of the witnesses who dropped out of the case and ended up being transported from one country to another and ended up in the United States of America. Now, James Maina was a key person in Bunge la Mwananchi. Okay, there were so many people in that Bunge that were aligned to, extrajudicial killings within government, and in fact, CID officers as well. So what I'm saying is, from that particular example, those organizations, those civic spaces like Bunge la Mwananchi, and I think they know that they're working with probably Ruto people there as they attack Ruto. In fact, some of the most vociferous are the ones who might actually be pro-Ruto within those groups. So it's always good to be aware that such dynamics actually destroy the power of the people, the sovereignty of the people, because every time you make an effort, some people snatch it out of you, right? And what James Maina did really denied a lot of people justice in Kenya. Whether his allegation, his story was true or false, was up to the courts to decide, but that never went ahead, as we all know. So I just wanted to say that, and don't take this in a bad way, Stony. What I'm going to say here is something that often happens when we people in the diaspora are very angry about what we see. Yeah? When we say that we want to take a radical, option of dealing with this illegal regime or any other regime, it is mostly we people in the diaspora that we say we are ready for that. Very few people in Kenya will say that openly. Yes, the Bunge la Mwananchi people, I've had them talking like they are not afraid of anything. But those are very few. But people in the diaspora, we usually say that we are ready for the fight, for a revolution. I've said it before myself. But when I look at what is happening back home, and I think, how am I even able to say this when I see what is happening there is making it impossible for people to speak as a uniting force, to do things, to have a solidarity. How can we even think about those aims that we think we can do from here? And of course, Tony, you might even drop some history there, and you say, but many African countries went through this, and the people of diaspora supported them and helped them to change those African countries. I really don't know if this is possible now, but maybe it might be possible in the future that Kenyans in the diaspora and the ones back home can work together to do these things that we want to be done. But on the issue of radical formations, it's easy for us people in the diaspora to say these things. It's very easy. You know this, I know this, right? That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Eli. Asante sana. Yeah, that is very elaborate, and that is what Ruto knows, what you have just said, and that is why we are saying the 84% will be proved right very soon. That usipoziba ufa unajenga ukuta. That you better have the principle of preventing instead of waiting to repair. That's why politically, if a country sleeps, let me use the word sleeps, kuteleza ile kidogo tu inakuanga kwisha. I think, and that is there. To get out of that hole, it's just too slippery. As yesterday I was saying, Congo will never know peace. Not in this generation, not in the coming. Because, as much we are being taught to sahau history, because history is what informs you of what you have, of the kind of, it justifies the situation you are in presently, while it really gives you a glimpse of, if you don't learn, then it's going to be worse. I tell people, those of us who know the Nyayo era, the 24 years of Moi, right now, our lali, because it's like when you have been told you have cancer stage what? So you only start now telling your family, sasa mimi kaburi yangu inaanza kuwa hivi, ile ng'ombe yangu iko Migori na ile yangu iko Embu. You start talking that way. The moment we allowed that swearing in, that bombers activity, tukaanza kuimba Mungu saidia, Yesu saidia, even if Jesus comes today, he will not fix Kenyan problem. It will still remain the same. Why? We allowed the bad, the careless person, somebody who does not believe in humanity, someone who doesn't believe in integrity, somebody who doesn't believe in anything we call human, to be pronounced the president. So what are we left with? Even if we debate here day and night, and I keep on telling people, it is either we decide, as much as weak we are, tunajimwaga barabarani, wale tutakufa tukufe, or we just surrender. Those are that's an option. Surrender and say, tutandike na utufanye vile unataka, tupindue kama samaki baba. We have no option. It is very sad, Eli, my brother. I know you umesema vizuri. It is true. You are very right. You are very right. How many people in Kenya right now can stand there and talk like a gaucho? I wish we had 1,000 gauchos, so that we have at least 5 in every county. You know.
But James Maina used to talk like that at Bunge la Mwananchi.
Yeah, and then lastly, this ICC thing, I tend to believe to think they must have been in cahoot. They are part of, the scheme of destroying some of these countries that would probably come up. Because how successful are they? Our president now, the president of Kenya, who pronounced himself the president, he was a suspect there. What has happened? He outmaneuvered them. He conquered. He reigned supreme. So if I were Raila or anybody on the ground, I would say to hell with ICC and tell the Mwananchi, you defend your own. Tunaambia ICC, ukinipata kwako sawa, but don't step into our country. How has Rwanda been fixed? My biggest challenge to Kenyans is how has Kagame managed to really fix Rwanda? Those of you who have gone to Rwanda, you admire. Kenyans are there. I think they are migrating there, and some never want to come back to Kenya. Migrating to a tiny country, country kadogo hivi, and Kenyans are living like kings there. Professionals, biashara people, hata watu wa kuuza mali hizi inaitwa mali hawa wanaitwa nini, wachuuzi. They are hawking in the streets of Kigali. Very comfortable. Unaona mtu ana hawk na amevaa suti, telling you this guy is doing very well. Isn't that a shame? Kagame has fixed that. Actually, he has fixed that almost single-handedly. Of course, there are those who supported him. But his policies were very simple. He said, I want to fix Rwanda. Let's deal with the Rwanda problem. And I think he has been, people have said he's hard-headed or whatever, iron hand. Wewe unasema ni iron hand ukiwa in your uko Geneva, sijui New York, nini. But the guy is helping the Rwandese people. And by the way, if Rwandese were told to elect, they would still elect him, even at his deathbed. Achana na those few politicians who feel denied, the wise, ifukuzad the thieves. They're the ones who are heckling while they are here when they are there in the diaspora and wherever they are, because they were denied wheezy. Yeah. So I tend to think we have to bite the bullet. Either way. Rhoda, you want to say something, or Moses?
Yeah, I want to do example Kenya elections. I have talked with some Africa country. Like my neighbor is from Nigeria. He told me some week ago that in Nigeria they have elections. I think it was there 2014 or 15. And actually, so when they have elections, the man who wants to take power, he have to put the military. So Nigeria people, they were going very hard time, difficult time. Even now they have, that man was telling me, you know, Nigeria, they have a lot of tribes. He was telling me that president was his tribe. They removed him. He was telling me it was painful. He went a lot of hell. And then actually that president is the one who is working with the former president Uhuru Kenyatta in this to spread the peace. So we were discussing what can we do in Africa, such kind of tribe. They usually come to destroy our country, like this Ruboa. Unajua Wakikuyu tunaitanga Wakarejini Ruboa. Wanakuja wanatuharibia nchi yetu, haiwezi enda mbele, wanakuja kuharibu na uongo. Unajua Ruto, he is very very dishonest man. He's a liar. Wao watu tunaweza fanyaje? Akaniambia, unajua sister, unajua manager wanaongea sister, my sister. Akaniambia akaniambia, unajua Nigeria is very rich country, they have oil. Nigeria is going very far. Actually Nigeria, they love themselves. There is one tribe in Nigeria. You know, I used to go Nigeria parties. Oh my God, Nigeria wanna dress. They love themselves. That tribe, they love themselves a lot. So he was telling me most of it, that tribe, because they love themselves, most of the tribe, they hate that tribe. It's the same Ruto. Ruto, the tribe Ruto hate is a Kikuyu. Because Kikuyu, we love ourselves. That is a fact. We love, and that's why he was feeling jealous, because he know President Uhuru, he used to love himself. He knew that. And that's why he wanted to do whatever. Because to love yourself is to be, you know, like some people, like a former President Uhuru Kenyatta, he was very social man. Very social. He loved to talk. He's very socialized with everybody. He was, and that's something Ruto was feeling jealous for that. Ruto, he doesn't like people to stay the way God want. He want people to live the life what he want, and that's very bad. But let me tell you, there's a lot of Karejini. You know, Karejini people, they are very beautiful. They're not bad people. They are really blessed. Actually, most of the white women, they are married with the Karejin tribe. Even Chinese, those Chinese, they are going to Kenya. They are married with those men, Karejin men. So Karejin tribe, they're not angry people. They are really blessed tribe. But kuna mtu anawaharibia jina. Kuna mtu mmoja anaharibia hiyo tribe yao. It's very bad. It's very bad. Mtu mmoja anaharibia jina tribe yake. Unaona, we want to stand together. Me, I could ask everybody, we stand together, like people who live in the diaspora. We tell them enough is enough. We will not accept, even if we have a one tribe, one, you know, like, I'm not saying Kikuyu tribe, we are best. You know, like Rigiji, Moses Kuria, how they speak. There's a lot of bad people, even Kikuyu tribe, but we know them. So people, they need, even Karejini, not all Karejini like to talk. Not all Luya, they like Masik Waitagura. Every tribe, they know what they like and they what we want. So something I could ask Kenya, we come together. If we know, thank you.
Okay. Moses, you want to say something? Thank you, Rhoda.
Yeah, because okay, thank you, Sonny. Rhoda, it's not that all Kikuyus are bad. Well, there are those ones who are just puppets, you know. They are those people who are who have their people who are selfish. They think about themselves. But some Kikuyus are wise, not all. Eli, you talked about people who were appointed. In this government is cabinet, there is no one who is appointed due to his qualifications or whatever experience. Most of the people you see there, they are just compromised. They are just compromised and rewarded. And such a cabinet can never deliver anything, because if you are compromised, you cannot say anything. If you are being rewarded, you cannot say anything. Once you say something, you'll be kicked out. So they are there just to eat and, you know, count days. You see, that's why you see someone like Mudavadi, we are 20, they have not even finished 3 months in the government, they are planning about 2027. You see? Do you think, do you expect something good from such cabinet? You, Allah. Then another thing, Stone talked about Rwanda. I'm one of those people who believes that Kagame is a dictator, but I like him because he's a dictator, but he's having a vision of the country. You see, the country is progressing. Not like these other fake pastors who come around and fake people that they are pastors and so what. Kagame is a dictator, but his country is progressing. And if you see the standards, there are people who are there, the way they live, even the security, they have housing, they accommodate them, doctors, civil servants. At least they are enjoying. They work and they see there, they feel like they are civil servants. Come to my country, Uganda. Oh, you can cry if you want, if you happen to cross there. Huh. So there are some people who are, some leaders who are like dictator, fine. But for me, a dictator who is progressing with the country, I don't have anything. Once you are giving service, I don't have any problem with you. So, Buana Stone, let me do some work here. If I finish, maybe we shall catch up later after. Yeah. Thank you for now.
Sawa sawa, Moses. Thank you so much. Yes, that's good. Moses, your comment is mzuri. In my own opinion, actually, I don't really sometimes understand, or even I'm never able to draw a line to define a dictator away from a leader who is maybe assertive. You know, sometimes that line becomes very thin, because if somebody sees a patient is dying and he goes and says, utakunywa hii dawa upende usipende, would you rather somebody who says nakuomba tafadhali mama kunywa hii dawa? Which one would you go for? Richie bro, karibu sana, and good to see you. We are here trying to penya, tunang'ang'ana kabisa na maajabu yanayokumba nchi yetu ya Kenya. Looks like people are now actually getting too weary, too tired. You must have heard about the latest statistics of Kenyans. I remember the last time you came and told us, I don't know whether it was you, Richie, who came and told us that 30 million Kenyans had applied to take off from our country to wherever. Now, the other shocking statistic is that 84% already think Kenya is headed for doom. That's scary. Karibu Richie.
Yeah, Stone, sijui kama nasikika. Asante sana. I was listening from behind. Lakini you've had a very interesting conversation today. And I think people are now coming to the realization that this was all along a con game, like we've been saying here. Kwanza wacha niwasalimie kabla hata nisahau, naona Roda yuko hapo, and our brother Moses. Good to see you all. Tulikuwa tunasema hii kitu ni con game kuanzia mapema sana. Watu wanasema oh, nyinyi watu tuliwashinda. So now, you know, sometimes I follow the feed of supporters of UDA on Twitter, and it looks like people are coming to realize that we have been vindicated. You know, the people who are against the establishment of an office of the official opposition leader are now the ones who are championing that same establishment to be adopted in the constitution. But one thing that I have to say is this: I believe that the UDA government and the Kenya Kwanza government, Kenya Kwisha, whatever, believe they won this election fairly. And from my understanding is, if they need to establish an office of accountability, then they would want also to make sure that they follow the right channel. And that is why I propose that they should go for the referendum route. Let the people speak. Let the people decide if they feel that they need somebody to represent them as the official opposition leader. And that is the route we should be taking. I don't believe we should take a shortcut. The Supreme Court said that the president cannot initiate constitutional change. And what the president is doing right now, Bwana Nabii, is the same thing that the Supreme Court said is impossible. So awache maneno mingi. If he wants to change the constitution, wacha apeane hizo whatever zake vipengee zenye anaona ni mbaya ziende kwa wananchi. After all, IEBC lituambia William Ruto alishinda 36 counties out of the 47 counties. So I believe he has majority of the counties. Kama anaamini yako na hiyo uwezo, aongee na MCAs, tuende referendum, tuende tuongee na MCAs, alafu akipita hizo county 24 zenye zinatakikana ama 25, then tuweze kuingiza hiyo ofisi mahali inatakikana, na maneno ya CDF na hiyo maneno ingine ya Senate oversight. Lakini vitu ingine shortcut yenye anatupatia kila siku hapa, akifikiria kwamba Wakenya wajui ile kitu inaendelea, mimi ninakataa kama Mkenya mmoja wa wale ambao tulikuwa tunaunga BBI in the beginning mkono. So let the president not shy away from following the right process. We agree that he is the president. Some of us do not support him, but we believe if he has the numbers that he claimed to have, the 7.1 million people who voted for him, and a majority win in the country in terms of counties, then asukume hiyo kitu. Stone PK, wacha kwanza nicheze hii moja hapa. Unajua kila siku tunakutana na sarakasi. Wacha tuone hii sarakasi moja hapa kwanza, alafu ndio tuendelee kutoka hapo. You know, it's amazing what our country is turning into, because let's listen to this first and then we proceed from there.
KTN News. Now it's all systems go for the 59th Jamhuri Day celebrations that will be held tomorrow at the Nyayo National Stadium. And as KTN's Emmanuel Tor now reports, you will get a free scholarship for attending the Jamhuri Day celebrations. Over 20,000 Kenyans have been invited to the event that has been dubbed Connect, Innovate, Inspire with Technology and Digital Economy. Listen in. From the main dais to the seats to the entertainment department, everything is set for the 59th Jamhuri Day celebrations and the second national celebration to be presided over by President William Ruto.
We are 100% satisfied. We are ready. It's a themed celebration with a focus on ICT. And going forward, we will be doing similar celebrations with various themes.
We want to use technology to empower people. The people we are targeting are the same people that we targeted for during the last election, last general election, to empower them to a level that they can also take care of their own lives responsibly.
About 20,000 Kenyans have been invited to the event, which will also include international guests in the tech sector. As announced by the government, the attendees will be given free technology scholarships for a certification course that will enable them access some of the opportunities available online. The courses will be offered in various universities.
Tomorrow, everybody who will come to Jamhuri tomorrow, you will walk away with a course that would otherwise cost you 100,000 shillings. And you will get it for free. And every one of you, we have been given an unlimited access to those courses.
It's an ongoing ICT week as part of the Jamhuri Day celebrations, which is being conducted at KICC. And as we go through the program for the week, then the details of the successful scholars will be communicated.
Security has also been beefed up in and out of the stadium as the security agencies stay alert to ensure a seamless exercise.
We are working very closely with the security personnel, so Kenyans should not be worried about their security for those who will be coming into the stadium as part of the celebrations and across the country.
Kenyans will also be treated to top draw entertainment that will also include the 4x100 relays involving leaders, sports persons and artists. President William Ruto has this evening closed a two-day high-level discussion on technology that was held at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, KICC, on matters information and technology.
We are also going to have, aside from the Hustler Fund, we are also going to have the Startups Fund. Already, the preliminary work is going on. Shortly, we will be taking the bill to Parliament so that we can de-risk all startups and make sure that we give them the opportunity to scale up and become serious enterprises.
The president called on Kenyans to embrace technology for the growth of the economy through the bottom-up approach. Emmanuel Tor, KT News, Nairobi.
Son PK, unasikia maneno. Okay, if you walk into, itakuwa Uhuru Park kama itakuwa wapi, Jamhuri ama itakuwa wapi? Where is the celebration? If you walk into that celebration tu, ukionekana tu namna hii, unatoka na scholarship yako ya kwenda kusoma technology from University of Arizona. Alisema wamepatiwa unlimited offer, unlimited number of chances ya kwenda kusoma sijui ni 16 what? Aliita namna gani? Sijui ni 16 credits ama ni nini bana. You know
at what 100,000.
Yeah, so I mean 16 credits. I don't know what he means by 16 credits because the US based education mambo ya credits hata sijui inaingiliana wapi na education system ya US. I don't know. Not even no. Sorry. I was listening to what he was saying, and he says that this course in normal circumstances is charged about $1,000, and so he says if you go to that celebration, anybody that walks into that celebration anatoka na hiyo scholarship ya not 16 credits. I don't know. There's a name ametumia hapo. 16 units.
Yeah, 16 units.
16
yes.
units, sorry. So the US system ni credits, but here amesema 16 units. So I'm trying to connect between the two. Yeah, 16 units na 16 credits. Na ukisikiza hii story unaona ni tarumbeta watu wanapigiwa. Alafu vijana wako huko nyuma wamekaa wanapiga makofi tu. Wanapiga makofi. These are the same people wenye walidanganywa Hustler Fund, sijui hatutabadilisha katiba, sisi tunataka kubadilisha uchumi, wakipiga makofi. They are the same people. You know, you look at the youth wa Kenya saizi, I don't know. Mimi sitaki kuongea mbaya, lakini ukidanganywa namna hii saa ingine hata wewe jiangalie, ujiulize, wewe ulituambia wajinga wameisha hii Kenya, unatubeba namna gani? Unatubeba namna gani? You know how much it costs to pay for a credit hour? Let's say 3 credit hours in community college in the United States. Some of them range between $300 to $600 for that 3 credit hours. In the university, you're talking about for just 3. A class is normally about 3 credit hours. So in the university, you're talking about roughly, if it's an undergrad course, you're talking about $1,000, between 1,000 to 1,500 USD for just 3 credit hours. But for 16 is a whole semester, because if you attend the United States, most people who take like a full-time classes, wale ambao wako full-time wanachukua about, let's say, 5 classes. So one class is about 3 credit hours. So multiply 5 by 3, that's about 15 credit hours. And that will cost you roughly between 900 to 1 million Kenyan shillings. That's in the USD, I calculate inakuja about $9,000 to about $10,000 for you to complete that course. So I'm trying to figure out vile Ruto amekuja with numbers mpaka ikafika 16 units. Sijui mahali ametoa hizi vitu. And
ni wapi zina hizo scholarship zinakwenda wapi?
I think it's an online class or something like that. I don't know. Unajua hizi maswali ndio tunafaa kuwa tunauliza Nabii Stone PK. These are the questions. These are the important questions we should be asking Nabii, because you should be listening to some of these things na unazipinga from the source there and then. Ndio at least mambo inakuwa clear moving forward. Otherwise Wakenya wanabebwa fala na wanakubali tu kubebwa namna hiyo. Unaona? So I'm listening at what this government is doing, and I connect that with what we were talking about yesterday. Stone PK, ile kitu ulikuwa unatuambia hapa kwa studio jana ya kwamba baba alianguka sana wakati alikubali kupostpone mkutano yake ya celebration, parallel celebration ya Jamhuri Day. Sasa ninakubaliana na wewe Stone PK, because it's like the government is trying to incentivize the attendance of this celebration. You know, the empty seats we saw last time in that public celebration that we had last time, it was not a very good picture for this government. They tried as much as possible kuferi watu kutoka strongholds zao. You know, there are people who came from sijui Madira na mabasi ya mashule wakajazwa wakasarani ndi, wengine wakatoka sijui pande ya Sugoi na mabasi wakakuja wakajazwa stadium, ionekane at least iko na watu, lakini bado kuna viti. So government iliona aibu sana. Now this was a position whereby the person who claims to win, to have won the election, was supposed to have a function parallel to the person who claimed to have lost, or the person who was felt wamenyang'anywa kiti. This was a good contest na ingekuwa mzuri sana sisi. Unajua we had a point to prove. It was supposed to prove a point. Lakini sasa Stone PK jana uliongea ukweli. Baba saa ingine jameni. Baba ameandikiwa, and you see the US ambassador is very comfortable in Kenya right now. Kila mahali unakutana na US ambassador wamefuatana na president na Sakaja na nani. All the leaders, they are all over the place right now on a roam all about. It is a very easy thing for the ambassador of the United States to Kenya to, through the White House, to invite Raila Odinga for such a meeting, for the summit, American president stroke African presidents to the US. Na Raila Odinga akaanguka for that bait. Ambassador akiandikia barua ama apige simu hapa White House aseme invite that guy, because tunaona ni kama kukiwa na function kama hii italeta tafash. So Raila Odinga akaambiwa wewe kuja uattend kwa sababu wewe ni AU High Commissioner wa infrastructure, kuja uaddress. And you know, opportunities like this don't come easy in life. Umeinvitiwa US kwenda kuaddress African heads of state by the United States president on issues to do with infrastructure. Hata Weston PK utaenda huko Jakaranda kuchomeka na jua. We utatupa na it is all paid expense, my friend. Nimeona hata senator wa Narok ako kwa first class kwa ndege, anasema mimi hata mimi siwezi attend hiyo kitu, naelekea na baba US. So baba akaona hata hii kwenda kuchomeka jua huko Jakaranda na akina Gaucho na akina Nuru Okanga.
Unajua Makiadi.
Yes, my brother Alex. Yeah.
Makiadi, long time hata sijakuja kwa show. I've been in the hospital.
Hey, pole bwana.
Oh, pole.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah. I got an accident.
Hey.
Yeah, I got a very bad accident, but I'm okay now.
Hey,
I thank God. But nimekuwa nikiwasikia kutoka kando. I talked to Baba personally because Fidel used to be my roommate in Atlanta. I talked to Baba personally, nikamwambia hii kitu anatuambia mpaka tumeprepare, tunataka kuonyesha Ruto is not our president, alafu anatoka huko. It's a disappointment. I spoke to him personally.
And vile Stone Pike aliongea jana, nilimwelezea nikamwambia, we can't be supporting you and then you disappoint us, and then unaanza kusupport mtu ambaye hatutaki. What we want is to take this government off. Baba to disappoint. Pole sana. That's what I wanted to tell you. I spoke with him personally. Nikamwambia, you cannot do this. We have spent money, some of us, to organize for that rally, and then he does that. That's what I wanted to tell you, that Baba may to disappoint kabisa. We cannot be supporting Baba. Anaenda anafanya mkutano na Uhuru, sahii ameanza kufanya mkutano na Ruto. You know, it's paining a lot of people. That's all I wanted to tell you. Many people call me wakina Gaucho. I spoke with Gaucho today. Akaniambia he had mobilized people. We wanted to show our mightiness. And then Baba hakuji mkutano. What is that, Stone Pike? After we have sent Gaucho pesa, Gaucho amemobilize watu, Ledama ameorganize watu, Sifuna ameorganize watu, and then Baba anatuambia anakuja US. Anakuja US kufanya nini? Stone PK nieleze hapo tuongee.
Sasa mimi swali yangu ni hii, unajua saa ingine hata kuna mtu anauliza, okay, so let's say Baba alikuwa amekamata hao watu ile area nyingine tutakangi kutaja hapa kwa TV.
Yeah.
Na it's amazing because at that moment you could see the panic in the government. Everybody was running around like a headless chicken trying to justify why the opposition should not have a rally, a parallel rally. But I agree. Yeah. You know, the tension that this rally was supposed to cause in government achieved its cause. Unfortunately, when people were so hyped up to attend this rally, at the last moment, unasikia Opiyo Wandayi anakuja anasema tumepostpone rally kwa sababu ya safari ambayo itakuwa Biden and you know, we come to this station, watu wanaona ni kama hatujui ile kitu watu tunaongea. It is so true that this thing was planned just to demystify the fact that the president, who is currently William Ruto, the president of the Republic of Kenya, has no support outside the circles, zile traditional circles zao.
I swear to you, William Ruto yeye mwenye anajua, because hata watu wake wanajua he is very unpopular. Yeye mwenye anajua. That's why he met Baba the other day, because he realized vile vitu zimeanza kuenda hivi, a revolution is going to happen. And Stone Pike amekuwa akisema a revolution is going to happen kama mchezo, but it was going to happen. Baba ndiye ame relax, sijui ni Biden amemdanganya, sijui ni nani. We wanted a revolution. We wanted nothing, because what happened in Bomas was total bullshit. We cannot be a banana republic. Pole nimeongea mpaka nikasikia vibaya.
Haya, wacha kwanza Stone PK aongee. Stone PK, your comments.
Thank you Richie and Alex, pole for that. We wish you very quick recovery. Good to see you. We were wondering umepotelea wapi. Yeah, you know, I want to say like what Richie you normally say. When we come here to talk, we are not coming here to tete-a-tete. You know, we could tete-a-tete and in other places, and it's not that we come here to just give wild or hot air or you know, those kind of a thing. we try to be as practical as possible and as realistic as possible. And being realistic is not arguing for the sake of arguing. I personally I keep on appealing to Kenyans. If people believe Ruto won, then there's no point of having, you know, agitation or whatever it is. Had the Supreme Court articulated very well and by law, you know, what even in the eyes of public would have been justice, I don't think Kenyans would have had a problem. And when I say Kenyans, it's the majority of Kenyans who are crying up to now. The people who are crying out there, it's not 1 million, it's not 2 million, it's not 3 million, it's not what, okay? When you talk of counties that Baba won, I mean, you wonder if Baba has all those counties, then where did Ruto get the 36 now that are being told that he won? So what I'm driving at is it justified what majority or rather this other group of Kenyans are saying, that they are not happy, that they don't believe Ruto was elected? Looking at all what was kind of articulated, and I don't want anybody to tell me about, oh, the law stated this. I always say the judge can decide a court case in whichever way he or she wants. That doesn't mean that justice has been done, or rather that somebody who is aggravated accepts that kind of a ruling. Yeah, we got to know, and it's coming out now. It's in the public domain. You know, all the evil that took place. So the sum total here is that what we are having as a government is illegit. The gentleman, or the man who is now at the mantle, is illegit. So if that is the general feeling, why would the leaders that we have in the name of Azimio leaders start now mellowing down, warming up to so many fabrications? Sijui, oh, we create a strong opposition. Kenyans, why did we come up with the Katiba 2010? And what is the weaknesses of Katiba 2010? It's not an opposition, man. It's not that we don't have an opposition. If Raila was defeated properly na ikakubalika all those times, opposition inakuja tu automatic, because you shake a hand with whoever has defeated you and you're on the other side. So for me now, if it's opposition Ruto wants to fix, let him have it and put his own stooge there. I think I said this, I keep on repeating this. Let him have it and let him put that stooge of his that he wants. But Azimio should remain put if we believe that this government is not legit. And I keep on saying that dining and sitting and accepting whatever sort of offers, even attending these national celebrations organized by this government, you are just dining with the dirty, with the people you don't believe in. Personally, I would not, even if it's a national celebration. I'd rather go into my village and pick a few people there. We sit and recall and rephrase and, kind of discuss about or teach the young ones about our independence and all that. I'd rather do that than walking to this place we are being told about the scholarships and all that. So what should be happening is that Ruto should be left to run his government. Baba should be in the forefront. Baba he doesn't need any glory now. He has reached Kilele, addressing meetings in Ukuma Juu. It doesn't matter. It doesn't add any feather on his hat. He has all the feathers. He has all the medals. And I wish he listens to this. Baba has all the medals. The only one medal, super golden medal that Kenyans want is to deliver justice, to ensure that Kenya imeshika justice. And even if he dies doing that, na tuipate, God will will rest him in a very comfortable place. Kenyans will say amen. That is the one most thing that people are waiting for Baba. And that is what I would call the last bullet. Angeichukua kabisa, even if he went in for 3 months, lakini a fix justice, so that when Stone PK contests tomorrow with Richie and with Alex, kura zitahesabiwa, Stone PK umeshindwa na kura 20 na inaonekana uwazi, and we shake hands and I say, bro, it's yours. That is what we were waiting for. But now, with this government, 2027, 2032, 2050s, 2090s, 2000, whatever the years are coming, forget it. Kenyans, forget about justice. Iko mbali kama kucheka kwa mbuzi. Kama umewahi kuona mbuzi akijaribu kucheka. That is how far it is. Never again. People telling me about Kagame and all that. Let's not blah blah things about dictator, about all that. We know nothing. Kenyans know nothing about neighboring countries. We just pretend. Yeah, tunapayuka tu. Oh, Rwanda. Oh, they go to Rwanda, see what is happening. Then you tell me, or do you need a dictator that ensures you have Wi-Fi in every corner of the city you go to? Do you want a dictator or a thief? If a dictator ensures that all the sewages are cleaned, zinaoshwa na omo, who do you do? Or do you need who do you need? Do you need a Bible or do you need a dictator? A dictator who ensures that all hospitals are fully equipped na kila mwananchi anaenda hospitali. Yeah? I mean, let's not throw away terms, oh, dictator. Back to you, Makiadi.
Stone PK. Yeah, go ahead, Alex, endelea.
Yeah, Makiadi, wacha nikwambie kitu moja. And this thing is going to hurt us. Raila needs to groom young people who are going to be future leaders like Simba Arati. Because if Raila dies today, we are going to remain without somebody we can depend on. But amekata. Now, one thing I don't like about Raila, sister yake ni women rep, brother yake ni senator, mtoto wake ni Aela. Let's not accept that. Wacha tumwambie akue na democracy. Secondly, we need to start grooming young people in ODM or in Azimio. Because if Baba dies today, Ruto is going to rule forever. Unaelewa kitu na Stone PK nasema? If we cannot do that, we are going to be helpless. It's time we start controlling the politics of Kenya. People like Gaucho are very bright people who really help us in Nairobi. People like Edwin Sifuna, these are bright people. And we must support them because Baba age, angalia mali amefika sahi, and we still is controlling everything. Let him groom somebody and let us build, because Ruto na UDA nakwambia wamejipanga. I used to be in UDA's kudanganyi. Kibagendi, who is my best friend, he used to be in the office of the deputy president. Unaelewa? So wakati hasla ilianza, we used to be there until I found Ruto is a dictator. But now ODM is not organized the way UDA is organized. Sometimes we need dictatorship to run. Aya, kitu ingine nataka kuambia nani Makiadi. The leader of in ODM, the leader of majority anatoka Migori. Anaitwa Wandanya ako huko. nani anaitwa nani huyu jamaa mwenye alikuwa the chairman, wote wanatoka Luo Nyanza. We need to stop that bullshit so that we can make ODM to be a national property. Otherwise, UDA is going to rule us forever, Makiat. And we need to start being honest. Sangine mimi na black atupendani, lakini black sangine anasemanga ukweli sana. Unaelewa? Black sangine anasema ukweli sana. There is dictatorship in ODM. There's a lot of dictatorship in ODM. And we need to stop that so that we can rise to all those positions so that we can make sure tumetoa huyu mtu anaitwa Ruto kutoka the government. But when we only put Luos in all positions, Junet can be a Somalia, but is from Migori. So I think we need to talk to Baba awache hizi vitu anafanya so that we can create a party ya prosperity as a national party. Thank you, Magiadi.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex Media. I can see Julia amekuja hapa na Pogon, are you there? Ama umeset kiti? Oh, najua kuna lugha ingine Julia Kenya inaitwa kupiga set. Matatu ikiwa kwa stage unaendanga unapata imejaa, unaambiwa imebakisha kiti moja. So wakati unaingia unakaa chini, watu wanaanza kushuka mmoja mmoja tu. Sijui kama umewahi fanywa namna hiyo pale Nyamakima, ama ni watu unapandia gari ama ni tea room, anaitaga tea room matatu, mtu anaanza kushuka mmoja mmoja mpaka matatu inabaki empty. Kumbe ilikuwa imejaa makanga ndani na hakuna hata mmoja wao alikuwa kwa safari. So hapa kwa channel tunakuaga na kuset kiti pia. Unakuja una set kiti alafu unaondoka ndio usipoteze hiyo nafasi. Ukipata nafasi ya kuongea at least unafikiwa mapema. So Pogon naona ameinua mkono, amesema tumpatie dakika moja. So yes,
Makiadi, dakika moja. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Jarongo 2012. I don't hate Luos, please. I was born and raised in Kisumu. I even dream Kijaluo. I was born in Kondele, baadaye ndio tukaenda wapi? Mlimani. I don't hate Luos. Don't say that. What I'm only saying is that for us to build a party that is formidable for future and young and prosperity in our country, sometimes we have to tell our leaders where they have gone wrong. Unaelewa? Sometimes we have to tell our leaders where they are going wrong. You cannot have somebody ata kama ni aje. I am not going to agree that Oburu Odinga is too old to become a senator. Mtu anaitwa Winnie, yeye nakubali because she's qualified. I have watched his interviews. Yeye, I can support him. Sister yake was not supposed to take that seat. So when I say that, it's not that I hate Luos. What I'm trying to say is that let us make a party that has the face of Kenya. Unaelewa? The face of Kenya. If we don't do that, we are going to have problems in the future. Because let me ask you, in the future, if somebody else become a president, maybe from Kisii like Simba Arati, and then we start unapata ati Simba Arati ndugu yake sijui nini. We love Baba so much to a point that sometimes we don't tell him the truth. We love Baba so much and we respect him to a point that sometimes akifanya vitu zingine kama hii kitu alimit Ruto, I'm pissed off. We love Baba to a point that when he meets Ruto, I got pissed off. And we must tell him, wachanga muskatashe baba, mwambie ukweli. Pole kwa maneno leo nimeongea. ODM is my party. When ODM was formed, remember when nani anaitwa nani huyu mzee mwenye alisemanga when you rattle a snake you'll be beaten by it. Alikuwa anaitwa aje huyu the performer alikuwa anaitwa nani? Mishuki. When Mishuki said that, that's when ODM was incepted. Unaelewa? And I became a life member. Every year I pay 100,000 to ODM. And that's why I'm pissed off that hizi viti wacha zikuwe distributed vizuri sana. Asante, pole. Sichukii Wajaluo. Omera, an ajaluo, angeo dholuo, and aero joluo. Kiki watch ni I hate Luos. No, I don't. I'm only saying that there are things that are not right with our party, and we need to mend them. After we mend it, then we can meet, then we can win in the next election. But if you continue to do the things we are doing, we are not going to win the election. We are going to lose again. And that is not right. We must now start preparing how we are going to win the next election. And for us to win next election, let us be serious and be professional sometimes. We are learned people, Makiadi. Makiadi, we are learned people. We are not hustlers. And we must advise these people intellectually, philosophically, and spiritually. People like Junet, they have destroyed our party. Sometimes he talk nonsense. Lakini amkujangi hapa muongee ukweli. I'm sorry.
Haya, safi. Wacha kwanza niweke santuri moja hapa, alafu nipatie Julia nafasi pia aweze kuchangia. Kuna video moja hapa.
Pogon tena apewi space.
Oh, sawa. Kama uko tayari mimi naweza kupatia nafasi Pogon. Unajua sioni ukiinua mkono vile uliinua last time kuni signal dakika moja. Ni sawa? Go ahead. Endelea.
Twende kwa santuri alafu turudi.
Okay, safi basi. Haya, wacha nicheze tu video moja dakika mbili hapa alafu nikupatie nafasi hapo. Okay.
Umoja One Kenya coalition leader Raila Odinga is asking President William Ruto to respect the BBI court verdict on constitutional changes. Reacting to President Ruto's memorandum on law review, Raila rejected the parliamentary law review process, insisting that any constitutional amendment bid must be done through a referendum. Seth Olale with more.
President William Ruto's memorandum to the speakers of the National Assembly and Senate, notifying them on intent for a constitutional amendment on 4 key issues, has drawn sharp criticism from the opposition. As Umoja leader Raila Odinga, while faulting President Ruto's push for constitutional change, says the process must be subjected to a popular initiative such as a referendum and not parliament. The Azimio leader threw a statement indicating that the opposition political outfit will consider taking legal action against the head of state upon consultation with the leadership of Azimio coalition upon his return from the US. Raila Odinga now wants President Ruto to fully acknowledge that the Building Bridges initiative, which is strongly opposed during his campaigns, as the basis upon which he is reintroducing constitutional amendment process through parliament. Odinga pointing out 4 key issues in the BBI report that President Ruto based his objection on while rejecting the handshake-driven process. They include that a president cannot initiate constitutional amendments, that all proposals for amendments of the constitution must start with the people, that the process of amendment must be people-driven, and that the amendments must chiefly center on the interest of the common mwananchi. Raila's criticism on President Ruto's memorandum to Parliament receiving backing from Siaya Governor James Orengo.
Tafadhali tupitie wananchi kwanza. Wananchi wakikubali, sisi tutakuwa na mjadala, tutaongea pamoja kama Wakenya, alafu bunge itapitisha. Lakini hii mambo ya kwenda bunge moja kwa moja ndiyo imeleta matatizo mingi sana katika Kenya hii.
Other than President Ruto's push for constitutional amendment through Parliament, the Azimio Umoja leadership will also deliberate on the resolutions passed during last week's public consultative forum held at the Kamkunji grounds. Seth Ola.
Aya, Pogon. Uwanja ni wako.
Good morning. Leo sina mengi ya kuongea, lakini ninafurahia vile watu wanaongea na passion yenye watu wako naye, kina Alex ama ni Alex na Stone PK. But again, naweza sema as much as tunasemanga baba ni institution, but I think we blame baba kwa everything zikiwa zimeharibika, na when things are going okay or when we think things are okay, atujaribu kuanza kuangalia huko hivyo mbele, kufanya troubleshooting, nini inaweza enda kuharibika. Like juzi hiyo Jacaranda, there is this guy that took the mic and started talking about how vile baba hata akisema tujinyonge, yeye ananunua kamba immediately, and I liked it. Mpaka mimi nikajiuliza seriously, now that baba alipostpone, mbona sisi tunataka kumblame yeye? He's been pushing all these things. Hii ilikuwa ni initiative yake yeye kutuita. What are we doing kama followers wa baba? Ni nini yenye sisi wenyewe tunafanya? Juu saizi tunaendelea kumpush. Tulimwachilia ile wakati yenye alianza akitafuta endorsement ya kusimama for presidency. In fact, yeye mwenyewe ndo aliunda rallies, yeye ndo aliunda ile yenye alikuwa anazunguka Kenya round. Yeye mwenyewe ndo alizunguka, but sisi wenyewe hatukuonyesha hata hiyo kiu ya kutaka kumuita tumwambie baba now come. We want you. Ilikuwa ni yeye ndo anauliza do you want me, but sisi hatukuwa imuita. Na hata hivyo saizi ilikuwa yeye hayuko. I don't think constitutionally we are barred from also still going ahead na kujaribu kuforce things to happen that we want baba hapa. Hiyo mambo yake ya Amerika, hiyo kusikizana yake na wale watu wengine, we don't care and we don't hatujui na hatutambui, but we want baba here. Sisi tunataka kusikia sauti ya baba. Ama okay, sasa baba kulienda vile kulienda, nao baba utusikize. Kama vile kijana alikuwa anasema, ukisema kitu ni hivyo. But tuliacha baba mpaka ikafika mahali alikuwa bullied na our leaders. So many choices yenye ilibidi akamake, na he had to leak so many boots ili kujaribu keep hiyo boat ya Azimio afloat. Why? Tulikuwa tunaonyesha ni kama if he doesn't do something ataenda kuanguka. Mpaka Azimio ilikuwa imefika mahali ni ya kuombaomba tena, haikukuwa iko na ile strength ya 2017 207. Haikukuwa kama vile ODM ilikuwa peke yake, ikakuwa iko na uzito nyingi sana. Juu sisi wenyewe tunampenda, lakini tukimpenda tunampenda on the side, we do nothing else. Lakini saizi tutalalamika sana, na tutalalamika na jina ya baba. I think all the nominations na approvals za hizo majina yote yenye ilienda Yala, watu wenye walisimama, wenye wamesimama repeatedly, hata wengine wanatoka kwa familia yake na majorly so, I think ni kwa sababu tumemwachia akuwe bullied. We've never shown that ni baba ndio tunamsikiza, tunawacha inakuwa I think mnanielewa. So mine is what are we okay, saizi vile vitu iko, what can we do to salvage things? ni nini yenye tunaweza fanya mpaka baba a reconsider all the stands zenye amechukua saa hizi, ama kama kuna agreement yenye alikuwa enter into or somebody was thinking of swaying his stance ikuwe cancelled out, ya kuwa the people need him and it's the people that call for baba, it's not baba ana call for people. So yangu ni hiyo tu, Julia.
Aya, asante sana Pogon, but hayo yote umesema hata sisi tunakubaliana na wewe, but you know I know you always listen to what we say here, hata wakati ambapo upati nafasi ya kuingia. I know you are regular here. What I want to say is this: we agree that as much as we want to put all the pressure on Baba, there are some elements ambao wako kando yake ambao they are total letdown. And I agree with you kabisa. Kuna watu ambao wame let down. Na see, I think the one thing that makes Raila Odinga different from the other leaders is that hata ukimkosea, he will still give you another opportunity. There are so many people ambao wamemwangusha from 2017 election. We know the people that blundered mpaka tukachezewa ile kitu. Tena hii 2022 kuna group tu hiyo Baba aliwarudisha tena karibu na wakafanya the same mistake. So you might trust people, lakini watu wako na maneno yao. Unasikia wakati uchaguzi ilisha, kuna watu walienda wakainua V8 mpya wale watu walikuwa wamepatiwa pesa ya kulipa agents. Kila mtu alikuwa anaingia kwa whatever, kwa dealer, anatoka na V8 mpya. So we know the things that happened. But having said that, what we are saying here is this: the people that voted for Raila Odinga, the real votes zenye Raila Odinga alipata, the people are still with him. Wale watu walimpigia kura bado wako na yeye. Akiwaambia ni right, watu wanaenda right. Akiwaambia ni left, watu wanaenda. What people want right now is direction. And that is not what we are getting right now. People want to be told what is the next step that we are going to take. That is all people want to hear. Unfortunately, when you raise people's hopes, wanaona now we are back to the trajectory yenye tulikuwa tunataka. We cannot leave this guy to have a free pass in Kenya. Akiamua kuchange katiba, ana change katiba. Akiamua leo anaenda sijui kununua MPs kutoka Western, anaenda anawalipa wote. Akiamua leo ataenda kunini na Chief Justice wakunywe chai, waseme wata appoint 20 judges. That is what he does. And nobody asks him. Hakuna mtu anamuuliza kitu chochote. So we wanted somebody that can give direction. And that is why we are saying, most of us when we come to this channel, we are trying to insist that Raila Odinga, as the leader of Azimio, should take his position. Awache kuachilia hii watu wakina Opiyo Wandayi. Why should Opiyo Wandayi come to give a hefty statement kama hii ya kusema ati tumepostpone? Why didn't Raila himself come forward aseme ya kwamba the reason why I postponed this rally is ABCD? I know he had a meeting in Tana River, but what we want to see is a person who we used to know, the person who came out and said this is the direction that hiyo ndio kitu watu wanataka, and people are ready. You would even see the morale ile watu walikuwa nayo. We wanted this thing ya Jacaranda hii ikuwe reflected on the national holiday, so that we show this government right now ya kwamba people are not with you. Ndio mulisema mulishinda uchaguzi, lakini hamna watu. Hiyo ndio kweli yenye tunataka kuwapatia saa hii, and that is where we will
And
stand.
they know that is why wameleta hiyo mambo ya nini scholarship.
Wewe ulisikia wapi Pogon tangu uzaliwe Kenya hiyo? Ulisikia wapi Jamhuri Day inabadilishwa kuwa technology holiday? Wewe ulisikia wapi hiyo? Jamhuri Day ulisikia lini? Ati sasa Jamhuri Day itakuanga technology moving forward, technology holiday. Why can't you have a week of technology and innovation, sponsored by the government? Why can't you have that? Why should you change that? Hiyo siku ya Jamhuri Day mseme sasa tunaibadilisha ikue, so that you prove a point. Mnahonga watu indirectly, mnaambia vijana kujeni, tutawapatia scholarship. And vijana wako desperate, youths wako desperate, they need something to hold on to. So you are selling people hope every day. Kila siku nauzia hope. Lafu watu wanapanda your bandwagon, mwishoe wanakuta wamekoniwa. And this is what happened with this thing inaitwa Hustler Fund. Finally you saw what came out. Sasa saa hii mnaambiwa by attending a holiday utatoka huko na 16 units. Wewe ulisikia wapi 16 units inapeanwa bure? just by attending a holiday. Nataka nipatie
But remember, we have a president mwenye, is it 2 years ago ama ilikuwa ni how many, 3 to 2 years or sometime around that, aligraduate na tukuwaiona akiput the work into hiyo masomo yenye aligraduate, na tunaona same person amekuja na hajakuwa akifuatilia hata constitution as it is. Where did the hustler fund come from and how did it morph from the traditional fund yenye walikuwa wanaongelea, yenye ambayo ilikuwa inatakana kufanana na uwezo, sort of ilikuwa ni kupea watu pesa ya kuinua watu, kidogo imekuja imekuwa ni fuliza ingine, ni government fuliza. Same person amekuja anataka kuchange katiba through the parliament. So this is a guy mwenye hajakuwa akifuata sheria hata kukupata kwake hiyo kiti. So what are we expecting? It is for us wale wenye by the way, baba ako na numbers, wacha hata kidogo. In fact, I'm very sure the 8 million that did not vote, who are supposed to vote for baba, they only did not even trust the system back then, or they were so walikuwa wako mbali sana na siasa mpaka they did not pay so much attention. So kwa Ruto ni hopeless, lakini but for us inatakana seriously tujaribu kuback up baba, tusikubali sauti zingine hapo kando kando itokee like who's Opiyo Wandayi, where was he tukiwa tuko campaigns? I didn't hear him. Yeye alikuwa anajikampainia tu, but now is the loudest mouth. Yeye anakuja alikuwa anatoa directive as who, akiambia nani? I think mi najua Opiyo Wandayi as a good legislator, a good parliamentarian, but ikifika upande wa campaigns mi najua yeye amekuwa mzuri sana kwa kujikampainia peke yake. Sikumbuki sauti yake not once kwa Azimio, no. So kila mtu atakana stick to their lens.
Haya, sawa, safi. Wacha kwanza Julia ongee dakika moja, alafu not dakika moja, wacha Julia peane submission yake and then we can take another lap. Julia, karibu.
Asante Makiadi, Alex, Pogon, Toretich, Stone. Sijui kwa nini Pogon anaongelelea akiwa ndani ya shimo ama watu walitumwa huko. On a light note, I just came in, I had the conversation, Alex na PK. I was talking about this yesterday night, Alex, and I was very disappointed. I don't even know what Baba is doing in the US. Na mimi hiyo story siamini Makiadi ati aliitwa. He had that invitation for a long time and he had a choice to choose what he wanted to do. Si ati alipigiwa simu, hakuna kitu kama hicho. These people don't operate like that. In fact, they don't call you. They write you an email, an invitation, like months before, ndio ujipange. Wezi katolewa Afrika ati upande ndege in a week time ati unalipua ticket. When mtoto ulipiwe. I mean, okay, they may be covering the expenses, but I won't buy that. He had that invitation for a long time. And then he tells Kenyans he's going to have a parallel celebration. And then he quits. That's so annoying for Baba's supporters. And I won't take that. And I want to pray very hard and console myself that Baba is not buying into the Ruto, that opposition thing. That we are creating a thing for you. That tukupatie hicho kiti ndio amnyamazishe. I want to pray and hope that he's not doing that, because I've seen some of his supporters behaving. Alex, I don't know, you're talking about Simbarati. Simbarati was in State House. Sijui alikuwa anafanya nini, maybe when rafiki yake atamwambia kuelezea. I had Orengo. I was disappointed with Orengo. Orengo, he has been one of my heroes since the days of multipartyism. And then I'm hearing Orengo saying that who is asking him not to work with the government? I mean, who is working with who? He's a governor, and the law stipulates that his county will get the funding like any other county. So I don't know, he was trying to pacify who? Who was Orengo trying to pacify with those statements? So some of these people working with Baba really are disappointing. But really, like you people have said, I really don't care what they are doing. They can wanunuliwe wote wakitaka. Lakini Baba should know he has a following that believes in him as a reformer, period. So, and any other step that he's going to take, first and foremost, if he decides to go shake hands and go to that thing that Ruto is creating, it will go down in history that Baba joined Ruto in destroying this country. And we will forget all the good things he has done. Ushakuwa, you people, some of you are in relationships, you have marriages and all that. Somebody said they liked you, they loved you, they did so many things. But one day akafanya kitu ukasahau yale yote mazuri amefanya. So Baba should keep his legacy that he's fighting for this country. And like Stone was saying some time back, not some time back, today earlier, he was saying this, that we have a choice as Kenyans. You know, this thing of somebody saying that
Stone, we are not seeing you. Why can't you come to the camera, Stone?
ameshtuliwa na mende. He's back. So this thing that we can have an opposition leader, I don't know whether it's somebody, I'm forgetting his name, Eli. He was saying that Kalonzo should go and become opposition leader. I mean, these things is all wash. After this drama that Ruto is doing in the parliament, at creating opposition leader, ni hizo wash zake. We shouldn't buy to that. We just need new reforms. Okay, it is good we got to our multipartism and we appreciate that and we are very proud of the people who fought for this. But I want to tell people like Eli and the others this. For us to get where we were, it wasn't a tea time thing. It wasn't ati kuongereshana. Ilifika mahali watu wakachoka na kuongereshana. Some people sacrificed. Some people went to detention like Rubia and Matiba. I remember the old man, Jaramogi and Paul Muite and Norengo said, because they were barred from going to Kamkunji grounds. And they said that we don't care what Mo is going to do. We are going to be in Kamkunji grounds. And they did the famous Saba Saba. They knew that the worst was coming. They didn't know what was coming, whether they were going to be assassinated or not, but they volunteered and they wanted a change for this country. And if those men and women hadn't fought like that, we wouldn't be where we are. Now, what about independence? Talk about the people who fought for independence. We talk about the Mau Maus and those others the politicians who fought for those who are imprisoned. You people, you remember that Jaramogi said that he was not going to take leadership unless Kenyatta was set free. Can you see the level of sacrifice those men and women had? Now, those people did not request the British government that kindly give us independence. They did not give them a call and say, kindly, we are asking you give us independence. They did not also, the people who fought for multipartyism did not say, tell Moi, kindly, let us go to No, it wasn't like that. People had to be tough, people had to stand, there were demonstrations and all that. So this we talking thing that is going to parliament, first and foremost, your parliament to wash. Most of them have been bought. So I can assure Kenyans, nothing legal is going to happen in that. No justice is going to happen in that parliament, and you should not even depend on that parliament. So I'm hoping that Baba has an explanation of what happened. He tried to tell us about the US thing. I think his handlers, if they watch this show, they should be informed that we won't buy that US thing, and we will not buy it. That he was called. These people don't call you on phone to attend a meeting. We know how they operate. They give appointments in writing, and so he should tell us whether he has given up the fight or what he plans next. And if Baba ever plans such a meeting again, never again should he do that and fail Kenyans. That was a big blow on the side of Azimio followers, because from the look of things now, we see that Kenya Kwanza was so stressed that they came up with this scholarship thing. They came up with even, sports in the field. They are trying to people to go to their celebrations. And this is also another wash, another hot air. I don't know how these people are going to fund those scholarships. I want to tell Kenyans those things don't exist, and Ruto is not planning to do that. And if there's any money that will be withdrawn in the name of paying for scholarships, it will go into the pockets of a few looters, because this government is a looting government. It's a government formed by suspects of crimes. If it's not murder, if it's not stealing, corruption, name them. And some have all those three accusations against them. So you don't expect any scholarship to go to anybody. Kenyans don't buy into that. We have been warning you. Mliambiwa kuna hustler fund. Sasa mmepewa 500. I don't know. I don't know what else do you want to see Kenyans for you to believe what we have been telling you. Hii ni serikali ya wash, hii ni serikali ya hot air. Those scholarship things, they won't happen. And somebody is asking, I think, instead of paying subsidy for our secondary school kids, we're talking about scholarships. And finally, I want to say this thing, I heard Benson Boothia saying that that the president is trying to change our national celebrations to look like something else. I don't know, celebrate technology, celebrate what? By the way, for your information, I am aware that we have something called the Kenya Science and Technology Fair that occurs every year by our secondary school kids, and they are so creative. I think that is where Ruto should channel those kind of finances and find out how they can advance the innovation that is coming from our high school kids and primary school kids. That happens every year. They should find out from the Ministry of Education. Lakini hii story ya kuleta kwa celebration ya Jamhuri Day, I don't know whether it's an attempt to make us forget where we are coming from. And on the contrary, I think we should start teaching our children in the history of government. We should start teaching them where we are coming from. We should teach them about independence. We should teach them about multipartyism. We should teach them how we got the Constitution 2010. We should teach them where we are coming from and where we need to go, like the Americans do. The Americans teach their kids the American history. So whatever, hata kama tukisema ati nchi zingine zinafanya, somebody, Boothia was talking about Thanksgiving. Boothia, the Americans teach their children about the American history, how they acquired their independence, how far they have come. They are very keen on that. So tusijifanye hapa tunaweza sahau penye tumetoka. So my take is, all this happening in Jamhuri Day is wash. Na Kenyans don't pay attention to that. Kama uko na shamba lako naenda kesho, enda shambani ukalime. No one will get a scholarship. Even in case, be careful, you might be asked to ask money, to pay money. To conclude, these people, have you talked with their relatives? People have been conned with the hustler thing. Me, I know a number of people wamedanganywa na hii maneno ya hustler, wamepigwa simu, wamepeana hizo number. And then what do people do? They have gone to steal money from their accounts, M-Pesa accounts, and others have borrowed money from Safaricom using their accounts. So this hustler has become scandalous. And I don't think it is going to be there next month, leave alone the end of the year. And I think it's a ploy again to steal, to loot government coffers. And you will hear billions while withdrawn in the name of being given to hustlers, and those billions disappeared. Mutakuwa hapa tu mkisikia your story. You'll also hear that billions were withdrawn to pay for some people's scholarships, and those billions disappeared. Wait, those are scandals loading. So fellow Kenyans, I don't know what else you expect, but the sad thing is, if the Ruto government is going to be there for the next 5 years, leave alone 10 years, Kenya is going to be one of the poorest nations in Africa. That's the sad story. I'm not a prophet of doom, lakini penye moshi pana moto. And a mango tree will only produce mangoes. You cannot have corrupt leadership and you expect any prosperity. And instead of that corrupt leadership trying to correct themselves, they are creating scandals after scandal after scandal. Asante Makiadi.
Julia, thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to have this little break here and then we go back to Stone PK. Alikuwa nimeona amesongesha kamera kando ni kama ako na sahani hapo. I think Stone, ukimaliza, I'll give you a chance.
Waliowakilisha hawa walivyojitetea, lakini tuingie kwake Mheshimiwa Wanjala. Najua mchakato huu kwenu ni changamoto na ni kitu ambacho kinawauma sana.
Nataka kusema na maana hivi ya kwamba uchaguzi wa 2017 si uchaguzi wa kwanza hapa nchini kuwa chaguzi tatanisi. Na 2013 tulikuwa na uchaguzi ambaye hata koti ilitupilia mbali, Supreme Court ambaye inahusika na uchaguzi wa urais. Ilipotupilia mbali, ilisema Chebukati hakufanya kazi yake vizuri. Ningependa kuuliza, wakati huo Ruto alikuwa deputy president, mbona hakusema Chebukati atolewe? Jambo la pili, tulikuwa na majaji 7. Majaji 4 walisema uchaguzi ulikuwa mbaya. Majaji 3 wakasema uchaguzi ulikuwa mzuri. Na kulingana na sheria ya Kenya, wakiwa 4, wakiwa majority, basi hiyo ndio wanaenda nayo mbele. Mbona hawa majaji 3 ambaye walidissent walisema uchaguzi ulikuwa mzuri na majaji 4 wakakari the day, hawakufutwa kazi? Kama nchi, we are setting a very bad precedent. Wakati tuliset up these independent offices, tulitaka zikuwe independent. Wakati sisi wanasiasa tukianza kuingilia na power zetu hizi independent offices, sisi ndio tunaharibu. Kwa sababu tunazuia watu kufikiria independently kwa independent offices. Wewe wakati unatoa Cherera kwa sababu alikuwa na different opinion kulingana na vile vitu zinafanywa.
Huyo anaitwa Wanjala, anauliza kama ni kweli hawa commissioner 3 walifanya makosa, commissioner 4 walifanya makosa and they were the majority. It should also be reflected to what the judges did when they threw out the Supreme Court, they threw out the case, the election of Uhuru Kenyatta. Why were they not asked? Why was the minority not asked to resign? If they put the security of the country and the democracy of the country Kenya Kwanza wants us to believe, kwa nini hakuambiwa resign? What is so special about those judges that it is different with an independent institution like the IEBC, which has commissioners that have tenure of term just like the judges? Yes, Alex.
The biggest danger that we are facing in Kenya, we don't have a judiciary. The judiciary has become total mess. Remember when the judiciary used to work, when Uhuru was the president, we used to go and take a permit to go picketing. This woman Koome has destroyed our country. If there is somebody, before even Ruto atoke, if there is somebody that must go, is Koome. Because Koome has become a danger to our country. If there is anything Baba needs to fight first, ni kutoa Koome. I don't know you Koome alitoka wapi. Mimi sikuwa namjua before, by the way. So I think we must start a conversation in Kenya on how to remove Koome or to impeach her. Because everything that goes to right now, everything that goes to court, it's like we don't. There is no court anymore in Kenya. Ni kama hatuna koti. And you know, court is the arbitrator ambayo inasaidia when things from opposition and the government, when things go wrong, tunaenda koti. Lakini Koome ameharibu kabisa. Maraga was an excellent Chief Justice. We need to start advocating as Kenyans. Hata uliona Miguna, sijui uliona Makiadi, uliona ile video ya Miguna vile ameongea recently. yeah, amefika mahali akasema Kenya has become a banana republic.
Unajua Alex, umefanya vizuri kunikumbusha story ya Miguna. Huyu jamaa alikuja na moshi mingi sana Kenya. He was poached from Canada kukuja kuzima Raila Odinga and Azimio.
Yes.
Jamaa has come to Kenya, ameona hakuna mtu anashughulika na yeye a few days, akaona hapa hata hakuna kitu ya maana ya kufanya. Then akapanda ndege pole na akapotea. Sasa I was watching his Twitter handle. This guy has finally started criticizing the
Ruto government.
Yeah, he has
You
started.
know the reason? Do you know the reason? The people he used to abuse Raila, at the end alifanya nini? Ali cooperate na Ruto wakuje hapa. But the people that went to his house and broke his house, those are the people that Ruto promoted in the CID. And he got so mad with that. He's my personal friend. He's my personal friend. I asked him, mzee, umetoka Kenya? Akasema watu wamewekwa CID na Ruto, they might kill him in Kenya because he's very vocal. So sahi amechange nini the way alikuwa anaongea. Nikamwambia, unajua, acha nikwambie kitu ya ukweli kabisa. Nilimwambia kitu no, ongea, nimepata simu hapa kutoka my mother. Just speak.
Sawa. So as Alex was saying here, those people that were so vocal about defending this government have a sudden change of heart. Inaonekana ni kama wamegundua this is not the thing yenye tulikuwa tunafikiria. You know, people keep on crying hapa, freedom has come, freedom inaitwa what in Swahili, Stone PK walikuwa
uhuru ama
yeah, freedom has come. Wakasema uhuru, ile uhuru ya Kenyatta wacha tuipeleke Ishashweri sijui Ishweri ama wapi. We have finally found our freedom. Now you can see the freedom that we are talking about. Ni crooks. It's about crooks ruling the country. You know, I was so amazed the other day when I heard the Waluke guy. I mean, Waluke guy was trying to gamble with his political life so that at least apate mahali atapata refuge. So when he went from UDA's camp to Jubilee, he was very sure that Raila Odinga was going to be the president. So whatever happened, William Ruto became the president. Now you can see the way he spoke the other day when Ruto was in Kakamega. Alisema yeye alikuwa anafuata Uhuru Kenyatta akimwambia mzee mkubwa, tafadhali nisaidie na hii kesi yangu ifanye nini? Ifunikwe. Uhuru akamwambia mimi siwezi kusaidia kwa sababu hata nikijaribu, you know, the way he was explaining ni kama the judiciary, the relationship between Uhuru Kenyatta and the judiciary was not a good relationship. Uhuru Kenyatta did not interfere with whatever Koome and her judges were doing. So they had like executive kando, judiciary kando, kila mtu afanye kazi yake. So right now people have realized that the president of the Republic of Kenya can interfere with court procedures and rules and make people that were found guilty, people that have court cases, be set free. And that is what is happening. So Waluke is telling you openly that the president of the Republic of Kenya has captured the judiciary. It is as simple as that. And you've heard from the horse's mouth ya kwamba sasa wewe utanisaidia hii kesi yangu ifanye nini? Ifungwe. It is as simple as that. So juzi tulikuwa tunasema hapa, watu wakasema no, you need to have a co-working relationship between the judiciary and the executive. We are not enemies because these are just part of government, but they should work in harmony. Tukawambia, my friend, wakati unaona CJ amekaa chini na mtu ambaye akona kesi kotini anaitwa Gachagua ya wizi ya pesa, anasimama anasema mimi na CJ hatukuwa tumewahi kutana mahali yoyote, lakini saa hii tunaweza kaa chini tukunywe chai. Tukawambia, my friends, that is one sign. Hiyo ni dalili moja ya kuonyesha ya kwamba the CJ now is answerable to the executive. People came out, they say hakuna kitu kama hiyo, you are accusing the CJ. You can see now it is coming out clearly that even the CJ herself has to defend the position of the judiciary. Anakuja nje anasema ya kwamba sisi hatujakuwa captured na executive. The president has to come out and say that we have not captured the judiciary. And you know, PK and Alex, hii vitu tumeona wakati mtu anashinda akirudia kitu akisema ni uongo, then unajua iko kwa ukweli hapo ndani, and that is where we are right now. Yes, Alex.
You see, the worst thing that happened in Kenya during the election, Didmas killed somebody openly. Didmas killed somebody openly. Alafu judiciary kamsamehe. Aisha Jumwa killed somebody openly, and we saw it captured. But at the same time, I'm not saying they are the only people who have killed people. I'm not happy when and Babu, we know we lived with him in Kisumu when he was going to Kisumu Boys. He's my friend from childhood, but he also killed somebody. The judiciary
he shot somebody. The person that was shot was is still alive, did not die.
Oh yeah. Nani DJ anaitwa nani? DJ. Anyway, and that day we were with him in Club B, by the way. I was shocked when he took the gun and did that. So the judiciary has come to defend people who are big pocket and big money. Somebody like Didmas Baraza should be in jail. Somebody like Aisha Jumwa, honestly, to be jail. Our judiciary has become something that you can't trust. Mtu akiiba kuku anashikwa kwa sababu he doesn't have big belly and big pockets. Lakini hao watu wengine wanafanya. So I think we should start advising Baba that we need to reform the judiciary. If we go that way without a working judiciary, the future of our country is going to be very difficult, especially for people like me and Stone PK. Unaweza hata shikwa kwa airport bure hivyo upelekwe, lakini politicians, they don't do that. Now, the other thing I wanted to say is na nilikuwa nataka niulize Stone PK, what happened to Uhuru Kenyatta? Uhuru Kenyatta, did he lie Baba? Because I'm trying to figure out all this time that we were in DJ Evolve. Thank you, Pamela Okello, for telling me. Did Uhuru lie Baba Paka the other day? What do you take on that? Because I don't know if Uhuru is with Baba, but Baba the other day said that naleta salamu. Unakumbuka wakati alienda nini akasema nimeleta salamu ya nani? Ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Unakumbuka mahali aliongea hivi ama did you see that? So make me understand, did Uhuru danganya Baba? Kosielewi kabisa.
Richie?
Endelea Stone PK.
Oh, thanks.
Tuko watatu sasa hapa, hakuna hata maneno ya ni free for all.
Okay.
Tusipate
Yeah.
endelea.
Okay. Alex, thank you for asking that. Wacha nikwambie kitu moja.
Yes.
And this is to all Kenyans.
Yes.
We try to educate Kenyans.
Yes.
In politics, wanasiasa ukisikia Alex amesimama huko Kisii akichangisha harambe ya kusaidia shule fulani ama kutoa msaada fulani, utasikia akisema na nimetumwa salamu na jamaa moja ametoa msichana hapa jirani yetu anaitwa Stone PK. hiyo inakuanga ni statement ya kawaida. For example, if Alex knows I have nina my in-laws mahali fulani na nikasehemu ka ward fulani ambapo anataka kupenya kisiasa, he will want to pretend that wako karibu na Stone PK. Hizo salamu zinakuanga fake. Ati Uhuru ametuma salamu. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. And mostly when you hear a lot of that, there is something under the carpet.
Okay.
Like I can assure you, Uhuru realized Uhuru was in a state of stupor when all this happened. By the time alikuja kuangalia ukweli imefanyika, Ruto amewapiga miereka, he was so embarrassed. And you can imagine as a president, ukute umechengwa, umeingizwa chobo, mtaani tulikuwa tunaita chobo. Yani umekuja hivi
nakumbuka
na kupitisha chobo, na mimi labda ni mdogo wako. Mtaani ilikuwa huyu jamaa anakufuata mpaka anaanza kukupiga katikati ya kiwanja. Manake ama nikuvishe kanzu. Na ni mkubwa wangu. Hiyo ulikuwa inakuwa utanitandika ile hakuna. Ruto alivisha Uhuru chobo, akavisha Ruto chobo, akavisha akapitisha Raila chobo. These two guys were totally, and up to today, they don't believe what Ruto did to them. Kabisa. Very embarrassed. And Uhuru regrets, because as I told you, and I keep on repeating here, atualiambiwa Uhuru was like, oh, he's a Democrat, it has to be smooth running because of his future. Hii maneno, hizi mission unaona anapewa, ndio pesa iendelee kuja. Oh, when ndio sijui, because already alikuwa ameji...
No, because the reason alifanya hivyo, unajua ako na contract zote kwa airport. Alafu Kenyan ni kama mama yake on seat. Unaelewa? Hao ndio kama saa hii moto yangu siko nyumba yangu, lakini stima yangu inakujanga like 15,000. Unaelewa?
Yeah.
So kitu alifanya kwa sababu anajua vile alikuwa ameiba pesa, I think hiyo ndio ilifanya akakubali.
Actually, for me, Alex, I don't think Uhuru ali accept. Uhuru ni muoga sana. Ukiwa na mabiashara hivyo unasema, obviously unakuwa muoga.
Yes.
Okay? So yes. It is that involvement that, because ako kila mahali, you become a coward because of you worship money, you worship business.
You worship. I agree with you.
You cannot resist. And he did it in a very wise manner. Ndio baba aone wako pamoja. But I kept on saying on these televisions that I didn't trust that relationship. I kept on saying, Baba, toka peke yako, run away as Baba, the way you normally do your things. Baba was cooled by then being assured.
Yeah.
That's why we began losing. And
remember Makiadi said here that the relationship ya Baba na Uhuru costed Baba.
Yeah.
And I totally agreed with Makiadi.
Yeah. So, in fact, one thing that Baba would have done,
yes,
there's no really gain ile alipata for partnering with Uhuru. It's not really monumental. It's not. According to me, knowing from when I started campaigning and doing things with the opposition, I don't think Baba had a lot of gain from that partnership ya Uhuru. No. Because whatever he may have gained, in real sense, may have been something like 4, 5, 6, 7%, which he has always had.
Okay.
Whatever they pretended to have given Baba in Central or Mulima this time around is what Baba has always had. But because he has always been rigged miserably, people think that alikuwa anapataga 2%, 3, 4%. No. Baba has following in Central.
Yeah, I remember one time, was it 2013? Kabogo said something nikashtuka sana, that Baba got more votes in Kiambu and Juja, because unajua hiyo area ya Roysambu ukienda Juja Kenyatta University, Wakisii ni wengi sana. Nakumbuka Kabogo kisema kuwa Baba got 60% of votes in Kiambu. Nikashtuka sana. So Baba always had votes everywhere. Wanamuibianga tu.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
ndio nasema, with that in mind, for those of us who have followed Baba's whatever,
yes,
whatever engineering we want to do about just about election and what judiciary sijui kubadilisha hii nini, nothing will work. The only spanner that will work ni hiyo ya kufix, dismantle Kenya, then fix election ifanywe kihalali. How do you do that? You do that by removing all these people who Ruto ameplant. Nimewambia hata miaka 100 ije, there will never ever be a fair election. Number one, Ruto will go up to 2032 if God keeps him, because ataenda term 2, arudi a change constitution, aende term mwingine unlimited mpaka akuwe kiwete ndiye atatoka.
No, but Makiadi, hebu niambie hii, nimeona because you come nilikwambia juu ya Kakamega, hiyo ni story yangu mimi na wewe. Let me ask you, Makiadi. Nimeona Mlembe Nation ina unite. Do you think ni plan Baba ako nayo so that anamuendorse in next election?
Kuendorse nani?
Mudavadi.
Wapi?
Alex, we've had this conversation so many times here. Mudavadi is a non-starter.
That guy
is no, ninauliza tu, ninashangaa because
kitu kama hiyo kwa sababu
Alex,
okay, pole, siulize.
No, I think Alex was not here yesterday. We had this conversation yesterday na tukasema kama kuna mtu useless kabisa kwa hii siasa yenye tumewaiona ya Kenya. Huyu jamaa has no spine whatsoever. Ile vitu yenye yeye uongea,
he's completely out. Totally.
He has even ruled himself out already.
And he's not a politician.
Because kitu nilishangaa, he gave out his party to now Lamu. He doesn't even have a party anymore.
He's an amorphous thing.
This guy ruled himself out of the 2027 election. In the first place, yeye mwenyewe tu, na ujue tuko how many months after kufanya uchaguzi. Ebu sikia hii. Let's mute our mics dakika moja tusikie hii kwanza. Just in a minute.
Okay. Thank you.
Politics and Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has condemned the move by Azimio principal Raila Odinga to call for anti-government, what he describes as anti-government meetings and demonstrations, saying it is time to support the government. Mudavadi, who remained behind in the Western region for one more day after President William Ruto concluded his 2-day visit, is seen as seeking to further increase the president's support base in Western Kenya and has further indicated that he will lead the region in supporting the president's re-election come 2027. Ibrahim Karanja kicks us off.
After accompanying President William Ruto for a working tour in Kakamega County on Thursday and Friday, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi was today in his Vihiga backyard, where he attended an interdenominational prayer service at the Kidundu Stadium. The PCS dwelling on the need to unify the Western region and throw their collective support behind President William Ruto. This, he said, will ensure maximum benefits for the region that has for more than 10 years stayed without a leader of such national stature.
Hatuna nafasi ya kupoteza tena tukisukumana. Let us now close ranks na tuanze kuangalia development yetu itakuwa namna gani.
He also took issue with the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition side over its method of criticizing the government through anti-establishment meetings or demonstrations. Musalia's remarks coming just a day after Azimio principal Raila Odinga stated that his cancellation of the planned parallel Jamhuri celebrations was not out of fear.
Sasa ukienda kufanya maandamano unasema nini? How? Wewe unasimama pahali unasema unataka urudishe subsidy ya mahindi, sijui urudishe subsidy ya nini, subsidy. Mimi nauliza tu swali moja. How will you finance those subsidies?
Mudavadi, who is currently the senior most official within the executive in the country, with President William Ruto's visit to Eritrea and Deputy President Rigathi Gachagwa's Angola trip, stating that Western region should support the president in 2027. He also called on people from his backyard to support him, as only that would guarantee his say in the Kenya Kwanza government.
The North Star is very clear. William Ruto is president. Now William Ruto is going to be president in the elections of 2027. Kwa hivyo usisimame hapa unauliza tena, show me the North Star, when the North Star is very clear. You will make me as strong as I can be in that government if we are united. Lakini mkiwa boy, basi nguvu zangu kwa serikali ya Ruto zitakuwa hafifu. Na zikiwa hafifu, wakati unaniuliza kazi nitafanyaje? Zikiwa hafifu, wakati unaniuliza maendeleo ya barabara nitafanyaje?
On Thursday, President William Ruto's meeting saw the attendance of key governors elected under the Azimio coalition, and his call for unity seemed to be the brief for his chief minister. Ibrahim Karanja, NTV.
Habari ndio hiyo. Sasa wewe ukituambia hapa stories za ma DVD kuwa sijui ati president aendosiwe na nani. Umemute microphone, Alex.
Yeah, Black, nimekumiss sana. How are you doing, my friend? Kaka, habari yako?
Safi kaka, mambo vipi?
Poa sana. Tunapigananga lakini na kurespect sana.
Asante, na kuheshimu pia.
Yeah. Sometimes you give very good points. Hata kama tutakosana kidogo kidogo, I respect you. That's what I wanted to tell you. How you doing?
Kuheshimu pia. Nashukuru. Sijui kaka.
Hata pia mimi niko poa.
Safi.
Sasa acha nikwambie. Sikuwa najua Mudavadi ni mjinga hivi. Yeye mwenyewe amesema Ruto atakuwa president 2027. And then analeta Mlembe Nation ati anataka wafanye nini? Wakuje. That's a contradiction and something that really stupid for a person of that caliber. And he has been in government for a very long time. Sikuwa nimeona hiyo video before, but nimekuwa nikishangaa like Mlembe Nation, sijui anasema watakuja pamoja, wakakubaliana na nani, wakakubaliana na Wetangula, waka decide candidate yao, alafu wakakataa wa UDA. And then I've been wondering his moves, you know. Now that Stone PK ameniambia, that person is just, hiyo ni bure tu. Sawa. Sawa, Black tuambie umeingia saa hii.
Black ni mzuri, tumekuona. Unajua saa nyingine unapoteaga mkiwa kwa hatari, unapotea, unaingia kwa comment section. Haya, wacha tukupatie nafasi tusikie maneno yako basi.
Well, okay, kabla niseme zaidi, amjambo wenzangu wote kwenye panel. Alex kama kawaida, kakangu.
Asante sana.
Makiadi, Bwana Stone PK, ndugu napiganga mayo huko kwenye comments. Lakini but mnajua nawapenda.
Yeah, tunajua na sisi tunakupenda pia, hata kama uko UDA tunakupenda.
Yeah. Now la msingi, most importantly, kama kawaida na watu wote walioko pale nyumbani ama wherever they are, amjamboni, na kama kawaida kazi ni kazi. Now The biggest thing that brought me here is when I saw your issue secondary subsidy. And
Okay.
to add on that, nikakuona Alex ukiwa hapa, because I recall at some point
Okay.
you had mentioned something that people did not either they failed to recall, or they failed to take it serious in matters education subsidy, whereby I can vividly recall ulipoambia watu that hii pesa ilikuwa inapotea, and it's true.
Yes.
A lot of this subsidy ilikuwa inaenda na cartels.
Yes.
There were some non-existing schools that were
Yes.
receiving money.
Yes, I remember even one time niliwawekea clip ingine hapa nikakwambia kuna mkisi mwingine alikuwa anasema kuna shule Kakamega alikuwa anapata 20 million a week.
Now you can imagine that.
Yes.
So as I always say, and this is something that is well known, even a broken clock at least is right twice a day.
Yeah.
Unaona? Now, Auditor General Nancy Gadungu,
yes,
in her report, said that 59 billion, and that's not small money.
Yes.
That ambayo ikuwa allocated to the primary, secondary, and college education.
Yes.
Subsidies.
Yeah.
There are a lot of misappropriation and a lot of money that could not be accounted for. Now, there are a lot of things that happened there in her report, and I can only mention maybe one or two. For instance, in Duke's words, 394 million shillings was disbursed to teachers training colleges, and 70.2 million shillings were disbursed to 4 diploma teachers training colleges, and none of them could confirm receipts of these funds.
Yes.
No accountability reports of the amount that were disbursed to these training colleges was also provided for.
Okay.
Now, you can imagine, out of the 59 billion that has been disbursed to schools, there were some schools that received 8.3 million shillings that they were sharing the same accounts. And these schools apparently were from different sub-counties. How does that happen? Eti kuna mashule zinatumia pesa, they have the same accounts.
Ngoja Black, watu wanasema kuna feedback. Wacha tuweke microphones zetu zote off, tuache mtu mwenye anaongea kwanza. People are saying there's a feedback, so let's endelea.
Okay. Now, you can imagine all these schools that received all this money, 59 billion, none, and I repeat, none, sent a receipt of acknowledgement to have received these funds. So kuna mchezo mingi ambayo ilikuwa inafanyika in the education sector. Unajua watu wengi ufikiria kwamba pesa huibwa kwa hizi big ninio sectors kama energy, sijui what. But in actual sense zile ambazo watu wanazidharau nafikiri kama education, na hapo ndo mchezo iko. For instance, kuna pesa nyingi ambayo ilikuwa embezzled to around more than 200 schools in the arid and semi-arid areas, most of which are non-existent. So yes, as much as kuna ile rekodi ambayo mmekuwa mkitusema kwamba tuna rekodi chafu sijui hivi na nini, watu wetu wapande wetu wamekuanga na rekodi chafu hapa na pale. But then again, you should ask yourself, when an Auditor General, Nancy Gadungu, goes ahead to say that she could not be granted access to the National Education Management Information System, whereby she could audit and check the enrollment data of the students to know the number of students that had been enrolled. You can imagine, and that's the Auditor General. Section 9EI of the Public Act 2015 inampatia Uhuru, the Auditor General, freedom of access at any point, unrestricted, to audit, but amenyimwa access to that. That's Nancy Gadungu. So sometimes it's not everything that is politics.
So that's why Black nilikuwa nakwambia hata kama spendi Ruto there are things that ukweli kabisa like the subsidies ya fuel ilikuwa inaenda kwa billionaires. Subsidies ya shule ilikuwa inaenda huko. What I want him though to do is to transfer now that money so that it can go to the right people. But hizi subsidies zote za fuel, subsidies za education, you know, I have studied especially the budget of Kenya because my father used to work in parliament. So what happened is this time around, the education received 530 billion. Okay, 530. And ukipiga the students tuko nao kutoka kindergarten, primary, colleges, hiyo pesa ni nyingi, hata wanaweza soma bure. But you know where it used to go? People steal it. So, and what we must do, we must reassess the way the education money, because if that money ingekuwa inaenda the right place, watu wa university walikuwa wanasoma bure kabisa. And that is one thing I said, Ruto kutoa subsidies si ati alitoa hakuwa anataka, but I want him to redirect this money to the right people, because cartels were eating that money. And that one I supported him. Unajua wanasema mugala muue lakini mpe haki yake. Unaelewa? So that's one thing that yeah. So and then what the budget walisema, kwa budget walieka 530, but in reality ilikuwa 700 million. Can you imagine? Julia is a teacher. Julia is a teacher and she knows that. Hata kama 700 million haiwezi fundisha watoto wetu wote Kenya free. That's what Raila said. Education will be free and I know where to get money. Unaelewa? But that money now is going to cartels. And I know some cartels. Hapa Sheria House nilikuwa naona vile plans zinafanywa, mtu unapata like hakuna kazi umefanya, because I used to work there. Hakuna kazi umefanya, unapewa check ya 20 billion. Yani ya 20 million. So nimekubali umekuja na Julia is a teacher, she can tell us more about that. Yeah. Thank you for coming. Na usitoke.
Okay, let's give Black nafasi kamalizia. I think he was still speaking.
Oh,
okay. Go ahead, Black.
Okay, so as I said, as much as our clock might be broken, but we are at least gonna be right at least twice a day. Yeah. Now, yes, we have progressed and succeeded to kufunga mfereji ya cartels walikuwa kila pesa in education system. Now, the question now remains, now, what measures can the government take to ensure that the right students keep receiving these funds to be able to be assisted in gaining this education for free? Now, I am hoping, it is my hope, speaking as a Kenyan, that behind the scenes, they are probably crafting ways in which that this can be remedied, so that pesa ifikie wale wanaostahili. This is my hope, that perhaps this is what they are crafting behind the scenes. No. And that pesa si eti kwamba itakuwa imepotea, imechukuliwa, imeenda kabisa. No, I'm hoping, it's my hope. Now, I don't know. But as to it having been removed, I allowed the government for having done that, for the reasons which I've specified. Because you cannot have a public an auditor general having no access to NEMIS. I mean, that's total rubbish. When there's a special a section that has granted her such access, Section 9EI of the Public Audit Act gives her access to that. But she cannot gain that because there's some people somewhere who have some backing of some powerful people that are able to do that. Wanamfungia, wanashindwa ku access. So nashukuru that hiyo pesa imekaziwa. It is unfortunate that there's some people, and many people are going to be suffering as a result of that action. But we should look at the long term gain on that. Ni kwamba cartels watakuwa wamefungiwa mfereji wao, and let's hope that in the nearest time possible that the president watatafuta njia ya kuweza kusaidia watu kupata education kwa msaada wa pesa ya serikali in the best way possible. I mean, that's the quickest way that I can try and put it. So asante, I don't want to say much.
Asante Black. I also will give you another opportunity, na ningependa sana nisikie mchango wako kuhusiana na kubadilisha katiba. Najua hiyo area upendi kutaja sana, na nyinyi ndio mlituambia hamshabiki kubadilisha katiba. Kwa hivyo nitakupatia nafasi baadaye utuambie mchango wako ni upi kuhusiana na kubadilisha katiba, number 1. Number 2, umeongea maneno ya cartels. I agree with you. Education sector imekuwa na cartels wengi sana. Na last time nilikuja hapa na Dozia, ukasikia kuna chumvi ya milioni 5 imenunuliwa na education ministry. Chumvi, salt, chumvi ya milioni 5.
No, ilikuwa 2. It was 2 million.
2 million.
Yeah, it wasn't 5. It was 2.
Chumvi.
2 million.
Black, yeah. Chumvi ya milioni 2, chumvi. Na wewe ukazunguka kwa comment huku kutaka kuingia hata kwa hii studio tuambie chumvi ya milioni 2 ni aina gani? Nini ya ng'ombe ama ni watu wanatumia? Haya. Tukasikia maharagwe ya 433 million, maharagwe beans ya 433 million shillings in total. Stone PK nimekuona dakika moja tu, hata Julia naona anainua mkono. In total Ministry ya Education kwa wakati ambao Mashogu amekuwa kwenye hicho kiti,
maharagwe ya 433 million. Maharagwe ni nyingi sana.
Mchele ilikuwa ya milioni 300 na ngapi, around 300 and something. In total the money that was lost in the 2 months that Mashogu has been a cabinet secretary for education is 800 million shillings. Nobody can tell you pesa ilinunua nini. So acha niache kupiga kelele mingi kwanza, kuna watu wameinua mkono hapa. Stone PK alafu Julia.
Nyani ni wale tu na hulka zao ni zile ndugu Black. Na utatupatia lecture. Niliwaambia hapa wa Kenya, very little percentage is correct. Wengi wa Kenya jina letu la kwanza ni mwizi. We are thieves by birth and by blood. Now why am I saying this? Cartels? The entire country is cartel. 2013 is when cartels walikita mizizi, when Ruto and Uhuru rigged in, wakajiita wameshinda, na tukaimba, watu wakaimba sana. That is when Kenya went onto its knees. That is when the doors, the floods of cartels, corruption, theft, kila nyanja, every corner zilikita mizizi, pap. That is when, after Moi, then the break was given by Kibaki. Kibaki akajaribu kupenya, yeah. Then Kibaki his second term akimalizia, then Jubilee kaingia, kwisha. That is when everything, all what we are seeing is unfixable with the Ruto government. Don't have any hope. And that's why we are saying Kenyans, mumeona hiyo statistics. It's very accurate. This country is headed for doom because the entire kila mahali black, my brother. Siasa kando, enda KPLC, enda popote pale black, niambie, enda jeshi, ni wizi mtupu, because that's our culture. Black, unakuja umepack V8 na kuenzi, na umetoka university 2 years ago, lakini unapiga hapo, unadunda na V8 ama Subaru Impreza ile top of the range, inapiga mabinja juu ya matarbo. Ndio tunasema where you have gotten that money, we don't want to care. Kenya culture is usiulize nimetoa do wapi, mimi ni mnoma, ni madeal nimepiga. So I mean, so for us it is mwananchi decide. If we are not all thieves, we are crying. Kenya is not poor, man. Uhuru told us. Uhuru and Ruto, they were in the government. They have stolen billions every day, 2 billions being stolen, and you say this country is poor? I mean, it is so painful for some of us who are very, very, who really know what is happening and wish that we could get only 20% of Kenyans saying no to this nonsense. Kenya would be like what we call Libya before Gaddafi was removed. Kenya can afford anything for free. It is proven. Anything, black, what you have enumerated, that money by itself, kwa sector to your education. You want to tell me really we cannot offer free education kutoka kindergarten mpaka university to our kids? We can, straight.
It's very possible.
It's very possible. And that is one ministry, honestly. So for me, I think Kenyans, whether people say it's incitement, Wakenya tu tuungane tuseme sasa hatujali Ruto, Raila, sijui nini. We put all of them kwa pipa, kwa matanki, kwa garbage. And then we say black, wetu nasikianga sijui unafanya kazi wapi kuja hapa. We reorganize ourselves because these thieves will not. In fact, the worst of it all, mahali sasa kaburi la ama jeneza la nchi ya Kenya limepigiliwa msumari wa mwisho ni Ruto. Ruto, because how does Ruto say kuna corruption huku na akina Rigathi live pesa wanazo, now they are clean kama weupe kama pamba. Judiciary wanasema they have been pride, wamekuwa kiiba weupe kama pamba. Akina Kenya Power and Lighting, kule pesa zetu zimepotea nyingi. You bring all those guys back. Sincerely, black na wale wengine. What are we saying, honestly? And then we sit here saying, oh, you see, because ukiguza hapa pameoza, ukiguza hiki kidole kimeoza, mkono wote umeoza. So what do you do? Yote ina gangarini. What do you do? You chop it out. Afu tunatafuta mkono ya mbao ama ya plastic. Yeah? So because there are Kenyans that are very okay. We have leaders who don't have money to rig themselves into power. But they are known. Ukienda every village, every ward, Kenyans will tell you, huyu black, tangu tumujue miaka 20 iliyopita, is a straightforward young man. Those are the leaders we need. And this can only be a revolution of the citizens of Kenya. Si ati, tunaenda ati, mimi ni wa UDA, sijui mimi ni wa Azimio, sijui. Nimewambia nyani ni wale wale. So Kenyans, this is the only chance we have. Tumeteleza tuko kwenye shimo. We are in the very dark pit. Ruto and his people will be busy trying to show where money was getting lost, but they are recouping it. That's why you find anything budgeted like 700 million, unakuta imewekwa ni 25 million. The top is budgeted ya kuiba. It might not be Ruto himself, but his people. Ebu niambie sincerely, Kanigachagua si money apite bila kuchukua? Sincerely speaking. Apite hapa, naona hapa kuna bilioni 3.1 ninaweza pita nayo. Wallahi billahi huyu ataiacha. Let's call a spade a spade. Na mimi wa Kenya nawaambia wa Kenya, ndugu zangu, we are on our own. Wale ambao tuko straight, tuende kwa streets. Let's lose a few of us because hakuna salvation inakuja na serikali ya Ruto. Hata baba tungempatia 1 year only. Na the first 3 months tungeona steps akifanya mbaya, tungebumburusha mpaka nyumbani because sisi Azimio hatuchezi. Baba, we would have given him 3 months. We see the steps, the direction he's taking. Tukiona anaelekea kama Ruto, Baba tungembumburusha mpaka nyumbani. That one black, you know that very well. So we wanted, Ruto has 3 months. All what he has put, the formulas he has put are formulas of doom. Mediocrity. So what, unapanda mahindi, unangoja uvune ngano. Watu wana njaa, unaleta fertilizer. Ng'ombe wanakufa kule, unaambia watu ngojeni tu, niko na strategy, mutakuja kushiba. People are boneless, wako mabones. You know, it is ridiculous. Oh, national celebrations, tunatumia milioni hizi, na kuja nitawapatia ma scholarships. Those scholarships can be given kwa hawa watu mashinani. You don't need to bring them into a field, kwa stadium, ndio atuwapatie. What is show business za nini? So Kenyans, wacha tuache theory nyingi. Kenya imeoza yote, ministries zimeoza zote. Wezi Kenya wako kila kona, mpaka pale mashinani, they are there. But wa Kenya wazuri pia wapo. Ukienda na roho safi uonyeshwe wezi, utaonyeshwa. Tusipretend hatujui. We know all the thieves in this country. But nyani ni wale, they are protecting each other. Look at these indicators. Oh, let's create position ya opposition, tupatie mtu kiti. What does that tell you? Now the other day tulikuwa tunasema no, we should not have that. What has changed? These are indicators that it's rotten completely. What will a strong opposition help you with? When money is stolen, then they come kubweka, pesa ikishaibiwa, and then mahali judge hawezi kukushtaki juu umeiba pesa. Opposition umewika, Stone PK ameiba bilioni 2. Oh, ameenda kotini. Judge amepigiwa simu na State House, anaambiwa Stone PK ni wetu bana, achana naye bana. Then what is the purpose of that opposition? Everything is rotten, brother Black. We have to tujiite mkutano tena. Tuvue nguo zote za blue, za yellow, tuweke chooni, tuende pale tukiwa uchi, tukunywe muuma, tuseme tunataka kuokoa nchi vipi. Asante.
IPK atituvue nguo yawa. Black, good to see you. Got long time no see.
Julia wewe ndio utakuwa wa kwanza kuvua.
Because umevaa blue na kala simetajwa ni blue na yellow. Sasa sisi wewe ndio uko blue hapa.
IPK sijui tutavua nguo lini. Good to see Black. I want to talk na Chaka, nataka kujibu Black, but lakini I really agree with you about what you say about those cartels and all that. And I want to start by saying that, maybe just to respond, Alex was saying something earlier about Uhuru. Uhuru is really a coward, Alex. He's just he's just a spoiled brat. I'm telling you. And I think sisi ndio tumemsukumia hii mamlaka for no good reason. You remember the way Moi made him vie for some parliamentary seat in Gatondo? He lost. He lost in his own home. The first, and then Moi anamuelect nini?
Yeah, he lost. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
He didn't have the character to win that thing. And then Moi made him some director of something. Then Moi brings him as a presidential candidate. Yani hiyo tu ni kusukuma mtu bure tu, kumsumbua tu bure. He didn't deserve to be. I'm telling you, I personally think he didn't deserve to be president. That is my take about Uhuru. Yeah. And when, as fate may be, that is what fate happened to Kenyan in 2013. Mm-hmm. Because of 2007 post-election violence, Uhuru finds himself with Ruto. And I think Uhuru thought that would bring peace to Rift Valley for the rest of his life. Sasa akafikiria wakifanya kazi na Ruto kutakuwa na amani. And for sure we have seen some kind of peace. We can say some kind of peace. We haven't heard about those killings after 2007. So maybe that we can be grateful for that. But then Uhuru was not ready for that presidency. He was not. And you know what? Who was ready for presidency? Was Ruto. Ruto is a schemer, and we should give that to him. He planned it very well, because you can see Ruto jumping from Baba to Uhuru, from Uhuru to 207. Ruto ako na nani na Baba? Mnafikiri mpango yake na Baba ilikuwa nini? Yes, and na Ruto, he keeps saying that he should not be blamed for the post-election violence, and he's pointing fingers at Baba. Who paid who to kill who? Asituambie, because I was in Kisumu 2007 and I went for my stab in 2008. Alex, hakuna mtu aliwawa Kisumu for post-election violence. Property was destroyed, but I can't remember even a single person.
No, Kisumu watu walikufa. I lost mali tulikuwa tunakaa mlimani, watu walikuja wakaua our neighbors, about 6 of them.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, but not so many like Rift Valley.
Not so many, because
Naivasha. Yeah, it was just a little bit.
It was, and even you see, I was in Kisumu, Alex. I had my friends, and they were teachers, and I remember this friend of mine. He was working in the British Council, calling me. Okay, I already had gone home. Lakini akanipigia simu kaniuliza, Julia, umefika nyumbani, we can bring an aircraft to pick you up from Maseno, because I'm living from Maseno. I want Wajalu. And the teachers I was working with, this thing caught them as a surprise, this violence. Sasa mimi, I'm trying to drive a point that the common law man and all that, hawana hizo story na kuambia. Hizo stories za kuwa watu.
No.
The questions we always ask ourselves.
They just destroy properties.
Yes,
but they
hawana hizo. Hawana hizo. And even if they unajua ni Mkikuyu, in fact me I know the Kikuyus were in two, hiyo siku ya uchaguzi, the Kikuyus were in Kisumu, most of them they voted at 6 na wakaigia magari. I had 2 matatus, and I can remember my 2 matatus, people hired those matatus to take them home that day ya uchaguzi. Hiyo magari kulikuwa na kama ungeangalia barabara ya Kisumu Nakuru ilikuwa kama motorcade. Watu walienda nyumbani after voting. So now, if you look at Rift Valley, the things that have happened over and over again, Ruto has been mentioned again and again and again and again, which means Kisumu was spontaneous violence. Kisumu's violence was spontaneous. Unaona ile hasira. But in Rift Valley, watu walikaa wakapanga,
it was a planned thing.
Wakalipa warriors,
Yeah.
wakawatuma, What hurts more is that people went to a church. People unlocked the church from inside. When children started, Black, anaomba wache nimalize. I know where I'm heading to. When children try to run away,
I'm trying to follow your trail of thoughts.
No, Black, please hold on. I know where I'm heading to. When people tried to run away, watu wakarudisha watoto ndani. Women and children and men. Now, this is Uhuru Ruto's government. Unfortunately, we find ourselves there because these 2 people now, and Uhuru also has his own side that is negative. We don't know what happened in Naivasha. I mean, hata kama we tunataka kumtetea, I think 2 wrongs cannot make a right. That is my take.
Sure. You're right.
If people have been killed in Rift Valley, it is not right to organize any other killings. It is not right. It is not right. I stand by that.
Yeah.
So these 2 people meet. So they have some cases, and because they get sympathy, and therefore they become our president and deputy president. Lakini I don't think Uhuru needed that presidency. Mwenye alitaka hiyo presidency ni nani? Ni Ruto. He wanted it. Yes, he worked for it and he got it. He got the deputy president. So that is why now we see tamu ya kwanza ya Uhuru, massive looting. Now, hao watu tuliambiwa na Wamaina Wajingi waligawana cabinet secretaries. At Uhuru, I don't know how true that is. That Uhuru akachukua pande ya security na huyu akachukua pande ya power, ukulima, pesa, name them.
Yeah.
Now, me, the attitude I see with Ruto, he's this kind of a guy, nyinyi ni madynasty. Baba zenyu waliwatafutia pesa. Hata mimi nitatafutia dynasty yangu. I'm forming my dynasty and I'm going to look for money for them. So that is where we see massive looting in first term Uhuru government. Massive, more than even the second term. Then what annoyed me with Uhuru, now I'm going to Uhuru. I remember Uhuru has the audacity to tell us how much he's been looted every day. Alafu anasema nifanye nini? That was so annoying.
I remember it was in Israel. He was out of the country when he said that.
Yeah, that is so annoying.
Kenyans are so corrupt. There's nothing I can do.
And he's the president of the Republic
At least angesema akikuwa in our country.
Unaona,
do you believe there's nothing he could do?
I don't believe so, because this is what he should have done. Uhuru is looking at first term, and I think he now wants to go to, it is nice to be in power when you become president. He now wants to go for second term. Sasa ataki kuvuruga maji, because if he goes for Ruto will finish him before the end of the term. Okay? But if Uhuru valued his principles and all that, angevuruga hiyo maji. Angesema kama ni serikali kwisha, tunaenda nyumbani na wewe. Those who are still ndani, that is what you should have done. But now I won't go back to say what PK was saying. Uhuru is a coward. He didn't have the courage to do that, because I think a brave person should have gone for Ruto and his other people who are looting the government. Hiyo serikali iishe, after miaka 5 tuanze upya. Uhuru aseme we have ruled for 5 years, we could not make it, we are done. He could have done that, because what Uhuru was now, he was being held hostage by Ruto ati nijaribu tunakutoa. Mnasikia hiyo story ya kutolewa? So that by the time Uhuru second term, Uhuru goes for Baba for support, because Ruto is holding him hostage. And then I think Uhuru also has his friends who are thieves, who are stealing. And more so, I understand that I think there was a scandal later on involving his sister somewhere. I don't know how that true is. Na hao wote Uhuru anawanyamazia. Unaona, ni mabeshte wake wanapora pande hii. Ruto and his henchmen are really looting the government. Brack, which deputy president has as much scandals as William Samuel Ruto? Ebu fikiria, huyu jamaa alikuwa deputy president, scandals zimemfuata. Kama sikunyang'anya mtu shamba, ni maneno ya Weston, sijui watoto wamepigwa na tear gas. It is a shame, Black. So me, Uhuru let me down very much, but I'm not surprised, because to me, I see him as a coward. I think he should not even have been the president of Kenya. I mean, we should not even have such people as presidents, because when you have cowards for presidency, hiyo ndio mnaumia. Because Ruto needed a baba as president na yeye deputy president, ndio wafurugane, ama mtu kama Matiba. Tuseme kama Ruto alikuwa deputy president wa Matiba, na kwambia Ruto angekuwa njera. I'm telling you, wange rule for 5 years, but Ruto would have been in jail. That's what would have happened. So Ruto didn't need somebody like Uhuru for presidency. Ruto needs somebody who is equally hard and tough-headed, kichwa ngumu, mwenye anasema kama ni mbaya, tupelekane, tumalizane 5 years and we are done. That is the kind of presidency Ruto needed. But Ruto needed, unaona, Black, Ruto has the audacity to tell us ati ningechapa Uhuru coffee. He has the audacity to tell us. And when he was cornered about that, he didn't apologize. He said that Uhuru was trying to give away the government. And Uhuru also said, ningeipeana. Because like I've been saying here, Uhuru is a spoiled brat. He has not been hungry for presidency. So Uhuru angepeana hicho kiti. And Ruto has the audacity to say that he could have slapped the president. See the kind of deputy president Uhuru had. I'm telling you, Ruto should have been a deputy president for somebody like Baba, ama Karoa, or somebody like the late Kenneth Matiba. That could have worked for this country. Because hiyo serikali Black haingeenda miaka 5. Haingeenda. Now I'm going to what Black is saying. So we see a government that is massive corruption. That is what PK is saying. And that is first term. Second term, Ruto kuna vita, because what is happening, cartels are fighting. I think cartels are fighting because I think on one side, Uhuru cannot come out clean. There must be cartels that are on his side. And Ruto has cartels. So we have subsidies. And according to Ruto, the subsidies are being given to Uhuru's cartels and all that. They are benefiting Uhuru's cartels. So then I think there's this story that Ruto tried to oust the president and Baba comes in and helps. And Baba sent peace. I don't know how true that is. We can call that allegations. But the cartels were still there, irrespective of whichever side they were. Now, talking about education subsidy, that is what Black talked about today. Now, I totally agree with you, Black, that a lot of money has been wasted through cartels and corruption in the Ministry of Education. And something must be done, and must be done now. Now, the question is withdrawing the subsidy the right thing to do? Me, I say no. Wakorino wanajuana kwa viremba. Ruto mwenyewe anajua ni nani anaibanga pesa wapi, anatoanga pesa wapi, akipeleka wapi. The NEMS number, I don't know if it's called NEMS or what. Now, Kenyan kids right now have a number. I don't know whether PK is aware of this. Have a number is like index number all the way from primary school, secondary school. Hiyo number inakufuata mpaka university. Sasa hata ukitoka, let's say umetoka Murang'a High School, unaenda Alliance, you have the same number.
Please leave your message for 61260131185.
Hiyo ni ya nani? Ni Alex ama ni ya nani? So that number, you can be traced Black. You can be traced at Black alikuwa Murang'a High School, sasa ako Alliance High School. So there is no way Murang'a High School principal can demand finance for you, because now you can be traced, you're now in Alliance High School. That is what has happened in the recent past. Now, and when money is sent to the schools, I think they pay them, they give them money for tuition, and they give them money. The tuition is supposed to cover labs, it's supposed to cover other things like, those expenses in the school. And each child, that's what someone was trying to explain. I don't know if it's you, I don't know how many thousands per child. And then there's more money also spent on education. The schools are supplied with textbooks. Hapa pia kuna wizi. Now, before they were being supplied by KIE. KIE, yes. Then kuna companies zimeenda kichini zinaleta hizi vitabu. For example, I saw something when I was in Kenya. Shule iko na vitabu ya kutosha, Alex. Mko na vitabu ya KLB math. Zinaitwa KLB. From 1 to Form 4. Na watoto kuna ratio ya 1:1. Tena naletwa vitabu zingine zenye you don't need. So, and you know how track, you see foolishness ya watu ya Ministry of Government. Track mzima inakuja kwa hiyo shule with other textbooks, the same copies. Atuwameambiwa walete. The principal is asking, I already reported this, that I have similar textbooks in my library, and each of these child has a ratio of 1:1. Easy mmeleta tupeleka wapi? And the person with the track anasema, we've been ordered to bring these books. Why? Kuna mtu anakulia hizi vitabu. You see that? Somebody is benefiting from this contract. So whether the school has or doesn't have, these books must continue being supplied with no accountability, with no... So, haya, watoto wa Kenya wanapewa kitabu ya 200 pages Black kila for every subject. So wakiingia Form 1 wanapewa 200 page exercise book for like my school, the school I was, they were doing about 12 subjects. So they were receiving 200 pages exercise books. So, and Form 2 they are still given books. So basically the fee that parents are paying is for boarding na uniform. Unaona? But kuna ile fee ya tuition inalipwa na serikali plus that subsidy. So my question is, when the government withdraws that subsidy, how much is the parent going to pay? I understand that the parent is going to pay over 20,000 up. Okay, I don't know whether it's 20,000 or 8,000. I need stand to be corrected.
No. They said per year. They said it's going to be 69 for secondary, and when you put everything, it's about 80,000. It's about 80,000.
It's about 80,000.
It's about 80,000, not 20. 20 is too low.
So, okay, I mean the difference. So there is about 80,000. That's too much money for a common wananchi, and that is too much money. So me, I think Black. The solution is not to withdraw the subsidy. The solution ni kushika hao wezi na kuwaweka ndani. Unaona, it is easy to account. It is. I've just told you how easy it is. Black, if you are removed from Murang'a High School to Alliance, Black will no longer appear in Murang'a High School because kuna namba moja tu. So there is no way the Murang'a High School principal can ask for your finance, for your support, for your money. So it is very easy to do that. It's just people need to do the right thing, continue supporting our schools and spending the right and doing the right thing. Lakini Stone PK amekuuliza, who is doing the right thing? Ni Gachagua ama ni Ruto ama ni Mashogu ama ni nani? Who is going to do the right thing? Muniambie tu nyinyi wa this panelist, Alex, Makiadi, Stone, Black, Chaka, muniambie who will sit,
Wacha Black akwambie.
who will do the right thing?
Mimi niko na swali Juliet, eh? Julia. Now the first move, the actual move, yani ya ile kwanza kufunga mfereji, is it not itself a good move, yes or no? No politics involved.
No, because the parents will suffer. The first move is to find out. Let me give you an example, Black. The first move is to find out. This is the first move. I want to tell you, I've worked in that ministry. This is the first move. Kuna treasury, kuna ministry. In my budget, Central Province has this number of schools, maybe 500 schools, okay? And the Central Province needs this amount of money. So the
now all that you're saying, that information is not available. Now, before you get to that, you need to stop the bleeding.
No. What do you mean?
Yes,
Black, what Julia is saying is correct. Ruto had the power because he has been the government for how long? For the last.
But he's the president now.
No,
the last 3 months.
He knew where the money is going to. So he could have sealed the loopholes, but not punish the kids and the parents. Kenyans, Kenya, let me tell you how much. Do you know how many people call me just kuniambia tafadhali nitumie tu $20? Kenyans are hurting.
Nakuelewa Alex, I understand.
Kenyans are hurting, and we should not have hurt them even more. But I support the fact that he should have sealed the loopholes. But the way he has done it, he has made the lives of Kenya very difficult.
Another thing, Alex, said,
and that's why I said, Julia, as I finish, as I said, yes, amefunga hiyo loopholes, and as I also said, it is very unfortunate that in the process of kufunga hizo loopholes, that there are gonna be parents and students that are gonna suffer for that reason.
Apana, hajafunga loopholes. He has not.
Because
what he has done,
when
Alex
has said something, that having been in government, in the previous government, he knew where the money was going to. Now, in this case, I'm seeing it from the view that he knew where the money was coming from.
Yes.
So he has sealed the loophole where it's coming from. Where it's going to now is where now Julia, point yako ambayo ina come up, angekuwa amejua wale cartels ya kuwazuia. So now, at this point, perhaps, in my view, unaona kila mtu anakuanga na njia yake ya kuwa panya. Whereas you would say that perhaps he may have known where it's going to. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. And like one guy here, Stone PK, said that both sides, regardless, kuna watu cartels involved. Both sides, regardless. Now, that being the case, kufunga pahali where it's coming from, at this point, in my view, it's a good step. Now, that's why I also finished up by saying, I hope that in the pipeline, they have some way of which they're trying to work out to see that there are going to be measures that are going to be taken to ensure that money will go to the right needy students and to the right existing, and I existing schools, because there are many non-existing schools.
Black, you really don't understand what Ruto is doing. I think you're being a fanatic. First of all, he took. Oh, no, wacha Stone aongee kwanza. Ama Stone, wacha niseme tu kitu haraka haraka. First of all, he took the subsidies. To add the injury on it, he added the school fees. You are not even seeing that.
Alafu, Alex, let me add to what you are saying. Ruto is not controlling corruption. He's saving on government expenditure, because all these schools receive their funding through Kenya Commercial Bank. It is not rocket science to know how much money the schools in Murang'a County received in the last financial year. You don't even, the thing you are trying to tell us here, can I finish? Let me finish, Black. The thing you are trying to tell us here that some principals did not report, they do not report because they receive their finances through Kenya Commercial Bank. All schools, government schools must have an account in Kenya Commercial Bank so that KCB can report on behalf of the government that this financial year we have received this amount of money from school school A and school B. The principals don't have to report to anybody. It is not rocket science. So you are telling me withdrawing the funds is what is going to stop these cartels? No, it is catching the thieves.
Julia,
So I really disagree with you.
Julia, you actually agreed with me that there is a specific number that is given to a student. So there's no way that you can be shifted from a point A school to a point B school and the number changes. The number remains the same. This is available in the names. Am I right? Up to that point, am I right to that point, Julia?
Hold on, guys.
National Education Management Information System.
Ndugu
That is the enrollment data. Now, if this data cannot be accessed by an auditor general,
unajua hamuelewani sasa, imekuwa sasa ni kama shouting match. At least tuwe na order, mmoja anamaliza alafu mwingine anaongea, ndio at least tuwe na conversation.
Stone PK alikuwa ameweka mkono for long, maybe alikuwa na question and then Black amalize kitu alikuwa anasema. Stone, ulikuwa unasema nini?
Na kitu lakini naona nani Chaka huwa tunampisha haraka kwa sababu ana matatizo ya internet. I can donate this particular yangu niko nayo tu cute. Makiadi kuna live Chaka.
Chaka habari yako?
Nami basi wacha nipotee kwa sasa basi.
Usiende Black. No, Black usiende. No, leo usiende. Leo tunakupiga show. No, usiende leo tafadhali.
Mida yangu ndio iruhusu.
Haya na Black. Wacha mchecheto, wacha kukimbia mtu wangu. Wewe ni mtu wa nyumbani. Tuliagana hivyo. Sasa wacha kukimbia, acha tu nimalize. Yangu ni mafupi. Unajua mmekuwa hapa mkizozana. Lakini ukweli wa mambo kidonda kupona haswa. Inchi kuachana kidonda ni kidonda kupona, si kukiweka dawa. So ni kweli kashaondoa hii kwa sababu ameona kwamba kuna cartels. Lakini hebu turudi tu back kwa mwananchi wa kawaida Black. Je, ni nini haswa atafaidi kutoka hapo? Kutokana tu hayo mazungumzo yako kwa yeye ndio mlengwa zaidi. Maana kama kweli hakika kwamba ameondoa hii
nini imefanyika?
Tuliwaambia Chaka tunampatiaga nafasi kwa sababu ya shida ya connection. Unaona sasa?
Pole Chaka, but he's right. At that point I agree with him. Nakubaliana naye.
Amerudi. Chaka umerudi?
Okay.
Tena amepotea. Stone ongea connect simu yake, atarudi. Najua Chaka anaweza rudi.
Kumalizia basi ile ilikuwa nikimwambia Julia, if it's okay.
Si wacha Stone aongee. Stone amenyamaza for a long time. Tumeongea nani, Julia ameongea. Stone hajaongea for almost like 1 hour.
Black umeniruhusu alafu tanini yangu itakuwa.
Yeah, utarudi kuongea lakini Stone amenyamaza for almost 1 hour. Let's rotate. Wacha tufanye vile Bernard anasemanga 3 minutes. Unajua saa nyingine tunakaa for long bila kuongea mpaka mtu unachoka. So ukichukua 3 minutes, huyu achukue 3 minutes, I think tutakuwa na good conversation. Yeah, Stone.
Asante.
Yeah.
Now mimi ninataka kusema hivi. Debate mazungumzo ni mengi mno na Kenya shida yake ni moja na nitarudia pale.
Okay.
Namna atujui kuhesabu votes. When it comes to votes, wasomi wote tunasahau. We lose. We don't know how to count votes. Same thing with money. When it comes anything my sabu in Kenya, especially, I'm saying that because it's my country. Black, anywhere you go, we teach accountability. I know you know that. But anytime you go there, it is in this country called Kenya where ukiongea maneno ya audit, there is panic. Ukiongea hata ukiwa head of department mahali ama useme guys, next week we are having audit. Hiyo week ni mchecheto. What does that tell you? It's what I said, that we are so corrupt. The most corrupt section ni ya serikali. Sivyo, mimi nikimaliza shule na college nilikuwa nimesema I'll never become a civil servant. The only civil service job nilifanya ni walimu. That was my first job. Because I thought hakuna mahali nitaibia, which is
kumbe tuko walimu wengi hapa.
Yeah, Kenya kila mtu ni mwalimu. Kila mtu ni mwizi almost. Any other profession, any other sector ya civil service ni wezi tupu. So when we talk of ati unafunga mfereji, sasa unafunga mfereji kisha when you are repairing pipe ya maji, huwa ukikata hapa una divert hapa, ndio maji yasiyo hayapo. Shida hiyo ya kawaida. You know there is a system. Si ufunge useme in 3 months we will support schools directly based on this.
And I agree with you. Yeah. I 100% agree with you to that point. That's what I said also.
Yeah.
That I hope that in the pipeline somewhere, they're trying to find measures to ensure that this money goes to the right schools and the right students. You're right. I agree with you until that point.
So yeah, that's so my problem, my shida kubwa ni ile katika Kenya again because of corruption. Kila kitu wewe unaambiwa unajua mambo yafanyiki mara moja. Utasema mambo yafanyiki mara moja. How do you print exam papers? How do unasema yani wewe you don't have the number of Kenyans school children. You don't have the right number of schools, legitimate schools in that country, then we are a failed state. We are a failed state by design and by design. Ukiniambia sasa ati hivi uko na hii pesa na ujui utagawanyaje shule za Kenya, you don't have that capacity, it is useless. If I was Ruto and I mean it would not take me 30 days to redirect that money where it's supposed to be. But because he has thieves around,
we are talking, we are not giving solutions. What is the solution?
Alex, nimepeana solution. When it comes to money, we are not able to count. When it comes to votes, we are not able to count. We are totally corrupt. Hii serikali iwezi saidia. Serikali ni itimuliwe, wananchi watimue, wasuspend serikali, waweke watu honest. That's the only solution.
Now, PK, when you take those line of thoughts, that is where I usually divert from you. Now we part ways from that point. Now, unabisha serikali aje? I mean, okay, regardless of it being having the issues that it has, you cannot stay without a government. Come on.
Can.
Zingine pia lazima tukuange reason.
Awelewi kitu nani anakuambia.
Sasa hii Peru kuko aje?
Hatuna cabinet, tusiwe na president, itakuwa inaishi vipi sasa hichi?
Peru kuko aje sasa?
You know, it means hakutakuwa paka na governor. Yani hiyo hichi itakuwa inaishi aje sasa?
Nothing will happen. We'll just
there'll be no system. I mean,
no. Let me ask you, Black.
Don't be ignorant, guys. What is happening in Peru today and Sri Lanka?
Yes, exactly. But Black, let me ask you something. Does even our government function, even when we have even the governors and all those MCAs, are they serving us? Be honest.
Unfortunately, a huge chunk of those are not performing to the optimum levels of which we would expect them to do, for the reasons why we bottom them.
We have all of them.
Yes.
Do you know how many MCA we have in Kenya?
We have some functional and some non-functional in regards to performance.
Percentage of those who are functional?
To be honest, I do not have such data because I like being honest with my data. I do not have such data to say that perhaps 10%, 5%, 50%, or 70% have been working to the optimum or not. But if you do, I don't mind you furnishing me with
the report that I saw last time with integrity, the percentage was that 83% of our elected officials are not functional. So we have only 17%. So the idea of you saying that we need them, it's nonsensical.
Unajua, sometimes
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. For instance, let me give you an example. The teachers who teach in Kisii and they are Kisiis, they hire people to teach for them, and then they go to do what? Business. and the percentage of that is alarming. Is 70% of teachers who do that. I don't know kama kwenu wanafanyanga hivyo. Julia, kwenu wanafanyanga hivyo? Teachers who hire other teachers to
Okay, what amazes me, Alex, and I think this, the government is failing, is that walimu wa secondary huwa wanafundisha hata wale wa day school, okay, wa Central wa Mount Kenya region, lakini wa primary ukienda hizo shule, kids will tell you they only had one lesson in a week. Mwalimu hajaonekana, and the principal has not been there. Okay. And in that county kuna district education officers and district education
quality assurance managers.
Unaona sasa, what are they doing? What is their work? Okay, secondary school, the only reason why they have been teaching principals wa secondary school, especially these zinaitwa county na extra county, ni vichwa ngumu. Yani utawasumbua, you will teach because you will leave if you don't teach. Okay, that is the only reason why those teachers work. Like the school I was teaching, let me tell you, there are schools that are working, teachers are working, there are schools that are functioning. Ilikuwa because I was the assistant.
Maseno High School?
No, okay, I was in Maseno High School, then later on I was in a school called Musira Girls, Kirinyaga County, where I was a deputy principal. This is how those schools work. After the bell rings, 5 minutes into the bell, kama mwalimu hajakuja, the children are supposed to come to the office and tell me, Mr. Black, mwalimu wetu hahesabu hajakuja. And I put a record. Unaona hiyo record nimeweka? Sasa nimeweka hiyo record. Sasa huyo mwalimu akirudi, hata kama ameenda late, the principal calls Mr. Black. Mr. Black, jana ulichelewa class. Ulichelewa 10 minutes. Tell me what you are going to do to cover those 10 minutes. Mr. Black atabaki usiku kufundisha hiyo darasa. There are schools that are working here in Kenya, and then if the Mr. Black akona harusi ama anataka off ya kesho na akona lesson kama 6, Mr. Black is supposed to teach those lessons in advance. Atafute extra time afundishe. What are the reasons? At the end of the year, KCSE kifanywa, tuko tunaitangwa na board. Tunaitwa na board. Julia, tunaona mean score yako ya hesabu ilikuwa 8 last year. Sasa imeenda 7.9. Julia, unaweza tuambia vile tunaweza kusaidia ndio to prevent this trend? You see, nobody wants to be called by the board of management twice. Nobody wants to be called. So the next time, Alex, you'll think very hard before your class fails, before your mean score goes down. So there are schools where children are taught the right time, the right thing, syllabus coverage up to date. Why? Because the school principals have decided mtafanya kazi. Unaona? Lakini is a primary school. Is hata zenye kwa Mount Kenya. I'm sorry kama your relative is a primary school teacher, but me from my experience, half of those teachers or more than half hawafundisha watoto. And that's
what I was telling you.
Yes.
That's why schools in Kisii are failing, are totally failing. Now, from Kisii, we take our children mostly to Western province, like Mumias, because shule zetu, the teachers, they drink a lot, and then they don't come to school. Okay, chaka tusalimie.
Hali zetu ni hizo za kubambanya, si unajua tena hali ya huku kwetu, but
Yes.
tunaishi hivyo. Nataka kusubmit mahali nilikuwa nimeachia kwamba
okay.
Uganga si kuenda kuondoa hiyo, alafu situambie ni nani amefanya hivyo, kwa sababu ungewashika na kutuletea kusema huyu mtu kachukua hii pesa acha rudi kwa shule hatungekuwa tunalipia hali. Kwa hivyo sini kwamba katika hiyo mfumo tusilambishwe ile nasema asali kwa mdomo, kumbe nyuma yake ni shubiri. Sometimes black, kama tunaagilia kitu tuangalie tu kwamba kina uzuri hapa, je ubaya wake kule mbele ni nini? So hawa watu wanajuana, of which hakuna kitu kitatokea hapo. Zili ni mpango mpya ili kusudi kusiwe na loop pande wake katika hii serikali yake, kwamba kuna mali kutakuja kumquestion huyu kiongozi. Na ndipo pale tunasema tunachezewa na akili sana ndani. Tusipokuwa makini na kushikana kama wananchi, hawa viongozi wote watamezwa na hatutakuwa na sauti. So please, hii inaendelea sasa hivi kwamba alitoa hii ni kwa sababu kuna kitu huenda pengine kuna mwanya unaweza kuja kumkwamisha mahali. Kwa hiyo wacha tunilingia, lakini hajaingia kikamilifu kwamba hii inatoa hii pesa huku naipeleka hapa. Hajafikia pale. Na ndivyo hayati Magufuli huko Tanzania, ambaye ni jirani wetu, Mungu amlaze mahali pema peponi. Yeye akienda mahali akisema nataka nipate audit hapa mahali hii pesa imetumika namna gani, atauliza ni nani mkurugenzi wa hapa. Hebu tueleze nani fraud of congregation, fraud of medias, hii pesa inarudi kwa serikali. Hapo ndo tunakuwa tunapigana na ufisadi. Na hii serikali ukweli imefeli upande wa kupigana na ufisadi, kwa sababu yetu wao wenyewe wamo. So huku kuondolewa kwa hii siati wanamuondolea mzigo mwananchi. Kuna mianya wanajifeva wao, si mwananchi. Kwa black, tuungane brother, tuacheni haya mambo na ushabiki. Tuangalie hii Kenya, tusipojenga sisi wananchi kwa vizazi vyetu, tukiachia wanasiasa ndo tumeenda. Nitakwambia tu pale niwasikize vizuri. But nikushukuru Julia, the way umetuana hii history nzima ya hawa watu wawili. Nafikiri kama mtu ana sikio la kuelewa ni nini kiliendelea na ni nini kipo, basi. Na ni kwa nini tuko katika hii panel hapa, ni kuhakikisha kwamba wote hapa tumehakikisha kwamba sisi ni wa Kenya, na Kenya hatutakubali iporomoke ndani ya mikono ni mwanasiasa. So let's come together, let's unite. Let's share our views, lakini ziwe na mpango kwamba tunajitetea. Asanteni.
And then I have a question, Julia. About what is a Teachers Service Commission, TSC Secondary School Identification Number? Because as I read a report from Nancy Gadungu, it said that close to about 1,933 schools shared that number. And I'm trying to believe that this number is only unique to a particular school. I don't know what that number is, but you'll explain. And out of these 1,933 schools that shared this TSC school identification number, 833 million shillings were disbursed to this. So ETSC school identification number ni gani pengine?
It's a registration number for each school. So those are ghost schools that watu wa Ministry of Education wameregister, and pesa money is being channeled. Wako na ghost schools, wako na ghost children, and money is being channeled to those schools. Those are ghost schools, black. And that is what I was telling you.
Now you can imagine.
If this Nancy
804 million went to those schools.
Now Nancy has that report. So if Nancy has that report, and we're talking about it now here, serikali ya Ruto iko na hiyo report pia. I was telling you this. It is not rocket science to find out how many physical schools are there in Murang'a County and how many physical children are there in Murang'a County. It is not rocket science. It's not rocket science to find out how much the money those schools receive through KCB. It's just easy to find out who are these owning these ghost schools and send them to committee. Period. And then we'll save so much. And you know, black, now you agree with me. That is why Baba was convinced that he can provide free education to all children. Because hata Baba ye mwenyewe ashajua penye pesa inaenda. So now you see, it is not withdrawing them. It's like, wacha nikwambie black, I want to give you an example in your house. Ati jana ulinunua mikate mbili, atujui mkate moja ilienda wapi. Now you stop feeding your children and because one loaf is disappearing. You need to find out why is that big rat that is eating that other loaf in your house. And then kill the rat and continue feeding your children. So you are trying to tell me that now we are going to have children not going to school because some people have been stealing Kenyan money. Unaona Black amepotea vile nimemuuliza hao maswali. So me, Alex was asking us for solutions. Me, Alex, the solutions are do an audit of our schools and our children, okay? And let Mashov not shift the bulk. Let him know that the bulk stops at him and the president. And then do an audit of what the accounts that these schools are having in Kenya commercial. By the way, there are schools that have accounts in Equity. Kenya's public schools should not have an account in any other bank. They're only supposed to have an account. They're only supposed to run accounts in Kenya Commercial Bank. Sasa zile shule ziko na bank na accounts kando kando, hiyo pia ni wezi. Tuanzie hapo. Tuko na shule ngapi? Tuko na watoto wangapi? Now pesa yao inaenda which bank? Should only go to KCB. Now KCB tell us, does this money go to the schools? That is, now we start with KCB. So who are these having go schools? Au wapeleke committee. Tuanzie hapo. You know, you people, I want to tell you something. That it is not, why I'm saying it's not rocket science. I want to talk about what Matiang'i did with the NEC when they were exam cheating. I've talked about this before. You know, it was 2015. It is 2015 when I, with my 2 eyes in broad daylight, I saw Citizen TV broadcasting a mathematics paper and ilikuwa ifanywe the next day. And I thought that was a joke. And for sure, Alex, I went to school and I saw the same paper with the students sitting. I almost fainted or died of stress because I could not believe that the exam had leaked that much. But meanwhile, Wesonga, mnakumbuka Wesonga alikuwa anasema ati hakuna wizi wa mtihani, ati sijui ni propaganda. Matiang'i became Cabinet Secretary for Education. He said, that is the end of cheating. 2016, hamutaiba mtihani. Do you know, I'm told Matiang'i had about 6 papers for every subject, for every exam. Yani mukiiba hii, anatoa, ana withdraw hiyo, anarudisha ingine. Then Matiang'i discovered, wezi wa kwanza ni akina Wesonga na wale wote wako kwa NEC. Wesonga kapelekwa nyumbani. And many other people in NEC wakapelekwa nyumbani. Then Matiang'i knew the other thieves ni nani? Wale polisi wanakaa na mtihani because the exam could be flown to the counties and could be kept in the police stations. Akasema kuanzia lini polisi walikuwa walimu? Akawithdraw hiyo kitu. Matiang'i built containers in every county. Na hiyo container ikafungwa, it was being guarded like state house. Na funguo ikapewa funguo moja tu, ikapewa county director. County director akaambiwa, if this container is broken into or open, uhame Kenya. Hiyo funguo ingine ikabaki na Matiang'i for every county. Then Matiang'i knew wale wezi wengine ni akina nani? Ni walimu. Walimu wanagojeanga hizi mitihani, wanatoa, wanasoma, wanakochi watoto usiku. Walimu wakaambiwa wakati wa mtihani mko na leave, paid leave. Hakuna mwalimu atakanyanga shule wakati wa mtihani, apart from the invigilators from another school. Matiang'i knew the other biggest thief ni nani? Ni principal, because the principal is one who facilitates all this cheating. Matiang'i akaambia principal, you are the chief supervisor. Mtihani ikiibiwa kwa shule yako, wewe uhame Kenya kwa sababu utakuwa kwa jela. So do what it will take you, that there will be no stealing in your school. Then I think he put trackers in the papers so that when the paper for Murang'a high schools were open, tracker ina communicate kwa NEC. Murang'a high school amefungua makaratasi ya. Mulifungua makaratasi yenyu saa moja kwa nini? You are supposed to open your exam at 8 a.m. How come your paper was open at 7? Sasa mlikuwa mnaona what used to happen, Alex, some teachers thought Matiang'i was joking. So when the papers came to the school, they opened the exam. Within minutes, police walikuwa na land hapo na NEC officials. Nani amefungua mtihani? Without arguing, uko kwa cell. Hebu niambie, which principal wants to lose his job? Do you know 2016 how many A's we lost? Kuna shule inaitwa Moi High School Kamsinga. Ilikuwa na 300 A's in 2015. 2016 hata iko na A-.
I remember after I started that,
There was one time biology, mtu moja alipata biology the whole of Kenya A.
Yes.
Wengine wako but
so these things we are saying are not possible are possible because Matiang'i proved to us that you can stop any kind of corruption.
And you have advocated for Matiang'i to be the president. If
yes,
God,
he should be the president.
Yeah,
God
should
hear my
really,
prayers.
he has really, he made us proud as a Kisii people. He made us proud as a Kisii people, and we really respected him.
Yeah, so those who are asking how it can be done, it is that simple. It's not rocket science. It's just doing the auditing and deciding hamguzi hata shilingi moja. Kama unaguza uhame Kenya. But the question PK asked, who is supposed to do that? Because
especially now that Ruto is in the government, it's really difficult to because the person he chose as a minister for education, Machogu, I said it here before, I don't know if you remember, he sued a tea factory in Kisii, and that tea factory pays him 30 million a month because he won the case through, I don't know, through a dubious way. He's very ineffective. He's a thief. And that's why you see mara anasema sijui school fees itakuwa hivi, mara anasema hivi, because he's very ineffective even when he was an MP. So I think it's going to be even more worse with Machogu being the minister for education. Yeah, it's going to be very ineffective.
Yeah, it's sad. Yes, PK.
You know, my fellow panelists at Mtembe, you know, through this time, all the time we've been talking and analyzing these things, not only today, but ever since this government took over.
Yeah.
You must have realized the trend that kila sector ilipewa mtu mwizi. You know, that is the denominator. Yeah. And that's what I've been doing. I've been researching on all Ruto's appointees.
Yes.
Kila mtu mahali amewekwa walai. If I'm lying, kila mtu ni mwizi.
Yeah.
Either a suspect or a confirmed thief. But then unaulizwa ati Kenya sasa tunaulizanaga hivi. Ati kama ni mwizi mbona mjampeleka kotini? You know that phrase, it's everywhere. Iko hata kwa huyu mama wa kupika mandazi wa UDA. Anachemsha mandazi hivi anakulia, unaita Ruto mwizi, alikuibia. You know, can you imagine
you see the problem
from bottom all the way to the top, hakuna mtu, hakuna walai ambaye
there's one thing that shocked me.
Yes.
Is remember anaitwa nani Sonko, when he was giving those clips on how he was openly bribing the judiciary. Do you remember those clips?
Yes.
Yeah. So there is nothing we can do until we reform our judiciary, because the judiciary, unaweza iba. For example, Matiang'i was very effective and very professional. Sahi mtu amewekwa huko as a minister for hiyo kiti yake alikuwa nayo internal security, ni mwizi vile umesema. So Sonko leaks showed us how the judiciary is rotten. The only way we can reform Kenya is to look at the judiciary first. Because remember, there was one judge who had about 100 million in his house, cash. You remember that saga? There was one person who was given that. And then Sonko, in his leaks, said he used to bribe those judges for like 7 to 10 million. So we have to work, unless we reform our judiciary, Kenya is gone.
Lakini Alex, who is reforming the judiciary? Ruto?
No, he can't.
So the bulk stops at
him. And that's why we are saying, and Stone PK has been saying here, let's go to the streets and make sure we have taken these people out. Stone PK amekuwa akisema ukweli kabisa. If we don't go to the street, and I just saw a text here from Junior, Raila Junior, akaniambia we are still going to we were going to have parallel meeting. We are still going to have it. If we start like that, we mobilize the people. Okay, people are going to have your psych. Unaelewa? And then we go to the streets. I swear that even Raila hatatusaidia unless sisi wenyewe tuende kwa street. Because Raila sijui amechoka, sijui nini imefanyika na yeye. So I think for me that is what I'm advocating, especially vile nani alisema Stone PK has been telling us that let's go demonstrate, and you will see how many people we are going to watu ni wangapi watakuja huko, because I know people, if Baba puts a parallel meeting in Kenya, najua watu watoka Kisumu, najua kuna watu waliniambia, Gaucho aliniambia kuna watu walikuwa wanasema watatoka Western. Najua for the first time Wakikuyu watakuja kwa hiyo meeting because they are also pissed off. Unless we do that, I don't think we have a
Guru alituambia ati saizi usiende Githurai kuwaita watu Hillsrasa, watakuchapa na mawe.
So that is my opinion. I don't know if you have a parallel opinion. Maybe Makiadi atuambie what we need to do.
Chaka ako hapa, si umpatie nafasi kwanza Chaka ongee. Chaka karibu.
Alimaliza kuongea akisema ana kitu ya kusema.
Asante Makiadi. Nafikiri suluhu hapa ya kuweza kusimama, tayari kuna dalili kwamba wanasiasa kama tutawaamini wao, basi Wakenya tutabidi tukubali matokeo na tukubali lolote lile. Lakini kama kweli tunaipenda nchi yetu, kwanza ni tutoe haya mambo na wanasiasa, kwa sababu mtu tegemezi ambaye alikuwa tunamtegemea kwamba akisimama tunamfuata ni Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Na jambo la kuweza kukwamisha haya mambo, huu mkutano huu ambao unafanyika leo, kidogo lilinivunja moyo, na si mimi pia, lilivunja na Wakenya wengi moyo, kwa sababu ndio ngazi ya pili kwa tunaelekea ili kuweza kufanikisha sauti zetu na tupate kusikika. Mzuri mami, unaona. So mimi sasa hivi swala la kuangalia zaidi hao wanasiasa ni wale tu wanajua, na lazima watazibana mambo yao. Ni sisi wananchi, kama ni kwenda street tuende street, kama ni kutoa hii serikali tutoe serikali. Ni sisi wananchi, hapo tutakuwa kumalizana na huu na hii shida, na tuangalie wenye ambao tutaweka pale na kina nani. Lakini tukisema hii serikali hii ndio itatupa suluhu kwa lolote zuri wanalolifanya kwa haraka tu kwa mtazamo wa machoni, basi nyuma yake huwa lina ubaya zaidi. Ndivyo ambavyo mimi katika uchache wangu wa elimu na akili yangu inanionyesha picha nzima ya hii serikali. Kwa itacheza na akili ya mwananchi, itacheza na akili ya watu kuhakikisha kwamba wafanikisha haya malengo, of which huo tutakuwa si uongozi ambao tumemtumia kiongozi pale kama wananchi tupate kutekelezewa yale ambayo tuna yanatusaidia. So for real ni wakati wa sisi wenyewe, hasa wananchi, hasa kupitia hii Mtembe TV, wote tunaizungumzia tusali. Ilikiwa zuri tutamwambia hapo mpazuri, lakini ilikiwa baya na kama tunavyoona tayari hatusubiri. Huku kwetu tunasema mgomba unahusika ukiwa umesimama, lakini ukiacha kuanguka ndo unaunyanyua tena kwa sababu ndizi yako ipate kukaa vizuri. Uongo, utakuwa ushakwenda huo. Kwa hiyo Ganga, Alex, Makiadi, ni sisi wananchi tushikane. Haya anazungumza Stone PK, this is the only way, this is the only healing solution. Failure to which all Kenyans we are going to be in bottle top of trouble. Hatutaweza kutoka katika hii hall. Hayo ndo maoni yangu na hayo mimi ndo mchango wangu. It's now time wa Kenya tusimame wote, tuachane na haya mambo na mirengo, maana hizi sarakasi tunaziona hizi, mwisho zote zitatumbukiza wale ambao watakuwa Kenya Kwanza, wataumia, wale wako kwa Azimio wataumia. Tusikinyamaza hivi itatuaffect wote. So ni wakati wa sisi kama na sisi nasi tucheze na katiba vile ambao wanataka kuyaamendi na kuongeza maofisi ambayo ukiyatazama kwa mbele pia nayo huko mbele si mazuri, na sisi tusimamie katika hicho kitengo kwamba nguvu ya hii katiba iko mikononi mwa wananchi. Tuitumie sasa, it's wakati wetu tuitumie, tuwaonyeshe nao wanasiasa kwamba hapana, hii Kenya ni yetu wote. So ni kutoa ukabila, kutoa mirengo na kusimama na kutoka kwa wingi. Tuingie kwa maandamano, tuingie katika hizo meeting, tukatae haswa mapema kwamba uongozi hatutaki hivi. Mataifa wataona na pia watapunguza ama waache kabisa. Asanteni.
Haya, asante.
Asante sana.
Asante ndugu Chaka. Naona kuna mtu yuko hapa anaitwa Christopher. Sijui kama unatusikia hapo, lakini kabla nikupatie nafasi ya kuongea dakika moja tu, kuna mtu amenirequest hapa nicheze video moja hapa.
And let me say the following, that the good people, Mudhoni and Dungu from Echo Bana, I have listened to you carefully. I have seen the product you have produced, and I want to say here that the government of Kenya is going to partner with you to produce sanitary pads. We spend close to $500 million shillings every year to buy sanitary pads for our school-going girls. And please, I have already instructed the Ministry of Education to work with you so that we can deliver those sanitary pads. We just want to make sure that the price is right. That's all. And then we are in business. Let me also, and I want to say congratulations for what you're doing. And let me also promise others, just like Modoni and Dungo, that going into the future, we are, as part of this tech ecosystem that we are building, we are also going to have, aside from the Hustler Fund, we are also going to have the Startups Fund. Already, the preliminary work is going on. Shortly, we will be taking the bill to Parliament so that we can de-risk all startups and make sure that we give them the opportunity to scale up and become serious enterprises. So, Mr. Mudongo, I know you spoke about that. Mr. Shafi, I know you spoke about that from Ajabu TV. Let me tell you that we're going to put up a legal framework that will assist startups like yourselves and others in the tech space to be able to scale up, and so that we can de-risk their ideas and we can make sure that whatever it is that they have in their mind, in ideas, in innovations, can be scaled up to become serious enterprises. Let me also say conversation about how we are going to increase
Makiadi, umenyamaza?
Oh, sawa. Sawa. Christopher.
Yes, please. Good morning, members.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm a caller from Uganda, northern part, please.
Oh, are you Ugandan?
Yeah, I'm in Kitgum. I unfortunately I don't understand Kiswahili very well, but I can give in my some little view.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah, my view is about Baba, who is not within the country. He has been called to America. To me, those are tricks of North Kenya to go forward on what you people have designed. It is very important that house must be left not empty. Someone must be in the house. That is to spearhead the house. So, such that the dream and the vision, if we think that is the way forward for we as Kenyan, as Uganda, as in Quad. So we need to propel this as whatever they are going to discuss there, we should put fire on the ground. So like somebody was saying there, it looks like Raila is tired or what? He's not tired. People are really looking at him. They have their own interest. So if you put fire on the ground here, like marching, going where, those kind of things, it will keep the fire burning. This is what I feel I should add on to the members, such that when we are moving, we should know that fire should be put on. Raila will hear from there, and then they will make a very good decision, and then come up with a good decision for Kenya, as in democracy. This is what I feel it should be. Thank you.
Hold on. Kidogo tu dakika moja. Kidega. I don't know if you follow Kenyan politics, but I'm so interested in your view as a person who is in Uganda. There was a time that this guy called Bobby Wine warned Kenyans about what we are doing right now and the repercussions that would befall us as a country if we followed the route that is being taken right now. I want to hear your opinion about the proposed changes to the constitution that would allow Kenya to have an opposition leader. What is your view on that? Your mic is still on mute. Unmute your microphone.
You have muted.
Yes. What I'm saying, things were done earlier, like contained in those, they say they want the constitution. I'm wondering if that constitution was wrongly drafted and agreed upon. If I'm to ask, why today should the opposition be given a seat or a position in government? If at all it was an error such that it had never been thought about, and it is because of some condition that might have come up that needed for the opposition to be included in that drafted constitution, of which it is a constitution, then let it be if it can solve the problem. But here is the problem, which is, I believe it might have come from an angle that nobody has expected, because everyone thinks everyone are clean and they are honest. So when you say the Bobby Wine, I agree with him, because most of what is fighting for here is for democracy, as you people are fighting for. If at all he did mention like that, let it be. If I miss the question, maybe you will ask again, because I'm not very clearly hearing you. I don't know why my microphone is too low. Thank you.
Okay. I think somebody else will ask you a question, but let me give the PK an opportunity first. I think you had your hand lifted.
Thank you, Richard. Christopher Kidega Itinini. Thank you, brother, for calling us and giving us your view. The truth of the matter is that we are trying to cure, we are doing what we are calling wild goose chase. The real wild goose chase is UDA, and it emanated from them and their judges, who said that we need a powerful opposition. For what? Ruto just wants a seat that he will be, awarding to people, so that, because he will be rigging election. He wants, if you are in a competition and apatia your seat, he gives you that seat to silence you. Why we removed that kind of seat and we never proposed it in 2010 is because it's useless. In African politics, opposition is a useless seat. I keep on repeating. Whoever is the president, akirig, if he forces himself there and he sits there, it is useless. Even in Uganda, what is Bob Wine doing? He's just making noise, and Museveni is doing all his things. Africa opposition doesn't work. What works is citizens should fight to get the right leadership. Leaders that will allow proper election. Leaders that will not fear for the right people being elected. And these are leaders that are not corrupt. Leaders that are like Raila Odinga. Leaders who talk about the people, not about themselves. Anybody who is selfish will never want to be defeated. But a person who is fighting for his country, he will go for the right leadership so that the leaders can deliver to the people. People-driven leadership is justice. The rest are, in fact, capitalists are selfish people and they cannot lead in the proper way. But social democrats, they will give you, they talk about people, they will want leadership to happen. They will not influence elections. They will ensure election is done in the right way. That is the only answer. You can have 10 opposition, people yapping and shouting, and you are seated there, changing laws, you become permanent president, you say you are a life president. Yeah. So I don't believe in opposition without justice. Opposition is a bribery seat. Okay, so the citizens should.
Can I say what?
Yes.
Yeah, please. That's why I said initially that why didn't they draft this, put it in the drafted constitution before, if it was necessary? It is because of some idea of what your explanation is. There is no need of a powerful position for the opposition in the government. Once it is a clean thing, why do we need a position in such a manner? So I was saying, they brought this issue just because they want to rig election, like you have just said. I agree with you. See?
Okay. Thank you so much, Christopher. Asante sana kwa kuungana pamoja. Oh, ulisema usikii Kiswahili. Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll give you we'll give you another opportunity to contribute. Now make sure you say hi.
Makiadi, I don't blame you.
You should say hi to Mao. You should greet Mao for us.
No, you should say hi to who is the opposition
I
leader?
will if I get him, but he has also shifted his position. He has shifted away. He's also having problem in my community. He's from my side.
Oh, he's my friend. My friend.
Who is that? Who has shifted?
Mao. He's called Mao.
Yeah, you never heard him that he has been appointed a minister. He has been appointed a minister for justice. You have not heard about that by the government?
No, I didn't know. Then he's finished. He's finished.
Yeah, that is why we are crying. That is why I'm really trying to look at the politics of the version of the East Africa. That is why I traced for you people. I want to hear what you say. Sometimes you must have not known about such things, but that is what is on the ground. People are crying here. Where is Mao? Why Mao has changed? All these things. So we are also in this problem. You see. That is the politics of this man who is currently here, the Muse. He wants to cling onto power. He wants to bring people near him, people whom he thinks they will fight him, or the opposition, the hard one. So he's bringing them in his camp in a very funny way, which is not right, honestly.
Okay. Thank you so much, Christopher. Just pass our greetings to Besije. I think he's one of the comrades that is still standing. Alex, you have a question for Christopher?
No. I have a contribution. There is a story that we haven't spoken. Did you know Ruto has reversed the port from Mombasa again to Naivasha? Did you see that?
No.
No, really?
Alex,
yeah.
And talk about Alex, as you talk about the startup thing. Umeona hiyo kitu Makiadi amecheza ati kuna pesa nyingine inatoka inaitwa startup.
Sasa ametoka kutoka Hustler Fund to that. That's a con man. But let's talk first of all about the Naivasha thing. I saw it and I laughed. I said, this guy alidanganya wa cost.
Hapana. Nini Wakenya tafadhali. Kenyans, can we actually listen you guys.
Chaka mumenyang'anywa.
Wacha fanya hivyo. Wacha fanya hivyo na yeye anipe pumzi huko, kwa sababu the way tutamchukia hata wahi hata amini. So wacha relax, kwa sababu sasa hivi
Makiadi, can you look for that video about the part utuweke hapo? It's very funny, this guy, what is
wacha regeshe.
Yaani unafanywa carrot hivi. Chaka mdume unafanywa carrot hivi. Unaambiwa toto alafu
no naingia box.
Okay, lakini Chaka, you know the problem, what happened? The Kikusi Naivasha were happy news. Mnajua hiyo kitu ileta scandal. Hiyo kitu ya Naivasha ileta a big fight between Ruto and Mount Kenya people. And you know Gachagua has been telling Ruto, has been sending threats. Have you been seeing Gachagua's language saying that, telling Mount Kenya people, you see, we've been given these positions and we are waiting for more. And then he was somewhere in Meru telling some people, even you people, just wait. More positions are coming. So that Naivasha thing brought some fight between Ruto and the Mount Kenya people, because unajua kuna wale mabwenyenye wako na mashamba huko Naivasha na wako mabiashara. Sasa hao mabwenyenye, they are happy numbs. So I mean, this is so becoming hilarious.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, go ahead, Stone.
You see, that's why we need Wakenya, lazima tuwe tunaangalia hivi. Port ya Mombasa was never killed. Port ya Mombasa ingepewa uwezo mwingi mno. When Ruto alipoingia, he should have concentrated in uplifting port ya Mombasa iwe mara 3 ya vile ilivyo sasa. What does that mean? It means hiyo port itazalisha, the port would have more work. Coast people would get more work. The transporters would get more work to feed the inland. When we have more ports in a country, you don't kill another one. It is expansion. It is development. But because this guy has no basis of economics, he became populist. Ati anasema wa coast kwa sababu mlinyang'anywa hiki mtafanya hivi. Instead of saying coast, what we are going to do, tunaongeza X, Y, Z, vitu vingi mno katika ile port. That port is supposed to have a lot of cold storages, which should have wanaitwa nani? Wanaitwa hawa wavuvi. Fishing along the coast. I lived in Mombasa for 12 years. Fishing is underutilized. Okay, that coast north to south is underutilized in terms of transportation. That sector should have started. Unaweka hiyo sector ya transport yenyewe inachukua vijana karibu 2,000 from south coast all the way to Malindi. Use the sea kama huko kwingine nchi zile zingine. Nothing is happening. Aya, fish processing factories. You need to do very big factory in south coast. Do very big factory in Malindi or Kilifi or anywhere along that place. That hiyo ni kazi. Si lazima watu wafanye tu pale kwa container and all this kind of a thing. Yeah. So Ruto is myopic and then he is populist, anawahandaa watu. That's why anayumba. Mara sasa, I mean, have you ever heard of that kind of a thing? Ati kwamba unafunga hii ndio hawa watu wapate hivi. It's like you telling me that ukifanya pipeline ya kutoka Mombasa kwenda Eldoret hii ya mafuta, ama reli kutoka Mombasa kwenda Kampala, that Kampala, Uganda should not have their own also another rail from Kampala to Dar es Salaam. That hiyo itakuwa ni conflict ama itaua biashara. That is myopic and very stupid way of looking at things. The more rail you have, the more you develop. Look at US. The network is unbelievable. They don't stop constructing roads. They don't stop constructing communication network. It doesn't mean that sasa SGR hako ndio mwisho wa maneno. You should have as many as possible. Pipeline, fishing industries and all that. And quickly, when we are talking easy startup, as I'm here ndio nimalize, these are also nonsensical. This startup, whatever it is, there is nowhere on earth where government does business with people directly. Huo ni ujinga na ni upumbavu. Hakuna mahali utaenda unafanya biashara ati serikali ndio inakuja unangojea bahasha ati upewe startup. It is the most mediocre way. Ati unapewa mkopo na serikali, ati unawekewa savings na serikali. Utaenda kuuliza serikali wapi? Who has, I'm sure most of you have tried to deal with nini. Hebu siku moja jaribu kumwandikia PEO, I mean not PEO, permanent secretary kwa ministry, unamtumia barua, una complain yako. Can you attempt? It will take you years until you die before you reach to the PS. Sasa ni pesa ndio utaenda kudai ile savings umewekewa na serikali. Ati unapewa startup, kesho utapanga line upewe startup ya business from something called government. Governments are amorphous. Ni kitu tu, huwezi kumpata hii ati kuambua hii ndio serikali. So you cannot deal with an abstract thing. Right government invests. Invest kama Kibaki into the banks, into the easy societies. Unaangalia banks na societies ambazo ni nzuri, unazieleza mwananchi atachukua hela aina hii kwa riba hii. Ama tunapeana grant kwa mwananchi na tunatumia benki hizi. Mwananchi anaenda pale, manake benki ziko kila mahali. You go with your card, unapata, you get the money you need. So there is no way that a government can deal with a mwananchi directly na pesa. Huo ni upumbavu. Ile Kibaki alikuwa anasema, and wizi, they want to steal. They will tell you they have loaned out 50 billion, kumbe wame loan out milioni 3 tu. Manake unajua wanazitupa hizo, wanajua wametupa. Kisha wakule mabilionea mengine. Utamdai nani? Kenyans, we have to go to the street and remove Ruto as quickly as yesterday.
Na mtoe nguo ndio PK alisema.
Yes, ndio tutoe nguo kwanza, we go and we have to really it has to happen.
Alex.
The reason I asked that question ni kama nani president wa Southern Sudan.
Zungumza na English. Use English because of our brother there, Christopher.
Okay. My brother, sorry, I forgot you don't. So the reason I asked that question, because I got the information that Salva Kiir told him that because he has a lot of petrol stations in gas stations in Southern Sudan. He told him, if you are not putting the port in Naivasha, move all your stuff from here. Museveni too told him that business has become very expensive for us from Mombasa all the way here. People are crying. So I think also Museveni, you are a stupid. Kwani huyu ni nani ebu block huyu mtu anatukana Stone PK hapa.
Wachana nao.
I'm never bothered by
Alex,
those nonsense and
we are used to
I
that.
even don't read them.
We don't even care anymore.
I don't read nonsense.
Okay.
Those are the most idiotic people.
Yeah, so I think Salva Kiir ndiye amemthreaten akamwambia, if you are not moving the port to Naivasha so that transportation can be easier to Southern Sudan, move away from here. That's the reason.
Okay, thank you so much. Julia, you have something to say.
Si Alex, ile conflict ati kuna Wakikuyu biashara zao zinaharibika huko, nisikia walilalamika sana. Na unajua Ruto hataki stress na Wakikuyu wanakaa wakimpea threat. I'm sorry Christopher, I'm saying that I also thought there were conflicts with some people from Mount Kenya region with Ruto over the issue of the port of Naivasha.
Julia,
yes.
that port of Naivasha, irrespective of whether it was constructed on whose land, it could have been Stone's land, it could have been Uhuru's land, it could have been Museveni's land, so long as the port was to serve the region, it doesn't matter who it belongs to. This is another stupidity. That now, then we have kila mtu lazima, you have to have to be part of it. We can't all own land in Naivasha, okay? And it is, if it's Uhuru who had big land there, that's all right. And it serves to improve the what we call the business of these countries in East Africa. When Uganda picks their goods there, the journey is shortened by so many days, because business people want to receive their things on time. So for me, I have no issue, and I'll never have any issue with that inland. All those who have built containers, warehouses there, those are Kenyans who have invested there. People have invested a lot of money. So you don't just go, somebody has invested something like 10, 15 million. Then all of a sudden you tell him that, oh, we are moving this, we are doing this or not. My argument is we have to develop every part of Kenya properly. Utilize Coast Vizuri because it is underutilized. Utilize hinterland, container depot in Nairobi. You do another one in Eldoret or wherever. Do another one this other side of when going to South Sudan. So that we if we want to be the eco center or the epicenter of business in East Africa, we are able to serve these people easily. For example, it should be very smooth going to South Sudan. We should have two routes, one through Uganda, and the other one we should be able to go directly through North, wherever. We should invest in those kind of things. Yeah, but this government, what they are looking for is where there is money to steal. All these things they are telling you, we are stopping this. You stop this, you get the money. Where are you taking the money? Tell us you have stopped this. You have 50 billion which was being stolen. Now we have it, it's here. We have put it in education. We have this 30 billion which we have found is it. We have put it in R&D, research and development in Kari, or this one. Okay, we have this 100 billion, 80 billion we have captured from here. We are putting it in these small whatever industries or innovation industries, innovative centers. That is what we want to hear. But don't tell us, oh, this startup, this startup. That is all corruption. It's all lies. Thank you.
So you are seeing what Alex is saying. Geoffrey Ruto is saying that Ruto announced that in South Sudan during a recent visit to Juba. Umeona hivyo Geoffrey anasema, Alex, have you seen what Geoffrey is saying?
Yeah, I've seen because the president the president for Southern Sudan, Ali Mutreten, he threatened him and told him that if you don't do this, get out of here with all your business. Na unajua kuna shamba ya mahindi pia Southern. Unakumbuka ile wakati Matiang'i alimkatasha asiende Sudan? Yeah, so akona shamba kubwa sana huko ya mahindi. So they threatened him. So that's why they have moved the port immediately, because it was very expensive to ship things from from Mombasa all the way to Juba. It was taking because all their exports, because they don't do business with northern Sudan, all their business they do through Kenya. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I see. So the lesson we are getting that what happens in Kenya affects East Africa, East and Central Africa, even part that is Sudan included. So I think Kenyans should be very careful in what next happens. And the picture I'm seeing that we should not narrate Kenya to go the direction of Uganda. Museveni thinks he has gotten away with all his things, his nonsense of dictatorial tendencies, and I stand to be corrected by Christopher. And he's now Ruto thinks he's gonna be another Museveni in Kenya. I think Kenyans need to stop that. And I agree with Stone PK and Alex. Kenyans need to stop that. No, we have come a long way. We won't go Uganda way. We must prove to Ugandans that they can also change and become like Kenya, not us becoming like Ugandans. I don't know what Christopher has. Christopher, do you have any comments towards that about concerning what I've just said, that we should not go Uganda way?
Listen, US is still a young one. It has just maybe in the womb, not yet born out. So never allow it to get born in Kenya. You have come a long way. We are monitoring. I'm also, I've ever been to Mombasa port, I've ever been to Naivasha, I've ever been everywhere, even I'm married there. Okay? So what I'm trying to say here, don't let it be like ours here. Ours, it has overgrown. It is old now. US is still young. This is what I'm meaning. Don't let it get born there. Stop it now or even yesterday. This is my message.
Abortion, abortion.
Yes, we should have stopped that like yesterday. That's
Yeah,
what
do
Christopher is
a
saying.
Yeah, you have to
However,
abort it. You get a good doctor to abort that. And the good doctor is the democratic kind of policy and move. Make a move. Go to the street and march. Whether Raila is there, whether he's not there, let's have a focus that this thing should not get born here. Let's abort it before. This is my message. Then two, on the issue of the port, you see, there are so many cities. People are opening cities. From municipality or from district, you go to municipal. From municipal, you go to city, status. So that is development. If at all there is need for that, bring it even up to the border, like in Naivasha, is nearer for that to solve the easier. That is development. Why should it be scrapped off and yet it is brought? Why do you close the other one and open the other one? Open all, whether 10, 20, even up to here. This is my message about the port. And in Southern Sudan, you know, Ruto there is like a child. The other mama there in Ubangilo said there's a Ruto know really how government function. You go anyhowly to anybody you want to be nice. No, you don't need to be nice. I've ever been in Sudan. I have my business in Sudan. Really, seriously. I don't even have a business here in Uganda. So I've ever moved. Even before the government or formation of government of South Sudan, I was in South Sudan, even in Nairobi, with the Diocese of Torit. We were there. We could move all around. So the northern part of Kenya or northwest, I would say that is where the nearest to South Sudan, Nadapal, and the other side of US, Lokichoki, that is nearer to Sudan. Direct you enter, okay? So all these are good for the country and for the native. Once they brought that thing, it provides jobs for even people of the area. What kind of job are they promising people to give? What I thought that is the way. Open as many as possible so as you give job to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. So we're not gonna go to Uganda way. We refuse to do that. We refuse. Maybe Ruto Sandra should tell him that we refuse to do that. Chaka, hiyo maoni yako ya tumeng'oa port sasa mna port tumerudisha huko Naivasha.
Yenyewe ndio ni maombi yangu zaidi kwamba wangeondoa hiyo waeregeshe huko, kwa sababu ilikuwa ni kuhadaa ili kutaweza kutengeneza picha. Lakini kama itarudi huko sasa, wale walikuwa wanajipiga kifua kwamba tumeregeshwa poti, ndio wataona uongo na yale ambayo tunazungumzia hapa kwamba ni ya sahihi zaidi. Kwa hiyo huku nako itakuwa kidogo tumepata mwanya wa kuweza kumpinga vizuri, tena vizuri tu, kwa sababu inaonyesha picha mbaya kwamba ni kitu ulimuhadaa mtu tu, lakini ni kama ulikuwa kwa kutengeneza manufaa yako pale. But mwananchi akishaona kweli kumbe huyu jamaa yuko na unavyojua watu wa pwani tayari mwenyewe ni kwamba ndio anatafuta, lakini unajua misimamo yetu tukisimama kwa mahali huwa ni pale pale. We don't change our minds, hivyo haraka tu. Kwa hiyo wacha tu wafanye. Langu tu ni kwamba tuhakikishe Kenya hii tumejenga katika mikono, yani wananchi tumejitokeza. Haya anazungumza Stone PK, this is the only way. Mimi namuunga mkono kabisa. Tukitaka hapa maendeleo, tukitaka hapa mambo yawe mazuri, ni tutoke tungangane hii kitu iondoke mapema. Lakini tukingoja hii kitu ikae kite mizizi miaka 5 alafu huko kwingine hatutaweza kung'oa tena. Kwa hiyo sisi wananchi mapema tujitokeze, ndio iwe fundisho hata kwa ndugu zetu wa Uganda, kwa hiyo brother yenye yuko hapa. Waone kwamba hata kwamba hili jambo ni la zaidi, ni la miaka kwenda, lakini kumbe dawa ndio hii. Watajitokeza pia wa Uganda the same thing na wao pia. So Kenya ni kuungana, si kingine hapa, kwa sababu Huwezi niambia unapigana na ufisadi wakati unaregesha mabilioni ya watu, mabilioni ya pesa ambayo yameibwa ndani ya serikali. Watu wameiba na unasema hakuna. Huu ni uongo mtupu. Ukiona hii serikali imeingiza mahali kwa uzuri, kuna kitu yake ambacho ni kibaya nyuma yake. So tusisubiri. Tusubiri ndugu zangu. Tukae tukakumbuka shuka saa 12 kutakuwa kumekucha bwana. Asanteni.
Yes, Chaka, asante. Yes, Alex.
Unajua tumekuwa tukiongea, but we need now start taking action. Stone PK.
Yes.
Is there a way we can make a WhatsApp so that we can start the revolution? Because we just talking every day. We give opinions here, but we have not initiated how we can do that. So I think
that's classified. We will discuss kwa njia nyingine. We will discuss through other means.
Sure.
Things are moving.
Oh, okay. Because that is what I wanted to know. That what is the way forward? Because every day we are talking here, but we have not set a path of the way forward.
Now we are fueling, and as you know, now Baba already knows how people are feeling. Okay, Baba knows.
Nimeangalia Facebook, watu wamekasirika na Baba kabisa, vitu wamemwambia, wacha kutuchezea.
So ndio nakwambia, already he knows that, and one major problem that Baba has been told to solve is he has to get to appoint a true person. Na amepewa hata majina, he has been given the names. The people on the ground, they have proposed some 2 names who they want to be the link between Baba and the people on the ground, so that the communication will be directed to Baba, not through other people who are there because of stomach. Kenyans have known there are people around Baba, they have their own personal.
Who did they propose?
Yeah, sorry?
Who did they propose?
No, I can't say on TV. I can't tell you on TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll call you later on.
Yeah, so there are 2 people that Kenyans, people on the ground have said they are the ones they will be listening to. Okay. And they are the ones who should go, Baba knows them, who should go and tell Baba. If people are annoyed, they don't go saying, unajua, people are feeling. You go and say, people are annoyed, like the way Stone PK speaks. When it's a monkey, you call it a monkey. You don't start saying, this belonged to the class of primates and all that. If it's a monkey, it's a monkey. If it's a snake, it's a snake. If it's a spade, it's a spade. If it's a friend, it's a friend. If it's an enemy, it's an enemy. That is how politics is played. You don't sit here. You know, there are people who are Mara, they are on Ruto's side at night. Then during the day, they are cheating Baba. Yeah, they are telling Baba lies. Yeah, so Baba knows that the worst mistake he has done so far is to cancel the rally today. That he already knows, and you'll hear what he will say when he arrives back. Okay. Number 2, he has been told he has to have a very strict inner circle of not more than 3 people, which Baba doesn't have. Take it to the bank. Baba doesn't have what we call the inner of the inner. Somebody who will come and tell you you are naked when you are really naked. Not somebody who comes and says, well, you know, it looks like, you know, when you start using those sugarcoating language, you are not a true assistant. So Baba needs to have 3 inner circle. People who will say it as it is. If we are losing, Baba should be told we are losing. Like that day at Kenyatta Conference Center, he was lied to and he had his people. And some people knew it was a trick. That Baba came to realize, and he's so bitter about it. He was lied to. How do you trick such an old, intelligent man? It is because his closest people allowed it. They lied to him. Some of them are even here. Yeah? You know, revolution doesn't come with the people who are macabbage, malenge.
Stone PK, when you say some of them are here, are you trying to imply Julia is one of them?
I'm wondering whether he's talking about Ama Makiadi.
Julia is a very steady revolutionist, but she didn't know.
Kwanza nashangaa Stone PK. Wacha, I want to go away. I'm wondering kwa nini wale dama alikuwa peke yake pale KICC? I mean pale Bomas. Kwa nini watu wengine wa Azimio walikuwa wapi?
That is what I didn't want to talk on TV. That was one of the very bad. How could only what does it mean that they didn't know this? That was one of the worst. If I was Baba, I would have thrown almost all of them away from me.
So, and that's why I've been
yes.
That's why I've been proposing, and people think that I'm a tribalist.
Yeah.
The people that
how can you have only Oledama when I'm going for war? You are my followers. You leave me. I'm alone. That was the worst thing.
Alafu ingine Alex, okay, let me finish this now.
Sure.
About during the election, I hated this attitude they are saying to connect deep state. And I think Azimio people slept on the job, because according to me, election ya Kenya usigoje kuambuko na hesabu. You do your own hesabu and you announce yourself, because you cannot wait for Chebukati to count for you. And this thing that ati kuna watu walilipwa pesa hawakuenda kwa agents. I mean, I don't know. Next time, I think we need to think very hard.
Let me explain for you many things that people don't like to talk. The problem we made is to allow Chebukati to be there. In when the election was cancelled, when was it cancelled? The last election? Yes, when it was cancelled, Chebukati was told to open the server. Okay? It was a court order.
He never opened.
He never opened. So when Raila allowed us to go to election with Chebukati, because Chebukati knew if Raila comes in, atamwingisha ndani, because what he did in 2017 was really bad. So I think Baba also is reluctant. Sijui anakuanga na roho mzuri, sijui shida ya Baba, tunampenda, lakini he should not have allowed that to happen, because Chebukati aliogopa Baba akikuwa president yeye ndani, kwa sababu what he did. So Chebukati colluded with nani? Naruto. So I think when we retrogressively, when I look back, there are a lot of mistakes that we made. The other thing we made, there are people who are next to Baba, like Junet. Honestly, Baba needs to stop being with Junet. Okay? People like Mbadi wanaharibia Baba jina, because now we want to build a better coalition. But Baba need to listen to us, that there are people who are next to him that are only using him. So that's what I think. And Baba knew, Baba was so sure that he's going to do what? To win the election. Instead of us campaigning harder, we relaxed, because as Julia, you said, iki tulikuwa tunasema tuko na nini? Deep state. Okay?
Okay, Alex.
But
thank
guys, we campaigned.
Stone PK, hold on. Just give me a minute. Let me make this comment. You know, sisi wengine tumekaa hapa na tumeangalia. Mimi hata saa ingine huwa na flip flop between tulifanya makosa, hatukufanya makosa. But what I can say is this. Given the amount of money that was used to finance the Azimio campaign and all the trips that Baba and Martha Karua, made in the Republic of Kenya, I can say we did our best. Unfortunately, and I use this word unfortunately, the odds were stacked against us. The judiciary was already compromised. They were just waiting to rubber stamp a fraud election. Chebukati was already compromised. Sisi tulikuwa hapa kwa TV, Alex, Stone PK, tulikuwa hapa tukiona makaratasi ikibadilishwa Bomas of Kenya in front of our own eyes, na hakuna kitu tungefanya. Wale polisi walitumwa pale kwa Bomas walikuwa ni polisi ambao already wako compromised. Instead ya kwenda kuuliza ni kwa nini inaendelea hii, unaona wanakimbiza
No,
akina
Makiadi, polisi ambao walikuwa bombers walikuwa wa Uganda, hawakuwa wa Kenya by the way.
Yani na kizungu
I don't know. I don't know, but what I want
No,
to say,
no, I'm telling you what happened.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying, but I don't know. I don't have.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
You might have deep state information. I don't have that. But what I'm saying is this: the odds were stacked against us completely, whether we were saying that we are close to the government or what. The thing is, even when these guys were encouraging Raila Odinga to the Supreme Court, to go to the Supreme Court, they already knew what the outcome was. So it's like what they were trying to do is, let's make sure that we pin this thing at Bomas so that we have the numbers. Let the chairman announce the results. Then we will use the so-called Western diplomats and ambassadors to make sure that we force Raila Odinga to go to the Supreme Court. And when he goes to the Supreme Court, hapo sasa ndio tutafungia paka kwa kikapu, kwa sababu ataingia mahali tulikuwa tumepanga. And you saw what happened. Right now, the Supreme Court is fighting for legitimacy also. It's fighting to clear its name because no one right now believes what the Supreme Court says. You can see the dance between the executive and the Supreme Court confirms our fears every day. Every day we see that. And you can see from when the Supreme Court made that decision to throw out the petition, you have seen the slope that the courts of Republic of Kenya has taken. The court, it's been a downward trend. Saizi mtu ambaye ni tajiri na ameiba pesa ndio mtu ambaye anaachiliwa. Madaras wanaachiliwa. You see hata ule mama wa sijui alikuwa na deni ya KRA sijui ya bilioni ngapi, yule alikuwa anakimbizwa akijificha kwa hoteli ya Ruto. Sasa ndio mkubwa wa Communication Commission of Kenya. Ule chairperson wa UDA, the guy that was supposed to be prosecuted sijui for what fraud, is the person who is in charge of KRA. So I'm telling you, and if you take your case right now to the courts of Kenya, hakuna justice utapata. It's as simple as that. The courts are finished. The Supreme Court is useless. Even the judges now are coming out to try and become spokespeople of the court. Ni siku gani Chief Justice, kazi ya Chief Justice ilikuwa lini kukuja kutetea koti ya kusema sisi we are not in bed with the executive. Ukienda upate deputy CJ is still saying the same thing. We are not in bed with the executive. The executive itself is saying we are not in bed with the judicial because they know what they did. They have no legitimacy whatsoever. So even if we come here and said we did our best, ati hatukulipa agents, wacha nikwambie, hata kama ungelipa agents pesa ngapi, hata 10,000, na hii kitu ilikuwa imepangwa itapigiwa pale juu, hata upeleke karatasi na mkono ya kusema hizi ndio tumehesabu, hii kitu ilikuwa imeenda. Mimi niliachia hapo bana. Tuzoee.
So Makiadi, the truth is we cannot have another election. That's a fact. We are not going to have it.
We are not going to have another.
We are not. So I think with this message to go to KKA, should go through to government. We should tell them candidly, stop wasting your time with chasing Cherera and the others. You wasting your time because we know.
Did they host him already? Bado Cherera is it?
There's a lot of feedback, gentlemen. Ebu tunini microphones there to mute kidogo. Okay, uko na swali Alex?
Yeah, I was asking the Cherera bado ako ama wametolewa?
Yeah, Cherera resigned. The other two commissioners resigned. The only lady that is still standing is Kasit. Is it Masit? Masit, yeah. Masit is the only person that is standing right now. And I think I played a video here yesterday, ilikuwa jana Julia, when we showed that video that the lawyer to Masiti saying that she's being threatened. She was actually being threatened as of yesterday, ya kwamba if she doesn't resign, ataona cha Mtema Kuni. And they withdrew her security, they took away her official vehicle. And if you've been suspended, according to the lawyer wa Masit, alisema if you have been suspended by the president, if you're a commissioner and you've been suspended by the president, the only thing that changes is you receive half of your salary. Only that. The rest of the privileges that are associated with your office still remain intact. But unfortunately for her, she has been you know, amenyang'anywa zile whatever privileges
So
zingine.
Cherera anapata nini yake,
No,
and then
those ones are gone. Those ones, the only thing they'll do probably is being paid the whatever, what we call that.
Okay.
The money that you get when you whatever with your employer, that one, and that's it. But Masit is still receiving her salary, but half, and then the privileges still remain the same. Yes, Stone PK. Amani Chaka. Who was supposed to speak next? I came in.
Chaka.
Okay.
Yes, please. Hello.
Simu yako ni kama iko na shida.
No, I don't think it's Chaka. Chaka, go ahead.
Mnanipata sasa?
Yeah.
Ahmad Abdullah. Haya, ndio hivyo jamaa wananihack.
Yeah, okay.
Kila nikiingia ndio inakuwa hivyo.
No, Chaka, we can hear you.
Okay,
go ahead.
Sawa. For real, si kwamba pengine ati baba hajapigiwa. Baba alipigiwa kura, ukweli ndio huo. Na kama angepigiwa kura kwamba alipigiwa na wananchi na kuchaguliwa na wananchi, basi hayangetokea haya ambayo tunazungumzia hapa. Yale alifanyika Bomas, yale alifanyika kwa upande na Chebukati. Lakini nashukuru pia Alex alivyozungumza kwamba ni wapi hii mvua ilinyeshea. Ile wakati ya kwanza Raila angehakikisha kivyovyote Chebukati hayuko kwa ofisi kama angetaka kushinda hii uchaguzi. Hapa angeng'ang'ana, madama alikuwa karibu na serikali, basi angeondoa kabisa. Hapa angehakikisha huyu jamaa hayupo, kidogo ingemfeva. Lakini sasa yeye akasahau kidogo, no? Akajisahau kidogo, na siwezi mlaumu, ni wale waliomzunguka. Walikuwa na ile confidence kwamba tushafika, mtoto ni wetu huyu, tushampata, kwa hivyo walikuwa na hiyo na hiyo hulka katika mioyo yao kwamba tumeshinda hizi resi, kwa sababu mpinzani madamu yuko nyuma huku na mtu wetu yuko mbele, basi yeye atashinda tu. Ambapo sasa wakajisahau kwamba mbio zozote za nani zinaangaliwa umaliziaji tu pale the finishing line. Kwa hiyo Ruto alikuwa amejipanga, na alikuwa amejipanga muda mrefu, kwa sababu toka 2018 kupiga hii domo ya kaya yote alikuwa anaizungumzia. Hii ilileta mashiko, na ndio maana nyingi mimi wanazungumzia kwamba alifocus kwa youth, kwamba lazima nitaeleweka sawa. Kwa hiyo vile alilenga youth na akaenda na hii propaganda yake 2018, basi aliweza kumobu watu wengi tu wakamwamini, lakini still haikuweza kumpokonya ushindi baba. So baba won the election, tunafahamu yale alifanyika. So ugonjwa wa kwanza mkubwa ambao tuko nao hapa ndugu zangu ni masuala hapo kwa ABC, hapo kwa uchaguzi. Maana hapo ndo huwa na huu uchafu wote, na huo ndio msitu wa mwisho ambao ukishapigwa mshindo, ukishangushwa hapo unakimbia kwa mahakama. Huyo ndo alimetumaliza kabisa, maana huo ndo wa mwisho kabisa, mahakama. Sasa hivi sioni kama kutakuwa na haja ya kuwa na uchaguzi endapo kama mahakama zetu ni hivi ambavyo tunaziona kwa kile ambacho walikizungumzia wakati ule. So baba tunampenda na nampenda zaidi. Akirudi ahakikishe ametueleza jambo la kusikia. Ikishindikana, kama atakuwa amemezwa kiaina, kwa sababu ni mwanadamu, hatuwezi zungumza. Waweza kataa, kumbe hiyo ofisi yeye yaitaka zaidi, si wananchi hatutaki, yeye yaitaka mwenyewe. Ni sisi wananchi ndio tuamke sasa, atupate mbele ya safari, atatutetea tu. Sawa, twendeni wanangu na kazi. Unaona? So for real, baba aje tueleze, tuanze mapema. Hapa uganga ni manda, hata tukizungumza 10 na kubakisha still bado ni sisi tutengeze hii serikali yetu, nchi yetu, kabla hii serikali haijatupeleka kusiko kuwa na mwangaza. Kwa baba tumsubiri arudi, atarudi. Lakini wale advisors wako pale pia mimi nawashuku, kama mimi nawashuku, kwa sababu hakuna haja huu baba angesimama hapa leo tukawa na yeye, tungeangalia between Nyayo na Jakaranda ni wapi ambako kuna kiongozi aliochaguliwa na wananchi. So hiyo cheo hiyo na hiyo majina asiharibu, Kuna watu wamekasirika wengi tu, na ni sawa tunampa huyu mwingine percentage fulani, asilimia fulani ya propaganda akiingiza pale, huyu jamaa anajitafuta vizuri. Please, we Kenyans, tushirikianeni kwa pamoja, si kwa ajili yetu, lakini kwa ajili ya hili taifa, kwa kule ambako tunaelekea. Kama Mungu atatuwezesha, vizazi vinavyokuja vikae katika nchi ambayo itakuwa na amani, maana nchi ya ukweli inaongozwa na haki, na haki hapa Kenya hakuna. Haki hapa hakuna. Hapa tunaongozwa na wizi na huu loya mwingi huu wakili mwingi huu. Kila mtu anajua kuliko mwenzake. Kile unavyojua hivi, mwingine anajua. Uzuri unaharibiwa kwa ubaya hapo hapo. Ukifanya mchezo unafichwa kabisa. So huu usomi wetu mwingi tusiutumie hivi kuwakandamiza wananchi. Lengo hapa ni kuhakikisha mwananchi yule yuko mashinani, anajiridhia, anakuwa na thamani kwamba hakika this time around vote yangu nimeipiga, sijaipoteza. Naona wanangu wanasoma bure. Naona kuna mikopo inakuja kwa njia ambayo ya haki. Naona kuna mabadiliko fulani ambayo at least hapa tuzungumzie mabepari, hapa tuzungumzie mabilionea, tunazungumzia yule mwananchi wa chini hapa ambaye haswa ndo mlengwa zaidi. Na wengi hawa wa viongozi wakati wa manifesto zao wote walimfocus mwananchi wa kawaida, of which mbona hakuna mtu anamtetea. So ni wewe sisi wenyewe tujitokeze sasa kwamba tunataka tutawaliwe hivi. Kama mahakama ni mbaya, tunaandamana kwa mahakama. Koome ni mtu tu, tumemweka sisi na ni Mkenya mwenzetu. Tumwambie haya uliyowafanya hatukubaliana na wewe pamoja na tume yako, funganyeni virago muende. Hapo kila siku tunanambana kwa hiyo ofisi. Lazima haki itajulikana pale. Kwa tukitaka kubadilisha hapa ni mle ambao ndo tunamuona mna madosari. Tunaingia hapo, ni bunge, twendeeni. Kwa sababu amani bunge hili ambalo tuko nalo sasa hivi, hili ni bunge ambalo litakuwa linakuwa under control by one person. Hakuna mtu anaweza tokana hapo na usemi wa rais. Maana wote walikula mkataba. Hawa wengine wamebaki ambao ni minority, hawana sauti. Hata hasioni haja waende hapo bunge. For nini? Sababu lengo la hii serikali kama nilivyotangulia kusema, waliangalia vitu vinne. 1, to capture judiciary mzuri. 2, to capture parliament. 3, to capture security. Na wakamalizana na makanisa. Kila kanisa sasa hivi linaimba hasela tu, badala kutangaza neno la Mungu na haki ambayo tunaikosa hapa katika hili taifa. Hakuna. So vitu vingine ndugu zangu tusivichukulie tu hivi. Mimi hata sina usoma kwenda haja wa kwenda mbali, lakini Mungu ananajela kuona ile picha iko pale mbele. So ni wakati wetu tuunganeni pamoja, tuacheni mirengo, tuacheni vyama, tuacheni huu kabila, tuacheni Wakikuyu walifanya hivi, Wakale walifanya hivi, Wajaluo sio wana tabia hizi. Hizi tabia ni zetu, lakini tukifuata kitabia na sisi Wakisiti wako hivi, hiyo haitatupeleka mahali. Wote tusimame kama jamii moja ambao lugha ni moja, ni moja, kwamba sisi wote ni Wakenya, tuweze kufanikisha hili. Tukienda katika mirongo ya kikabila ikitugawa, hakuna vyenye tutaenda. Kwamba wengine wanasema twende upande hii, wengine wanavuta upande hii, hakuna vyenye tutaenda. So wananchi tusimame wote kwa pamoja, wote tuangalie hii serikali inatupeleka wapi. Mbona haijatokea serikali zingine kufanya biashara na wananchi wao namna hii kiholela holela? Na hizi pesa za subsidy ambazo kwamba zilizungumzia, sawa, zilitumisha, zilifanya kazi gani? Zieleze, zilienda mahali fulani? Hatuambiwi. Tunaambiwa tu zilikuwa zinaendelea zinaliwa na watu wa cartels. All those cartels, if kama kuna cartels, chukua hiyo pesa, regesha kwa. Kama ni ya serikali ya shule, iende shule. Kama ni ya madawa, iende kwa madawa. Tuone na hao wenye kufanya hivyo wawajibika. Hiyo ndio serikali tunategemea. Na ndio maana mimi nilimchagua Mama Karua, sijamchagua Raila kwa sababu nilimchagua kwa Mama Karua kwa sababu najua Mama Karua yuko capable on fighting corruption, of which he Azimio itaanza kupigana na donda sugu la nini la ufisadi. Alafu limalizana huku kabila, kwa sababu kauli mbiu ya Azimio ilikuwa ni kuhakikisha ni kuunganisha makabila yote Kenya. Ndio kwanza kiini cha Azimio. Azimio la umoja lilitokana katika mizio kwa kutaka kuunganisha watu wote kuwa kitu kimoja. So kindly, Kenyans, let's wake up. Let's us focus. Tukitaka nchi hii tuende nao vizuri, let's change our minds. Fail at which we are going to be in bottle top of trouble. Asante.
Asante Chaka Mdune, lakini ningependa kukukumbusha Christopher Ngoja Christopher, microphone yako iko na feedback, usiwakishe kwanza. Chaka, ningependa kukukumbusha ya kwamba leo ni sikukuu nchini Kenya. Tafadhali usikose kuenda kwenye sherehe, kuna kosi ya free. Ni kuonekana tu pale na unatoka na kosi ya free. Kwa hivyo tafadhali.
Baba Makiadi, hakuna vile mimi nitaenda kwa sherehe, kwa sababu ni sherehe gani? Ya nini? Ni nini hasa tunaenda kufurahikia hapo? Angeka Jacaranda ningefuatilia. Lakini hii nyingine, hii ni vitimbi. Sasa hata sioni kwamba kuna sherehe leo. Mimi binafsi, lakini si wote, kwa sababu kila mtu ana views zake. But to me, sioni kama kuna event yote, kwa sababu still Mkenya bado anaumia. Harama maisha iko. Harama hivyo vitu vingine, mimi kama vingekuwa vishatulizwa na mwananchi, namuona kweli hii serikali inamfocus kikamilifu. Hapo nikasema nasherekea. Lakini sasa nalambishwa hasali kwa mdomo, tena nyuma yake kuna shubiri.
Aya, asante Chaka. Let me give Christopher. I think now we are almost hitting the mark, so I want to give Christopher an opportunity.
Yeah, tumalize show.
Please,
tufanye closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you once again. I could hear everybody crying with a lot of pain. But there's something that we need to realize as we are going. That is the modern kind of politics that is currently going. And that's what took Baba to US. That is what I want us to also touch a little bit on that. Because everybody knows about the truth. The truths are always open. It is seen. Like we have seen in the past elections, that very many people have the grievances and pain. People work, you work very hard for this thing to happen. Whoever work so that they grab the power. So we are crying because the Western policy on us, I think that is the major thing. Otherwise, Baba has won the election, and that is why they have called him. So what are they going to say? Because we were talking, is there going to be another election really? Yes, there may be election, but to me, there is no election if you are intellectual. Because if the same policy is being imposed on us, where are we going with it? We rather not have elections. Let whoever wants to take, or we grab it from them. The system that is unrolling in Africa as we talk, in most cases, in ours here of Uganda, they are selling this idea. This is a museum who wants to sell this idea to all East African countries, or even to Africa, even to the whites. He does negative things here, he talks the other one different, as if he's good. So that is what is trying to, why did they call Baba? You ask yourself. If at all Baba did not get anything in the other past elections, they know he's on the right. They understand, they fear him. They have policy which needs to depress Africa as they scoop what they want. If not, why did they call him? After he has put just the first rally, the second one, they call him up. So we need to think along that line as we move, so that we don't cry. You cry on what you know, so that when you want to take the upper hand of like going onto the street, go knowing that this is the point. They are using us like puppets. If not, that's not the case. Can somebody disapprove me really? We won the elections. Why not? See, in the judicial side, we need some hand, the supreme hand that can oversee what is taking place, like the outgoing president. If he has been manipulated also, he could not do anything because he still has some powers. So he brought us all into this mess. He should have stood this position like the outgoing for the betterness of the country. If there's something, let him tell they should tell the nation that we are being driven like this, so that people should not take grievances on one another. We are all one. This is what I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we've hit the mark. I want to at least give each one of us an opportunity to make their closing remarks, and then we can close the show for the day, and then tomorrow is another day. Christopher, can you? Okay, thank you. All right, Stone PK, let me start with you.
Yeah, thank you, our moderator Richie, and thank you, Christopher, for that contribution. You've made a lot of sense. Alex, thank you. Yeah, there is a lot of sense that if we have to do whatever we are doing, then we need to really understand what is really the problem. And I've always said, you don't take too long. Once you get this is the poison, you don't start saying it, take time before. If it's poisonous, you throw it away quickly. Otherwise, you might forget and take it and swallow it. If you find any snake in your house or in your compound, don't start saying it has not entered your house. It's dangerous. You've seen it in your compound. So what do? Get rid of it. Don't wait. Don't say, oh, it's out there. In the bush, it's something different, but it's already in your compound. The next place it will come, it's in the house. So because we have been beaten once, twice, thrice, many times, and once we are beaten, we try to analyze, we get the problem, but then we don't address it. Like we are saying, we didn't address the Chebukati thing, the IBC. Now we know that this other one also, we won straight. And I don't want supporters to start thinking like we didn't do this. We did everything correctly. Personally, I was on the ground, I know. Everything was done. But as Makiadi says, the end result was already predetermined. Now, my trouble and my problem every time I come to talk is if we knew that this is what these guys are going to do, why didn't we prepare and also prepare for a counterattack? And that's why on that date, Makiadi, when we were monitoring the results, I kept on shouting, and I wish I was nearby. I was saying, let's mobilize our people, the ground people. Forget about the army and everybody else or police. We should have mobilized our usual ground, the people who are always on the ground. We should have stormed into Bomas. 5,000 people storm into Bomas, switch everything off, cause mayhem, stop everything, because it's our right. Say you are cheating us. I also support when people, like football match is unfair. I'm not against when fans go into the field and stop the match, or when players decide not to play. Because sometimes unfairness can be just too much. As we were told, oh, you wait, but they knew very well that we will do this, and then we will start telling them, go to the Supreme Court. So now, Baba knows, everybody knows that in Kenya now, you cannot go into any election. That is period. So I don't want our supporters to talk about election before we correct things. It's a waste of time. I don't want, up to today, I'm saying I'm not for the staff and the MPs who are serving in UDA government. You are calling yourself Azimio. What are you doing there? It's a waste of time. You're okay. If you are there personally to earn your salary and money, that's it. It is the stomach. So they are not there for Mwananchi. That's a lie. Okay? So what they should do is all those people should resign. We leave this government completely. Then we tell Ruto, now you are on your own. Then we see what will happen. And we make sure no elections are held. He will resign. That is the only way. Otherwise, we start saying, oh, next election, we are going. It's a waste of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Media.
I think today we have had a very good show. I wish every day it could have been this way. And I've been missing because I was sick, as I told you guys. I got an accident, and thank you for appreciating that. My prayer is if Baba does not want us to go to Kamkunji the way he has refused, we must get somebody else who will lead us through this difficult moment. Baba looks like sijui anaogopa ICC ama sijui ni nini anaogopa. He is not really so courageous the way he used to be. The military, the revolutionary. So we need an alternative. We need to start setting an alternative, or who is going to lead us in the future. We can't wait for, you never know. I think Stone PK, you remember when Winnie said that Baba almost died during the campaign time. Did you listen to that clip? Or you've never heard how Baba got COVID and then he was in the house alone. He found Baba, fell down, and he was very sick. You never...
I remember the COVID time when he was admitted, but I don't know how it happened.
So the way I see Baba has become frail. Okay? We need to build somebody who is vibrant. I thought Simbarati is going to be one of it. He has messed up. Ledama still is okay. So we need to start thinking about that. Lastly, I want to thank all of those people who are with us and on the comment section, including Geoffrey Ruto, who sometimes abuses us here. But Geoffrey Ruto, we like you because you're always here. You are always here. I also want to say hi to a lady who has just told me, boss lady, who just told me sorry for being sick. Otherwise, I'm still not feeling very well. I'm very frail. Please keep me in prayer. Makiadi, call me after this. Keep me in prayer. I need all your prayers. I've been struggling to stay in the show the whole time because I didn't want the show to end. But pray for me. All who believe in God, just pray for me so that I can get better. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, my brother Alex, Stone PK, and my brother Christopher. I appreciate your company this night. And before I give my last comments, I just want to remind Kenyans, those of goodwill and those who wish this government all the best, that
I think they are somewhere. Thunderbird University, in collaboration with Arizona University, is going to give us opportunities to train. And tomorrow, every citizen who will come to Nyayo Stadium, you will go back with a course paid for by the University of Arizona. You would otherwise pay $1,000, which is like 100,000 shillings, but you will go home tomorrow with a 16-unit course that you can learn, close your gaps, and be able, and you don't need any prior knowledge, and you don't need, there are no entry requirements, so long as you can read English or Kiswahili for that matter, and you can be able to train. And those are the kind of opportunities we are looking for with MasterCard, with Microsoft, and all the other tech companies that are present here. And I want to say, those are the opportunities that inspired me to make this Jamhuri a tech and innovation and technology Jamhuri.
Okay, kabla huyo anikatisie, nilikuwa nataka kusema ya kwamba tunawatakia wote Jamhuri njema. Wale ambao mnataka course ya 16 units, ndio hiyo mmelipiwa na University of Arizona, tafadhali fika pale usikie nabii ana yapi ya kusema, alafu baada ya hapo utatoka na kosi yako ambayo it's fully paid for. In other countries ungekuwa unalipa around 100,000 Kenyan shillings, lakini nabii amehakikisha ya kwamba hii course utapata bure. Ameongea na University of Thunderbolt na in collaboration with the University of Arizona. So kama ulikuwa unataka kupata course, umekaa tu hivi siku moja ukafikiria kuna course unatamani kufanya, fika pale kwa sherehe. I want to leave you with this quote. There's a famous Argentinian singer and author who said, my grandfather, let me give you his name. He was called Facundo Cabral. Alisema, my grandfather was a brave man. He was only afraid of idiots. I asked him why, and he answered, because they are too many of them, and by being a majority, they could even elect a president. So, ladies and gentlemen, tafakari ya Stone PK, tafakari ya huyo mwandishi, jina lake ni Facundo Cabral. Alisema, my grandfather was a brave man. He only was
I
afraid.
like that quote. Ebu nipe hiyo na nispelie hiyo jina yake.
It's F-A-C-U-N-D.
No, peleka polepole. Remember, I'm sick. I can't type so fast.
F-A-C-U-N-D-O.
N-D-O.
Alafu C-A-B-R.
Wait. C-A-B-R-A-L.
So Facundo, Facundo Cabral. He was an Argentinian singer and also an author. I repeat what he said. He said, my grandfather was a brave man. He was only afraid of idiots. I asked him why, and he answered, because there are too many of them, and by being a majority, they could even elect a president. So tafakari ya babu. Wacha ni acknowledge wale mashabiki wetu wanakuja kukutana nasi kwa wakati mwingi sana kwenye comment section. Kuna Betty anasema atatafakari hayo. Asante sana Moses Komen. Asante Evelyn. It's been a while. Evelyn amerudi. Unajua hao ndio watu ambao tulikuwa nao tukichapa siasa kabla ya ile kitu kufanyiwa. Asante sana Mato, nimekuona hapo. Asha Omar, asante sana.
Hatukusikii Makiadi.
Stone PK, unanisikia? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah, I think your device was disconnected for a minute there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so ninaona John Dirango amerudi. John Dirango, tulikuambia bana ulishinda uchaguzi, bado unakuja kututusi hapa bana. Shida gani? Tulikubali mlishinda uchaguzi. Hata ungekuwa saa hii unang'ang'ana kukopa Hustler Fund. Matusi ni ya nini hapa bana? Unajua Alex, nilikuambia usiudhike nao wa jamaa. Tuliamua na Stony PK hapa, we are not going to block anybody, we are not going to chase anybody away. We kuja na matusi yako, ututusi, bora unaongeza view yetu. That is what watu wa UDA watatufanyia. Unajua ukiongeza matusi hapa unafanya show inakuwa mzuri. Sisi hatuwezi toroka hapa. Ama Stone PK tulisema namna gani?
Siku hizi ndio napata shock absorbers.
Hivyo.
Sikuwa na shock absorbers, nilikuwa nakasirika.
Wewe ulikuwa unakasirika bure. Sisi na Stone PK hapa tuliamua walete ile kitu wanataka. Hatutatoka hapa. Akina John Dirango wametutusi kuanzia ilikuwa February ama ilikuwa March. Mpaka saa hii ndio huyu hapa, na unajua hata alishinda uchaguzi na bado tu ako na ile lugha moja ya matusi.
Lakini tulipeleka nani wapi?
Nani huyo?
Kuna beshte yetu mwingine alikuwa na typingi sana, alikuwa Mjaluo. Olo tulipeleka Olo wapi bana?
Olo sijui alienda wapi, lakini niko sure anatusikiza tu kutoka mahali. Kuna mtu anaitwa Caroline Atieno anasema Alex, quick recovery. Biriani imekuona.
Thank you so much.
Ati John Dirango anasema telling you to respect president ni matusi tena. Okay, sawa, mimi sina shida na nabii. Labda wewe ndio unaona kumuita nabii ni makosa, lakini ni nabii. Kuna nabii wa aina mingi. Nani mwingine hapa? Yeah, asante Birian. Hawa watu hatuwezi wafukuza. Geoffrey Ruto anakujanga hapa kila siku na hatujai mzuia. We have never blocked him. He's always here. He's a member. He's a paying member. and we appreciate him. Anakujanga hapa, he has a contrary opinion. We have never said anything, you know.
Amai kuja kwa panel kweli nimuone.
Jana alikuja, I don't know what happened. He came and after 1 second nikaona amedrop. So Geoffrey Ruto, I told you yesterday hakuna mtu alikublock. I can see your line is back, so you are welcome. If you want to join us one day, kuja. Tunakwanga na Black hapa, is a UDA member. We have Mise, we have Duke, we have all those people. They come here and we give them an opportunity to talk. So we have no bad blood. We are all Kenyans. Ni vile tu hatuwezi panda hiyo gari yenu bana. Hiyo gari yenu, hata mimi, hata baba akienda kusalimiana na Ruto, mimi nitabaki pande ile nyingine. I will never support Ruto. Hata if I'm the last man standing. Mimi na Stone PK tuliamua. Alex, we naona vile Simba Arati ameanza kuenda, naona very soon mtahamia yellow. Nimewaonea mbali sana.
No, what happened today?
Yeah.
What happened today in Kisii? I was reading. People are so pissed off with him, extremely pissed off. But you know why ameenda UDA?
He went to do what?
Alienda State House.
To do what?
That's what we were asking him. Actually, I texted Kibage and nikamuuliza nini mbaya na huyu jamaa.
No, Alex, I am one of those people that believe governors are free to work with whoever they want. I have no problem with the governor going to State House. But what I'm saying with regards to Simba Arati, I expected Simba Arati to be one of the leaders that was going to be a potential presidential candidate in the near future. Yeah, but the mzozo ile kidogo naona anasukumana na Senator Onyonka, mara nakosana sijui na county whatever. Inamshushia hadhi. We had so much hope in Simba Arati.
Actually, after election election, yani alianza vizuri sana and everybody in Kenya loved him. So I think kitu amezushiana na Onyonka. Onyonka, unajua nisitumie hiyo jina. Onyonka anapenda pesa. Unaelewa? So anataka pesa ya county. Na Simba amemwambia, mimi natumia pesa yangu personal kununua hata madawa kwa watu hospitali. Wakisii wanateseka sana. I think hiyo ndio imewakosesha.
Okay.
Kwenda kuomba Arati pesa. Pesa ya public.
Yeah, that's unajua hata wakati alikuwa na campaign last time, mimi nikwambia nilikuwa nataka mtu mwingine awin kwa sababu alikuwa anaongea vibaya openly, anasema tukiingia government Simba Arati utanipea 20 million. Openly alikuwa anasema hivyo.
Okay, but panelists, you've been here for a while. I want us to advocate this. We should not come here to condemn governors that are saying politics are over, we can work with the national government. I don't have a problem in that. You are not pledging allegiance to the president. You are saying we can work together with the national government in terms of developing the national projects at the county level. I agree with that. When I see if it is matters that are national, like if a company like Mumias needs the backing of the national government so that it can come back to its feet, I do not have a problem seeing a governor, Kakamega governor, Kenda Kongera president. These are things we should encourage. Okay. What I'm afraid of is seeing people switching parties at this moment, saying, sasa tumeachana na ile maneno ya sijui mtule. That is not how democracy works. You are supposed to stick to your parliament, to your party principles. Observe the ideology of your party, but you can still work with your opponent in terms of common interests. So Stony PK, tukiona Kakamega governor ameenda State House, amesalimiana na William Ruto, picha watu wa UDA wanatumanga wanasema Kakamega governor dumps Azimio for Ruto, for UDA. These are things that should not alarm us, because wale watu wanatakanga show. Unajua, these people are people who want show. Wanataka inaitwa kuinua hisia za watu wa Azimio, kuzichocha. Sijui kuna jina ngumu hapo na jaribu kutafuta lakini haikuji. So people who support Raila Odinga should not be surprised by this, the magnifying of such issues. We are supposed to have a course, and our course is this: we are going to keep this government in check. And we have said here, not once, not twice, even if we are the last people on this channel keeping this government in check, as long as we have a voice and a forum to do that, we will do our due diligence. Alex ako hapa, Stone PK ako hapa, na wale wengine kila siku wanakuja hapa, akina Julia, tutakuwa hapa, akina Bernard, Bernard akichoma masaa yake kuja hapa kuhakisha nini. Yeah, asanti Gideon Mutua, inaitwa to provoke a political feeling. Hiyo ndio kizungu yenye inatafutwa Stone PK. They are trying to provoke a political feeling. Ndio waonyeshe ya kwamba mumebaki peke yenu. Everybody is trooping towards the government. Sisi tuko hapa, William Ruto akifanya kitu mzuri kama kufungua visa ya kwenda Eritrea. Ukichoka Kenya kukula GMO, uone wacha nichukue safari niende Eritrea, tutamwambia thank you president, asante sana kwa kufungulia wa Kenya njia ya kwenda Eritrea, watu waende wakule GMO kwa mwezi moja mbili alafu warudi Kenya. We will always, hata hii ya kesho, which is today, kama unataka kunini, kama unataka kuenda kupata course, we'll advertise good things. So kama unataka course kutoka University of Arizona, Nabii amesema fika kwa sherehe ya Jamhuri. Kuanzia leo amesema Jamhuri haitakuwa Jamhuri ya kawaida, itakuwa Jamhuri ya teknolojia. So weenda pale, toka na course yako hapo ya 16 units ambayo anasema is fully paid for. Ambayo iko paid for. Awino Rapemo anauliza Joho yuko wapi? Labda Alex ndiye anajua, ni rafiki yake.
Oh, Joho unajua ndugu yake Abu ni kama alidefect kwenda kwa UDA kwa sababu hata Joho ni kama anataka kwenda UDA.
Haya. Jibu ndio hiyo. Joho hata mimi nimeona amepotea for a while, lakini stories zao tunawajua ile kitu walifanya. Awino anasema anatafakari. Evelyn Nyambogi anasema Ngilu alienda retire. Nadhani Ngilu saizi huwezi muona kwa national politics anymore. I think these are the people ambayo walinyamaza, but it's okay. Our akina Ngilu, unajua 1992 alikuwa anaitwa Masaya Ngilu. We agreed with the Geoffrey Ruto is saying I was blocked for a week. I don't know who blocked you, Geoffrey Ruto, but I've seen you on this channel.
No, mtu mwenye ako member huwezi mblock.
Yeah, I don't know Geoffrey Ruto.
Mtu mwenye ako member like Geoffrey Ruto, ukijaribu kumblock inakataa kabisa. Mwambie hapana, maybe kuna kitu ili happen.
Yeah.
Can I say something small that is?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
When people are asking where is Ngilu, where is this, where is that, it's good sometimes to educate people on what happens in politics, because the level at which we are now, and after what happened on the 15th, people had to have a certain period, especially the real politicians, not the watu wa tumbo. Watu wa matumbo, they swayed immediately. They started saying, now I support the government of the day. That phrase is for idiots, is for cowards, because if you are opposing somebody and he doesn't beat you squarely and he doesn't beat you fairly, you can't say you are accepting the government of the day. You are not forced to accept. But kama we ni mtu wa tumbo, you are able to cross over to the other side. And we shall not be surprised when and I hope not, when we see people who we thought were very strong in Azimio, then they jumped. There are people we doubted. Even people like Katoli, people like Joho, if they cross, those should not surprise you. But the real principled people who are fighting for the people, I keep on saying that, the true fighter for the people will always remain. Hata akiwa maskini, atakufa akiwa pale. That was people like Shikuku, although one day alikuwa tricked by Nyayo, but he never fell off. Okay? So I want Kenyans to also start, kwenda kwa my YouTube, wasome some of those people like the Masinde Muliros, the others, who remained, whether poor or not. Akina Ngei, they could not be compromised because they believed, Akina Achieng' Aneko, they believed that their joy will be when Kenyans will be fairly treated. Like now, those who are really principled are fighting for the day that Kenya will be hakuna mtu anasema huyu Stone PK anatoka mahali hapa, huyu anatoka mahali hapa, huyu hii pesa amechukua asifungwe ni wetu. Kenyans, true Kenyan leaders are looking for when that there will be no stealing. Ama ukiiba, ukatazwi uibe, ukiiba unafungwa. Ama hata unanyongwa depending on how much money you've stolen. That is what the true leader. So when you see people like Ngilu quiet, it's because they can't believe. Now they cannot come out to talk. What should we talk? What should they talk? Bwana Richi, wakuje kuzungumza nini saa hii? Saa hii ni saa ya kudecide what.
Unajua nani Stone PK? Unakumbuka vile tulikuwa wagonjwa mpaka tukashindwa kurudi Mtembei for a while kidogo?
Yeah, because there was nothing to talk about.
Yeah, so I think these people, they knew that they have won. They were shocked to a point that they are affected. Unaweza pata they are sick somewhere, or they are in a mourning period. Because imagine sisi ambao hatuku participate in that campaign, wao walikuwa kwa campaign every day. You can imagine the pain they got.
It's like when you find Wanugu, unakumbuka mwizi sugu wa Nugu?
Yeah.
Unakuta ameshachukua kwako, ako bedroom yako na bibi yako.
Yes.
What will you do?
Haya, sawa sawa, hii tutaendelea baadaye. Naona kuna watu wengi sana waliumia, lakini Betty anasema tunabaki Azimio na kina Stone PK, Alex na Makiadi wakituongoza, hatubanduki. Sisi tuko hapa. Mimi nimewaambia na nitakuwa mtu wa mwisho, labda kila mtu akiruka pande ile nyingine. Hata baba akienda form coalition government na William Ruto, I don't think I can ever support William Ruto. Hata kama ni yeye amebaki kwa debe peke yake, afadhali nilale hiyo siku nisipige kura. So
I wish baba angejua hivyo kuwa, yani atutaki Ruto kabisa. Make your mistake, I think people will be very disappointed.
Yeah, and many people have expressed that, and I think as we heard Musalia Mudavadi saying,
yeah,
we do not need an election ya 2027. Hakuna haja ya uchaguzi. Kama hii ni hii yenye iko tu sahihi namna hiyo, sijui ati IEBC, sijui Supreme Court, hakuna haja hata wa print makaratasi. They can just mwambia aendelee, ashike Biblia mara ya pili na aendelee.
Yeah, there's no need.
There's no need.
Kutumia pesa, hakuna.
Yeah, we don't need to spend.
Pesa nyingi.
Hakuna haja.
Do you know that Kenyan campaigns are the most expensive in Africa?
Yeah, and also Makiadi and Alex, I don't want Azimio to start saying that we are agitating because of Akina Cherera and all that. It's not. The narrative is that we are agitating an illegitimate government.
Exactly.
It's not Cherera.
Yes.
That's how utaanza Cherera, then you go Chebukati, then you go sijui nani. Those are piecemeal.
Stone PK.
Yes.
I voted in the so-called midterm elections.
Yes.
I went to the polling station at 5:35. Around 5:35, because the polling station was closing at 7. I voted. Within 5 minutes, I was out of the polling station. I came and sat down. By 7:15, when the polling station closed, I started seeing the results. Look, for example, the election of Georgia. The polling station closed at about 7.
It was today?
No, I'm saying a few days ago.
Oh, by the way, who won? The former senator won, or the other guy?
Democrat won.
The current senator, who is Warnock, Reverend.
Oh, Warnock, the pastor.
The Reverend, yeah. So I was watching. By the time the polling station closed at 7, uko sijui walifunga saa 2 ya usiku. By around 11 usiku, TV zilikuwa zimeproject tayari, wamempatia tick, ameshinda.
Yeah.
Na hiyo story ikaishia hapo. Hakuna mtu ameenda sijui kusema nini, sijui Chebukati amesema niko na wiki moja ya kutangaza uchaguzi. Hapo ndio wanaleta makaratasi kutoka sijui Mbeere huko wakina Stone PK. ile inakaanga inangojea kuangalia balance imebaki ngapi ndio wa top up huko sijui kunaitwa Tharakanithi. Hakuna story mingi. Wewe ukishapiga kura hauna agent, you don't have anything, you don't even care about who is going to count your vote. You just walk into a polling station, you're given a ballot paper, you are ID'd, and then you're given a pen. Unaenda unakaa chini, una shade. Tuna elect mpaka judges, Alex, you know that. We elect even judges. Hata judge unamuelect. Ukiona judge anakuwa na kasoro mahali.
We even elect sheriffs.
Exactly. Hata police.
We even elect police officers.
So hizi vitu zenye ziko Kenya huko, judge akiingia ati yako na security of tenure, anaweza fanya kitu yoyote. Unaona Mochelule ndio huyo anachaguliwa juzi, akichaguliwa juzi anapewa kazi ya kwenda kutimua wakina Cherera. Immediately wanaapishwa usiku. Now kuna makesi zimengojea almost 10 years. These people are just sitting on these cases for almost a decade. Lakini kesi ya kutimua kina Cherera watu wanaapishwa usiku. Alafu wanasema we will ensure due diligence and we are going to observe human rights. Na ule mwenye amewa appoint tayari amesema hawa watu waondolewe. So if we let this country go to that direction, then I don't think hata hii koti itakuwa ya kusaidia mtu yoyote. Unaona, hizi koti zitakuwa useless. Hakuna haja hata ya kuwa na uchaguzi, hakuna haja hata ya kusema to print ballot papers. Hii yenye akina nani wanatuambia hapa kila saa, kina Ndirango tungoje 10-10. We don't care. How many years have Kenyans been ruled by hao watu wanasemaga 10-10? Many years. What changes have they seen? Zero. Hata wenye wamekuwa na president, unasema president ni yetu, they are still crying kama wale watu wengine. So it doesn't change anything. Hawa ni mabonyenye wanajitajirisha. Saa hizi you are seeing people are talking about Jubilee government, and then wakasema Jubilee ili split between UDA na ingine ikaenda Jubilee. Saa hii wamerudi pamoja. So we are going back to the same government that screwed us for the past 10 years. We are going back to the same government. Alafu tunataka
wakina Kioni na nani wameenda huko?
Yeah, they are moving over to that side. They want to go to join UDA KKA government. So I'm saying this.
Lakini hao watu walicheza baba. Hao watu walijua all along what they were doing. Ilikuwa ni game nyingine kali sana.
These people, I like the way they are going. Wanarudi mahali walikuwa. Wacha waende. I'm saying this and I'll keep on saying this.
Yeah.
You know, Raila Odinga was just a figure of so-called opposition. Lakini nyuma ya Raila Odinga there are so many other soldiers. Hata Raila Odinga akiondolewa hivi, I'm very sure somebody else will come there na atakuja kuchukua hiyo kiti. Ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba kuna mtu anapigania haki za binadamu na anapigania demokrasia kwa nchi ya Kenya. There will always be that person, whether it's Raila Odinga or Stone PK ama Alex, kutakuwa na mtu mmoja. It happens, hata kuwe na dictator lazima kutakuwa mtu kama Besigye. Unaona, anasukuma miaka mingi, lakini kwa roho yake anasema siwezi angalia wananchi wakiteswa na dictator. We have seen that in countries. Ama namna gani? We have seen that in all these countries. There's always that person who will say mimi sitanyamaza watu wakiumia. So it's not just about kupatia Raila Odinga ofisi kubwa na kiti na meza umwambia now you are the opposition leader, nyamaza ama tukunyang'anya hii magari na security. Hata Raila Odinga akikubali kuchukua hiyo ofisi, there are other people that will not keep quiet when Kenyans wanaumia. It has happened in Uganda, it has happened in DRC, it has happened in Rwanda. Kila mahali. There's always a person that will stand out and say I am going to fight for the people. I am not going to keep quiet as I see other people suffer. Mimi nimemalizia hapo. Kama kuna mtu ana kitu ya kusema, aseme tufunge show.
Hiyo ni hiyo moja umesema, Wakenya wasome from Uganda vile Besigye alimalizwa. He was the strongest opposition leader. Na huyo umesikia anaitwa Mao. He was also very strong. And sasa huyo naye Besigye alimalizwa kwanza, sasa Mao naye amemalizwa, amepewa hiyo.
Besigye alienda alidefect kwa Museveni.
Not ku defect, unakuwa screwed and you are growing old, then unakuwa kwisha. That's why he can't. Yeah, that's how they do it. Even Raila
wanasema is the most arrested person in the world.
Yeah, that's how hiyo ilikuwa ni style yao.
I'm very sure Besigye has a cell ambayo iko na jina yake huko. Wanasemanga hiyo mtu asiwekwe ndani. ako karibu, mwenyewe ako karibu kukuja. There's always
alikuwa
a
na seli yake mpaka kwake nyumbani, alikuwa pia na seli nyumbani.
You know,
yeah, alikuwa kwa nini, alikuwa one time alikuwa under home arrest for a very long time.
Yeah,
ndio unapigiwa simu unaambiwa just ingia mahali unajua ile,
lakini walikuwa wamemchapa man, yani yule jamaa yani amechapwa yani sana.
Haya, sasa huyu aka nako kamekuja kanaitwa Bobi Wine. Ako he can't. Uliona the guy people really wanted, but uwezi. That is what we should not allow to happen.
Uwezi.
Ruto akimaliza mwaka mmoja katika hii kiti basi kwisha. Give it up.
Uwezi, lakini Stone PK, mimi nimewaambia hapa. We always come hapa tunasema sisi ndio tutamweka in check, but also he has a bigger enemy in the hustler. The so-called hustler nation is a bigger enemy to William Ruto. The people he promised atakuwa anawawekea mafuta kwa nduthi, wale watu walikuwa wanaambia atakuwa anawafungulia sijui biashara ya kuchoma sijui nini. Those people, hao ndio watu watamtoa. Sisi kazi yetu ni kukuja hapa tuongee. We criticize, we praise where possible. But the people who will keep that government in check are the people who he promised all these goodies. Na wataanza na hii maneno ya 500. Let's see how it goes. I hope we wish him the best. He is what?
Lakini wacha nikuulize Makiadi.
Yes.
Honestly, 500 inasaidia mtu nini? Unaweza hata kutoka hata Roysambu mpaka taona
Alex umekosa nini mingi sana. Ngoja usikie vile 500 inafanya kazi. Ubaya mnataka hii show iendelee na Masai. Sikiza hii video, usikie 500 vile inafanya kazi.
Na nimechukua siku kama 3 zilizopita. Na kurudisha Hustler Fund inataka muda wa siku 14. Mimi mwenyewe ni mkulima wa kuku huko nyumbani. Huko Kitale, mahali mimi natoka. Na nimenunua kuku mmoja wa shilingi 700. Na hiyo kuku najua itaanza kutega mayai kwa muda mfupi ujao. Kama siku 3-4 kwa sababu nilinunua shilingi 700. So si kupewa 900, shilingi nadhani 35 ilikatwa kwa hiyo pesa. So nilipewa 865. So kwa muda wa siku 3-4 ndauliza mama huko nyumbani, mama mzazi, kwa sababu nimeweka kwake yako na zingine. Aniambie kama imeanza kutaga, na piganga simu nikiuliza kama imeanza kutaga ama ndaambiwa.
Kwa hivyo ina maana lishe yeye anatoa
lishe nitanunua. Nimenunua na hiyo 200 kwa sababu layers mash ni shilingi 100 kama kilo 3-4.
Inachukua kama muda gani?
Itachukua kama muda wa siku 14 itatega mayai moja ya kienyeji ni shilingi 20. So shilingi 20 kwa muda wa siku 14 kwa ikitega mayai 14 ni shilingi 280. So hiyo kuku ikiangua najua nitakuwa na vifaranga 10 kwa sababu watauza 4 kwa muda wa siku 21 zijazo. So mimi nitajikaza nijikakamue nione jinsi nitalipa nikingoja vifaranga vikue kubwa.
Kwa hivyo na siku 14 kulipa ama imeshapungua?
Niko na siku 14 kulipa, lakini mayai ili zote kuku haitalalia. Nadhani nitalipa na zile zingine ambayo ni kama mayai kama 4 ama 5. So zitalalia mayai 10. So mayai ile wengine 100 nitalipa. Si lazima ulipe yote kwa safari moja. Unaweza lipa kidogo kidogo. Lakini nitajikaza nitajikakamua hadi nilipe kwa sababu najua nitakuwa na vifaranga 10 kwa muda wa miezi 21 zijazo, siku 21 zijazo. Na hizo kifaranga moja ya kienyeji ni shilingi 100. Kifaranga moja ni shilingi 100, vifaranga 10 ni shilingi 1000.
Yani
na bado nitakuwa na kuku yangu.
Una uhakika utapata vifaranga hao 10 kamili na watakuwa wakubwa vizuri na watafugwa vizuri?
Kabisa.
Uendelee kuchukua
Hustler Fund. Nikigrow limit yangu pia.
Tabu
That's bullshit. Let me tell you something, Makiadi.
Alex, you know why we are laughing? That is what people said yesterday. Anybody think I bullshit?
So are you pussy? Let me tell you what happened. That person has been coached. Unaelewa? Vitu anaongea. Unaona huyo jamaa vile ako decent. Haizi nunua kuku moja. Makiadi.
Hebu sikia, huyu jamaa anaweka ngoja Alex. Huyu jamaa anaweka airtime kwa simu. Apige nyumbani aulize kama kuku imetaga.
Sio kwanza ndio nikutaka nikuambie. Kwaje?
Sasa hata hiyo airtime peke yake sio mayai moja ni more expensive.
Lakini unaona similarity na Ruto.
Yeah, huyu jamaa ni kama relative ya Ruto.
That is how UDA wanaongea hivyo. Scholarship ya 16 unit 100,000.
So, let me ask you, acha nikuulize kitu moja. Mimi nimewahi fuga kuku, siwezi kudanganya. Kuna time nilikuwa na kuku karibu 3,000. Nimewahi fuga kuku. Uniambia ati kuku ni moja, chakula unainunulia ni hasara sana. It does not make any economical sense. It doesn't.
Hiyo inaitwa ukao.
Sikia anatudanganya kuwa ati na mtu ameuliza hapa vizuri, na hiyo kuku ikikufa because kuku inakuanga na ugonjwa nyingi sana, sijui kama umeajua Makiadi.
Mimi wacha niseme namna hii and I'll go back to what I said. Umeona ile nini nimewapatia quote nimewapatia ya huyo Argentinian singer and author.
Yes.
Hiyo ndio kitu inafaa iwatishe ya kwamba the fools are many. And the most unfortunate thing is that these fools can elect a president. Sasa this kind of person mwenye anaongea namna hii ni nini utamwambia differently? What will you tell him ambayo itamconvince otherwise? Because yeye anaamini ya kwamba hiyo kuku in 21 days, no 3 days kuku itaanza kuwa inataga mayai.
Taga mayai.
Alafu hiyo mayai ndio itamsaidia kurudisha hiyo 900 ama 100 ngapi or something. So you listen to
Ruto the 50 billion alisema anapea watu tu only 500. Huwezi pata more than that.
Unapata. Anasema unapata. Kuna watu walipata 2,000 nini? Whatever criteria we don't know.
Yeah. So iko namna hiyo ndugu zangu. I just hope that Kenyans mtafungua macho. Sisi tutakuja hapa kuwakumbusha. And tuko na receipts. Unajua hata ile kitu Ruto alisema sijui 20 what. We keep receipts here. That is our job. Hapa tunakujanga tunatoa vitu mingi sana. Watu wakituambia hapa ati when the president is elected they do not share responsibility with the vice president or the deputy president. Tunakuja hapa tunawachezea video ya nabii vile alisema in terms of responsibility namna hii.
My friend, the fact that I am elected deputy president means the people of Kenya, if things go wrong in this government, President Uhuru Kenyatta and I will be the ones to be asked. Forget even about MD of, I don't know, some organization, cabinet secretary this and cabinet secretary that. Ultimately, the people that were given the mandate to run the affairs of this government by the people of Kenya is President Uhuru Kenyatta and I.
We give the receipts. Hiyo ndio kazi yetu. Tuko na library. Tuko na flash disk imejaa hizi receipts.
I don't know kama Ruto anajuanga that is a pathological liar. I don't know kama anajua hiyo kitu. Because lying for him is like very quick. He knows very well they were not given the mandate to run because they stole the election. He knows very well that.
Alex, psychology inatuambia liars don't know they are liars. They think wewe unasema ukweli wewe ndio liar.
But I think you guys are forgetting there's a condition. I can't remember the name of that condition.
Hata mimi nimesahau hiyo jina kabisa.
Nitaenda kufanya research nitawaambia. Huyo mtu anaongea.
Condition can you explain without the name? Hiyo condition iko aje?
Condition ni mtu anaweza kuwa ana personality mbili. Inaitangwa nini? Ya kwamba kama saa hii unaweza kuta anaongea akienda kwa kanisa ni mtu tofauti vile jamaa anafanya, akitoka nje ni mtu tofauti, akiwa mbele ya watu ni mtu tofauti. Yako na hizo vitu mingi sana. Rashirashi anasema without Ruto this channel will have no content. Anyway, go on. Tuko hapa brother. Kama ndio content ndio tutaweka. Anasema bila Ruto hapa hakuna
hii channel tumekaa hapa more than him. Na itaisha.
And you should be asking him why is he here kama anaona haina content ako hapa anatafuta nini. Anyway, nilikuwa nasema namna hii. There's that condition. Huyu jamaa anasema uongo, anaenda huko nje anasahau alisema uongo. Anakuja na uongo ingine. So you need a lie to cover another lie. That is what the problem is.
Oh yeah. You have to keep lying to cover the other one.
Unafunika hiyo.
Kama alisema atapea hustler fund, ameanza kuchezea watu. Akasema atapeleka port, ametoa port. Akasema unga itarudi within 3 months, amesema tena 1 year. So I mean, mimi mshangaa sana, najiuliza how did he succeed to get to the presidency? How did he succeed to get to the president with all these lies?
But you see, people like to be Trufena anasema naitwa MPD, multi-personality disorder. I think that is a condition. Unajua hata the same condition ilikuwa na huyu jamaa mwingine anaitwa the former guy mwenye aliondolewa na Biden, pia alikuwa na shida kama hiyo.
Nani? Trump.
Alikuwa the same thing, anaongea kitu anasahau.
Talking about Trump.
Ndio inaitwa narcissistic personality disorder. Narcissist.
Yeah, it's a narcissist.
Unasikia sasa, ni mtu ambaye leo ako kwa kanisa anasema I want a strong opposition, alafu kesho utamkuta anatafuta MPs wa kununua. Unaona? Anasema we want our government to be checked in order. Akianza kuwekwa in order, watu wakisema we are going to protest against this ABCD, anaanza kusema hawa watu wa maandamano, hawa watu wa dini. Kesho utakuta amebadilika, amesema we are going to open to fund an official opposition office. And then siku mbili baadaye anasema we do not need opposition, our government iko sawa, we know what we are doing. So this guy is a narcissist. Hata Mohamed Ege amesema huyu mtu ni narcissist. Na unajua uzuri wao watu, it doesn't take a long time to discover them. Haitachukua muda mrefu, and the best thing is hakuna mtu anaitwa Uhuru Kenyatta wa kulaumu.
Unajua hata ingine mimi niko na hope aje. I remember when Trump aliiba kura hapa, we were so pained because through Russia walimuibia kura. I was so pained because I woke up and I took a lot of people to go and do what? To go vote that time. And the guy you remember mpaka vile alikuwa blocked nini Twitter. When the election came, he messed up during the corona nini epidemic. I pray the same thing to happen to Ruto, so that before amalize term yake, I mess up something so that people will not vote him. There is hope. Let's not lose hope. Kama sahi hatuwezi kumtoa na maandamano, the thing is that I pray every day that next election as you win.
I think we have exhausted that.
Yeah, tumalize. Ebu ambia Mohamed Ega Nicole.
Mohamed anakusikia. Mohamed Ege, tafuta LX Media. Unasikia mtoto wa Nabii ameanza kusema alikuwa anauza smoky, inaitwa nini? Daystar University. Daystar, niliconfirm ni Daystar. Alikuwa anauza smoky pasua. Inaitwa smoky pasua, ile smoky unapasua unaweka nyanya katikati. Dr. Ruto anasema alikuwa anauza smoky pasua Daystar University.
Mwaka gani hiyo?
Ni mtoto ya juzi tu bana. Mtu hata babake amekuwa
with my nephew there. My nephew aliniambia that's nonsense.
That's nonsense. In fact hata watoto wa university walimwambia wewe acha kutudanganya bana. You know these people wanaonanga sisi ni wapumbavu sana.
Hata Nanisi alikuwa hapo, huyu MP wa Lang'ata.
Yeah, bibi ya Deputy Nabii anasema yeye naye pia alikuwa na contemplate suicide. Ati amefanya maid miaka mingi sana. Siku ile Moi alikuja Kabarak kutembea, alikimbia towards Moi ndiye apigwe risasi. Huyo ni bibi ya Rigathi Gachagua. Ati I ran towards the former president, late President Moi, so that I could be shot. And people are clapping.
People clap for that?
mi wacha nikwambie ndugu.
Kenyans clap for anything. Nonsense. Ati hiyo ni motivation sasa.
Mi wacha nikuambie, let me tell you, you will listen to other stories. Watu wamepitia, lakini ni sawa tu. Wacha tuseme namna hii. Sisi tutapointa. Hiyo ndio kazi yetu. We will be here to remind you Kenyans, msibebwe ufala. Msikubali kubebwa ufala.
Jalanga alisema hiyo ni upuzi ati juu ya smoke.
Msikubali.
Need new glasses? Get more from your benefits at Vision Works.
Hiyo ni gani tena? Msikubali kubebwa upuzi Kenyans. We are here to remind you ya kwamba you will fight for your rights. Msikubali the strides zenye tulikuwa tumefanya na Mwai Kibaki wakati wa new constitution. We have come too far to allow ourselves as a country to go back to. You see, our brother from Uganda here, Christopher, was complaining. We should not allow ourselves to be another Uganda, whereby a president can do whatever he wants. The president says there's going to be an election, and I shoot video moja mbili. Uliona ile video ya Museveni ya kidance? Ako na video moja ati ya rap, ati ya campaign ya rap. Ya rap ati anataka kufikia vijana. Na tunajua uchaguzi asha rig tayari. And then the election comes unakuta
kuna hiyo video, sijaiona hiyo video ati
YouTube.
Nitakutumia utaiona. My friends usibebu wakumbavu. Ile vitu inaendelea Uganda tusikubali irudi Kenya. We will be
lakini hapo ndio tutamalizia, lakini wacha nikwambie Makiadi kitu moja. Kenyans are pained. Yaani kila Mkenya anapigianga simu, sijui kama watu wenu wa Western na watu kutoka huko Meru mkiwapigia, Wakisii are pained. Yaani hawajui, yaani watu wengi ni wagonjwa. Kuna watu hawajaipona mpaka saa hii.
Yeah, there are still people, but let's just agree. It's very unfortunate that people can steal an election and then they come back, and it's something that has been going on for a while. Mtu anafanya ujanja alafu anakuja kutafuta legitimacy, ati anakuja kutembea kwa opponents wake, ana spend a lot of money at goodies, sijui kufungua biashara so that apate kuungwa mkono na watu ambaye did not support him. I mean, this is something that is happening in Kenya right now. We saw it with the Uhuru Kenyatta's government. Unajilazimisha kwa watu ambaye unajua they do not agree. You know, the previous government was even worse kwa sababu kuna sections za Kenya ambazo hazikupiga kura kabisa. They did not vote. Second election, wacha ile ilitupiliwa mbali na Supreme Court. The second election. And then sasa the president has to do something.
That ile yenye ilikuwa cancel, ile Maraga ali cancel.
Yeah, no, the second one after Maraga cancelled. The second one, you hear people calling the media, our lazy media, calling that a charm offensive. Charm offensive.
No, I remember I was in Kenya that time. And I was in Migori. Nobody in Migori voted except the couriers. But election results vikitokea and on my bay, people did not vote. But election result ikitoka inasema Uhuru alikuwa na almost 20,000 vote. That was the most ridiculous. People never voted that second election. I accept with you.
Yeah, and Uhuru won by 95 point something, 97 ama ngapi? 95 point something percent.
The highest person who has ever nani
Kagame
ndiye alijiwekea ilikuwa 100%.
Let me tell you, and I'll repeat here again. If the upcoming election is what we see in Uganda and Rwanda and these other countries, let me tell you Kenyans, hiyo 40 something plus billion msipatie watu kama akina Chebukati. Afadhali mweke kwa free primary education. Mnunulie watoto chakula ya kukula lunch. Let's not waste our time and money doing elections in Kenya.
Makiadi, let me tell you something. The cartels that are in the education sector, hata msiwape pesa because hao watoto hawatapata.
Ni sawa, watafute mahali ingine kama ni kutaka kama ni damu wanataka kujenga ama kitu yoyote, let them do something else with that money.
Lakini uliona mjinga alisema ati anaenda ku build 1,000 dams. Uliona hiyo kitu?
Yeah, that's a story we'll have. I think we'll have this conversation after 1 year. Let's just keep keep this government on its toes. Tutakuja hapa
How can
kuongea
somebody lie that he's going to build 1,000 dams within 1 year? Is that possible? Even America does not do that.
Haya, hiyo ni nabii. Sasa wacha tumalizie hapo Alex, kesho najua
Okay, tumalize.
tuko na safari ya kupeleka watu shuleni. So let's just wish all these other people good day. Akina boss lady, asante sana. Charles Agwaru, Brian Richards, Rashi na kuona umerudi sasa hapa, anasema ati you are here mocking and abusing the president. But na sasa tuna mock the president wakati walikuwa natukana Uhuru, nani alicomplain? And we are not even mocking him, we are not even abusing him. Wakati walikuwa natukana Uhuru, nani aliongea bwana? Haya, we endelea kuumia, enda ukakasirikia huko. Ninasikia kuna saying nyingine nasema in Kenya unaambiwanga enda kasirikia huko mbali. Haya, asante Father Dani Darius, nimekuona. John Dirango, karibu sana. Hata kesho tuko hapa, utatupata tu hapa. Agnes Njeri, asante.
Nani ananiambia ako na 1,000 amepewa na Ruto?
Nani huyo? Nani mwingine?
Richard, hebu muulize, mwambie andike message, ni Ruto amempea ya Asla Fund ama nini?
Wachana na hii watu. Wasikaona anasema what? Okay, haya. Asante. Wengine wanasemaga ni president wa Venezuela, mimi sijui. Unajua people have information, inside information. So soul to soul nimekuona hapo, asante sana. Awino Rapemo na nani mwingine ambaye sijamtaja, na wale wote wengine ambao mmeungana pamoja nasi siku ya leo. Nitawakumbusha, kumbuka kusubscribe kwa Motembei TV na uhit kitu inaitwa notification button. Wakati show itaenda live utajulishwa kwamba show imeanza. Rashi unakaribishwa, hata kama unaona umepoteza muda wako. Ni asante sana kuja hapa siku ya leo, kwa sababu umeonyesha kwamba unapenda show ya Motembei TV. Tutakuwa hapa kila siku kuweza kukuletea habari motomoto na kuchanganua mambo ambayo yanaendelea kwenye nchi yetu ya Kenya. Hatutakubali nabii aturudishe mahali tulitoka. Sisi tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba we keeping on toes. Na Stone PK, ukipata nafasi hata wewe attend hiyo heads of African Nation Summit ya infrastructure. Utakutana na Raila Odinga huko akihutubia kina Museveni na hawa majamaa wengine wamekaa kwa viti over 34 years. Kuna president sijini wa nchi gani, ni Cameroon ama ni nchi gani huyu jamaa anataka kutafuta kiti, the longest serving African president
anaitwanga aje?
Paul Biya ama ni nani huyu?
No, kuna jina anaitwa, wacha ni mgugu, anaitwa huyo jamaa Cameroon.
Si Paul Biya?
Yeah, ndio huyo.
Ni Paul Biya. Huyo jamaa alikuwa na sherehe sijui ya kuchagua ma ministers wake ama ni nini kwa hoteli France.
No, ni Obiang, ni Obiang.
Obiang ndio anatafuta.
Ule mwingine ni wa country gani?
Paul Biya. There's a guy who rules from France ama nchi gani. He's a president wa Africa, wa nchi moja ya Afrika, lakini hakai hata kwa hiyo nchi yake.
Huyo ni mgani? Huyo ni mgani?
Sijui ni and I think akona issue na health yake. Niliona juzi akisalimia watu kwa runway ya ndege wakiwa wananyeshewa na yeye akiwa na mwavuli juu yake. Sijui kama hizi video nikizipata nitawaletea hapa muone siku moja. Unaona venye president anaenda kupanda ndege hapo, watu wamejipanga hapo kumsalimia ingie kwa ndege. Unajua Afrika saa nyingine tunajiaibisha sana, lakini ni sawa. So it was raining and these people wananyeshewa na mvua hapo na yako na mwavuli.
Nani anasema kwa Switzerland? Brian Richard, sio France, Switzerland.
Switzerland ndio huyo sasa.
Kwa Switzerland. I think I know him. Ulisema France ndio nikakuwa confused. But sasa hivi vile nimesema, yeah.
Haya, sawa basi. So nimewakumbusha muweze kusubscribe to Motembei TV na mkaribishane. Tumepata watu wengi wageni sana, na wale ambao mlikuwa mmeumia kwa muda mrefu kama akina Evelyn Nyambogi, good to see you back. At least we are seeing people on a hill pole. Joseph Awa anasema that country is 400 years old. Alikuwa anaongea juu ya Eritrea. Anasema Eritrea yenye tumeambiwa tuende huko bure, hata haina YouTube. Haina YouTube, haina kitu yoyote, iko na WhatsApp peke yake. So Kenyans, nimewaambia hapa mko na free visa ya kwenda huko. Ukitaka tafadhali tembea Eritrea ujione vile nchi zinaendeshwa za Kiafrika. All the same, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
you guys, and good night. I hope to see you tomorrow. Majaliwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Asanteni sana.
Stone nipige.